My heart pounded with a mix of excitement and awkwardness. How long has it been since I had a real break? Running a small business meant that the concept of a holiday barely existed in my life. I worked non-stop until my body finally gave in. I collapsed from overwork and was prescribed a week of rest by my doctor. Of course, knowing myself, I wouldn't actually rest for the full week. Still, I decided to take 4 days off. It made me uneasy to stay away from work for that long, but I trusted my staff to handle things. I also told them to call me if anything urgent happened. What perfect timing. My vacation lines up with the sequel's release. Sitting in front of my computer, my eyes sparkled with anticipation. Era of Silver 1 had been an absolute blast, a niche RPG set in an arcane punk world where magical engineering thrived. It was a single-player game without online features, but the freedom it offered made up for it. Even during the busiest days of running my business, I squeezed in time to play it. And now, after almost 10 years, Era of Silver 2 was finally here. This time, the game had evolved from its 2D roots to near-lifelike 3D graphics. Spending my rare break on this? Absolutely worth it. For my first character, I already knew what I wanted, a production-oriented jack-of-all-trades. In Era of Silver 1, I had tried combat and magic-focused builds, but nothing beat the satisfaction of crafting and managing resources. One of the game's best features was that combat and PvP weren't mandatory. Players could enjoy the world purely through production and trade. And I loved that. Finally, as I reminisced, the game installation finished. My exhaustion from overwork vanished like magic. Loading. I clicked on Create Character. Dumb. A message popped up. You have achieved legendary accomplishments in Era of Silver 1. Special benefits granted. The character you played the longest in Era of Silver 1 can be imported into Era of Silver 2. However, items cannot be transferred. I paused. A max-level character from the start. It might make things too easy, but the last line changed everything. This game is all about grinding anyway. Production-based characters required an insane amount of grinding. Even with 4 days off, I wouldn't make much progress starting from scratch. The Era of Silver 1 character Arod has been imported. And just like that, my max-level crafting specialist was back. Awesome. The stats were ridiculous even by my standards. Stats. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Divinity, 10. Evasion, 10. Defense, 10. Magic power, 38. Focus, 61. Spirit, 49. Intelligence, 54. Willpower, 70. Endurance, 55. Health, 58. Dexterity, 300. Max. Luck, 101. Since I never fought, my combat stats were at default. I had just enough magic power for crafting, and the rest of my stats had grown naturally through production. Dexterity was maxed no-brainer for crafting, and I poured everything else into luck to boost item quality and success rates. Next, I opened the skill window. Skills, all max. Cooking, farming, blacksmithing, herbalism, leather crafting, sculpting, alchemy, architecture, music, tailoring, mechanical engineering, magical engineering. Wow, I really went all out. Every skill I had painfully leveled up over the years was still here. No stat redistribution, but I didn't mind. The character customization screen appeared next. This works. Too lazy to make changes, I stuck with the default, a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes. Now came the big decision: starting location. Options ranged from deserts and jungles to bustling cities and remote villages. But I already knew where I was going. The northern region, of course. If the world hadn't changed drastically, the north was perfect for production-focused players. It had the best resources: magic stones, rare minerals, and monster byproducts. I confirmed my choice and clicked Enter Game. Suddenly, dizziness overwhelmed me. My vision blurred, and I collapsed. Please save us. Save us. Legendary Artisan. Legendary Alchemist. Legendary Magical Engineer. Legendary Merchant Lord. Save the northern region. Desperate voices echoed in my mind. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my room. A vast, snow-covered landscape stretched before me. A small town nestled within the frostbitten scenery, blanketed in snowfall. It looked eerily familiar yet entirely real. A sharp pain surged through my head as unfamiliar memories flooded my mind. Time blurred. Reality twisted. And then, with a groan, I muttered a single curse under my breath. Damn. I had no choice but to accept reality. I had been transported into the game's world. Faster than expected, and with less shock than I thought I'd have. Status window, status window, status. I called out repeatedly, hoping the familiar game interface would appear. Nothing. Despite being inside Era of Silver 2, there was no status window. No convenient game mechanics to rely on. With a sigh, I gave up and turned my attention to my surroundings. If my memory from Earth was accurate, if the information in this body was reliable, this place was Haven, in the northern region. So, am I inside Era of Silver 2? In Era of Silver 1, Haven was one of the few major cities in the northern region. But this version of Haven was different: smaller, rougher. More like a town that had only just grown beyond being a village. Right. The game's setting takes place 100 years before the first one. That explained the underdeveloped state of the city. Save the northern region. Save the northern region. A desperate plea echoed in my mind, resurfacing like a forgotten memory. Save the northern region. That sounded like my main mission here. If I complete it, will I be able to return to Earth? I had a gut feeling that this wasn't just a suggestion, it was my only way back. But that raised another question. What exactly is so bad about the northern region that it needs saving? Scratching my head, I dug through my knowledge of Era of Silver's lore both as a veteran player and from the memories of this body, Arod. In Era of Silver 1, the northern region was directly governed by the Empire. But originally, it belonged to the Northern Duchy, ruled by Grand Duke Ranlet. Which meant that in this era 100 years before the first game the Ranlet family still ruled. And that wasn't good news. In Era of Silver 1, the northern region was treated horribly by the Empire, kind of like the relationship between the British Empire and Ireland. The mission seemed clear: protect the northern region and the Grand Duchy from the Empire. Except there was one small problem. This body is completely non-combat oriented. Am I supposed to fight the Empire's golden generation with this? As a veteran of Era of Silver 1, I knew one thing for sure: the Empire in this era was overflowing with monsters in human skin. A golden generation so absurdly strong that the phrase itself felt like an understatement. For example, Emperor Canberman, the light of the Empire, likely still a crown prince. Duke Yulkanes, 8th Circle Archmage and the Imperial Magic Tower Master, laying the foundations of magical engineering. Archbishop Teresia, spearheading religious reform, with blood. Sword Master Doom, Imperial Knight Commander, known as the Sword of the Empire. Marchionus Havana, another Sword Master, the Burning Rose of the Empire. And those were just the names that came to mind. Meanwhile, the Northern Duchy had far fewer heavy hitters. Grand Duchess Arena Rune Ranlet, Frostblade Balzac, the Ice Wall Soon, Great Witch of Spring Isabel, future Great Witch of the Snowfields, Mary. And even then, some of them were fated to disappear. In short, the odds were against me. To return to Earth, I probably have to fulfill that plea. If I had been miserable on Earth, if I had nothing to go back to, maybe I would have accepted this new life. But that wasn't the case. I was a promising young entrepreneur, running my own startup. I had employees, investors, people relying on me. I couldn't afford to get stuck here. But first things first, if I don't warm up, I'll freeze to death before I can even think about saving the northern region. Whoosh! The snowstorm howled. So damn cold. And the problem wasn't just the weather. I glanced at my clothes. Linen. Linen. In the freezing northern region, I might as well be naked. Aside from a leather belt with a small pouch and a dagger, I had nothing. I need shelter. Fast. I quickly scanned my surroundings. Haven, in Era of Silver, was known for its trade. It sat close to the northern magic zone and the Manus River, making it a hotspot for merchants, adventurers, and mercenaries. Which meant there should be plenty of inns around here. Sure enough, I spotted one after only a few steps. The building was 2 stories tall, made of wood and stone, with a sign depicting a mug, clearly an inn. It looked shabby. Most likely a place for low-tier adventurers and mercenaries. Still, I didn't hesitate. I stepped inside. Murmur, murmur. The warm air hit my frozen skin as I entered. The place was packed. For half a second, conversations halted as eyes turned to me, then quickly lost interest. Step, step. I made my way to an empty seat. Welcome, what can I get you? A young boy, probably no older than 13, hurried over. Can I say the menu? The boy gestured toward a board near the entrance. But instead of answering, he squinted at me suspiciously. Do you have money? Blunt. Rude, even. But in a medieval, lawless world, directness often meant survival. He clearly didn't want to waste time on a penniless customer. I do. We require payment up front. In a more refined establishment, this would be offensive. But in a rough place like this, it was common practice. I'll pay when I order. Very well. But please order quickly. The boy darted off to attend to other customers. I turned my attention to the menu. The board had pictures next to the prices, probably because literacy wasn't widespread. The good news? Prices were much cheaper than in Era of Silver 1, probably 5 to 10 times lower. The bad news? I had no money. Think. Dexterity and luck were my highest stats. That meant even something as simple as stepping into this inn could be the result of my luck stat. As I was thinking, ahem, sir, are you going to order or? The innkeeper finally approached, looking increasingly annoyed. And then, crash, thud, you bastard, what did you just say? A fight erupted at a nearby table. Cheers, the inn's crowd roared in excitement. Opportunity. A smirk formed on my lips. Luck stat, don't fail me now.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Fight. This world had yet to shake off its medieval flair. When a fight broke out, there were always more people cheering than stepping in to stop it. 15 coppers on Renan. Then I'll put 10 on John. It was common for a betting ring to spring up almost immediately. Adventurers and mercenaries in the inn wagered their money, though it seemed they kept the stakes low, roughly a day's wages, or at most, half a day's. Renan has 65 coppers bet on him, while John has 48 coppers. The innkeeper himself ran the betting pool, likely to make enough in fees to repair the inevitable damage to his property. Renan throws a punch and lands a direct hit to John's gut. Will John spit out the stew he just ate? The innkeeper's son, presumably, acted as the fight's commentator. Renan, if you lose, you're dead. John, if you lose, don't ever show your face in Haven again. The brawl unfolding on the inn's first floor was a shocking spectacle for someone like me, who was only on his first day in another world. Could this be my luck stat at work? I couldn't help but think of my luck stat, which exceeded 100. So, is this situation suggesting I use it to make some money? But how? I don't even have any money to bet. Keeping my eyes glued to the fight, I stood up from my seat. Arod stats, 101 luck and 300 dexterity both maxed out. With these two stats, surely there had to be something I could do, even without a single coin. As I looked for an opportunity, the fight and gambling reached their peak. Fight. Yeah, hit him harder. Nothing beats watching scrubs brawl. Ha ha ha. Renan trips John with a leg sweep. John's just getting pounded, can he make a comeback? Current bets, 135 coppers on Renan, 54 on John. When is this going to end? From the looks of it, that guy John is just getting clobbered. I silently observed the fight, racking my brain for a way to make some money. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. It was then at novel bin at. Swing. Cornered and desperate, John drew a crude sword. Whoa. John's drawn his sword. Renan wins by default. Apparently, even in this lawless northern region, there were rules. The moment John drew his sword, Renan was declared the winner. Renan, what are you doing? Draw your sword and take him down. Damn it, my swords. But Renan's face twisted in panic. His sword was out of reach, lying a short distance away. Hiya. John didn't wait for Renan to retrieve his weapon. Who started the fight no longer mattered. In the northern region, it probably never mattered in the first place. The only thing that mattered now was this: John had drawn his sword and was swinging it with deadly intent. That was all. Swish, slash, ugh. John's blade struck a deep slash across Renan's chest. No killing in my inn. At that moment, the innkeeper intervened. Thud, punch. As expected of someone running an inn in this rough northern region, the innkeeper swiftly subdued John with practiced ease. He was likely an adventurer or mercenary in his younger days. Despite John's thrashing, he was knocked unconscious by a single punch from the innkeeper. However, the innkeeper didn't escape unscathed. Blood dripped steadily from his hand, where a deep cut ran from his palm to his elbow. Dad. The young boy, his son, and the inn's worker rushed over, fumbling to check his father's wound. Ugh. Nearby, Renan groaned, bleeding profusely from his chest. John, you bastard. Someone call the guards. Damn it, that wound's too deep. He's losing too much blood. Dear ancestors, help us. Dad, someone, please help my dad. The lively, festive atmosphere in the inn quickly turned somber. I maxed out the healing skill, didn't I? Watching the scene, my feet moved on their own. This was a world where mana existed. As such, the privileged used healing magic, potions, and divine power to treat injuries. But that was only for the privileged. Even in the arcane punk world of 100 years later, where magical engineering had advanced, commoners rarely benefited from magic or divine power. Instead, they relied on folk remedies and healers. Bring me clean cloth, boiling water, a needle, high-proof alcohol, and some savage leaves and barren root. The last two should be easy to find in an inn frequented by adventurers. I shouted at the young boy, who was in a state of panic. I made sure to raise my voice so everyone nearby could hear me. Are you a healer? Are you a healer? I've learned a bit of healing. All right, I'll get them right away. The boy, who had looked down on me just moments ago, now nodded with a look of reverence and sprinted toward the kitchen. I have some savage leaves and barren root on me. At that moment, an adventurer who had been observing the scene handed me the 2 herbs I had mentioned. Charge the cost to those 2 later. Will do. It seemed that people in dangerous professions often carried emergency supplies like medicinal herbs. Still, both of their injuries are too severe. These herbs won't be enough. Experienced adventurers and mercenaries, who often knew basic first aid, could tell that the innkeeper and Renan's wounds were deep. We'll need to stitch them up. With that, I grabbed a strand of Renan's hair and yanked it out. Here's the alcohol, needle, boiling water, and the cleanest cloth we could find in the inn. The young worker quickly brought the items I had requested. What followed was a whirlwind of activity. Thanks to my maxed out dexterity stat, I swiftly stopped the bleeding and stitched the wounds in record time. Wow, at novel bin at. What is that? I can't even see his hands. The onlookers gasped in awe at my lightning fast movements. Finally, I ground up the 2 herbs, applied them to the stitched areas, and wrapped the wounds with the clean cloth. The treatment was complete. Clean the wounds with fresh water each night, apply the herbs, and replace the bandages. They should heal completely before spring. Thank you, sir. Both men looked at me with bewildered gratitude, staring at their neatly treated wounds. They were pale from blood loss but no longer in immediate danger. The crisis was averted. Let me go. Shut it and come quietly. In the background, the guards, who had just arrived, dragged off a now conscious John. That John guy, didn't he start trouble in the streets last year and spend the whole summer in the labor camps? This time, he's probably looking at 5 years minimum. 5 years in the labor camps? He's as good as dead. He really ruined his life, didn't he? No one in the inn showed a shred of sympathy or pity for John as he was dragged away. With the situation fully resolved, including the betting pool's payout and the cleanup, gratitude and rewards followed. Thank you so much, sir. If I'd known you were this skilled, I would have given you food in the house. And if my son offended you earlier, I apologize on his behalf. My chest wound. It could have been fatal. Here, take this as thanks. Renan was the first to offer a reward, handing me a silver coin. Wow, a silver coin, I muttered as I quickly pocketed it. A single silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins, a half-month as wages for a C or D rank adventurer. To think I earned such a valuable coin within hours of arriving in this world? I should reward you too. Would you prefer another silver coin? The innkeeper, his right hand heavily bandaged, waved it slightly as he offered me payment. Their eagerness to repay me wasn't just out of gratitude, it was also rooted in the superstitions of the northern region. Here, people believed that failing to repay kindness would bring misfortune. Growl. Before I could respond, my stomach let out an embarrassingly loud rumble. Hungry? How about a meal? Unfortunately, with my hand like this, I won't be able to cook for a while. Dad, let me cook. Not a chance, Tom. You inherited your late mother's cooking skills, and I swore you'd never touch a pan. Remember, if you take over this inn, you'll need a wife who can cook. Ignoring his son's protest, the innkeeper turned to me. Or, how about this instead of another silver coin? You seem like you're looking for a place to stay. That's right. Then it's settled. I'll give you a room here at the inn free of charge until spring. While a silver coin was valuable, staying in an inn for over 3 months for free was a far better deal. This guy's sharp. He knows having a healer staying at his inn will naturally attract more customers. I could see the hidden meaning in his offer. Nothing in this world came for free. Still, it was a win-win for both of us. I'll gratefully accept. Silently thanking my luck stat for the fortunate turn of events, I accepted the innkeeper's offer. But for now, you'll have to find meals elsewhere. Go grab something to eat at another tavern or restaurant, the innkeeper said, looking more at ease now that the immediate crisis was over. Speaking of food, how about I take over cooking while I'm staying here? The innkeeper raised an eyebrow at my suggestion. You can cook too? Well, with those quick hands of yours, I'd imagine you're pretty skilled. Honestly, I'd welcome it. On one condition, I added. Name it. I'll take 30% of the revenue from any food I prepare. For example, if I sell 10 bowls of stew at 1 copper each, I'll get 3 coppers. That's an unusual condition. Are you sure it's worth it? Food doesn't sell as much as you might think here. It might not be profitable for you. The innkeeper frowned, not in disapproval but as if trying to understand the unfamiliar terms. How about I just pay you a flat wage? 6 coppers a day top pay for a head chef. Plus, you'd still earn extra from any healing services. No, I plan to sell a lot of food. You seem pretty confident in your cooking skills. Well, fine. I don't see any downside for me. When I didn't budge, the innkeeper shrugged and finally agreed. I'll show you the kitchen right away. Want to eat your first meal here while you're at it? Might as well. I'll need to get used to the place. By the way, my name's Jack, and that boy over there is my son, Tom. Arod. Arod, huh? Nice name. And just like that, less than a day after being transported to this game world, I'd secured money, a place to stay, and a job. The prowess of a maxed-out production character left even me in awe. Let's secure my place here first. Saving the northern region can wait. I had my reasons and objectives for volunteering as a chef despite the risks. Working at the inn makes it easy to gather information, and I can earn money safely. Plus, as a chef, I can start immediately without any special conditions. My plan was to adapt to this otherworldly environment while working at the inn, safely earning money, and building a foundation for self-sufficiency. This was my first objective. Now that I think about it, this is pretty fun, my iSky life. The start had gone so smoothly that I didn't feel the discomfort people often associated with medieval fantasy worlds. It felt more like a vacation, or perhaps a hyper-realistic VR game. If not for the mission to save the northern region, this would have been a perfect iSky holiday. About an hour later, I prepared my first dish using the ingredients and tools available in the inn's kitchen. The dish was a simple northern-style stew, the most popular and affordable meal in the region. Wow, this is amazing. You weren't kidding about your skills. It's way better than Dad's cooking. Shut it, you brat. Since it wasn't practical to make just one serving, I ended up cooking portions for the innkeeper and his son as well. Fortunately, they devoured my stew and praised it to no end. But the problem was me. Unlike them, I could barely bring myself to eat a few spoonfuls. They called this delicious. The stew had a strong gamey odor, and the flavor was overwhelmingly bland. Even if I use salt to fix the blandness, the smell is unbearable. As I stared at the stew, my mind buzzed with the expertise and knowledge of someone with a maxed-out cooking skill alongside my earthly sensibilities. This body, arod, comes with knowledge of iSky-specific ingredients that match the cooking skill level. It was fascinating. From an earthly perspective, my body was like high-performance hardware, and my soul, the OS, had integrated seamlessly. As expected from a fantasy world, the north has decent spices and seasonings. Even rock salt is relatively cheap thanks to nearby salt mines. Whenever I focused, a wealth of information surfaced in my mind, like accessing a personal chatbot. Combining that with Korea's herbal traditions could enhance the flavors even more. Adat novel bin adat. As a Korean, my cultural background was steeped in using herbs and spices. In Korea, even slightly toxic plants were considered edible if properly prepared, and people prided themselves on their ability to make food out of almost anything. With my soul's culinary knowledge and Arod's max-level cooking skill, I had managed to produce this bland, smelly stew. This stew is an insult. While Jack and Tom scarfed down the stew enthusiastically, I felt deeply ashamed. The next morning, before dawn, I left the inn to gather ingredients. I wasn't tired despite this body being non-combat oriented. My basic stamina and strength stats, built up from grinding in the previous game, kept fatigue at bay. Ugh, it's freezing. The cold was another matter entirely. At least I wasn't wearing just a linen shirt and leather jacket like yesterday. Now, I had a thick fur coat and gloves Jack had given me, allowing me to brave the icy morning air. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The snow that had fallen overnight made the path outside the city challenging to navigate. Even a light snowfall in the north piled up to knee-deep levels. Damn this cursed demon dandruff. Why are you getting worked up already? It's not like this is new. As I walked, I overheard residents grumbling as they cleared the snow. Looking for snow shoveling laborers? Work until noon, pay is 2 coppers. First 20 people only. Despite being a mid-sized city, Haven's population included many outsiders like adventurers and travelers. This meant the local workforce wasn't enough to handle the snow removal. Unsurprisingly, low-tier adventurers rushed toward the recruitment calls. I passed by the hustle and bustle and headed toward the city's outskirts. Haven, though a mid-sized city, was a frontline settlement bordering a magic zone. Its walls were impressively thick, tall, and long. By the time I reached the eastern gate, which wasn't connected to the northern highway or the magic zone, I was slightly out of breath and sweating from trudging through the snow. Aren't you the healer from Jack's inn who treated Renan and Jack yesterday? Heading out before sunrise. A guard stationed near the gate recognized me. He was likely one of the guards who had intervened at the inn yesterday. Discipline seems solid. I glanced at the guard's armor and weapons. His halberd, made from northern iron, gleamed even in the cold. Northern iron, being more labor-intensive to forge, was typically reserved for knights, but here even the guards wielded it as standard gear. His secondary weapons were made of regular iron, and his armor was fur-lined leather. The other guard nearby was equipped identically. Uniform equipment for guards? That means the duchy provides their gear. This level of standardization was remarkable in a world where soldiers usually supplied their own weapons and armor. It spoke volumes about the northern region's military strength and discipline. I'm heading out to gather herbs near the city. I hesitated, unsure whether to speak formally to the guard, but decided to match his casual tone since he had spoken informally first. There are herbalists in the city, aren't there? Why pay for something I can collect myself? Haha, fair enough. Go on, then. Thanks. Haha, fair enough. Go on, then. Thanks. But don't go beyond Cloud Ridge. Monsters and predators are often spotted there. I'll keep that in mind. The guard didn't seem offended by my casual tone. Since I was already known as a healer, it appeared I had earned some recognition. Yesterday's incident had brought me more benefits than just money. With no further issues, I passed through the city gates. I had even brought a letter of identification from Jack, the innkeeper, just in case, but it turned out to be unnecessary. Once outside the city, I walked for about 30 minutes. By then, the sun had started to rise. Considering that Haven bordered the magic zone, even venturing this far out could be considered a bit of an adventure. However, since I was heading in the opposite direction of the magic zone and the city's scent lingered strongly, there were no monsters in sight. The only creatures I encountered were non-aggressive ones, like birds, rabbits, mice, and deer. This world really is something else. Even in the snow-covered winter, white grass grows like this. It must be because of mana. The fields I reached were much easier to navigate than the city streets. While the city was blanketed in deep snow, this area had only a light covering. Looks like there's a magic stone mine nearby. I could guess why the snow was shallower here. Though tempted to explore the mine, I decided to leave that for another day. I had no equipment, tools, or means to utilize or sell magic stones at the moment. Spices, spices. I roamed the mana-infused fields lightly dusted with snow, searching for ingredients. Spices don't have to mean just pepper. As I wandered, I looked for unique plants and roots native to this world that could serve a similar purpose to earthly spices. Despite the winter, life still flourished on these mana-blessed northern plains. Snow-white weeds stretched across the landscape. I found it. Northern spices. It didn't take long for me to discover herbs and roots that could serve as the northern region's equivalent of message. I immediately began collecting them, stuffing my finds into the leather bag I carried. Rustle, rustle, chop. For several hours, I cut plants with my dagger, picked fallen leaves, and dug shallowly into the ground to unearth roots, packing everything tightly into my leather bag. It was a bit annoying to harvest while wearing fur gloves, but thanks to my high dexterity stat, the process wasn't too difficult. After filling my bag to the brim, I nodded in satisfaction. This should be enough. My haul was diverse but could be divided into 2 main categories, snowflower roots and winterleaf at novel bin at. Both were common in this fantasy world, especially in the north. Next time, I'll hire city kids or adventurers to gather these. Content with my harvest, I decided this wasn't a task I'd want to repeat and started heading back to the city. When I reached the city gates, a different guard was on duty. Ah, the healer from Jack's inn, right? I heard about you during the shift change. You're back already. It seemed this guard had been briefed about me and greeted me with familiarity. I got lucky and found what I needed quickly. Winterleaf and snowflower roots, and some random weeds, too. What are you going to do with all that? Are these for medicine? I'm planning to use them for cooking. For cooking? You're going to use stuffed deer eat in food. The guard's reaction made it clear that spices were not yet part of the northern region's culinary culture. These plants were either dismissed as useless weeds or considered forage for herbivores like deer. It's just an experiment. If it doesn't work out, I'll drop it. Not wanting to waste time debating, I brushed off the guard's skepticism. Well, I don't get it, but go on in. He didn't ask for a bribe or stop me. Perhaps it was out of consideration for me being a healer, or perhaps the North's strong military discipline simply made such things unnecessary. These northern folks, always complaining about scarce food and bland meals, but they've never even thought to use this stuff? These could all be excellent spices and seasonings if used properly. As I walked back to the inn, I clicked my tongue at their lack of culinary creativity. Then again, they only started eating this stuff after the Empire's exploitation and the Great Famine. The thought of the North's eventual tragedies sobered me for a moment. Still, my steps felt lighter and easier than they had in the morning. The townsfolk and adventurers had done an excellent job clearing the snow during the day. When I arrived at the inn, I found Jack and his son, Tom, cleaning the first floor. You're back? Where did you run off so early? Jack, with his balding head, scruffy beard, and round belly, was sweeping carefully with his bandaged right arm. Meanwhile, Tom was busy scrubbing the floor nearby. I went outside the city to gather some things. I gestured to the bag slung over my shoulder, drawing their curious gazes. Did we skip breakfast service? I asked, noting the unusually quiet and empty first floor. Most of our guests don't eat breakfast here. Those who do usually take one look at my cooking and head to another place. Jack chuckled wryly and shrugged. So that means there'll be customers for lunch. Exactly. After tasting yesterday's stew, I'm sure every adventurer and mercenary in this city will be eating here. Jack looked at me with hopeful eyes as I headed toward the kitchen. Gulp. Beside him, Tom seemed to unconsciously swallow at the memory of yesterday's stew. I'll serve up something even better today. Leaving the two behind, I eagerly began preparing for lunch. By the way, can I ask Tom to help out with small tasks while I cook? Of course, as long as you pay him a little for his efforts. Deal. Tom, fetch some clean water for me. I'll go draw some from the well right away. Motivated by the promise of pay, Tom darted out of the inn. Just a moment later, Jack's puzzled voice came from behind me. But why did you gather so many inedible weeds and roots? Did some new medicine get discovered while I wasn't looking? Ronnie, a penniless F-rank adventurer, clutched the 2 copper coins he had earned with sheer luck as if they were his lifeline. Every few seconds, he checked his pocket to ensure the coins were still there. Finally, I can have a proper meal. His bloodshot eyes betrayed his hunger and desperation. F-rank adventurers were practically treated as vagrants. Their lives were a constant struggle to secure even the bare necessities of food, clothing, and shelter. Ronnie's clothes were threadbare, just enough to stave off frostbite, and he lived in a 5-square-meter room crammed with 8 people, more akin to a livestock pen than a home. If I go back to the lodging with this money, it'll just get stolen. Might as well spend it all here. Despite his miserable circumstances, Ronnie lived each day with hope, believing that hardships and good fortune would come in turns. Today, for once, fortune smiled upon him. The previous night, heavy snow had fallen in Haven. Compared to risking his life in the magic zone as a porter or gatherer, shoveling snow was a blessing. Though the pay was meager, it was a job that needed doing. Ronnie worked harder than anyone, and by noon, he received his promised 2 coppers. What should I eat? Clutching his coins, Ronnie scanned the street with watering eyes. His stomach growled fiercely, the pain now so intense that it felt like his insides were being twisted. Sniff, sniff. And then it hit him, a smell unlike anything he'd ever encountered. It was a stew, but no stew he'd ever known had smelled this heavenly. Jack's Inn. He turned to see the source of the aroma, Jack's Inn. He wasn't the only one. Others passing by also caught the scent and began making their way to the inn. Ronnie, as if hypnotized, followed them. Inside Jack's Inn, the enticing aroma was even stronger. The first floor, which served as the dining area, was bustling with people, some from outside, others who had been staying on the 2nd floor but couldn't resist coming down. Hey, Jack. What's that smell? Did you come up with a new menu? I've never smelled anything this good before. Drooling, people bombarded Jack with questions. It's called arod stew, made by our new chef. Seriously, it's amazing. Truly. Jack and his son Tom, still basking in the afterglow of the heavenly taste, answered with dreamy expressions. Arod stew. Ah, the healer who treated Renan and you yesterday. Turns out the healer is also a great cook. The customers murmured among themselves. How much is it? Wait, 2 coppers. That's ridiculously expensive. Who charges 2 coppers for a bowl of stew? Frowns spread across the room as the price was revealed. 2 coppers? That's everything I have. For Ronnie, the price was a slap back to reality. In this world, stew typically costs less than 1 copper, an unspoken rule, much like the price of a bowl of rice in modern Korea. Did they price it high because it's made by a healer? What an honor, to eat stew made by such an expensive healer. The crowd's gaze turned toward the kitchen, where Arod was busy preparing ingredients. The stares weren't exactly friendly. It's because of the Arod salt in the stew. Arod salt. Jack, now in charge of sales and promotion due to his injury, diverted the crowd's attention. That's right. Even with minimal profit, the price has to be 2 coppers. While Jack's explanation helped, it wasn't a good strategy to alienate potential customers by saying, take it or leave it. At novel bin at. If he wanted to sell at a premium, he needed to get them to try it first. Well, the smell alone is worth a try. I'll have one. If it's not good, you'll hear about it. Eventually, a few people decided to order the arod stew. I'll have a bowl too. With trembling hands, Ronnie handed over his precious 2 coppers to Jack. You won't regret it. Bowls of arod stew were brought to the tables. The portions were surprisingly generous, about 1.5 times what other inns served. Well, if it's expensive, at least the portions are big. The sight of the heavy bowls softened the crowd's expressions. Everyone eagerly dug in with their spoons, Ronnie included. And then, as if on cue, every diner froze, their bodies shuddering. Eyes widened, and facial muscles twitched as they struggled to process the sensation. It was a taste unlike anything they'd ever known. Gone were the usual gamey stench and unpleasant flavors they had come to accept. Instead, the stew delivered a savory depth of flavor and umami that no amount of salt could replicate. The smell, taste, and texture enhanced by Arod's max-level cooking skill created a perfect harmony in their mouths. The smell, taste, and texture enhanced by Arod's max-level cooking skill created a perfect harmony in their mouths. Without this stew, they might never have experienced such a taste in their lifetime. Sometimes, the most profound emotions leave you speechless. Rather than waste time talking, the diners focused solely on savoring every bite, their spoons moving tirelessly. Sniffle, sniffle at novel bin at. Tears of joy glistened in the eyes of a few. Some diners at Jack's Inn couldn't hold back their tears as they ate the stew, overwhelmed by the taste. Among them was Ronnie, tears streaming down his face as he savored each bite. The news of Jack's Inn and its arod stew spread through Haven like wildfire. Praise the ancestors! For just 2 coppers, we can taste something that feels like a noble's feast with fancy spices. When I worked as a mercenary for the Empire, I had the chance to taste spiced food, but this arod stew is leagues better. They say if you don't line up before dawn, you can't get any. Once you've tasted arod stew, everything else tastes bland and revolting. Rumors swirled, drawing all adventurers, mercenaries, merchants, and citizens of Haven to Jack's Inn. And where crowds gather, so too does trouble. I was here first. Get in line. Cutting in front of me? May our ancestors curse you. You expect me, an Imperial adventurer, to line up with E and F rank riffraff? And share a table with them? The first problem arose with the line and seating arrangements. Premium seating and a royal queue. Charge 5 times the price for it, I suggested, solving the issue effortlessly. But that wasn't the only challenge. Arod, there are too many customers? Our inn can't handle them all. If this keeps up, even the guards will start complaining, Jack exclaimed, overwhelmed. The demand for arod salt, the secret to the stew, was far beyond what Jack's modest inn could manage. Arod, no offense, but why not sell the recipe to nearby establishments for a fee? That way, we can distribute the load, Jack cautiously proposed. Someday, maybe. But not now, I replied, shaking my head. When, exactly, would that be? Jack pressed. Originally, I planned to start selling arod salt by spring, I explained. The plan had been to maximize profits from arod stew first and then sell the salt separately. However, selling the recipe would inevitably reveal its ingredients and production methods. With no patents or copyrights in this world, keeping it secret for as long as possible was my best strategy. Spring? By the ancestors, that's too far away. I'm already at my limit here, Jack groaned. Despite hiring 3 additional workers, the relentless pace left him sore and exhausted, even with my healing assistance. His son, Tom, though earning more than most kids his age, seemed oblivious to the strain. I understand your situation, Jack. Then help me find a solution. Here's what we'll do, I said with a sly grin. The next day, a new sign appeared outside Jack's Inn. Takeout service. Bring your own bowl and get stew for just 1 copper. The sign featured a drawing of a person holding a bowl and the 1 copper price, making it clear even to the illiterate. What? The same delicious stew at half the price? Praise the ancestors. Get a bowl? We need a bowl. Soon, every copper in Haven was flowing into Jack's Inn. The takeout option alleviated the crowding issue. But as they say, success brings its own problems. Human nature being what it is, jealousy and malice soon followed, especially when a once obscure inn was now thriving. Jack's Inn is doing well, means they're swimming in money. With money and people come leeches. Every scumbag in Haven began swarming Jack's Inn. We'll protect you for half your profits. We're the better choice. We'll only take 1 silver a day for protection. You sell over 100 bowls of that 2 copper stew daily, right? If you don't pay, your business will suffer. We'll crash your inn every day. Hey, I found a rock in my stew. I broke a tooth. How are you going to compensate me? From extortion to fake complaints, troublemakers harassed Jack's Inn. Though Jack had once been a formidable mercenary, age and injury left him struggling to fend off these pests. Hand over all your money, shouted a robber one night after closing. You think you can mess with me? I'll kill you, you bastard. Have you scum grown bold? Let's teach them a lesson. Beat them up. I want my arod stew tomorrow. Luckily, the Northbourne adventurers and mercenaries staying at the inn dealt with the troublemakers. But relying on them every time wasn't sustainable. Do we need to hire guards? Jack sighed. Why waste money on guards? I countered, shaking my head. But Arod, if this keeps up, something serious could happen. Don't worry. I've got a plan, I assured him with confidence. The next day, another new sign appeared outside Jack's Inn. This time, it featured an image of stew being served to guards and officials, accompanied by the text, "Free arod stew for guards and officials working tirelessly for Haven. No need to queue. Priority service during shifts or duty hours." Despite the high illiteracy rate, news of free food spread quickly and accurately throughout Haven. Is it true arod stew is that delicious? They're giving a bowl of it free every day to our guards. Let's go eat immediately. From now on, route all patrols to start at Jack's Inn. They're providing free stew to hard-working civil servants? The poorer clerks will love this. Any complaints from Jack's Inn will get priority handling. At novel bin at. At first, the guards and lower-ranking officials in Haven flocked to Jack's Inn. "Hey, Kuro family, why are you still lurking around here? Well, didn't I say if I see you here again, you'll rot in the mines for life? Sorry, let's go, guys." With the authorities frequently visiting Jack's Inn, troublemakers disappeared almost overnight. But the effects didn't stop there. Why are the Decurians hosting their gathering at such a shabby place? Are you being too considerate of my wallet, Centurion? When have we ever cared about your wallet? That place serves stew for 2 coppers a bowl. 2 coppers? Are they insane? Free arod stew for guards and civil servants became not just a perk but a powerful marketing tool. "Captain, have you still not tried arod stew from Jack's Inn?" "Arod stew? Oh, that place, huh? Yeah, and they give us guards a free bowl each. Do they? Well, then, let's go support them. It's the least we can do." Those who tasted arod stew began spreading the word to their superiors. "Is it really that good?" "Yes, sir. But Jack's Inn is a place for poor folk. Isn't it a bit beneath us to dine there? Why not stick to the usual Poly Inn?" Nowadays, Imperial adventurers, elite mercenaries, and wealthy merchants all flock to Jack's Inn. They sleep at Poly Inn but eat at Jack's Inn. Really? Yes, it's that good. And we get a free bowl, remember? Fine. Let's host our gathering at Jack's Inn then. Even Haven's elite began to take notice, drawn by the relentless praise for arod stew. This is incredible. Such food exists in our Haven. After hosting a gathering at Jack's Inn, the upper echelons of Haven became its most enthusiastic evangelists. "That good, you say?" "Yes, Mayor. I swear it's the best thing I've ever eaten. Even with the finest spices, you couldn't achieve such flavor. But as the mayor, isn't it unbecoming to dine at such a shabby inn? Why not eat at Poly Inn instead?" "That's what we thought at first, but just once. Please, hear us out. If you're that insistent, fine, let's give it a try." Eventually, even Haven's mayor made an appearance at Jack's Inn, captivated by the food and promotion. The city was abuzz with excitement over this meteoric culinary sensation. "Prepare the premium seats for the mayor. Full course service. The captain of the guard is here with the centurions." And all this unfolded in less than a month. The fallout. The greatest victims of this arod stew phenomenon were, unsurprisingly, Haven's other inns and restaurants. At Poly Inn, Haven's largest and most luxurious establishment, the city's prominent innkeepers and restaurateurs gathered. "Have you tasted it? It's unbelievably good. No spice can replicate that flavor." "Agreed. It's so good it kills your jealousy, competitiveness, and even anger. The key is that arod salt they use in the stew, right? Think we can buy the recipe from Jack's chef? Would you sell it if you were him?" "Of course not. I wouldn't even tell my kids. Ancestors, grant me the courage and strength to endure this trial." The main agenda of the meeting was Jack's Inn's secret weapon arod salt, a magical blend of northern spice, salt, and seasoning. "Has anyone tried recruiting their chef? I've approached him a few times, but he's not swayed by money alone. Word is he promised to stay until Jack's arm heals, at least. So when will that be?" "It'll heal, slowly. Very slowly, I hope. If it were me, I'd fake an injury just to keep him around." Jack must have offered some divine tribute to the ancestors to get so lucky. The room was filled with deep, frustrated sighs. "Can't we sabotage them?" "We wouldn't dare." "Exactly. All the thugs in Haven steer clear of Jack's Inn. Smart move, offering free meals to guards and officials. Who would have thought of that? And what about that takeout option? Never even heard of such a thing before. All of that came from Arod, right? He's not just a healer and chef. If we trace his roots, he must come from a merchant dynasty." The more they analyzed the situation, the more dire their prospects seemed. If this continued, they'd all be out of business before spring. "Should we pool our money and bribe the mayor and captain of the guard? Should we pool our money and bribe the mayor and captain of the guard? Bribe them to do what? Shut down Jack's Inn? Find some excuse, like poison or drugs in arod salt. Don't be ridiculous. Everyone in Haven's ate that stew and turned out fine. People even say it's made them healthier." "Exactly. Haven's already addicted to arod salt. If we stop them, the public's wrath will turn on us." The group was at an impasse. No one could think of a way to counter the allure of arod salt. "Polly, got any ideas?" "Yeah, Polly, you used to serve at the Highkeep, didn't you? You know the Grand Duke and the knights, don't you?" All eyes turned to Polly, the most influential figure in the room. Polly, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, furrowed his brows in thought. Any connections with the Highkeep? A knight from Ranlet could overrule the mayor. No. Desperate suggestions filled the air. "No dishonorable actions," Polly declared firmly, shaking his head. Polly had once served as a soldier at Highkeep, the grand fortress of the Northern Grand Duchy. Among the few soldiers who were literate, he had been assigned as a steward, responsible for the knight's meals. This role gave him close ties to the high-ranking knights and even the Grand Duke. These connections were the reason Polly now owned one of Haven's finest inns, a significant achievement for someone of his humble origins. It was all thanks to the goodwill of the Grand Duke and the knights he had once served. And the Grand Duke often travels the duchy in disguise with the knights, Polly thought. The schemes being discussed by the other innkeepers and restaurateurs, the sabotage, the underhanded tricks were dishonorable. Getting caught attempting such things would be the end for all involved. Polly, if you keep clinging to your honor, we'll all starve. Does honor fill your belly? You need to eat before you can afford to think about honor. The others, frustrated by Polly's steadfastness, berated him. Ugh, Polly sighed heavily, crossing his arms as he pondered a way to protect his honor while also finding a solution. Why on earth is someone like Arod, with his culinary skills and secret recipes, wasting away in this backwater village? Exactly, there are bigger, wealthier cities in the north. Why is he muddying his hands here? He could serve as a chef in the Empire or even at Highkeep. Why is he slumming it in Haven? The complaints from the gathered innkeepers ignited a spark in Polly's mind. Wait! Polly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with realization. Highkeep? Let's send him to Highkeep. Without another word, Polly grabbed a pen and began writing a letter. The Grand Duke, known for their love of culinary delights as well as their frequent patrols, would surely be interested. This was an opportunity too perfect to ignore. At Highkeep. Highkeep, the grand and majestic fortress of the Northern Grand Duchy, stood tall in the icy winds of the far north. Often referred to simply as the Highkeep, it served as the Grand Duke's residence and the heart of the duchy. That night, a banquet was held in honor of the Grand Duke's birthday. Ha ha ha, eat and drink to your heart's content. A toast to His Grace, the Grand Duke. To celebrate the Grand Duke's birthday. Ranlet, Rune Ranlet, Ranlet, Rune Ranlet. The Grand Duke, their counselors, and high-ranking knights raised their glasses in celebration. True to the North's resourceful and pragmatic spirit, the banquet was simple despite its significance. Unlike the elaborate multi-course feasts of the Empire and other kingdoms, the banquet at Highkeep resembled a buffet. Everything was served at once, and guests helped themselves. This stew tastes bland. The meat smells gamey, and there's not enough spice, grumbled an old knight, his sharp criticism breaking the jovial atmosphere. In any other setting, such remarks during the Grand Duke's birthday banquet would have been considered gravely disrespectful. But this was no ordinary knight. It was Balzac the Frostblade, the North's only sword master and one of the continent's most respected figures. Even the Grand Duke regarded Balzac's words with the utmost seriousness. The Empire has raised spice prices again, said a nearby counselor, responding to Balzac's complaint. Why? Balzac asked, his brow furrowing at the mention of the Empire. They claim they lack sufficient supplies for their own use. And the real reason? The Empire sent another marriage proposal. They're willing to lift trade restrictions on spices and other goods if your grace accepts their terms. Those bastards. Proposing marriage after pulling such stunts behind our backs? Their audacity knows no bounds. Balzac's hand clenched around a metal spoon, which crumpled like paper in his grip. Can't we retaliate? Restrict the sale of premium magic stones from the north. Magic stones are mined not only in the north but also within the Empire. However, spices and essential goods, we rely entirely on their imports. The counselor trailed off, and Balzac clicked his tongue in frustration. This was the Empire's usual tactic, tightening its grip on the north and shaking it for amusement at Novel bin Adat. Balzac's gaze drifted to the young woman seated at the head of the table. Her snow-white skin, silver hair, and piercing blue eyes marked her as Irina Rune Ranlet, the Grand Duchess of the North. Having come of age last year, Irina had inherited her father's title after his untimely death 2 years ago. She sat silently, carving pieces of meat on her plate, her movements lethargic and her expression drained. For someone who had once ridden freely through the snowy plains, wielding her sword with unmatched skill, the responsibilities of the Grand Duchess were suffocating. The Empire's ever more blatant political maneuvers only added to the weight on her shoulders. Seeing his young lord in such a state pained Balzac, who regarded her as a granddaughter. Soon, I must take her grace hunting. Let her roam the magic zones and clear her mind. Even the youngest sword master will fall ill if she stays like this, Balzac resolved, chewing on his stew with mild irritation. Meanwhile, Irina was oblivious to Balzac's sympathetic gaze. Her focus remained on the food before her, though every bite only deepened her melancholy. This is so bland. The minimal use of spices, a concession to their skyrocketing cost, made the food nearly unbearable for Irina's palate, long accustomed to seasoned dishes. This is all my fault. The Grand Duchess blamed herself for the situation. With 70% of the duchy's budget allocated to military expenditures, even she couldn't indulge in spices freely. While this banquet was an expense they could hardly afford, it was unavoidable. It was the first grand event held since her father's passing and doubled as a celebration of her own birthday. Everyone must be so disappointed, Irina thought, deeply ashamed. She felt she had let down the knights and retainers who had hoped for a feast worthy of their loyalty. If only I could create spices by swinging my sword, I'd do it all day. For the first time, Irina felt utterly powerless. Even as an unacknowledged sword master, she could do nothing in the face of such economic hardship. The letter from her former subordinate in Haven arrived 3 days after her birthday. 9 days later, a group of individuals appeared in Haven. All 5 were mounted on horses, their faces concealed under robes, with glimpses of metallic armor showing underneath. It was clear to anyone that these were people of significant status. The horses they rode were majestic, exuding an aura of grandeur that even an untrained eye could appreciate. Elite mercenaries or knights. The guard at the city gate, observing them, tensed and called out for them to halt. Stop. At the command, the 5 riders pulled their reins, slowing their pace. Where are you coming from, and what is your purpose? As the riders came closer and stopped, the guards asked in a stern yet respectful tone. We are here for business in the magic realm. At novel bin at. The man at the front responded coldly, showing something from within his robes. The High Tower. The man revealed an insignia that signified he was a knight of Ranlet. Salute. The guard, upon recognizing the insignia, immediately straightened, saluting sharply. Why you may pass. Thus, the 5 knights entered Haven. Quick, report this to the captain. Behind them, the guards hurriedly sent a subordinate to inform their superiors. Knights from Ranlet were a matter for both the city guard captain and the mayor to be aware of. Are you planning to meet the mayor and the guard captain of Haven? Sensing the commotion from behind, one of the knights asked the senior knight beside them. No, we won't be staying long. The senior knight, whose figure was noticeably smaller compared to the others, shook their head. The voice beneath the hood was unmistakably that of a woman. Still, riding for so long has made me hungry, the senior knight murmured, rubbing their stomach. Shall we dine at Polly's Inn right away? One of the knights asked, overhearing the comment. I already have a place in mind. The senior knight shook her head. Understood. Yes. I received a letter from Polly, who highly praised the food at a place called Jack's Inn. Polly did? But why would someone running an inn praise another inn so much? In his letter, he asked me to eat there but stay at his inn instead. Jack's Inn, apparently, isn't big enough to accommodate 5 horses. Polly is indeed an honest and honorable person. He seems to be. Just how good is the food? If Polly praises it this much, it must be extraordinary. Though the other 4 knights merely followed the senior knight's decision, they couldn't help but feel curious. For now, let's take the horses to Polly's Inn. Understood. Still, it's hard to imagine a dish surpassing Polly's cooking. If he praised it this much, it must at least be comparable. Let's hurry and unpack. Hungry and eager, the 5 knights urged their horses toward Polly's Inn. On their way, an unusual sight caught their attention. In front of a seemingly ordinary inn, a long line of people stretched down the street. Form a line, get in line. A boy, who appeared to be in his teens, was organizing the crowd into 3 distinct groups. The groups were peculiar. One consisted of poorly dressed people holding bowls and spoons, another of modestly dressed individuals, and the last of those dressed in finer attire. Take out line, 10 people, step forward. Then, a man who seemed to be the innkeeper emerged from the inn. His arm was bandaged, and he ushered the queued people inside. The poorly dressed individuals entered, holding their bowls. Moments later, they came out with bowls full of stew, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Guards and officials, this way. Occasionally, people who looked like soldiers or officials bypassed the lines and entered directly. That must be the inn Polly mentioned. The 5 knights from Ranlet widened their eyes, surprised by a scene far more unexpected than the letter had described. The 5 knights from the Northern Duchy, commonly referred to as the High Tower, momentarily observed the bustling Jack's Inn before leaving to drop off their horses. At Polly's Inn, the largest and most luxurious inn in Haven, the knights noticed something peculiar. It's lunchtime, yet it's so quiet. Looking around the unusually deserted inn, they raised their eyebrows in confusion. It's because everyone's eating at Jack's Inn, knights. An employee of Polly's Inn politely explained. Oh, we saw it on our way here. These days, the entire city of Haven goes crazy during mealtime. Is it really that good? I caught a unique smell of stew as we passed by. I've tried it myself. In all my life, I've never had stew that delicious. The employee's dreamy expression as they spoke made their mouth water. The innkeeper Polly isn't here? Where is he? The knights asked, looking around for him. He's probably standing in line at Jack's Inn right now. He's completely hooked these days. He's lining up at a competitor's inn. He says he's researching their recipe and goes there every day. The knights from Ranlet were dumbfounded by the peculiar situation in Haven. Is it really that good? Strange. Polly's cooking is already exceptional. Stew is just stew. How much better can it be? Maybe they just use a lot of salt. If it's that good, wouldn't it be expensive? Their curiosity only deepened. Tell us more. One of the knights tossed the employee 2 silver coins, requesting more details. We noticed the lines consisted of people dressed in various ways. That's right. The food at Jack's Inn isn't very expensive. A bowl of stew costs about 2 copper coins. 2 copper coins for stew? That's not expensive. That's right. The food at Jack's Inn isn't very expensive. A bowl of stew costs about 2 copper coins. 2 copper coins for stew? That's not expensive. Once you taste it, you'll agree that 2 copper coins is a bargain. It's nothing like the stews you'd find elsewhere. As the employee continued, an idea crossed the knights' minds. Could it be they're using spices? Of course. That smell earlier wasn't from an ordinary stew. The secret of spices. Spices, an ingredient from the eastern continent, brought to the north through the empire, regarded as magical. A heavenly powder traded at the same price as gold. Recently, it has become an obsession for nobles across the empire and the continent. If they added spices to the stew, that kind of reaction makes sense. One of the knights nodded, recalling the spice-laden stew they had eaten on their birthday last year. Be reasonable. Even we only use spices sparingly on special occasions. How could a stew costing just 2 copper coins contain spices? Another knight chimed in skeptically. Not to mention, spices are harder to find in the north than stars in the sky. Spices had always been rare, but their scarcity had worsened recently due to the Empire's unilateral decision to inflate prices. Even nobles and Duke Arena herself could only indulge in spiced dishes with great hesitation. The idea of adding spices to a stew costing 2 copper coins? It defied common sense. Oh, and if you bring your own bowl for takeout, they even discount it to 1 copper. Takeout. Furthermore, soldiers and officials in Haven can each get 1 bowl for free if they're on duty. The knights were further taken aback by the employee's added explanations. The employee continued, addressing the stunned knights. And about the spices from the eastern continent, you were just talking about them, it doesn't seem to be those. According to our innkeeper, who's practically living at Jackson these days to study their methods, they mostly use common weeds and roots. Weeds and roots? Can they even produce such a flavor? But it's true that the items arod, the chef at Jackson, commissions from adventurers and local kids are all wild herbs. Arod. Yes, someone who suddenly showed up in Haven one day. Originally a healer, but their cooking skills are extraordinary. A healer who's making money as a chef. His cooking is excellent, but the real secret lies in something called arod salt. Arod salt. Yes, one of Chef Arod's signature creations, producing flavors equal to or better than spices. Our innkeeper has been staying at Jack's Inn for days trying to uncover its recipe. The more they heard, the more suspicious Arod seemed. This Arod fellow, something's off about him. Could he be a black magician? Maybe Arod salt is some sort of opiate that ensnares people. Perhaps Polly's letter was a cry for help. Their curiosity and questions began to morph into suspicion and caution. The female knight, the highest ranking among them, remained silent as she listened to the knights and the employees' exchange. By the time the knights from Ranlet arrived at Jack's Inn, lunch hour had long passed, but the line outside the inn persisted, though shorter than before. Make way. Don't obstruct public service. Of course, they had no reason to wait in line. As they'd heard, soldiers and officials could skip the line and receive a free bowl of stew. Knights? They're knights from Ranlet. Make way for the high tower. This was precisely the time when the privilege of being knights came into play. While they had been discreet in traveling around the north, there were times when revealing their identity was necessary. Oh my, knights from the high tower, what brings you here? The innkeeper, Jack, greeted them enthusiastically as they entered the inn. Knights from the high tower. I wasn't informed about knights coming from the main city. The mayor of Haven and several officials, already dining in the inn, furrowed their brows at the sight of the 5 knights entering. They don't seem to be imposters. Who could they be? With their faces covered, it's hard to tell. Mayor? Those knights. Polly, seated beside the mayor and dining with him, quickly whispered something into his ear. What? Upon hearing Polly's explanation, the mayor's face turned pale. SHH. One of the knights silenced them with a cold gesture. Polly, the mayor, and the officials frantically nodded in understanding. Where is this Arod, the chef? The 5 knights, having preemptively calmed any potential commotion, asked the innkeeper and the staff. Is there some issue? Jack, the innkeeper, responded with a nervous expression. What's going on? Are they here because of a problem? Jack couldn't help but tense up, especially after seeing how even the mayor and officials, who rarely moved for anyone, seemed frozen in place. No. First, we'll try the food. Take our order. Yes. What would you like? 5 bowls of stew to start. Understood. There were no seats available inside the inn. However, as soon as the knights entered, some patrons quietly vacated their spots, people who hadn't budged even when the mayor and officials were present. The knights simply took note of the faces of those who left without a word, refraining from pursuing them. Instead, they sat in the vacated seats. Here's the stew, at novel bin at. Almost immediately, a young boy, likely the innkeeper's son, nervously brought over the stew. Wow, what is this smell? I've never encountered such a fragrant, savory aroma before. The knights, who had caught faint whiffs outside, were now fully enveloped in the stew's enticing aroma. Their hunger sharpened by the weight, the tantalizing scent clouded their minds. The chunks of ingredients in this stew look amazing. It's more visually appealing than any stew we've had at the high tower. Focus? Just in case, channel mana into your bodies before you eat. The knights took deep breaths, steeling themselves as they lifted their spoons. Even the female knight, silent until now, activated her mana and took her first bite. The 5 of them trembled slightly, stunned into silence. Their tense gazes, sharp moments ago, softened into a dreamy daze. Gulp. The mayor, officials, innkeeper, and patrons all watched the scene nervously. After the first spoonful, the 5 knights said nothing. Instead, they silently began to empty their bowls of stew. Another bowl here. What else is on the menu? Bring out every dish you have. They only started speaking after clearing their bowls. No signs of curses, opiates, or enchantments. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. This must be what it means for food to melt in your mouth. What is this flavor and aroma? Can meat even be this tender? Could they really have achieved this flavor using weeds? This is a problem. I might never be able to eat anything else again. The knights, overwhelmed by the heavenly taste, were nearly losing their sense of reason. Among them, one person seemed particularly moved. This is far better than the food I had on my birthday. Irina, the Northern Duchess, head of ranlet, and a proud knight, stared at her empty bowl with dazed eyes. For such an extraordinary dish to be born in the north. Though it was just a bowl of stew, it felt like a rare flower blooming in the barren wasteland of her harsh life and the desolate north. What should I do? At the same time, an ambition arose. It seemed wasteful to leave someone capable of creating such cuisine confined to a single inn. It's not just the culinary skill but that arod salt, the secret behind it. As the next dish was being prepared, Irina's mind raced. The simplest and most common method was to intimidate the chef, arod, and force him to reveal his secrets just as nobles across the continent often did with talented commoners. Alternatively, she could abduct him and bring him to ranlet to monopolize his talents. No, neither of those is right. Irina shook her head. Her pride and honor would never allow such methods. The north has been greatly blessed by arod salt or will be soon. And in the north, if you receive a blessing, you must repay it. That's our principle. Before being the Duchess of Ranlet, Irina was first and foremost a proud northerner. The quality and quantity are both good. Haha. So, how about? Here you go, 3 copper more. I especially like the winter apples. Please bring more next time. They say a person's adaptability shows in their speech. Even though I hadn't been in this world for long, I had already adopted the archaic tone of someone out of a historical drama at novel bin at. Thank you. May our ancestors bless you. Next. Mr. Arod, I brought mine too. What do you think? This snowgrass won't work. Large ones like this are poisonous and bad for consumption. But you did well to bring these white snowflowers. Here's the agreed 5 copper. Thank you. I was behind Jack's Inn, inspecting and paying for ingredients brought in by adventurers and local children. Arod. Just as I finished settling accounts, I heard Tom's voice behind me. Tom, is the stew gone already? Tom rarely came running unless we had run out of stew, so I asked with a puzzled look. Not that. We have an order for something else. Something else. The main dish at Jack's Inn was the 2 copper arod stew made with arod salt. Other dishes are rarely sold. The reason? Price. While the other dishes were undoubtedly delicious, they were expensive, prohibitively so. It was a deliberate pricing strategy to simplify the menu and focus on bulk sales. Another high-ranking guest. I tilted my head at Tom's words. The affluent merchants, Imperial adventurers, upper-tier mercenaries, and even the mayor dining here earlier had already been taken care of. That's why I was back here settling ingredient accounts. Some very high-ranking knights from the High Tower have arrived. Even the mayor inside doesn't seem to dare move. Knights? From ranlet. At Tom's words, I immediately headed into the inn. The first floor of the inn was filled with a tense atmosphere. Are those ranlet's elite knights? At the center of the tension were 5 knights occupying an entire table. At first glance, they could be mistaken for mercenaries from a renowned band, but their refined aura and attire set them apart. The flowing robes and capes over their armor exuded unity and elegance befitting knights, and their disciplined movements radiated a palpable aura of dignity. Respect, admiration, and even submission arose instinctively in anyone who laid eyes on them. If the mayor and officials are frozen stiff, these must be high-ranking knights. Knights of the North and regular knights of ranlet wielded immense authority. High-ranking knights of ranlet, in particular, were essentially walking embodiments of the judiciary and administration. They were like the police, prosecutors, judges, and military all rolled into one. Even worse or better, depending on your perspective, they carried licenses to kill, allowing them to execute nobles below the rank of viscount on the spot for justifiable reasons. You must be Arod. As I stepped out from the kitchen, the knights' gazes locked onto me. Yes, I am Arod. I utilized one of my max-level skills, etiquette, to greet them respectfully. Oh, do you have a family name? The knight's eyes gleamed with interest. I go by the surname Jin. I borrowed the name from my past life on Earth. Jin? I've never heard of that surname. Yes, my great-grandfather was originally from the eastern continent. A noble. We've fallen from grace and are no longer nobility. Then, is arod salt something from the eastern continent? It's an ancestral recipe I recently adapted to suit the north. Interesting. I wove a plausible story about my supposed background while conversing with the knights. In any case, the stew was phenomenal. I'll be thinking about it for days. We'd like to try your other dishes. Is that possible? Of course. At their polite request, I bowed once more and quickly got to work. Your movements are impressive. He could have been a great swordsman. Your movements are impressive. He could have been a great swordsman. Should we call it a loss or a blessing that someone with such skill chose cooking? The knights, who had each devoured 2 bowls of stew to satisfy their immediate hunger, watched my cooking with benevolent, intrigued expressions. Who is this female knight? I couldn't help but notice the woman among them, her presence commanding respect and curiosity alike. As I continued cooking, I found myself glancing repeatedly at someone. The female knight caught my attention for some reason. There are female knights in this world, but this seems unusually coincidental. In a world where mana exists, it wasn't unheard of for women to excel in roles tied to mana, such as knights, mages, or clergy. However, female knights were still rare. The profession of knighthood, by its very nature, was rugged, and compared to magic or divine power, the proportion of women was far lower. A female knight from the High Tower? And she holds the highest rank in their party. Is there even a female knight of her stature in the north? More than anything, the other knights subtly seemed to defer to her. Unlike the others, who had removed their hoods while dining, she kept hers on, concealing her face. Could she really be Irina, the Duchess of the North? The thought suddenly crossed my mind. No way. Why would someone as significant as the Duchess venture all the way to the edge of the magic realm, and with such a small entourage? At first, I dismissed the idea. Wait a second. Wasn't the Empire's grasp on the North solidified after? A key detail from the Age of Silver suddenly came to mind, making me pause. Right after the sudden disappearance of Irina, the Northern Duchess, and her elite knights. Could it be this time period? Then, I remembered the luck stat that was baked into this body. Given the luck stat, my transmigrated status, and the flow of history, it wasn't entirely unreasonable to believe the woman before me was the Duchess. As I stole another glance at her while cooking, I caught her gaze. Even with her hood obscuring her face, I could feel her piercing eyes on me. The 5 knights from the high tower, one of whom I strongly suspected was the Northern Duchess, devoured the food I prepared as if inhaling it. I've realized every piece of meat I've eaten before was trash. Except for Polly's ribs. Can my tongue ever go back to its old life before this meal? Even the bread? It's nothing like the hard, dry loaves I've always known. How can bread be this soft and chewy? The amount they consumed was staggering. Knights were already big eaters by nature, but when combined with my max-level cooking skill and the magic of arod salt, their appetites turned ravenous. Chomp, chomp, chomp. By the end, the knights were so absorbed in eating that they'd abandoned all pretense of decorum, eating as casually as commoners. Even the female knight whom I was almost certain was Irina, the Duchess of the North, ate without pause, her hood still up, diligently moving her fork, spoon, and knife. By the time the sun had set and Haven's fires and lanterns were lit, their feast finally ended. Ugh, I'm so full. I'm upset that my stomach is too full to eat more. I almost wish I could just chew and spit out the food just to taste it more. The knights rubbed their full bellies with satisfied expressions. Meanwhile, I, Jack, Tom, and the other patrons looked on in disbelief. How much is the bill? Let me calculate. It's 3 silver and 21 copper. Given the high price of the dishes and the sheer quantity they consumed, the total cost was staggering. 3 silver. Why yes. You ate quite a bit, so I'll waive the 21 copper. Haha. Jack's voice trembled slightly as he gave the total. Take it. Whether it was due to their sense of honor, the presence of the Duchess, or genuine satisfaction with the food, the knights nodded once and opened their coin pouch. Here's 4 silver. They handed Jack 4 silver coins. Let me get you your change. Hey now, what kind of people do you think we are? Keep the change. Stopping Jack from opening the inn safe for their change, the knights gave their full stomachs a pat and walked out of the inn. Once they were gone. Let's go. Yes, let's. I'll guide you. While you dine here, you'll still sleep at our inn. The mayor and officials of Haven, who had been standing quietly in a corner, scrambled to follow the knights out. They're gone? Gone. Yes, gone. Jack, Tom, and I stood dumbfounded at the inn's entrance, watching the storm pass. In the meantime, my mind was racing with more complicated thoughts at novel bin at. The disappearance of the Northern Duchess. I reflected on the history I vaguely knew from the Age of Silver. The history of the North is filled with distortions and erasures by the Empire, so I don't know the details. But from the context, this seems like the right period. I looked toward the direction the knights had gone toward Polly's inn and fell into deep thought. So this is how their disappearance played out. I was certain of it. The small party formed by the Northern Duchess and her elite knights must be headed to the magic realm. There was no other reason for them to be in Haven. Should I follow them? If the North was to be saved, the first step would be to save its unifying force, the Northern Duchess. A cliched sense of duty pushed me to get involved. But how? I don't have a legitimate reason. This clearly looks like a classified mission, and if I suddenly demand to join them, I'll end up interrogated in prison. My resolve and hesitation zigzagged in my thoughts. More importantly, I'm strictly non-combat right now. I'd be no help in a fight. Even if I joined them, there's no guarantee I could prevent the Duchess's disappearance. At best, I'd be a cook or a blacksmith. At worst, I'd be a liability. I could cook or repair equipment, but would that be enough to justify staying in a party of elite warriors? I might even get caught up in a battle and lose my life. And don't forget the mounts. Traveling into the magic realm requires top-grade horses, and those were extremely expensive even in the Age of Silver. They must cost even more now. As my doubts and hesitations mounted, North, please save the North. The desperate voice I'd heard when I was first transported to this world replayed in my mind. A vivid sense of responsibility came with it, a feeling that fulfilling that plea was somehow tied to my return to Earth. I'm barely surviving as it is. Barely 2 months into this new world, and already I was faced with what seemed like an impossible, high-stakes quest. The largest inn in Haven, the Polly Inn, was frequented by wealthy merchants, high-ranking adventurers, and elite mercenaries. In contrast, officials or knights visiting from the High Tower typically stayed at the homes of the market leader or the city's affluent citizens. Balzac, you should have informed me if Her Highness the Grand Duke was coming. If I had informed you in advance, how would that be a covered inspection? Even so, isn't it improper for Her Highness to stay at an inn like this? Please allow us to host her properly, even now. An inn like this? Polly would feel insulted to hear that. A hushed conversation took place between Balzac, a high-ranking knight second only to Irina among the 5 knights, and Haven's market leader. Of course, I acknowledge that the Poly Inn has spacious rooms and excellent facilities. But this place is frequented by adventurers, mercenaries, and merchants. There are too many prying eyes. And above all, the market leader lowered his voice conspicuously as he continued. This place sees many Imperial adventurers. In exchange, we can ensure that no one knows Her Highness is in Haven. It's fine. We'll only be in Haven for at most 4 days. Perhaps longer if there's trouble with the arod salt, but we won't exceed 5 days. But don't stress too much, leader. We've done this before, haven't we? We've done this before. Of course. Covered inspections must be conducted regularly and consistently. At novel bin at. By the way, I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. What do you mean? You should have reported the arod salt immediately. You're aware of the Empire's recent disputes over spices, aren't you? Well, I was going to report it soon. Oh, were you now? Please believe me. I'll believe you if you tell the truth. Well, to be honest, I planned to report it after Polly and the other chefs in Haven deciphered the arod salt recipe. Once Her Highness hears of it, we might never taste arod stew in Haven again. If that's your reasoning, I can understand. I'll let it slide. Thank you. The market leader, who narrowly escaped the crisis, wiped his cold sweat with a handkerchief and shifted the topic. So, what brings you here so discreetly this time? I have some business in the demon realm. In truth, it was because of Polly's letter. However, Balzac told a white lie, fearing it might strain the relationship between Polly and the market leader. Does Her Highness plan to hunt monsters? Or has a dungeon from the Golden Age been discovered in the demon realm? Neither. And forgive me, but I can't share the details yet. Since there was no concrete reason for the demon realm visit, Balzac genuinely had nothing to reveal. If Her Highness and you, Sir Balzac, are personally involved, it must be significant. Shouldn't Haven prepare in advance? Don't worry. Haven won't be affected. And as I said, we've done this before. Truly, there's no need to worry. Both I and Her Highness recognize your excellent management of Haven. Really? We've confirmed that you don't impose tolls and keep the territorial tax below 20%. Beyond that, everything seems in order. Phew. That's why it's crucial to keep Her Highness's presence here and my identity a secret. Since we're here, I might as well suggest to Her Highness that we enjoy some time in the demon realm. Balzac entertained the thought while subtly reminding those present. If any rumors spread before we leave Haven, I'll know it came from loose lips in this room. Understood. We'll keep this strictly confidential. From now on, avoid using titles like Her Highness. Address me as Dominic. Yes, of course. Though they nodded, the market leader and Haven officials couldn't fathom why someone as prominent as the Grand Duke would travel so covertly. By the way, what do you know about a man named Arod? I heard he recently appeared in Haven. I've spoken with Arod a few times over meals at Jack's Inn. From what I gather, his ancestors fled to the eastern continent during the Age of Savagery to escape orcs. I know that much. What I'm asking about is Arod's life before he arrived in Haven. They say he wandered the continent as an adventurer before coming here. An adventurer? I've never heard of an adventurer named Arod. He was a mid to lower ranked D-class adventurer. D-class? Certainly not an Imperial adventurer, then. But I hear he's an excellent healer and an outstanding cook. However, his combat skills were so poor that he mostly did menial tasks in adventurer groups. I heard he came to the north by chance. Balzac furrowed his brow. Poor combat skills. He had watched Arod cooking at Jack's Inn earlier. With such dexterous hands, if he had trained with a sword, he could have easily reached the level of a mid-tier knight. That's suspicious. Suspicious? Haven's history is full of individuals with unusual pasts. Arod isn't even remarkable in that regard. Is that considered normal? Yes. Arod's salt makes him seem unique, but that's about it. True. Haven does have many adventurers from the Empire. Considering that, their conversation was interrupted. Her Highness is arriving. Her Highness is arriving. Polly, the innkeeper who had taken it upon himself to act as Arena's attendant, softly announced from the entrance. The knights, market leader, and officials all rose promptly. Everyone, remain seated. Polly, remember, officially, I'm in the High Tower. Don't refer to me as Her Highness. That goes for all of you. From now on, address me as Iria, a simple knight of the High Tower. The Grand Duke spoke as she sat at the prepared seat of honor. Her damp blue hair suggested she had just bathed. Despite being accustomed to her beauty, the market leader and officials couldn't help but hold their breath for a moment. During this covert mission, we may have discovered a truly exceptional individual. The topic raised by Arena, now seated, naturally revolved around Arod, the cook. Indeed, food prepared with Arod salt surpasses even those heavily seasoned with conventional spices. Given the Empire's severe trade deficit over spices, Arod salt could single-handedly resolve the issue. At Arena's words, the market leader, officials, and knights all nodded in agreement. Yes, bring him to the High Tower immediately. Even Polly, standing outside the room, shouted this sentiment inwardly. We must bring the cook Arod to the High Tower, and we must uncover the secret of Arod salt. Everything in the north belongs to Her Highness. Whatever you command, we shall seize it for you. The market leader, officials, and knights in Haven began sharing their opinions one by one. The knights present weren't just skilled in swordsmanship, they had also studied various disciplines, albeit superficially. Simply wielding a sword well wasn't enough to function as an effective enforcer of the law. Because of this, they clearly understood the economic and diplomatic significance of arod salt. Yes, that's right. The opinions they presented aligned perfectly with Polly's long-held hopes. No, that won't do. The North belongs to me, but it also belongs to my people. However, Her Highness Arena shook her head at their proposals. No. Hearing this, Polly felt as if the sky had fallen. In that case, Your Highness, perhaps I could try harder to replicate the recipe. Unable to hold himself back, Polly interjected into the conversation between these high-ranking individuals. I've already identified all the ingredients in arod salt. With further research into the ratios, sequence, and processing methods, I believe I can recreate something very similar. Although Polly was merely an innkeeper now, he had once been a soldier responsible for preparing meals and supplies for high-ranking knights, including Arena, during field missions. This gave him greater influence than most ordinary knights or officials. Once the recipe is close to completion, you can bring arod to the high tower and put him to good use. Meanwhile, I'll work with Haven's merchants to distribute arod salt widely for the people. Despite his bold interruption, none of those present showed even a hint of displeasure. That too would be dishonorable. But Arena rejected the idea outright. The North stands to benefit greatly from arod salt. That means we owe him a debt of gratitude. And in the North, it is our principle to repay such debts. That's. Polly squirmed nervously, like a puppy in trouble, at Arena's firm response. Arena rejected all the opinions presented by her subordinates. Here's what we'll do. After a moment of contemplation, she reached a conclusion. That morning, I woke up after a restless night, my thoughts preoccupied. How could I join the Hightower Knights party? What help could I provide to Her Highness and her knights? And most importantly, how could I prevent the tragedies of the original timeline? You're finally taking off the bandages. It's all thanks to you, Arod. If it had been any other quack healer, losing the arm wouldn't have been surprising. That morning felt meaningful in many ways. By the way, Renan said his injuries are fully healed too. He even came by a few days ago to thank me. He brought a lot of business with him, too. Did he now? Jack's face brightened as he flexed his arm and hand freely after removing the bandages. Starting today, I'll help with the kitchen work. The moment the bandages were off, Jack eagerly declared his intent to assist with the inn's operations. Go ahead. I nodded without hesitation. Even though Jack didn't say it outright, I could sense his underlying thoughts. He was certain I wouldn't stay at this inn for much longer. And he was right. If you're unsure about anything, ask me immediately. I said this casually to Jack. Arod. Thank you. Jack expressed his gratitude with a smile brighter than the one he'd worn when his injuries had healed. Beyond arod salt, my cooking skills were at their peak, making me a chef he probably admired. Allowing him to learn from me must have made him genuinely happy. Let's start with prepping the ingredients. Of course. Tom, start cleaning. Yes. As the day began at Jack's inn. Are you open for business? Our first visitors arrived earlier than any of our residents. And they weren't ordinary patrons, they were the most important people in the city at Novel bin Adat. It's the market leader and the knights from yesterday. We were just about to start. But it'll take some time for the stew to be ready. Jack and I greeted the esteemed visitors, bowing our heads. Ahem. With an unusually solemn demeanor, the market leader cleared his throat and declared loudly, Arod Jin, healer and chef of Jack's inn, receive a letter from Her Highness the Grand Duke. For a moment, I couldn't comprehend his sudden and significant announcement. A letter from Her Highness the Grand Duke. Pausing in my morning preparations, I asked with a perplexed expression. Orders, sure, but a letter? What was this about? My gaze naturally shifted to one of the 5 knights. Standing quietly in the corner with her face obscured was a knight I suspected to be Her Highness the Northern Grand Duke herself. Receive the will of the High Tower. Following my etiquette training, I knelt respectfully and accepted the letter from the market leader. Read it here and give your reply immediately. As soon as I took the letter, the market leader instructed. I carefully unfolded the letter, conscious of the knight's attempts to conceal her true identity. To Arod Jin. I am Arena Rune Renslet, Lord of Renslet in the Northern Grand Duchy and its representative. I've heard rumors about the arod salt you've created. They say that even the blandest dish turns into something as flavorful as a palace-made spice recipe when your arod salt is added. Recently, I had my most trustworthy vassals and knights verify these rumors, and they confirmed their truth. Therefore, I, Arena, wish to make a request, not an order, of you. The letter began without a single flourish, as one would expect from someone of the north. I quickly read on to see what exactly her request was. I want to purchase the recipe for your arod salt. The north is a land of scarcity where everything is precious. We are not wealthy. Recently, the spices imported through the empire have further drained our already insufficient finances. After acquiring the recipe for arod salt from you, I intend to share it widely with our people. After reading her letter, I couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. As a Grand Duke, she could easily take the recipe for arod salt from me by force, making it an order instead of a request. She could also take me to her castle and hoard all dishes made with arod salt for herself. Or, she could buy the recipe for a pittance and sell arod salt at a steep markup through an exclusive trading company. A peculiar ruler. Yet, she chose none of these easy, tempting routes. In exchange for the recipe for arod salt, I, Arena Rune Renslet, will promise you 2 things. 1. I will reward you with 50 gold coins on the spot. 2. I will grant you the title of baronet, a hereditary title once held by nobles of the eastern continent. Furthermore, I will allow you to retain the surname Jin, acknowledging your noble roots and adherence to proper etiquette. The ceremony for bestowing your title will be held this spring in the High Tower. I pledge this in the name of the Northern Grand Duchy. The rewards she offered were significant. 1 gold coin was worth 20 silver coins, and a single silver coin required 100 copper coins to accumulate. Gold coins were a rare sight for the average person, something they might never see in their lifetime. Yet she was offering 50 of them, along with the title of baronet. While the barony came with no fief or manor, in a society with a rigid class system, the difference between a freeman and a minor noble was night and day. Of course, the value of arod salt, which could replace spices, far exceeded these rewards. It could have a monumental impact not just on the north but the entire continent. But given that this world lacks any concept of copyright or personal rights, I had to appreciate her offer as extraordinary for this era. After reading the letter, I glanced at Irina. Her face was hidden beneath a hood, but her blue eyes were visible. Our eyes met, her blue ones and my black ones. What is her intent? To any other noble on the continent, this decision and reward would seem absurdly extravagant. I tried to guess her reasoning at novel bin at. Or perhaps she's simply clever. In a world without the concept of patents, the formula and method for making arod salt were the only secrets. The ingredients were already known to those familiar with such things. If I did nothing, copycat products would sprout up all over not just Haven but across the north before summer arrived. Competitors like Polly weren't scrambling to buy the recipe from me because they knew this too. No point in monopolizing it and earning a bad reputation. The Northern Grand Duke likely realized this as well, choosing to earn public favor and prestige rather than attempting a flawed monopoly. Additionally, she likely intended to address the North's trade deficit caused by spices. Then why reward me with gold and a title? She could just wait for copycats to emerge. I still couldn't unravel this part of the puzzle. The Grand Duke wishes to spark a fire of passion in the north, starting with you? At that moment, a knight who had been reading the letter beside me spoke. He was an elderly knight named Dominic. The swordmaster of the north, Frostblade Balzac, is said to be old. While guessing the true identity of Dominic, I asked, "Passion, you say?" "Yes. Her Grace wants to demonstrate what happens when someone achieves greatness outside the battlefield, using you as an example to inspire others." Hearing his words, I widened my eyes. She's an extraordinary person. Her perspective was something even the 21st century Earth rarely embodied. At the same time, it saddened me to know that someone like her disappeared so tragically. I will gladly accept the Grand Duke's will. Having finished the letter, I immediately knelt according to proper etiquette, accepting her request as well as her command. Since the secret would inevitably be revealed, I was more than satisfied to sell it now at a high point. Irina gave me a serene smile as she watched. "Let me write it down for you right away." "Oh, will you really?" I took out a sheet of paper and wrote down the recipe for arod salt on the spot. Then I carefully folded the paper and handed it to the elderly knight, who I presumed was Balzac. "You're remarkably decisive. I like it." The attention arod salt has been drawing was becoming burdensome anyway. Was it? It seems I was wise to bring gold. "Here, take it." Delighted by my straightforwardness, Balzac handed me a pouch of gold coins as promised. "The investiture ceremony will take place in spring when the weather warms. Come to the High Tower then. Her Grace will welcome you." I am deeply honored. Even if the investiture ceremony didn't go as planned, I wouldn't mind. With the 50 gold coins I've earned, I'll have enough to secure a stable life in the north. With the 50 gold coins I've earned, I'll have enough to secure a stable life in the north. For now, the gold coins in my pocket mattered more to me. Thus, our business concluded as swiftly as roasting beans over a fire, a hallmark of northern practicality. Now then, since we're here, shall we have a meal? With the situation mostly resolved, the northern officials and knights began gathering around the table. "Yes, I will prepare it immediately." Thanks to Jack, who had already prepared and heated water and ingredients, I could quickly start making breakfast. After that, more guests began to visit for arod stew, one by one. Naturally, Jack took care of the regular guests, while I attended to the distinguished ones. "So, what special dish do you have for us today?" "I've prepared arod-style tomahawk steak for you. I recommend dipping it in the special arod sauce in front of you." "Oh, the steak looks like a giant axe." "Ha ha ha. For dessert, you'll have a sherbet made from winter apples soaked in honey and blended with ice." "Share, what? Well, I'm looking forward to it. Feels like an omakase experience." Thus began another bewildering day. Even though I wasn't officially a baronet yet, I could already feel the air around me changing. Should I call you baronet now? I'm not a baronet yet, so treat me as you always do." Even so, the first to show this shift were Jack and Tom at novel bin at. They hadn't reacted much when they heard the fabricated story of my noble lineage. But now, with official recognition from the Northern Grand Duke, it seemed impossible for them to ignore it any longer. I guess I should leave this in soon. Ideally, within this month. As I observed Jack, the staff, and even the regular customers becoming more cautious around me, I made up my mind. "Will you be all right?" Having decided to leave Jack's in, I asked him while working. "What do you mean?" Jack responded in polite formality, seemingly more comfortable addressing me that way now. "Arod salt will soon spread across the north. You won't see the same sales as before. Well, there's nothing to be done about that. It's the Grand Duke's command, after all. To my concerns, Jack showed no sign of worry. And to be honest, it's been quite exhausting. Exhausting. It's not my body, it's my mind that's been tired. In fact, he seemed relieved. Sales will drop, but at least my mind will be at ease. My body, too. Apparently, he'd been under more pressure than I realized, dealing with the constant attention. I didn't think about that. Feeling a twinge of guilt, I decided to share a little secret with Jack as a parting gift. Lean in for a moment. What? In the arod salt recipe I submitted, there's one thing missing: wildflower stalks. The recipe I'd handed over was incomplete, lacking a key ingredient akin to the fish sauce in kimchi. Its absence wouldn't ruin the taste, but it would leave a subtle, 1% gap that only those with refined palates would notice. That slight difference would ensure that die-hard gourmands continued to seek out Jack's in. Thank you. Jack looked at me with tearful gratitude as I revealed my secret. Leaving his thanks behind, I returned to my duties as head chef, determined to end my time here on a high note. Jack seemed to have a knack for cooking. In just 2 days, he had absorbed most of the recipes. Not all my skills and knowledge, of course, but enough to handle the inn's menu and maintain the dishes I'd introduced. With arod salt spreading, there's been a noticeable drop in customers. Takeout orders have also decreased. Other inns must be copying the recipes. We'll need to lower prices soon. As the recipe spread rapidly throughout Haven, Jack and Tom could now run the inn without me. Starting tomorrow, I think I can manage on my own. That seems likely. I'll keep offering free stew to the guards and officials. Are you sure? That'll cut into your profits. It has unseen benefits. True, when you look at the forest rather than the trees. Jack had clearly grown as a businessman, learning and evolving during our time together. Now I can leave the inn with peace of mind. Thanks to him, I was finally free from my role as head chef. But that didn't mean I completely stopped cooking. Arod, are you there? Yes, what would you like today? The usual course, please. The only exception was when knights from the High Castle visited daily for my food. Isn't arod salt widely available now? You could probably find similar dishes at Polly's Inn. Are we bothering you by coming here every day? Not at all. It's just that compared to Polly's Inn, this place seems a bit humble for someone of your stature. Ha ha ha, I was joking. We come here every day because of the food you make, Arod. Me. Some of us knights find your cooking strangely more appealing. Apologies to Polly, but that's the truth. A knight who introduced himself as Dominic, who I suspected was Balzac, lowered his voice and spoke to me during his Kayomake-style meal. Is there someone among them who can taste that 1% difference? I glanced at the lone female knight in their group. Wearing her hood deeply over her face, she was intently savoring the medium-rare steak I'd cooked. The way she shuddered slightly with every bite of meat was unexpectedly endearing. If she's this captivated by my food, maybe she'd let me join their party. Watching her, I made a bold decision. I must protect the Northern Grand Duke, Arena Rune Renslet. I hadn't forgotten this grand mission. Of course, it had become slightly blurry when I received the 50 gold coins for the salt recipe, but it quickly returned to clarity. By the way, what brings the knights from the High Tower here to Haven? I cautiously asked about their purpose. The reason for knights of our rank to be here is obvious, fulfilling the duties of enforcers. Is there a rebel in Haven? Feigning surprise, I asked. No, don't worry. Haven borders the demonic realm, doesn't it? We occasionally hunt high-ranking monsters from the demonic realm to protect the people. I see. In other words, they were here for leisure. Should I believe him? Or is he hiding his true intentions? Using the max-level jack of all trades skill embedded in my body, I observed the expression of Knight Dominic, likely Balzac. There was no hint of deceit. Does this mean the Grand Duke's disappearance in the original timeline hasn't occurred yet? I was starting to get confused. Even so, I felt it was the right decision to join their party. I heard that Polly, the innkeeper, once served high-ranking knights and the Grand Duke herself on the battlefield. I carefully brought up the topic. That's right. Though he retired due to old age, Polly was a great help to me and other knights from the High Tower. Thanks to the bond we'd formed over Kayomakes, the conversation flowed smoothly. Would it be possible for me to serve the knights, like Polly did? Yes. As you know, I'll soon be leaving this inn. I thought joining your party and traveling across the north wouldn't be a bad next step. Is there any reason to do so? Our journey is dangerous and grueling. Besides, aren't you about to receive the title of baronet? You're already quite wealthy, too. It was a reasonable question. Why would someone volunteer for hardship? The knight's expressions weren't skeptical but filled with genuine curiosity. Even the Grand Duke, diligently cutting her steak, shared the same look. Before coming to the north, I was an adventurer. Although I wasn't highly ranked, I enjoyed that life. To preempt any misunderstandings or prejudice, I added more explanation. Oh, but I wasn't an adventurer sponsored by the Empire. Don't get the wrong idea. Adventurers of my rank can't even approach the Empire's guilds. No need to worry about that. But you do seem to have a restless spirit. Thankfully, they didn't seem to mind much. Yes, I thought I could settle down in the north, but I've realized that staying put just isn't for me. Even if joining their party didn't guarantee I could prevent the Grand Duke's disappearance, I couldn't just sit idly by. Well, I understand. Restlessness is something we both share. It's why I'm still working as an enforcer at my age when I should be spending time with my grandchildren. I just feel guilty for not giving my family the attention they deserve. It seemed my explanation had resonated with the knights. I'm skilled in more than just cooking. I can also provide decent healing and blacksmithing services. I continued to make my case. While I may not be much help in combat, I'm strong and resilient. I can also ride a horse. At the very least, I won't be a burden. Instead of joining a mediocre mercenary or adventurer party, I wanted to clear my restlessness alongside a trustworthy group of knights. We'd certainly welcome someone like you in our party, but my attempt to find a position was nearly successful. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Irina, who had finished her steak, was nodding seriously as if endorsing my request. We can't give you a definite answer here. We need to discuss this among ourselves and consult the High Tower. Balzac seemed to take my proposal seriously and positively. That's fine. I can wait. With success 90% in sight, I internally clenched my fists in victory. Bang! Suddenly, the inn door burst open. Huff, huff, cough. A man dressed like an adventurer staggered in, covered in sweat, dust, and minor injuries, as if he'd traveled a long, treacherous path. Thump, thump, thump. He walked briskly toward the knights seated in the inn. Doyle. The knights, including Balzac, seemed to recognize him. From the way they addressed him as Sir Doyle, he was likely a knight himself. There's trouble. Doyle spoke urgently before whispering something in Balzac's ear. Balzac's expression turned grim, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. He leaned toward Irina and whispered something to her. Bang! In an instant, Irina and the knights all stood up. It seems your request to join our party will have to wait. Here's the payment for our meal. By the way, we likely won't be visiting here often anymore. Balzac tossed me 2 silver coins before he and the knights swiftly exited the inn. In a matter of seconds, the knights were gone, like a receding tide. Well then. Left staring at the empty chairs and half-eaten dishes, I stood there for a while, feeling dejected. It was as if my nearly secured job offer had been postponed indefinitely. Did my luck stat act up? It felt like having a job offer cancelled the day before starting work. Or maybe my luck stat interfered, keeping me from joining. My thoughts were tangled, and for the first time in a while, I couldn't ignore my luck stat. No, the luck stat is just a supplementary figure. I shouldn't rely on it too much. I forced myself to dismiss those thoughts, instead focusing on the event that had just transpired. This is definitely connected to the disappearance incident. It was a classic cliché. My instincts confirmed it. In that case, I'll pivot from finding a job to starting a business. The decision didn't take long, and Plan B was quickly set into motion. I trudged out of the inn and headed somewhere Haven's carriage depot. In this world, long distances are covered by horse or carriage. Of course, those without money had to walk everywhere, no matter how far. But I had money. Quite a lot, in fact. Given my fixation on production and crafting, I also relied heavily on equipment and materials. In other words, having a horse and carriage was essential for transporting all my gear. Are all the carriages available for immediate purchase? Yes, it is. Do you have any special grade horses suited for the demonic realm? Such rare horses are managed directly by the High Tower, like the Winterhawks. They're considered strategic resources and aren't available for sale. At Haven's Carriage Depot, I was having a conversation with the depot manager. Even though inns could be large, they typically didn't have space to store carriages. Thus, carriages were left at depots like this one, situated on the outskirts of the city. Depots like this often housed abandoned carriages at novel bin at. Their owners might have succumbed to gambling, been killed in disputes, failed to repay debts, or ended up in prison for smuggling or tax evasion. The stories varied. I'll take this one. I'll take this one. I selected the largest and sturdiest looking carriage, along with the 2 horses hitched to it, and handed a pouch of silver coins to the manager. I'd like to modify this carriage. Can I rent a storage shed? Of course. Just say the word. The manager, counting the coins from the pouch I gave him, eagerly nodded like a puppy wagging its tail and led me to a shed. This one is the biggest and has the best location. It's right next to the guard post, so you won't have to worry about petty thieves. The shed he showed me was spacious and well situated. After moving the carriage inside, I nodded in satisfaction. You've done well. Think nothing of it. Is there anything else you need? I'll need materials for modifying the carriage. We have plenty of carriage parts here. No, I'm looking to make something a bit special. In that case, you'll need to hire adventurers. I'll reach out to them, but time is short. I'll check with the traders currently in Haven first. At first, I thought about using the city's adventurers guild as I had when making arod salt. But now, I don't have much time. According to the staff at Polly's Inn, the Grand Duke and her knights haven't left Haven yet. Fortunately, Irina, the Northern Grand Duke, and her knights were still in Haven. But who knew when they'd leave? From now on, anything addressed to the baronet will be stored in this shed. I'm not a noble yet. Despite my protests, the depot manager continued bowing like a serf before a lord. Anyway, off you go. I'll be here thinking about how to modify this carriage. After sending the manager away, I was left alone in the shed, examining the carriage I had just purchased. Memories of the max-level skills in carpentry, alchemy, magi-tech, and mechanical engineering flashed through my mind. Of course, I can't use everything at max level just yet. I felt a slight frustration. This was a time 100 years before the Silver Era 1, when magi-tech truly flourished. It was like being a smartphone developer stuck in a time before electricity. The same applied to my alchemy and magi-tech skills. But I can at least make a rough imitation. After finishing my design, I picked up the hammer and saw it provided in the shed. Thus began the grand modification of my carriage. Over the next 3 days, a black hole appeared in Haven, a phenomenon by Earth standards. This black hole absorbed all kinds of materials sold in Haven: herbs, leather, fabrics, metal, food supplies, lumber, magic stones. It became so voracious that people began to wonder if a giant general store was being set up. Among all the items consumed by this black hole, the most absorbed were magic stones. So much so that the miners and merchants in Haven experienced a temporary economic boom. And the one who created this black hole was none other than me, arod. With this, we've procured all materials available through Haven's Adventurers Guild. The remaining magic stones from the labor camp will arrive by tomorrow evening. Good work, Renan. By now, I was used to being treated as a baronet. While inspecting the 10 different types of magic stones piled up in the shed, I praised Renan for his efforts. The amount of magic stones gathered in the shed was so immense it formed a small hill. The shed was now 30% occupied by the carriage and 50% by magic stones. There was no way all of it would fit into the carriage. It's the least I can do after you saved my life. Renan, who had recently discarded his chest bandages, smiled as he pointed to his scarred chest. Let me know if you need anything else. I will. Was this another benefit of my luck stat? Renan, whose life I had saved on my first day in this world, turned out to be a well-connected adventurer in Haven. His ties to the Northern Adventurers Guild, labor camps, and merchant caravans had been instrumental in setting up my new venture. By the way, what are you planning to do with so many magic stones? Renan couldn't contain his curiosity as he stared at the pile of magic stones. They all have their uses. I understand that magic stone powder can be used in medicine, but this seems excessive. Magic stones have far more applications than you realize. They're essential for alchemy and magic. True, magic stones are a favorite of mages. Their staffs are always embedded with large magic stones, and witches' brooms are no different. The more we talked, the more puzzled Renan seemed. I probably didn't look like a mage to him, as mages usually carried a staff adorned with magic stones and wore robes. Most of these magic stones are of low quality and have no market value, though. What puzzled him most was the quality of the stones I had purchased. The majority of them were mid to low-grade stones that most mages or alchemists wouldn't bother using. No market value? Who says so? The entire world does. Among those stones, only the fire and light element stones are somewhat usable. That's only because unskilled mages and alchemists don't know their worth. To me, these are invaluable materials. Are you a mage, too, Baronet? Mage? No, I'm more of a magi-tech engineer. Magi-tech engineer? What's that? Think of it as a half-baked mage. Someone who can't fight, but still uses magic. Adat novel bin adat. I dismissed his question with a vague answer, too lazy to explain properly. Renan nodded blankly, clearly not understanding. Magic stones are like coal, oil, or nickel on Earth. In this era, just beginning to emerge from medieval times, magic stones were used sparingly and for limited purposes. High-grade magic stones were used for making mage staffs and experimental tools for alchemists. Mid to low-grade stones, however, were only used for medicines, dyes, or glow stones. Right now, the Empire's royal family and the Royal Mage Tower are among the few who understand the true potential of magic stones. As the Silver Era progresses and the arcane punk world takes shape, magic stones regardless of their grade will become ubiquitous, much like oil and petrochemical products on Earth. And the North is rich in magic stones. The Empire likely orchestrated the Grand Duke Arena's disappearance for this very reason. It made sense why the Empire sought to turn the North into its territory and why they oppressed the Northerners who remained loyal to Ranlet. After sending Renan away, I began sorting the mid and low-grade magic stones stacked in the warehouse. Fire, water, lightning, earth, wind, dark, light, neutral, wood, ice, and metal, 11 attributes in total. The magic stones glimmered in a variety of colors, forming a small hill. If this were earth, each would be as valued as rubies or sapphires, though their slightly dull hues betrayed their lower quality. Good thing I rented an additional storage shed. The adjacent shed was filled with materials meant to be packed into the soon-to-be modified carriage. Let's get to it. Naturally, it would be physically impossible to load everything from both sheds into a single carriage. Taking a deep breath, I retrieved a silver engraving knife and an awl, then began inscribing magic circles onto fire, light, lightning, and wind magic stones. In magi-tech terms, these were called mana circuits or magical circuits. In gaming lingo, it was an enchanting process. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Thanks to my max-level crafting skill and my high-focus stat, I engraved the mana circuits with the precision of a machine. I was worried because these are low-grade stones, but the success rate is higher than expected. Must be the luck stat at work. In under an hour, over 100 magic stones were intricately inscribed with tiny, delicate magic circles. Next, I placed the fire, light, and lightning magic stones with their mana circuits into a preheated furnace. Whoosh! An intense, otherworldly heat erupted from the furnace. I added earth, fire, lightning, and ice magic stones to the mix. A moment later, golden liquid began flowing out of the furnace. I stared at the molten gold-like liquid, mesmerized as if I were watching a campfire. Memories of my life on Earth surfaced unexpectedly. It had been a while since I'd been transported to this world, yet I still missed my company. My longing was so profound that it often appeared in my dreams. There better be some time adjustment if I save the North. If I end up sent back to Earth years in the future, well, screw the North and everything else. Who would have thought I'd end up starting a business in an isekai fantasy? All because of one video game. I found myself in this absurd predicament. Regret and frustration mingled within me. Work, work. Shaking off my thoughts, I began plating the extracted liquid onto the disassembled carriage parts. At novel bin at Polly's Inn, a regular lodging spot for the Grand Duke and the high-ranking knights of Ranlet. When they ventured near the demonic realm, an unusually heavy atmosphere lingered. While it wasn't uncommon for a solemn mood to prevail in the presence of such dignitaries, this time felt different, like the tense calm before a storm. It seems none of the Frost Fangs, aside from myself, managed to make it back. After delivering his urgent report and resting, Doyle, the knight who had returned to Haven, broke the silence with a somber expression. Despite hoping for another survivor, none had returned in the days since. You've done well, Sir Doyle. No, I've done nothing. Never before have I cursed the inability to use Winterhawks in the demonic realm as much as now. The Frost Fangs were Renslet's elite intelligence core. To someone like Arod, their name might evoke images of legendary cursed swords from a famous Earth game. Doyle, the lone returning Frost Fang, sighed deeply, shoulders slumped. You've ensured that your comrades' sacrifices were not in vain. That in itself is an honorable act. Balzac shook his head, consoling the knight who had returned alone. Those who lost their lives in this mission will be honored and their families justly compensated. Arena, too, offered words of solace, pledging on her name to honor the fallen knights. After a moment of silence for the Frost Fangs who would never return, the Grand Duke and her knights resumed their meeting. Undead corpses roaming the depths of the demonic realm? It must mean a high-ranking necromancer has emerged. The Knights of Ranlet regularly patrolled the demonic realm's depths. The place was a mysterious zone where strange monsters constantly emerged if vigilance wavered. This was also true for the Frost Fangs, whose tasks included intelligence and reconnaissance. In addition to monsters and adventurers from the Empire, the demonic realm was home to blasphemous beings like black magicians. If a necromancer commanding the undead is involved, they're likely operating from a sorcerer's den, and a high-level mage at that. A sorcerer's den. Damn those black magicians. They've been quiet for a while, but now they're causing trouble again. This time, the Frost Fangs had witnessed something extraordinary in the depths of the demonic realm. So extraordinary that they had to flee, unable to retrieve their fallen comrades. There's no way those black magicians alone could control the deep monsters. They must have discovered a new Golden Era dungeon. That's very likely. The demonic realm was originally a sanctuary for mages fleeing at the end of the Golden Era. It's a holy site for them, especially the black magicians in the Sorcerer's Denmark. We must deal with them before they fully emerge from the depths. Haven remained quiet for now. The majority of adventurers lacked the skill to venture beyond the outskirts of the demonic realm. Ironically, the demonic realm was both a curse and a source of wealth for the North. While its outskirts teemed with ferocious monsters, these creatures also yielded rare and valuable byproducts. Should we also recruit priests? The suggestion came from Doyle, the lone returning Frost Fang. It's difficult to face necromancers with just knights. Divine power is essential. It was a classic response to black magic. Counter it with divine power. Priests? Do we even have clergy in the North? If not, we could request support from the Imperial Church. Since necromancers are involved, they might. Don't even mention the Empire. They'll just use this as another excuse to propose an absurd marriage alliance with Her Grace. The knight's response to the suggestion of involving the Empire was utterly cold. Wasn't the first marriage proposal for her to become the Emperor's 9th wife? And the latest one was to be the Crown Prince's 4th consort. I wonder what absurd proposal they'll come up with next. Even Arena smirked bitterly. How dare the Imperial family be so disrespectful? How dare the Imperial family be so disrespectful? Absolutely. We must never agree to such terms. Their blatant intent to annex the North is too obvious. If such a marriage unites the North with the Imperial family, it will be catastrophic for both Ranlet and its people. Let us never forget the arrogance and disrespect the Empire has shown us over the years. To them, we are nothing more than orcs in human skin. Agreeing to this marriage is tantamount to delivering all the people of the North into slavery under the Empire. The room quickly transformed into a forum for denouncing the Empire's atrocities. I misspoke. No, Sir Doyle, I understand your intentions. Facing a necromancer firsthand must have been terrifying. Doyle's proposal to request aid from the Empire was immediately dismissed. It's true that bringing a high priest from the Empire could reduce casualties. But we cannot involve the Empire. Understood. Do not worry too much. Even necromancers fall before a blade imbued with aura. Balzac patted the disheartened Doyle reassuringly. This mission will be handled swiftly by our own forces. We will not disturb the witch's harvest, nor will we seek the Empire's help. After listening to her knight's discussions, Arena made her position clear. It's possible the Empire is behind this, just as they were behind Prince Baikal's death. At this, Balzac's cold gaze sharpened, and he spoke to his liege in a measured tone. It's plausible. Relations between the Empire and the North were at an all-time low. Though their relationship had never been amicable, the North, functioning as a semi-independent duchy, held its autonomy in the face of the Empire. The Empire had only granted this autonomy with malicious intent. In exchange for self-rule, Ranlet was left to fend off barbarian invasions, monster hordes, and extreme northern orcs on its own. The Empire never truly supported the North, fearing that its already formidable military might would be bolstered by economic strength. The Empire's actions have been increasingly blatant of late. Monsters and barbarians trouble us in the north and west, while humans from the Empire annoy us in the south. How tiresome. The Imperial family should know better. Have we not shed enough blood and sweat defending the northern borders? They don't see us as Imperial citizens. The continued enforcement of the Law of 20 proves that much. Exactly. To them, we're nothing more than half-civilized savages tainted with druidic blood. The Empire's stance had shifted after the death of Arena's father, by Kalrun Ranlet, the former Grand Duke. He had fallen during a decisive battle against the extreme northern orcs, which became the turning point. The Imperial family, as if waiting for this moment, began targeting Arena unmarried, newly of age, and unexpectedly inheriting the duchy with marriage proposals. Arena firmly rejected every proposal, as they all seemed designed to turn the north into a direct territory of the Empire. We will handle the necromancer reported in the demonic realm ourselves. Arena's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. If the Empire hears of this and attempts to intervene, refuse them outright. Her determination was unwavering. The North has always been self-sufficient with its own strength. Adat novel bin adat. We've never relied on the Empire, and we don't need their support now. The knights wholeheartedly agreed. Even if they try to provoke us through trade restrictions like before, the North will stand strong as it always has. The issue of spices has also been resolved thanks to arod salt. We have no reason to bow to the Empire any longer. The North had long suffered from the Empire's petty trade restrictions, which kept it impoverished. Recently, the Empire had even targeted spices, destabilizing Ranlet's nobility and retainers. However, the advent of arod salt had resolved this problem swiftly. By the way, what is arod gin, the creator of arod salt, up to these days? The conversation naturally shifted to Arod, who had developed the remarkable salt. I hear he recently bought a carriage. A carriage? Yes, and he's been obsessively purchasing all kinds of miscellaneous items to fill it. He did mention having a restless spirit. Is he planning to start a small trading company? It seems so. After his plan to accompany us fell through, he must have changed course. That's a relief. It's unfortunate that we can't keep someone as talented as Arod close by. Hiring Arod can be reconsidered once this mission is over. Besides, this mission is extremely dangerous, and we don't even have a high-grade horse for him to ride. True. Arena nodded in agreement with the knight's assessment. However, there is one peculiar detail about Arod. Peculiar. He's been buying an unusual number of magic stones, particularly low-grade ones. Arena tilted her head at this additional report. I've heard magic stone powder is used in medicine. Speaking of which, Arod is skilled in healing, isn't he? Incredibly skilled. I've heard he once treated an exposed bone fracture without a single potion, using only herbs and stitches. Fascinating. With skills like that, why would he focus on cooking? Well, his cooking did give us arod salt. While everyone was aware of Arod's exceptional healing skills, his culinary talents had made such an impression that no one thought to request his medical services. Regardless, even if magic stone powder is used in medicine, he doesn't need that much. No matter how skilled a healer Arod was, the amount of magic stones he had purchased was excessive for medicinal use. This could only mean one thing: Arod had skills beyond cooking and healing. TL note, rate us on novel updates. He didn't seem like a mage, though. Arena muttered, recalling Arod cooking at Jack's Inn. No, he definitely wasn't a mage. That's correct. While he did have some magical energy, it wasn't enough to qualify as a mage. Even if he studied magic, he'd barely manage to conjure a small fireball. With that level of magic, he'd be better off integrating it with craftsmanship and learning swordsmanship instead. The knights unanimously offered their evaluations of Arod's potential. Can I see the list of items he's purchased? Arena, out of curiosity, requested the list. Here it is. Balzac immediately handed her a sheet of paper. The list detailed all the items Arod had purchased from Haven's merchant guilds and adventurers. As Arena scanned the list, her brow furrowed. Some of these items are flagged as contraband. And the amount of magic stones he's bought, it's technically illegal for an individual to purchase so many. Parts of the list irked her meticulous adherence to rules. The guards and officials of Haven must have given Arod significant leeway. The free stew must have worked wonders. Could he have planned this? After scrutinizing the paper for a few more seconds, she set it down. I'll let it slide. Exercising rare flexibility, she decided to overlook it. The items weren't overly problematic, and she valued Arod's loyalty, especially after his creation of arod salt and his desire to serve her. What could he be planning? Hopefully something as remarkable as arod salt. So, should we leave him be for now? For now, yes. The necromancer in the demonic realm is our priority. Thus, a potential crisis for Arod passed without his knowledge. The meeting at the inn was approaching its conclusion. Prepare reserves in the High Tower and Haven, just in case. Also, instruct them to coat their weapons in silver. The major decisions had been made. Arena was now confirming the smaller ones. Understood. Good. We'll inspect Haven's defenses before leaving with the reinforcements. The forces being prepared in the High Tower and Haven were primarily reserves, meant for emergencies. It's unfortunate that Sun and the Frost Shield Legion are out on an expedition at a time like this. One of the knights sighed, lamenting the absence of Renslet's main forces, who were currently subduing extreme northern orcs and barbarians. Even if Sun and the Frost Shield Legion were here, it wouldn't change our strategy, Sir Rajay. Arena shook her head at the knight's murmur. Numbers mean little against a necromancer. The Grand Duke and her knights were the only ones who could truly deal with the necromancer. Necromancers, black mages who commanded the dead, were best handled with precision strikes by an elite team. Bringing a large force would only provide the necromancer with more bodies to animate. Your Grace, perhaps it's better if you remain in Haven with the reinforcements, Balzac cautiously suggested to Arena. This is no ordinary hunt in the demonic realm. It's extremely dangerous. But Arena rejected Balzac's careful advice. If I start avoiding danger for this or that reason, it'll never end. I'd quickly become a coward, and the North's unity and resolve would crumble. But, if anything were to happen to you, Renslet would be annihilated. The North would fall into the Empire's hands. The North had no successor, especially after the previous Grand Duke, Baikal, had died in battle. Despite the North's tradition of rulers leading from the front, Balzac felt that Arena needed to prioritize her safety this time. The danger is exactly why I must go. I'm not just a Grand Duke, I'm a knight and a sword master. My presence increases our chances of success. Such reasoning, grounded in chivalry, left no room for Balzac's objections. At novel bin at. Her Grace is right. With 2 sword masters, there's no mission we can't accomplish. The knights couldn't strongly oppose her, especially since her logic was sound. Arena, the youngest unofficial sword master, had already surpassed her late father in skill. Not being able to join the northern expedition was frustrating, but I'm glad I can make up for it this way. This added weight to her resolve. She wouldn't back down. In the end, the knights failed to convince her. Balzac and the others could only shrug in silent defeat. Then, perhaps, speak, Sir Eot. As Balzac's suggestion was dismissed, another knight, Sir Eot, cautiously spoke. What if we brought the witches of the Hightower with us? Their elemental magic would be useful in the demonic realm, especially against a necromancer skilled in curses. Spring is near, enlisting the witches would disrupt their work, Sir Eot. Doyle quickly voiced his concerns. Exactly. The Witches' Coven is busy right now, and most witches aren't accustomed to combat magic. Besides, ordinary witches wouldn't survive in the demonic realm. Arena supported Doyle's concerns. The Grand Witch of Spring could be helpful in battle. The Grand Witch of Spring could be helpful in battle. Sir Eot pressed on, undeterred. If we summon her here now, the greenhouse farms will be severely impacted. At least 10,000 people in the Hightower will go hungry. Arena firmly shook her head at the knight's concerns. Do not worry. I will not die, and neither will you. Such was the unyielding noblesse oblige of Renslet, bordering on obstinacy. The reason we've been able to defend the North from barbarians, monsters, and orcs is because every soldier, from the lowest rank to the ruler, wields their sword on the battlefield with a united purpose. Ironically, it was this very principle that had allowed the North to endure its endless battles against savage foes. Even if I fall, the North will not falter. My people are Renslet. This tradition of rulers leading from the front had solidified the people's morale, even amid relentless hardship. No matter how many husbands, fathers, or sons died in battle, the people's loyalty to Renslet never wavered. Of course, if Arod, aware of the original timeline, had witnessed this scene, he would have shaken his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, at Jack's Inn, as I modified my carriage and crafted Magitech devices to equip it, I kept my ears open for news from the outside. They haven't left Haven yet. The top priority was, of course, the Grand Duke and her knights staying at Polly's Inn. Despite looking ready to leave at any moment, they were still in Haven, busy inspecting the city's fortifications and defense protocols. Something must have happened in the demonic realm, but it's quiet. My second priority was the demonic realm itself. Yet, it remained eerily silent. Neither the information I gathered through Haven's Adventurers Guild nor the reports from recently returned adventurers hinted at anything unusual. The history of the North has been too thoroughly erased by the Empire. So frustrating. Especially Arena's story, it exists only as oral tradition. The advantage of knowing a timeline 100 years into the future was almost useless. I had no idea what might be unfolding in the demonic realm at this point in time. One day, while I was taking a break at Jack's Inn instead of working in the warehouse, the Grand Duke and her knights paid a visit. You're here. Disguised in robes and hoods, they entered the inn. It's been a while. I thought you'd left Haven already. Feigning ignorance, I welcomed them warmly. We thought we'd have one last taste of your cooking before leaving. Balzac, speaking on behalf of the group, explained their purpose. Will this be your final visit to Haven? We might stop by after completing the mission. But by then, you'll likely have left Haven yourself. Of course, they seemed aware of my recent activities. In any case, come to the Hightower in spring to receive your title. Even though it's a minor rank, it's better than nothing. I will. I nodded, glancing briefly at Arena, who stood quietly behind Balzac. Now, shall we eat? Right away. Hastily donning my apron, I prepared what might be my final omakase in Haven. This time, however, I refrained from expressing any desire to join their journey. It's too late. I've started too many projects already. A significant portion of my wealth had been invested in the nearly complete project at the carriage depot. Besides, their party prioritizes mobility and combat power. I don't even have a high-grade horse capable of traversing the demonic realm. Even if I joined, I'd be more of a burden than an asset. After the meal. When the meal was over, Balzac offered a farewell on behalf of the knights. That was truly delightful. I'll remember it fondly. It was an honor. Although I had intended to serve the meal for free, Balzac insisted on paying with silver coins. This is a small token of my appreciation. I handed him a leather pouch. What's this? The pouch, crafted by me, was elegantly made and immediately caught their attention. It contains arod salt. Oh, thank you. Balzac and the knights accepted the gift with bright smiles. By the way, where did you get this pouch? I made it myself. Your skills extend beyond cooking. Truly impressive. And so, I concluded my time at Jack's Inn with a perfect send-off. Thank you for everything. It was then that Irina, with her hood pulled low, suddenly extended her hand to me, offering a simple yet heartfelt thanks. Momentarily stunned, I stared at her hand and partially concealed face. Even the knights around her seemed surprised. Iria, a humble knight of the High Tower. Ignoring their reactions, Irina introduced herself under a pseudonym. I am Arod Jin. Adat Novel bin Adat. I carefully took her calloused hand and bowed. Her hand was rough and hardened, but it carried a warmth that lingered. That afternoon, Irina and her knights left Haven. I stood at the city gates, watching the direction they disappeared into before heading back to the warehouse. 3 days later, I, too, left Haven, pulling my newly modified carriage behind me. The north was teeming with monsters. While every border region of the empire had its share, the north's abundance and ferocity were unmatched. Even though 2 centuries had passed since the fall of the barbarian alliances and monster armies that ushered in the age of savagery, and despite humanity now waging wars more often with itself than with monsters, the north remained locked in its eternal battle against barbarism. Particularly, the demonic realm, filled with ancient dungeons from the Golden Era, served as a sanctuary for monsters. Even as the Age of Silver dawned, the mysterious energies of ancient dungeons and the North's vast deposits of magic stones allowed rare and powerful monsters to be born, evolve, and thrive at Novel bin Adat. Rare often translates to valuable, but in this case, it also meant dangerous. Thus, the demonic realm constantly attracted adventurers, mercenaries, and treasure hunters from across the continent, especially the Empire, all seeking fortune. Huff, huff. Ancestors, please save this poor descendant. Trevis, a C-rank adventurer from the north, stumbled through the vast demonic realm. T. Trevis, wait for us. Behind him trailed his party of fellow adventurers and mercenaries. I'm so hungry, so dizzy from hunger. Stew, warm arod stew. I'd pay a silver for it. No, even more. Damn it, I've lost all feeling in my wounded arm. Please, ancestors, I'll offer you better sacrifices from now on. The group of 4 hadn't started this way. Initially, the party had 7 members, including porters. But that was before tragedy struck. In the mid-region of the demonic realm, their porters had been ambushed and killed by monsters, losing most of their supplies, food, water, and medicine. From there, their plight spiraled downward. Now, they were starving, injured, and ill-equipped to survive. Their wounds were festering, reeking with decay, and they had no way to properly treat or clean them. The only solace was the snow around them, which kept them from succumbing to thirst. Shuffle, shuffle. Trevis's party trudged forward like a horde of zombies. I can't collapse here. If we sell these rare monster materials we're carrying, we could start a small shop in Haven. Trevis gritted his teeth, fueled by determination. But his comrades thought differently. We're done for. If we meet monsters or bandits in this state, it's over. Even if we make it to Haven, we'll be wrecks by then. I just want to lie down and sleep forever. Suddenly, Trevis stopped in his tracks. What? His voice faltered as he stared ahead. Ancestors, help me. Am I hallucinating now? I'm seeing things. In the distance, a golden carriage was crossing the demonic realm. It wasn't a mirage. A carriage, in the demonic realm. Ancestors, is this truly not a dream? Is that carriage plated in gold? How wealthy must the owner be? Yet, the sight was so surreal it felt almost unreal. A carriage gilded in gold, traversing the dangerous terrain of the demonic realm, defied logic. Trevis and his party stared in awe as the golden carriage approached. It's not gold. It's a golden hue, but the color is different. And the horses pulling it, they look ordinary. Ordinary horses? In the demonic realm? Impossible. When the carriage came closer, they could see it was unlike anything they'd ever encountered. Greetings. A man driving the carriage called out to them. He was a young man with black hair and eyes, possessing a striking, sharp-featured appearance. Hello, are you a mage? Trevis and his party immediately adopted a deferential attitude. Welcome to Arod's golden carriage, strangers. To meet me in this vast demonic realm, you must be quite fortunate. The man, introducing himself as Arod, accepted their reverence as if it were natural. Wait, Arod? As in, Arod stew. It dawned on the group. Back in Haven, they'd tasted the legendary Arod stew at Jack's Inn. They had vowed to indulge in as much as they could afford upon returning safely. Are you truly the chef Arod from Jack's Inn? To meet the creator of such heavenly food in the middle of the demonic realm left them speechless. I knew he wasn't an ordinary person. He must be some hidden archmage living in seclusion. His youthful appearance must be an illusion, crafted with magic. Cooking and healing were probably just hobbies. The group's awe deepened, convinced that Arod was a mage or some extraordinary figure. You're right. That's me. Arod smirked slyly, realizing it was easier to let their misconceptions stand. You seem to be in need of supplies. Arod's golden carriage offers food, drinks, healing, and equipment repairs. Though it's not cheap. The golden carriage, it seemed, was a mobile supply depot. Expensive, you say? How much? What kind of food and drinks are you selling? Travis and his party, salivating at the thought of food and drink, eagerly leaned into Arod's offer. You must be thirsty. No. Arod hopped down from the driver's seat and walked to the back of the carriage. Sometimes showing is better than 1,000 words. Sometimes showing is better than 1,000 words. He opened the back of the carriage and pulled out a massive oak barrel, nearly the size of a grown man's torso. With a practiced motion, he tapped the barrel and poured its contents into a cup. Here, a refreshing drink for you. The familiar golden liquid poured out in a steady stream. Beer. The sight of beer made Travis and his companions momentarily lose their sanity. How much is it? It had been nearly a week since they'd had a proper meal. Water, melted from the snow, was their only sustenance. But now, a frothy mug of beer sat tantalizingly within reach. As if hypnotized, they reached for their coin pouches, revealing not only copper coins but also a decent number of silvers. 1 mug for 30 copper. Travis and his party froze, their hands halfway to their coin pouches. What? Beer, typically 2 to 3 copper per mug in a village, was now being sold at 10 times the price. If you don't have money, monster materials work as trade. But, that's too expensive. Travis hesitated, glancing cautiously at Arod. Do I really need to pay that much? The temptation of beer warred with his common sense. Should we just kill him and take it? The thought crossed their minds. After all, many adventurers from the north were little better than vagrants or bandits. He's alone, isn't he? Even if he's a mage, a surprise close-range attack might work. There's probably more food and water in that carriage. The idea seemed almost natural, given their desperation. Of course, the price may seem steep, Arod began, seemingly aware of their thoughts. But consider this, I'm running a business alone in the demonic realm. It's tiresome and troublesome. His calm, deliberate tone carried an undertone that hinted at danger. A golden carriage, operating deep within the demonic realm, wasn't just unusual, it was unthinkable. Travis's party hesitated, suddenly noticing how unnervingly quiet the area was. Even the monsters aren't coming near. This realization added to their growing unease. He must be a powerful mage. Maybe even an S-rank adventurer backed by the Imperial Guild. The more they thought about it, the more their reckless ideas seemed suicidal. Let's just pay. Think of it as the price for staying alive. Reluctantly, they decided to pay up. After all, just moments ago, they had been willing to pay a silver for stew. Clink, clink. The golden, frothy beer sparkled tantalizingly before them. I'll pay, and I'd like food and healing as well. Beer, food, and healing? That will be 1 silver and 50 copper for you. You seem to have only minor injuries. What? Oh, all right. Travis was the first to hand over his coins. Wise choice. Your food will be ready shortly. Those needing treatment, please remove your bandages and wait. I'll pay too. Me as well. Take all my money. One by one, the others followed suit, handing over silver and copper coins. A short while later. This is heaven. Thank you, ancestors. I spent 2 silvers on treatment, but it was worth it. I managed to save my arm. Money? We'll make it back once we sell these monster materials in town. Travis's party lounged near Arod's golden carriage, sipping beer with blissful expressions. Their freshly bandaged wounds gleamed cleanly, a testament to Arod's expert treatment. So the rumors about his healing skills were true. Well, he's a mage. Of course his healing would be extraordinary. Hey, what about that red potion he used? Can we buy that separately? It seems amazing. Even without a deep understanding of medicine, they could feel their wounds rapidly healing. Now then, here's your meal. Arod approached with a tray in each hand, laden with unfamiliar yet tantalizing dishes. What's that smell? Wow. Though they'd never seen food like it, the aroma alone made their mouths water. I guess the price was worth it after all. They'd expected a simple arod stew but were presented with something far superior at novel bin at. What is this dish? Travis asked, drooling as he stared at the unfamiliar meal. This? It's called a hamburger and fries. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Strange rumors began to circulate within the demonic realm. These rumors centered on a golden carriage, one that roamed the monster-infested wilderness yet somehow kept the beasts at bay. The carriage was driven by a mage named Arod, who sold beer, hamburgers, and fries in the heart of the demonic realm. He also offered equipment repairs and first aid services. Though his prices were 10 to 20 times higher than those in villages, for adventurers wandering the perilous terrain, his services were nothing short of salvation. Have you by chance seen 5 knights on horseback? Arod asked the same question to every adventurer he encountered, always seeking information about the knights from the high tower who were traversing the demonic realm. But not every encounter was peaceful. We don't care about knights. Hand over everything you've got. He's just one mage. Attack him before he can chant a spell. Kill him. The most dangerous threat in the demonic realm wasn't the monsters or ancient dungeons, it was other adventurers. Some adventurers, driven by desperation or greed, attacked Arod's golden carriage, seeing it as an easy target. Not every group was as cautious or wealthy as Travis's party. Tisk, I'll have to waste more magic stones. Of course, Arod was well prepared for such situations. His custom-made magic crossbow and enchanted magic stone arrows were perfect deterrents. Click, click. Activating a sliver of magic from his core, Arod pulled the crossbow's trigger. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from where the troublemakers had been, obliterating 3 adventurers in mid-charge. This is my first time killing someone. Not long ago, he had been an ordinary person on Earth. Even after arriving in this world, he had lived safely in a village, selling food. Now, for the first time, he faced the bloodshed and violence of this brutal world. And yet, I feel nothing. His numerous passive skills and maxed-out mental stats left Arod surprisingly calm. Eek! Yuta's entire party is. The explosion left nothing of the attackers but charred remains. The sheer power of the magic made other adventurers hesitate. We didn't even see him chant a spell. He's terrifying. Word quickly spread about the golden carriage's owner, a mage of immense skill. Will your party attack, leave, or use my food carriage? Weary fine? We'll come back later? Haha. We'll pay with monster materials. Even desperate adventurers learned their lesson after seeing Arod's power firsthand. After 10 such incidents, no one dared attack the golden carriage again. Instead, Arod's reputation grew, a blend of terror and salvation spreading rapidly across the demonic realm. Business was unexpectedly good. Though profit wasn't Arod's main goal, his carriage was steadily accumulating silver coins and rare monster materials, some of which could fetch gold in the right hands. Though honestly, the profits are just enough to break even. Running the golden carriage was a monumental effort. It was the height of inefficiency, akin to Cold War-era space technology. The lack of infrastructure and modern materials made it a financial sinkhole. Nay, driving the carriage, Arod gazed at the snowy plains of the demonic realm. Rolling hills and sparse, garden-sized forests dotted the landscape, interrupted by vast open fields. Despite being in the monster-filled demonic realm, his surroundings were eerily quiet. The 2 ordinary horses pulling his carriage trotted calmly, their enchanted harnesses shielding them from the realm's deadly aura. At least the insane spending paid off. The golden carriage was reinforced inside and out with magic stone paint for durability and defense. It was a fortress on wheels, held together by Arod's max-level crafting skills at Novel bin at. As the sun set, Arod parked the carriage near a rocky hill. This looks like a good spot to camp for the night. The interior of the carriage was far more impressive than its exterior. Thanks to layered magic stone panels, space expansion enchantments, and weight reduction circuits, the inside was at least 5 times larger than it appeared. The craftsmanship was unparalleled, even by the standards of a century in the future. The effort to build this monstrosity, never again. Though the carriage would sell for a fortune, Arod had no desire to make another. It had been a grueling process, and maintaining it required constant, expensive upkeep. Arod stepped outside with 4 tripod-like totems in hand. He placed them around the carriage in the cardinal directions. Do your job tonight. As he activated the totems, faintly glowing magic circles appeared, forming a protective barrier around the camp. These totems would stand watch until dawn, warding off all but the most persistent monsters. Despite the security, Arod couldn't help but frown. The fortune he'd spent creating these devices, including the gold he earned from selling the arod salt recipe, weighed heavily on him. I'll get it all back with interest. His goal was clear: find those responsible for dragging him into this situation and settle the score. Returning to the carriage, Arod examined a compass. It was enchanted with a crude tracking spell linked to the salt pouch he had gifted to the Hightower Knights. So, they really did head for the depths of the demonic realm. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Oh, they really did head for the depths of the demonic realm. The compass pointed unerringly toward the abyss, the deepest and most dangerous part of the realm. Damn it. This is why they always end up missing. What is the Grand Duke thinking, wandering into the abyss without a successor? The reports from adventurers and the compass's direction left no doubt Arena and her knights had entered the abyss. The abyss is no joke. In the depths of the demonic realm, the abyss was a place where true peril began. Monsters there disregarded the golden paint protecting Arod's carriage, and their numbers were exponentially greater than in the outer regions. Worse still, the ancient magic of Golden Era dungeons could disrupt Arod's magical devices, rendering his equipment unreliable. Though Arod's maxed-out skills were formidable, the limitations of 100-year-old tools and materials were unavoidable. Sure, there will be fewer adventurers, but that's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Humans were just as dangerous as monsters in the abyss. Adventurers in the outer regions were typically C rank or lower, mostly from the north. Against such opponents, Arod's Tier 2 mana and magic crossbow were more than sufficient. But adventurers in the abyss were a different story. B rank and above are usually one of 2 types: ruthless legal bandits from outside the Empire, or Imperial spies with ulterior motives. In situations like this, it was the Imperial spies who posed the greatest threat. Untouchable agents exploring the ancient dungeons of the abyss for the Empire. Their skill was such that they could slit his throat before he even had the chance to aim his crossbow. I've been lucky so far not to encounter any Imperial adventurer parties. Arod sighed deeply, leaning back in one of the chairs in his carriage. If I go through all this trouble and the Grand Duke is unharmed, it'll feel so hollow. Relying on instinct alone was thrilling, but it was also nerve-wracking. The snowstorm raged across the barren wasteland, blurring visibility and casting everything in a dull, ashen gray. The abyssal snowfields were not pristine white but carried a desolate, lifeless hue. Amidst this expanse, a faint campfire flickered, providing a solitary beacon of light. Around the fire sat 6 figures, heavily cloaked in thick, fur-lined mantles made from the hides of monsters. Their faces, hidden under hoods of monster fur, bore the marks of exhaustion from their grueling journey. The prized steeds, the unflinching war horses bred to withstand the horrors of the abyss, were nowhere to be seen. Where did it all go wrong? Arena, seated among the group, gazed blankly into the fire. This surreal situation felt like a bad dream. She half expected to wake up in her chambers in the high tower, or even in the comfort of Polly's inn in Haven. She raised her head, scanning the ashen snowfields once more. The act of surveying their surroundings had become as instinctual as breathing, a habit born of survival. No trace of any barrier, and yet, we're trapped. For what felt like 2 months, they had been wandering a labyrinthine barrier with no end in sight. When Arena and her knights first entered the abyss, the landscape was deceptively familiar. Small hills, sparse groves, and peculiar mutant monsters dotted the snowy plains, just as they always had. Adventurers darted about, hunting or being hunted by the creatures of the demonic realm, a scene as routine as breathing for the hardened people of the north. It's good we left as quickly as we did. The knights, including Arena, had been relieved to see nothing amiss. No signs of the catastrophic events described by Doyle, the sole surviving knight of Frostfang's order. But something felt off. It's too quiet. Even with reports of a necromancer controlling abyssal monsters, the lack of abnormalities was suspicious. Let's move quickly. Doyle, lead the way. Yes, Your Grace. Despite their suspicions, they trusted Doyle completely. The Knights of Frostfangs were the most loyal and dependable of Arena's forces. If they could not be trusted, then no one in the north could. Riding their war horses, the party pressed into the abyss. Though they encountered attacks from monsters along the way, the Grand Duke and her knights easily swept aside all resistance. They reached the edges of the abyss without so much as a scratch, their provisions untouched. The abyssal border was starkly different from the outer regions. The snowfields turned an oppressive ashen gray, and the atmosphere grew heavier with every step. This is strange. Even seasoned knights murmured their unease. Not a single soul in sight. Beer-rank adventurers who would typically roam the abyss in small groups were nowhere to be seen. The absolute absence of people was uncanny. And no monsters either. The abyssal snowfields were eerily empty, devoid of the creatures that defined the demonic realm. It's too quiet. The abyss lived up to its name. Its oppressive silence gnawed at their nerves, an unnatural stillness that was both unsettling and suffocating. Your Grace, I believe we've been caught in a barrier. The grim realization hit like a blow at novel bin at. How? When? If it was a barrier, how did none of us notice? Stay sharp? We're dealing with an incredibly skilled necromancer. But recognizing the problem didn't solve it. By the time they understood their predicament, it was too late. We should have brought the witches. At least Isabel, the spring witch. Her skills could have been invaluable. Regret weighed heavily on them. Their reluctance to disrupt the witch's work during the crucial planting season now seemed like a grave mistake. Don't lose hope. Every barrier has an end, there's always a way out. Right. We've dealt with barriers before. Annoying, yes, but not insurmountable. Let's focus. Search for the gaps. Resolute, Arena and her knights began scouring the barrier, their minds honed and their spirits steeled. They were caught off guard, but not in despair. High-ranking knights undergo training to prepare for battles against magicians. Their real-world experiences of being trapped in magical barriers were as numerous as their drills. Thus, they all had a basic understanding of how to break such barriers. And so, what felt like days turned into weeks, and weeks into a month. Yet, the barrier remained unbroken. What kind of barrier is this? It's a barrier that twists and distorts space-time. Maintaining such an expansive barrier for this long, this isn't the work of an ordinary magician. Breaking a barrier is simple in theory. You wander around within the barrier, searching for the subtle gap between reality and the barrier itself. Once you find it, you infuse mana into that gap, forcing the barrier and reality apart. Then, you strike the opening with a sword wrapped in aura to destroy it. But no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find that gap. The reason was simple, the barrier was far too vast. We're in trouble. Our food supply. Though they didn't know how much time had passed in the outside world, time within the barrier flowed relentlessly for Arena and the knights. Despite rationing their supplies as much as possible, their food reserves were depleted. But their hardships weren't over yet. There's always something worse waiting below rock bottom. Heeing, thud. One day, without warning, the elite horses pulling their carriage collapsed simultaneously. A curse? It's a curse. What? How? This was a world devoid of monsters, people, or even something as simple as berries on trees. The horses had survived thus far by grazing on the sparse weeds that grew in the snowy fields and consuming snow. Yet, despite being in better condition than the humans, they collapsed. Looks like those dark magicians have been meddling with us. Could we be in danger too? We're highly trained superhumans who've mastered mana and the sword. If it were a curse potent enough to affect us, those bastards would have already revealed themselves. What kind of curse is it? It appears to be a plague curse. They must have suffered greatly, yet didn't show it. Brave and loyal creatures. Knight Doyle inspected the carcasses of the horses and reported with a grief-stricken expression. Bury the horses. Upon hearing Doyle's report, Arena and the knights closed their eyes tightly in sorrow. And just in case. From now on, don't eat snow directly. Always boil it first. Yet another obstacle loomed over Arena and the knights. Can we eat the fallen horses? The knights, weakened by hunger, mourned the sudden death of their companions while glancing at the carcasses with conflicted eyes. They were cursed with a plague. Eating them would kill us too. You'd lose more nutrients by vomiting and defecating than you'd gain from the meat. Damn it. In the end, no one dared eat the horse meat. All they could do was dig graves and bury their loyal companions. After losing their horses, Arena and the knights had no choice but to continue their search for the barrier's gap on foot. Damn it. I'd rather die fighting than endure this humiliation. Their patience had reached its limit. For knights who valued dying in battle as the ultimate honor, their current situation was an unbearable disgrace. Show yourself, you wretched dark magician. Face us honorably. Ruoar? Did someone hear their cries of frustration? Exhausted by hunger and now without their horses, they finally faced monsters. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment. Undead monsters. Everyone, draw your swords. Find the necromancer controlling them? We must take them down to escape this barrier. As Doyle had predicted, the monsters that appeared were of the undead variety. Unlike ordinary monsters, these creatures had to be dismembered limbs, tails, wings, tentacles, heads all had to be completely destroyed to render them harmless. They were the most exhausting type to fight. And Arena and her knights, already on the verge of collapse, had to confront them. Slash, flash, pow, but there was a reason they were known as the strongest warriors of the north. The relentless assaults by the undead monsters always ended in the knights' victory. How dare they come after us with these foul-smelling zombie beasts? Arena and the high-ranking knights of the Fortress of Heights were each like monsters in their own right. Even with their stamina nearly depleted, they defeated over 500 monsters. These were no ordinary monsters but creatures found only in the abyss of the demonic realm. Though they had lost their agility in undeath, their bodies were far more durable. Come at us, you damn bastards. Ranlet, Rune Ranlet. They annihilated the undead horde. It became clear why Arena and her knights had been so confident when leaving Haven. The end. It doesn't seem to be in sight. Yet such determination couldn't last forever. The battles continued, the barrier remained intact, and their food had run out long ago. The knights' stamina and vitality were steadily waning. Will we be able to survive? Arod. I wish I could have Haven's arod stew just one last time before I die. Their initial confidence had faded like the ash-gray snowfields around them. Prolonged starvation and endless wandering within the barrier had driven them to the brink of panic. I just want to sleep, properly, even for a while. If we die here, will it be peaceful? Or will we become undead, unable to rest even in death? Now they couldn't even sleep properly. Whenever they tried to rest, monsters would appear as if on cue. Even Northerners, known for their resilience and survival instincts, had their limits. We're in serious trouble. Our weapons and armor, even sharpening them isn't slowing the rate of corrosion. Worst of all, their armor and weapons, the last bastion of their defense, were deteriorating. Fighting undead monsters had gradually corroded their gear, further diminishing their already negligible combat effectiveness. In front of the campfire, haggard and exhausted, Arena sat in a daze, staring at her sword at Novel bin Adat. Though it was a masterpiece forged from northern cold steel, it now looked like scrap metal, worn from countless battles. Gurgle. Her stomach growled, a painful reminder of her hunger. 4 days without food had pushed her beyond hunger into sheer agony. To distract herself, she scooped some water from the pot boiling over the fire. It's been a while, everyone. Arod. Arod Jin? How in the world did you get here? And what's with that absurd golden carriage? Adat Novel bin Adat. The elderly knight Balzac, whose white beard now extended to his collarbones, looked at me with a trembling voice. His eyes shook even more violently than his voice, filled with a desperate hope that this wasn't a dream, illusion, or hallucination. I was adrift while working on a new business in the demonic realm. A new business? Yes, selling food in the demonic realm. Is that even possible? Ha ha ha, it's possible, as you can see. Balzac fell silent at my confident response. When I mentioned food, every pair of eyes turned to me with the same message. Even beneath their thick fur hoods shielding them from the cold, their stares couldn't be hidden. This included Grand Duke Arena. Arod Jin, prospective junior baron, I, Dominic, knight of Ranlet, wish to. Balzac began to speak but was cut short by my interruption. Oh, aren't you all hungry? Please wait just a moment. I'll prepare some stew. As you know, the first bowl is always free, isn't it? I cut him off deliberately, preserving the knight's pride and dignity. Simmering, bubbling. To them, this was likely the first proper meal scent they'd encountered in months. Sitting before bowls of arod stew, Arena and the knights seemed to lose their grip on reality, their eyes glazed over. Slurp, gulp, munch. Clink, clank. Around the campfire, the only sounds were those of spoons scraping bowls and stew being devoured. Eat slowly, everyone. Eating too quickly after prolonged starvation isn't good for you. I tried to caution them, but it was clear they weren't listening. That's only true for ordinary people. We're superhumans, so we'll be fine. Could I have another bowl? Of course. Here you go. As I ladled out more stew, I scanned our surroundings. The knights, too, instinctively remained vigilant even while eating, constantly glancing around. This was the demonic realm, where a monster or hostile adventurer could attack at any moment. Roar! Right on cue, as the knights were finishing their second bowls, the roar of a monster echoed in the distance. We've filled our bellies, time to digest. These damned monsters are as good as dead. The knights, as if they had been waiting for this moment, grabbed their swords. Clang, clatter. Their weapons, however, were in terrible condition. May I offer to repair your weapons? Unable to ignore it any longer, I retrieved my custom-made whetstone and sharpener from the carriage. The monsters are practically at the doorstep. After the battle, perhaps. These ones aren't undead, so they're much faster. Balzac wiped stew from his white beard with his hand and shook his head as he glared toward the direction of the monsters' roars. A large pack of monsters was indeed approaching, an unmistakably orchestrated monster wave. Watching this made my anxiety grow. The knights were still recovering, their weapons on the verge of breaking. If their weapons shattered, they'd be forced to fight barehanded. If they were injured or killed, it would spell trouble for me. What choice do we have? Noticing my uneasy expression, Balzac shrugged. These corroded swords would take too long to repair properly. We'll just have to fight while protecting them with aura. Judging by their condition, they'll break after about 5 swings. These may look fragile, but they're made of northern cold steel. They won't break so easily. The old knight tried to reassure me with a gentle smile. Still, trust me this once. Arod Jin, prospective junior baron, it's not that I don't trust you, but we're skilled enough with whetstones and sharpeners to rival most blacksmiths. I know the condition of these weapons and armor better than anyone. Balzac and the knights resolved themselves, stroking their swords and armor. These weapons and armor are crafted from northern cold steel. Repairing them isn't like fixing ordinary gear. You're absolutely right. Ordinary tools wouldn't work on them. But do I seem ordinary to you? Letting out a small sigh, I began setting up the specialized tools I had taken from the carriage. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Moments later. Scrape, grind, clang. Around the magically enhanced campfire, which now served as a forge, the sound of armor and weapons being sharpened filled the air. Sizzle, spark, clang. The sacred heat of the magic fire turned the metal red hot. I sprinkled powdered monster bones and crushed magic stones onto it, creating an explosive flame effect. Roar! After more sharpening and vigorous polishing with chain-linked metal scrubbers, the once rusted and corroded weapons and armor became as good as new. What had previously looked like tetanus-inducing scrap now gleamed with a sharp, icy brilliance. The armor, rubbed with oil and powdered ore, shone like it was brand new. The knights stared at me in awe. As knights, they were no strangers to maintaining weapons and armor. But this level of craftsmanship, executed with such divine precision, was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Northern cold steel truly is remarkable. Thanks to its quality, the repairs were quick and easy. Next, having finished Balzac's armor, sword, and axe, I moved on to another knight's weapon. Roar! Meanwhile, the monsters had drawn within 300 meters. Whinny! The horses tied to the golden carriage began to panic at the proximity of the abyssal creatures. I'll go by us sometime. Finish the repairs and join me. Understood. Balzac, whose gear was now fully repaired, strode confidently toward the approaching monsters. Here you go. It's just a quick repair, so please return after the battle. Much obliged. 6 minutes later, another knight, now equipped with repaired gear, charged off to join Balzac. Here it is. I won't forget this favor. Here it is. I won't forget this favor. 7 minutes after that, the third knight donned his armor and hurried to the battlefield. Emergency repairs are complete. Please use them with care. Of course. 5 minutes later, the fourth knight nodded silently and charged into the fray to slaughter monsters. The sword's core contained some star iron, so it was repaired well. I will fight in a manner worthy of both your skill and this blade. 4 minutes after that, the fifth knight, named Doyle, strode confidently into battle. Kill them. Don't let them get near the golden carriage. Ranlet? Rune Ranlet. Ha ha ha. Yes, this is it. This is the thrill. Ha ha ha. With their weapons repaired and their strength replenished, the knights began ruthlessly butchering the monsters. So this is the prowess of northern knights. As I repaired the sixth knight's equipment, I marveled at the northern knight's skill. Their might left me in awe. The monsters approaching were top-tier creatures from the abyss: snow basilisks, frost ogres, white drakes, and ice worms. Each one was a nightmare that even high-level adventurer parties would struggle to defeat. Thud, screech. Yet, the northern high-ranking knights hunted these monsters with ease. This is even more incredible than what I'd heard in the Silver Age, Part 1. Now I understood why the Empire was so wary of the North's military power. Glance, scrape, shine. While I stole glances at the battlefield, my hands continued to work on the emergency repairs. Here you are, Lady Iria. It seems the battle is almost over. Just as I handed over the last repaired weapon to its owner, I was met with an unexpected question. Who are you, truly? The final knight Grand Duke Rune Ranlet, currently using the alias Iria, asked, her hood now removed. The unveiled face of the Northern Grand Duke was breathtakingly beautiful. Her features were so extraordinary that no celebrity from Earth could compare. Silver blue hair, sapphire-like eyes, and porcelain skin harmonized so perfectly that I doubted whether she was human or some divine being. My true identity. Yes. For a moment, I stared at her in a daze before snapping back to reality. Despite her beauty, her gaze was filled with suspicion, sharp enough to feel like it could slice through me. One wrong word, and the sword I had just repaired might sever my neck. You already know who I am, don't you, Lady Iria? A former D-rank adventurer with noble roots from the eastern continent, is that it? That's correct. And you expect me to believe that? Her gaze shifted to the golden carriage behind me. When they were starving and desperate, they hadn't questioned it. But now that they were fed and somewhat recovered, the doubts resurfaced. Honestly, I couldn't blame her. From her perspective, my explanation must have seemed woefully inadequate. What kind of D-rank adventurer builds and drives a carriage deep into the abyss of the demonic realm? Flash, screech. Meanwhile, the monster wave came to an end. What had been a significant horde of monsters turned out to be nothing more than a warm-up for the now revitalized Northern Knights. Many of the other knights share my thoughts. For now, we're letting it slide because we're too busy. Arena, watching her knights finish off the last of the monsters, spoke again. Speak, Arod. What is your true identity and purpose? Perhaps the Grand Duke suspected me of orchestrating their predicament to play the role of a savior. If only this world ran on data and NPCs. If only it were a typical virtual reality fantasy game. In that case, they'd simply ask, "Whoa, what's your class? Legendary? Amazing." Maybe I'd even be treated like a revered master in a popular MMORPG. But this world had no status windows, just harsh, unyielding reality. A maxed-out crafting character suddenly dropped into a real world was both extraordinary and deeply suspicious. I can't entirely blame Arena for her doubts. To her, I was a complete enigma. One day, I'd suddenly appeared in the north, bringing with me arod salt. Not only that, but I persistently sought to join a party of high-ranking northern knights. And now, here I was, driving a golden carriage into the heart of the demonic realm, all while claiming to be a former D-rank adventurer at novel bin at. How could I possibly explain that I'm a player who was transported into this world from 100 years in the future, along with my in-game character? Even thinking about it gave me a headache. It was the truth, yet it sounded utterly unbelievable. Should I just claim to be a magical engineer from 100 years in the future? That, too, seemed unlikely to gain their trust. Worse, it might provoke their wrath for deceiving them. I'm a wandering adventurer who found solace in the north and decided to settle here. A person with a complicated past. In the end, I had no choice but to repeat the same introduction I had already given, like a parrot. Click. At that, Arena partially unsheathed her sword. Damn it! A cold silence fell between us. I glanced around to find that the other knights, having finished their battle, were now surrounding me. After about 10 seconds of this standoff, Arena finally spoke. Click. Fine. We'll leave it at that for now. She sheathed her sword and added. After all, we owe you our lives. Thus, the situation ended on a tense and ambiguous note. Northerners always repay their debts. Once we return, we'll ensure you are properly rewarded. D-debts? I merely did what anyone would do. Haha. Of course, we also repay our grudges tenfold. I sincerely hope you aren't behind this. Correction, it ended not ambiguously, but chillingly. The atmosphere afterward was, unsurprisingly, awkward. Not only Arena but also the knights' gazes were far from welcoming. This is seriously irritating. On one hand, it was frustrating and unfair. Despite coming here to help, I was blatantly subjected to suspicions akin to false accusations. It would be stranger if I didn't feel upset, even if those suspicions were grounded in some semblance of a story. I spent everything I had, risked my life, and came all this way because of them. Regret started creeping in as I reflected on the ordeal I'd endured to get here, beyond rational reasoning at novel bin at. Everyone is doubting me, but they need me just as much as I need them right now. It's like a symbiotic relationship between a crocodile and a bird. The Grand Duke spared me without further interrogation for that reason, didn't she? That said, it was far too late to turn back now. To escape this barrier and the labyrinthine wilderness, I needed strength, while the Grand Duke and the knights required supplies. Like it or not, we were in this together. At least for now. Save the North, save the North. The desperate cry of the being that had possessed me echoed in my head once more. At this rate, even if I escape the labyrinth, I'll continue to be doubted. It might be better to move separately while figuring out a way to save the North. Saving the North was indeed my mission, and I would fulfill it. However, it seemed impossible to continue working alongside the Northern Grand Duchess, Arena Ranlet. Now that I think about it, those 10 skilled individuals I saw before entering the barrier, I need to bring them up as well. I recalled the group that had targeted me right before I entered the barrier. The more I thought about it, the more they seemed like the masterminds behind this incident. But in this atmosphere, I started to part my lips but quickly closed them. No matter what I said right now, I felt it would only fuel suspicion against me. As I wrestled with these thoughts, time passed. We found it, the gap in the barrier. A jubilant cry came from none other than Balzac, the Frostblade of the North, proving his experience and skill. The once awkward atmosphere softened significantly. Whoosh! A short distance away, the veteran knight Balzac was widening the gap in the barrier he had discovered. With his eyes closed and both hands gripping his sword, he channeled mana throughout his body to expose the discrepancy between the barrier and the outside world. A day. Just a day. He explained that the process could proceed uninterrupted if they worked in shifts for a day each. After Balzac, other knights would take turns for several hours, with Arena going last. In the original timeline, did they fail to find the gap in the barrier? Or did they find it only to suffer another ambush? Given how dire their situation was before I arrived, it wouldn't be surprising if they failed even after finding the gap. Anyway, the Northern Grand Duchess has survived. This has bought the North some time. The process and results left a bitter taste, but the mission was a success. Still, this discovery is going to raise more suspicions about me. Finding the gap was undoubtedly good news, but I felt uneasy. Am I going to be interrogated as soon as we leave the labyrinth? The timing of the discovery, right after I joined, was too convenient. Although Balzac, whom the Grand Duke and the knights trusted, was the one who discovered it, the circumstances were undeniably suspicious. When we exit the barrier, we must stay cautious. Not wanting to worsen their suspicion, I decided to address the matter I had hesitated to mention earlier. What do you mean? Arena asked. Until now, I haven't had the chance to mention it, but I saw a hostile party waiting outside the barrier. A party. They were highly skilled adventurers. I estimate there were 10 of them, 4 of whom were mages. Were they outside the abyss? They appeared inside the abyss. The moment I approached the depths of the labyrinth, they charged at me with killing intent. Fortunately, the Grand Duke seemed to take my words seriously. That adventurer party could very well be behind this incident. They're most likely Imperial adventurers, another knight added. Arena, surprisingly, nodded rather than expressing suspicion. Could this passing remark have eased the tension? 2 months, you say? No wonder everyone looks so gaunt and haggard. So you're saying it's been only 2 weeks outside? Yes, that's correct. They must have meticulously prepared this barrier. This revelation led to a casual exchange between me and Arena, marking the first signs of normal communication. Perhaps she was trying to discern my identity and intentions through this conversation. What's it like outside? She asked. It's not entirely peaceful, but overall, it's the same as usual. Adventurers hunt and gather within the labyrinth, which keeps monsters from flooding into Haven. The cycle remains intact. That's a relief. Arena and the knights had been trapped inside the barrier for about 2 months, which explained their heightened tension and hostility. This also revealed that time within the barrier flowed roughly 4 times faster than outside. Given the cold, hunger, and sleeplessness they endured, their irritability and aggression were understandable. Late at night, in the biting grey frost, I sat atop the driver's seat of the golden carriage. Despite the temptation, I couldn't bring myself to enter the carriage. In an environment rife with mutual suspicion, I couldn't afford to lower my guard. Everyone, get ready. This accursed barrier will soon be undone. Balzac's steady voice carried over from a distance. I looked up to see Arena, the last in line, focusing intently as she tore open the gap in the barrier. About 5 hours must have passed outside. Preparing for what lay beyond the barrier, I readied a magical crossbow. Whoosh! Crackle! Eventually, the dark grey sky began to crack like ice, sparks flying as it shattered. Desolate sunlight seeped into the once dark labyrinth, marking the end of a long night. When I entered the barrier, it was morning. By now, it must have been between noon and evening outside. Finally, the barrier was destroyed. For me, it had only been an unpleasant day, but for Arena and the knights, it was the end of a harrowing 2-month imprisonment. So, it was true. With that, we returned to reality. Balzac, the Frostblade, who had only introduced himself to me as Dominic, now stood with fury in his eyes, sword in hand. Shing! Clink! Clink! The other knights also drew their swords one after another. I quickly loaded my magical crossbow and aimed. VMMM. Activating the mana in my second heart circle was like lighting a match, readying the mage stone bolt for use. Even Arena, who had just completed the barrier's destruction, pointed her sword at the ready. Sigma, the Imperial spy network. So, it was you? Adat Novel bin Adat. Her voice was colder and sharper than the northern winds. As we emerged from the barrier, we were surrounded by adventurers, no, Imperial knights and mages disguised as adventurers. Those 10 adventurers were Imperial agents in disguise. If Ranlet had its Frostblade, then the Empire boasted Sigma, a massive intelligence organization directly under the Emperor, far surpassing the Frostblade in scale and influence. You've sunk so low as to conspire with the Warlock's Den. Arena's chilling words continued. The Imperial Court and the Golden Tower have truly rotted to their core. Behind the disguised agents stood warlocks from the Warlock's Den, exuding a sinister aura. Further back, necromancers controlled undead monsters, waiting for orders. None of the people before us introduced themselves as Imperial agents. They didn't even speak. They wore the standard attire of adventurers that could be seen anywhere across the continent. Yet, the Grand Duchess and her knights were certain of their identities. With the resources and manpower required to create this barrier, and considering who would benefit most from the disappearance of the Grand Duchess and her high-ranking knights, it's obviously the Empire. I couldn't argue with that logic. Clink. At the forefront of the enemy formation stood a high-ranking Sigma mage who appeared to be their leader. They wore luxurious adventurer gear paired with a mage's robe, their face obscured by a deeply pulled hood. Their staff, adorned with a superior mage stone, glowed with an imposing brilliance. Without a word, the mage issued commands through gestures of their staff. Ruoar, bam! The first to charge were the undead monsters, roaring as they rushed forward. Sigma knights joined the fray, seamlessly weaving through the gaps. Whir! Zap! Imperial mages began chanting attack spells, their voices a sinister hum. Meanwhile, the warlocks muttered curses designed to hinder the knights' movements. Wipe them out. Ranlet, Rune Ranlet. For the north, forever. Ancestors, grant me strength. The Grand Duchess and her knights responded with a fierce cry, channeling aura into the swords I had repaired. I can't sit this one out. If I perform well, I might be able to dispel some of their suspicions about me. I aimed my crossbow at the warlocks chanting curses from a distance. I loaded it with the most expensive and powerful mage stone arrow. I had a meticulously crafted blend of fire, light, lightning, earth, and wind magic stones. Click. With the trigger pulled, the arrow, infused with the mana from my heart, flew straight into the middle of the enemy ranks. Boom! A massive explosion erupted among the densely grouped warlocks, far surpassing ordinary attack spells in power. The warlocks, seemingly unprepared for such an attack, suffered devastating losses. The mage stone arrow I fired bypassed all their defensive barriers, instantly obliterating half their number. The Grand Duchess and her knights, readying for battle, turned to me in astonishment. The Imperial forces also paused, staring at me and the crossbow in my hands. It seemed I had drawn far more attention than I anticipated. Damn it! To make matters worse, the golden carriage behind me, already conspicuous, became an even bigger target. Roar! Screech! Fortunately, the absence of the warlocks threw many monsters into chaos, causing them to rampage indiscriminately. Now the Imperial forces had to contend with both us and the monsters attacking their rear. Now's the time. Attack! The Grand Duchess and her knights were the first to regain their composure. After a brief moment of surprise, they nodded in silent agreement, drawing their swords to strike. Destroy that golden carriage too. The Empire's forces, caught off guard, took a moment longer to react. About 3 seconds later, they redirected part of their attention toward me. Damn it! Clicking my tongue, I grabbed another mage stone arrow from my bag and reloaded the crossbow. What level of weapon mastery did Arod reach? As a craftsman character, one must be skilled in handling their creations, a concept referred to as weapon mastery. It's a basic passive skill for all characters. If weapon mastery is maxed out, even non-combat production-focused characters can land effective attacks. Looks like Arod maxed it out. Plus, their dexterity skill seems to be playing a role here. In the midst of this frantic battle, my weapon mastery shone brightly. I reloaded and fired the crossbow with astonishing speed, almost achieving rapid-fire efficiency thanks to the max level of the passive skill. Boom! Crash! Kaboom! Explosions erupted all around, creating a spectacular scene of destruction. Behind me, rampaging monsters caused further chaos. In front, the monstrous knights of Ranlet tore through the enemy ranks. For Sigma, with only about 30 members in total, the situation had turned into a nightmare. That damn golden carriage. Kill whoever's in that carriage first. Protect Arod and the carriage. Sir Doyle, guard the carriage. Protect Arod. Understood. Before long, the entire battle centered around the golden carriage where I stood. My firepower and the knights' ore-heated swords began warming the cold, ashen battlefield. The numerical disadvantage was countered by magic a century ahead of its time, and swordsmanship even a century later no one could surpass. Boom! Crack! Zap! Roar! Screech! Damn monsters! Weren't they supposed to be drained of strength and weapons after 2 months? The screams of terror came in place of words from the stunned enemies. The rampaging monsters dwindled rapidly, and along with them, the Imperial agents estimated at 20 strong and the 10 warlocks from the Warlock's Den had been reduced to less than half. Victory was tilting in our favor. Huff! 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 However, even Arena and her knights were visibly exhausted. They weren't invincible, after all. Hey, Arod Jin. It was then that Doyle, whose name might have been real or an alias, called out to me. How many arrows do you have left? The ones that unleash magic with each shot. 5. I answered without hesitation, then immediately fired one at a medium-sized monster advancing toward us. Crack! This time, the arrow I fired was imbued with a mix of ice, wind, and water magic stones. Roar! The monster, a hydra, was instantly frozen from its torso to halfway up its neck. Its thick hide, muscles, and bones prevented complete freezing, but it was incapacitated for the moment. This makes things easy. Ha! Slash! Taking advantage of the hydra's sluggish movements, another high-ranking knight of Ranlet, Sir Carrot, slashed through its necks. 4 left now, I said, reloading another mage stone arrow and addressing Doyle. Understood. We'd better hurry. Doyle nodded and, without warning, headed toward where Arena was. Watching Doyle retreat from my position, I wondered if he was heading over to provide backup. I shrugged it off and refocused on the battle. One arrow, another, and then another were fired. Before long, the undead monsters and warlocks had been completely eradicated. The Imperial Sigma knights and mages had also been reduced to a mere handful. The remaining enemies could now be counted on one hand, 6 knights and 1 mage, who appeared to be their leader. These 7 were now surrounded by Ranlet's knights. Sir Irina? Sir Dominic? I'm out of arrows. I raised my voice to inform the Grand Duchess and Balzac that I could no longer provide fire support. Understood. You've been a tremendous help, truly. Arina and Balzac nodded at me, offering small smiles. Perhaps my genuine efforts during the battle had cleared some of their doubts. The suspicion and wariness in their expressions were notably diminished. But why do those bastards look so calm? Despite their defeat being inevitable, the 7 remaining Sigma agents appeared unsettlingly composed. Their gazes, cold and unreadable, were fixed on Arena. And then, in an instant, thunk, something unimaginable unfolded. Doyle, who had been standing shoulder to shoulder with Arena, suddenly turned and plunged his sword into her abdomen. Everyone froze, Arena, Balzac, the other knights, and even me, watching from the golden carriage. The sight was so surreal that words failed us all. Had Arena been in peak condition, she might have been able to parry the attack. But after the immense toll taken by the barrier and the labyrinth, she was far from her best. Even with the stew I'd made and the weapons I'd repaired, she couldn't be at full strength. Above all, the limitless trust she had in her subordinate, the one she didn't want to suspect, left her vulnerable to this fatal betrayal. Arena collapsed, blood gushing from her abdomen as she coughed violently. No. Balzac's anguished cry pierced the air. Why? At novel bin at. Seated on the ground, Arena stared at Doyle with disbelief, her eyes wide with betrayal. You traitor. Balzac hurled his hand axe at Doyle with all the strength of his enraged yet exhausted frame. The speed of the throw was nothing to scoff at, enough to strike down most ordinary knights. Clang! However, Doyle deflected the axe with his blade, which he had just withdrawn from Arena. Leap, leap, leap. Then, as though his earlier exhaustion had been a ruse, Doyle darted nimbly away, crossing to the Imperial side. Traitor. A knight of the Frost Blade, betraying his own. Sir Eot, Sir Carrot, and Sir Rosie glared at Doyle with seething hatred. Pfft. Doyle spat on the ground, his face devoid of any guilt. You're unbelievably persistent. His expression carried a mix of relief, irritation, and lingering frustration. When we first entered the barrier, I thought it'd all be over quickly. Pulling a black orb, the size of an eyeball, from his pocket, Doyle continued, but you were too tenacious. Even as elite knights, you survived nearly 2 months without proper food. It seemed Doyle's machinations had begun from the moment they entered the barrier. You have no idea how hard it was for me, do you? I had to starve myself to maintain this act. Not to mention skipping baths. He must have used that black orb to mislead them through the labyrinth, poison their elite horses, and disrupt their supplies. And just when I thought the end was near, his gaze shifted to me and the golden carriage. A supply-laden carriage, appearing in the middle of a barrier and labyrinth? What a joke. His incredulous look grew sharper as he added, and you, firing absurdly powerful magic arrows, secret weapons of the Grand Duchess, no less. Though it's all meaningless now. His final glance landed on Arena, who lay bleeding on the ground. With that, his tirade ended, leaving only the bitter reality of his betrayal. A smirk played on Doyle's lips as he looked down at the Grand Duchess. Pour all the potions you want, it won't matter. Beside Arena, an aged knight knelt, frantically tending to his wounded liege. Please, please. Balzac was pouring every potion he had onto Arena's gaping abdominal wound, as though trying to stave off the inevitable. The tide of the battle shifted again. What had been an overwhelmingly favorable situation for Renslayer had now evened out or perhaps turned against them. A grim and oppressive atmosphere hung over Renslayer's side, while on the other side, the Imperials exuded elation and triumph. On the grey battlefield, these two extreme emotions clashed. What about the other Frostblades who went scouting with you? Did they also betray us? In Balzac's stead, Sir Eot, another high-ranking knight, questioned Doyle. It seemed only Arena and Balzac had been using aliases, the others were direct and formal. You mean my squad mates? Where could they be, Sir Eot? I'd appreciate it if my name never left your foul mouth. It's revolting. Whoa, relax. If you must know, they're all inside the bellies of monsters. By now, they're just bones and flesh wandering the labyrinth. At least the betrayal was yours alone. Indeed, what a relief. It means I get to enjoy the rewards all by myself. Why did you betray us? Did Her Highness make some grievous decision against you? The North? I hate this cursed, wretched North. It's unbearably cold, always leaves you hungry, and offers nothing satisfying. I despise this accursed land. At novel bin at. If you hated it so much, you could have just left. Why do this? Do you think you would have let a Frostblade knight just walk away? With the knight's oath still binding me? At the very least, I'd have been crippled, my energy core destroyed, or an arm taken. But the Empire is different. They promised me immense rewards for cooperating with this mission, a warm, prosperous land and a title of Baron, inheritable and eternal. So, even here, it's all about money. Listening to Doyle and Eot's exchange, I recalled Silver Age and its familiar echoes of greed and betrayal. But, there's no record of anyone named Doyle in the Empire. Even for a traitor who sold out the North and its Grand Duchess, I couldn't recall any historical mentions of Doyle. Perhaps he had been given a new name and identity, but still, the Empire's promises are lies. I clicked my tongue silently and retreated to the golden carriage to prepare. Once ready, I stepped out and approached the fallen Grand Duchess and Balzac, who was still frantically trying to save her. Damn it. The potions aren't enough. Balzac, his hair and beard disheveled, was visibly desperate. Despite using every potion he had, the Grand Duchess's wounds were far from healed, barely buying her a few extra hours of life. Huff, huff. Her state, as she lay there coughing up blood, was clearly dire. May I take a look? I cautiously addressed Balzac and the fallen Grand Duchess. Hearing my voice, Balzac paused, then slowly turned to look at me. I've studied healing arts, you see. Balzac's gaze shifted between me and the golden carriage behind me before he spoke. Please, I beg of you, save Her Highness. With a heavy thud, he knelt and bowed his head to the ground, his voice trembling with a knight's tears. It seems there's no need to hide the truth anymore. Not that it matters, now that Doyle has shouted her identity to the world. Ironically, up until moments ago, I was officially supposed to be unaware of the Grand Duchess's and Balzac's true identities. So it really was Her Highness. Then Sir Dominic's true identity must be Sir Balzac, the Frostblade of the North. Yes. I apologize for the deception until now. No need to apologize. Please step aside so I can examine Her Highness. Of course. With permission granted, I immediately checked her condition. It's bad, very bad. As expected, Irina's condition was critical. The potions had kept her alive, but only barely. Without them, she would have succumbed long ago. With the herbs and tools I have, I can't save her. The diagnosis was grim. Moreover, we were deep within the labyrinth's treacherous depths, far from any proper facilities. Can you save her? Balzac's voice came softly from beside me, laden with hope and fear. I hesitated briefly before answering. Yes, it's possible. Balzac's eyes widened in shock. Huff, huff. I can live. Irina, still conscious, gasped out the question in a faint voice. Not only will your highness survive, but you will wield your sword again. Tears welled in Irina's eyes. She must have been bracing herself for the worst, for the complete destruction of her energy core and the end of her swordsmanship. However, I will need you to retrieve a few items for me. Tell me. I will bring them at any cost, even at the expense of my life. Balzac's eyes burned with determination, his faith in me unshakable after everything I'd done thus far. The Sigma mages should have high-grade potions used by the Imperial Knights, and the warlocks from the Warlock's Den are likely carrying rare and sinister medicinal ingredients. I glanced toward the remaining enemies. Bring me all of it, every last bit. Before I could finish my sentence, Balzac had already vanished. Whoosh! The frost winds howled as the frost blade surged forward, leaving a trail across the grey battlefield. The icy wind of the labyrinth sharpened, becoming a blade that cut through everything in its path, a deadly dance of wind. Whoosh! The once exhausted and despairing old knight had transformed back into the frost blade of the north in an instant. I need to hurry. With Balzac on the move, I quickly began pulling various items from my bag. Having promised to save Irina, I knew failure would bring that same blade against my neck. I'm going to put some powder in your nose. It'll dull the pain, but you must not fall asleep. To alleviate Irina's pain, I ground up an herb with anesthetic properties into a fine powder and placed it near her nostrils. Though called an anesthetic, it was actually something far more potent at novel bin at. If you save my life, Arod Jin, Irina murmured in a dazed voice, her eyelids heavy from the drug's effects. I will grant you a wish, whatever it may be, if it is within my power. Anything, anything. For now, don't fall asleep, your highness. So, sleepy. You must fight it. Even with the anesthetic dulling her pain, I couldn't let her sleep lest she drift into eternal slumber. Stay awake. But I realized I had to keep her awake, engaging her in conversation to distract her. Your highness hasn't married yet, has she? That is correct. Is there no one you have in mind? I am married to the north. I see. But surely you must consider an heir. Someday, but not now. Her voice was growing weaker, her words trailing off. This is bad. She's on the verge of falling asleep. Desperate, I shook her and even splashed cold water on her face, but nothing seemed to work. Earlier, you said you'd grant any wish, didn't you? I needed something shocking, something that would jolt her awake. Yes, anything I can grant. Then, how about making me your consort? It was a ridiculous request, even by my standards, but it had the desired effect. Her half-closed eyes snapped open in an instant. You dare say such nonsense? Were I not in this state, I would have slapped you. Her voice, though weak, was now tinged with indignation and effort as she struggled against her drowsiness. That's harsh. You did promise anything, did you not? Relieved to see her awake, I decided to prolong the conversation. True, but I've saved your life twice now and brought great fortune to the north with arod salt. Isn't that enough? What I would like to know is why you, of all people, would want to become my consort. Because you're beautiful. Ask for something else. There's nothing else I want. Fine. I'll think about it until my recovery or the ennoblement ceremony, whichever comes first. Very well. I accept. And I still don't know who you truly are, she murmured, her voice tinged with both curiosity and apprehension. So, if I reveal my identity, you'll consider it. Silence is consent, your highness. I wasn't entirely sure what I was saying at this point, just spouting whatever came to mind to keep her engaged. What am I even talking about? I'm supposed to return to Earth after this mission. Maybe it was her beauty that had momentarily scrambled my thoughts. Irina seemed thoroughly flustered, her sapphire-like eyes betraying her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, my hands worked diligently. I had set up a small forge I'd retrieved from the golden carriage and was carving mana circuits into magic stones with a silver etching knife. Do you see this? I asked, shifting the topic to prevent her from succumbing to sleep again. Magic stones. Yes, magic stones. With these, I will save not only your life but also restore your core. Is that so? The materials I used included 7 mid-grade magic stones: earth, wood, metal, ice, water, light, and darkness attributes. These would form the foundation to save Irina and allow her to wield her sword again. Where did you learn all this? Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she watched me etch intricate circuits into the stones. Isn't that a little forward, your highness? For someone who claims to have no interest in marriage, you're quite curious about me. My teasing remark caught her off guard, her face flushing as she stammered, that's not what I meant. Good, she's definitely awake now. Relieved, I gave her a half-truth as an answer. A long time ago, in an age when humanity sought to rival the gods. The Golden Age. Precisely. These techniques date back to that time. Though the explanation was fabricated, it wasn't entirely incorrect. The origins of Magi technology lay in the ancient Golden Age. The Empire's Golden Tower had long been researching lost technology from that era, eventually stumbling upon mono-circuit theory, a breakthrough often likened to a fantasy world semiconductor. That's all I'll reveal about myself for now. I see. Her face, still painted with curiosity and unease, settled into a more neutral expression. One thing is certain, she said, her voice steady now. You are no ordinary man. The Golden Age. Yes, this is a secret technique used during that Golden Age. Though it was a half-made-up story, it wasn't entirely false. The origins of magical engineering, utilizing magic stones and mono-circuits, could indeed be traced back to the Golden Age. The Empire's Golden Tower had long been researching the restoration of lost technology from that ancient Golden Age. Through this research, they had stumbled upon the study of mono-circuitry, considered the fantasy world's equivalent of semiconductors, which led to the birth of magical engineering. For now, I'll leave the introduction about myself at this. Is that so? The Grand Duke's face, which had been painted with curiosity and confusion, shifted to a subtle expression. There's something I want to clarify. Her eyes slowly filled with determination and a hint of fear. Go ahead. Arod Jin, will you do anything that would harm the North, or the Ranlet family? Of course not. And, will you betray the North, and me? Of course not. And, will you betray the North, and me? Tears began welling up in Arena's eyes as she asked her question. Swear it. I swear. The plea of a pitiful young ruler. I smiled and nodded. Good, good. That's a relief. Only then did Arena's tense expression completely soften. Her gentle smile, finally unveiled, was so beautiful that it momentarily distracted me from preparing the remedy. I too have something to reveal to you, Arod. What is it? The truth is, I am not Iria, the common knight of the High Tower. My real identity is Arena Rune Ranlet, Grand Duchess of the North. I already knew. Why you did? Was it the injury or the narcotic painkillers? Arena's cognitive and memory functions seemed to be wavering. Despite having a conversation earlier while knowing her status as the Grand Duchess, she was reacting as if it was new. Sigh. In a way, it's fortunate. If she fully recovers from her injuries, it means the embarrassing attempts at flirting earlier might completely fade from her memory. While chatting with Arena, I placed the magic stones engraved with mana circuits into the furnace in the proper order. Whoosh! Flames roared to life, and drops of platinum-colored liquid began to form at the core. I carefully collected the falling drops into a silver cup. A cheat-level technique possible only with alchemy at its maximum level and the technology of 100 years in the future. Of course, the circumstances, materials, and equipment were less than ideal, resulting in a crude and unstable product, but it was the best I could do for now. Sizzle, boom. Meanwhile, the final showdown was reaching its peak elsewhere. The power of the Sword Master, who had regained hope and fought with desperate resolve, was nothing short of astonishing. Sir Arod, Lord Balzac sent me ahead. He asked me to deliver this to you. At that moment, Knight Eod came running toward me, bags slung all over his body. These bags were looted from the corpses of Black Mages and Sigma Mages. Sir Arod, is there anything more you need? Just say the word. By now, the honorific Sir, typically reserved for knights, had naturally been attached to my name. I sorted through the potions gathered from the mages' bags and the alchemical ingredients from the Black Mages' belongings. Knight Eod, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, But, can you really not only save Her Highness but also restore her mana core? Well, in his understanding, a remedy beyond a potion was unheard of, let alone one capable of restoring a shattered mana core. It should be possible, though it may result in a rather primitive product. As I answered, I mixed the platinum-colored liquid with various potions and herbs. What exactly are you making? It's not a potion. It certainly doesn't look like a typical potion. If it were just a potion, it could save her life but wouldn't restore her mana core. Then, could you tell me the name of what you're creating? Eod asked cautiously. After all, treating the ruler of the North was no small matter. It was only natural to be curious. It's merely a crude imitation, but if I had to name it. Looking at the rainbow-colored liquid that had just been completed, I spoke. Elixir. A crude and unstable elixir, 100 years ahead of its time, had made its premature debut in the world. Elixir. Eod tilted his head, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. I've read about it in ancient texts. At that moment, Arena's voice, weak from pain and medication, broke in. Despite being half-conscious, she had been listening to my conversation with Eod. Elixir, said to have existed in the Golden Age. She trailed off, her words fading. I'm so sleepy, so very sleepy. Finally, unable to resist, she began succumbing to sleep. Having endured through sheer willpower, it seemed her limit had been reached at novel bin at. Rest well. You've done wonderfully so far. Now that she could safely sleep, I gently closed her eyes. Then, with utmost care, I alternated pouring the rainbow-colored elixir into her mouth and directly into her mana core. Is it over, Sir Arod? Eod asked abruptly. Yes. Considering all the twists and turns, the treatment ended anticlimactically. Arena is truly extraordinary. As I finished the treatment, I marveled inwardly. Not even the slightest sign of mana overdrive. It was only a half-finished elixir, yet it showed 200% effectiveness on Arena's body. At this rate, she should recover without any major side effects. This phenomenon would be impossible without being born with Mana's blessing. Somehow, it feels anticlimactic. From here on, it's up to Her Highness. Her Highness will manage, just as Lord Balzac, carrot, did over there. Eot turned his gaze toward the ongoing battle. I followed his gaze and looked back. Flash, die, traitor. For the north. Ranlet, rune Ranlet. Crack, crack, crackle. The last surviving mages and knights of Sigma bit down on the lethal poison hidden in their molars. Damn it, damn Thuriaet. The traitor, Doyle, screamed in disbelief at the sight. You traitor, you'll never have a painless death. Balzac, who was in tatters, glared at Doyle with bloodshot eyes and growled. No, no, if they die like this, then I too. Balzac's will didn't reach the traitor, Doyle. Gah. As the mage leading Sigma bit down on the poison and died instantly, Doyle's face also began to turn a pale, purplish hue in an instant. It seemed there was some kind of magical linkage involved. That bastard. He shouldn't have been allowed to die so easily. Knights Carrot and Sir Rosie ground their teeth as they watched Doyle's pitiful end. But their regret was fleeting. Despite being on the brink of collapse from blood loss and exhaustion, Balzac hadn't forgotten their top priority. Quickly, search their bodies? We must deliver it to Sir Arod. Ugh. Thud. Ha, ha. Having overexerted himself, Balzac collapsed where he stood after shouting, Sir Balzac. The two knights, who were rummaging through the fallen Sigma knights and mages, were startled and rushed toward Balzac. I'm fine. Just, deliver the message. Take the Empire's potion to Sir Arod. Balzac, gasping for breath, shook his head firmly. I approached Balzac at a brisk pace. Officially, he was the only sword master in the north, but he seemed so drained that he didn't even notice me approaching. Standing behind the old knight, I kept a cautious distance in case of any unexpected developments. There's no need to worry about the message. I've completed all the treatment I could. Then, I stepped closer to the old knight, offering him the words he wanted to hear the most. How is Her Highness? Even if he cannot wield his sword, that doesn't matter. As long as you save him, I'll grant whatever you desire. Balzac, startled by my voice from behind, turned around in surprise. The treatment is complete. Now it's Her Highness's turn to recover. Ah, is that so? Then that's fine. Her Highness will definitely overcome this. I just need to rest my eyes for a moment. I feel so dizzy. With those words, Balzac finally lost consciousness. Judging by his breathing, he had fainted from sheer exhaustion. Ha, is it really over now? Knights Carrot and Sir Rosie, finally letting their guard down, trembled as their legs gave out, and they collapsed into sitting positions. Everyone, let's get inside the carriage. Seeing that no one was in good shape, I decided to bring Arena and the knights into the carriage. Is this for real? Even more surprises, huh? It looked so small from the outside. The knights stepped into the carriage. Eot, Carrot, and Rosie widened their eyes as they looked around the interior. Then, they carried the unconscious old knight inside, struggling with the effort. Lay Sir Balzac down over there. At novel bin at. After placing the sleeping Arena on my bed, I directed the three of them. Thus, my carriage, designed with subspace mana circuits, now housed 6 people, including me. Arena lay on the bed, Balzac lay on the floor, and Eot, Rosie, and Carrot awkwardly sat inside the carriage. But the smell is awful. While we were outside, it wasn't as noticeable, but now that we were all in this enclosed space, the stench from their bodies was overwhelming. I think it's best to focus on escaping this abyss first, so I'll go drive the carriage. Feeling like I might throw up if I stayed any longer, I decided to step outside. What about us? Rest for now. You can take turns driving the carriage later. Understood. There's bread and beer here, so help yourselves if you're hungry. Food. Barely had I finished speaking before the three of them devoured the bread and beer like starved animals. Watching them in disbelief, I let out a sigh and added, rest, but make sure not to touch anything. Of course. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Gulp, gulp, Leaving behind the sound of their ravenous eating, I exited the carriage. Hew up, hey Breathing in the fresh air outside, my head cleared from the dizziness caused by the stench. I then walked to the front of the carriage. They've calmed down quite a bit. 2 horses, miraculously still alive, were harnessed to the carriage. Though they'd collapsed and foamed at the mouth several times during the battle, they had settled down now that the situation was over. Let's go. You don't want to stay here any longer either, do you? Sitting in the driver's seat, I tugged on the reins and spoke. Nay. Even before I finished speaking, the golden carriage began moving, leaving the ashen labyrinth behind. Inside the moving golden carriage, I switched shifts with Sir Rosie and checked on Arena. To shield myself from the stench inside, I wore a mask sprayed with perfume. It's amazing how they're all so indifferent to the smell. I couldn't tell if it was because they were medieval people or because they were superhumans with extraordinary endurance. Either way, it was impressive, in its own way. Why are you wearing a mask? A voice came from behind. Balzac, who had woken up in the meantime, stood there, drinking beer and eating bread. Just feeling a bit under the weather. I couldn't exactly say, because you all smell like hobos. So, I opted for a harmless lie. A cold. The knights reacted as though they'd just heard something unimaginable. Seeing their reactions, I suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Northerners don't get colds, do they? To be precise, adult Northerners didn't. Living in such a freezing environment meant that anyone susceptible to frequent colds rarely survived to adulthood. Not to mention, their ancestors had a hand in it. Their distant ancestors being druids also played a role in this. Thanks to that, Northerners naturally possessed passive resilience and exceptional physical endurance. Ha ha ha, now you finally seem human. Yes, for someone who's not a native of the North, the cold here can be tough to handle. Take a proper rest. We'll take over driving the carriage from here. Take a proper rest. We'll take over driving the carriage from here. No, there's no need for that. What are you saying? You must rest. You've earned it. And with that well-meaning lie, my only chance for fresh air was taken from me. Damn it! There aren't even any windows in this carriage. Due to extremely limited materials and equipment, the spatially expanded interior of the carriage had no windows. They say internal threats are the scariest. At this rate, I might die of asphyxiation from the stench of my allies rather than from monsters or the Empire. How is the Grand Duke faring? Unaware of my plight, Sir Balzac naturally asked about the Grand Duke's condition. She has stabilized considerably. Then why hasn't she woken up yet? Because her injuries were so severe. While answering, I couldn't help but speculate, or maybe it's because of the smell. I see. By the way, Sir Balzac. After confirming Irina's condition, I cautiously began speaking in a low voice. Go ahead. Has Her Highness ever practiced magic? Balzac's face immediately showed his confusion, as if to say, what are you talking about? During the healing process, I dared to observe Her Highness's energy cores. In doing so, I discovered a magic circle in the Grand Duke's heart, a second circle, to be precise. What in the world? Hearing this, Balzac focused his senses on Irina's heart, the location of her middle energy core. This can't be. His reaction confirmed my observations. So, even Balzac didn't know. That means the heart circle must have formed recently. I looked at Irina's body, particularly her middle core where her heart was located. When her lower core was destroyed, the mana core that was once in her lower abdomen must have transferred to her heart. Adat novel bin adat. It didn't take long for me to piece together the reasoning. Knights who wield swords build their mana cores in the lower abdomen. Clerics who use divine power store their energy in the brain, at the upper core. Mages and witches, who use magic, inscribe their magic circles their cores into the heart, the middle core. Irina had been ambushed by Doyle, and her lower abdomen had been pierced, the location of her lower core. Naturally, the core in her lower core would have been damaged. Now that I think about it, it was odd. For someone whose lower core was punctured, she didn't show symptoms of mana backlash. I thought it was thanks to the potion Balzac poured into her, but there was another reason. A truly remarkable individual. Even in such a desperate moment, her body instinctively transferred her core to her heart to avoid collapse. Of course, it's unlikely Irina did this intentionally. Her body must have reacted on its own. What will happen to Her Highness? My hypothesis made Balzac, along with Eod and Carrot, worryfully ask about Irina's fate. We'll have to wait until the Grand Duke awakens to fully understand her condition. Will she be able to wield a sword again? Balzac's question was focused on her ability to use the sword. She's still young, so with training, she should be able to wield a sword again. She'll just need to rebuild her lower core. In fact, since her lower core will be reconstructed, it might even be stronger than before. Really? In that case, could I perhaps? Hearing this, the knights, as expected of sword enthusiasts, immediately showed a crazed glint in their eyes, as if they were considering injuring themselves on purpose. Their madness for strength was plain to see. Her Highness was extraordinarily lucky. Don't even think about imitating this. If you try, you'll either die or be crippled, and I won't take any responsibility. Besides, there's no guarantee I can recreate the elixir I made for her. Ha ha ha, just joking. But then, what should we do about the magic circle etched into Her Highness's heart? With a second circle, she can learn basic utility spells, small flames, ice, conjuring a light, or moving lightweight objects with telekinesis. Meanwhile, Sir Eod, who had been listening to my explanation with Balzac, looked somewhat envious. Wait, does this mean Her Highness has become a magic swordsman? In that case, should we try learning magic as well? Maybe we can ask witches to carve a circle into our hearts. Sir Carrot chimed in with a similar tone of excitement. Now that you mention it, why haven't we ever thought of learning magic? Even mastering just a second circle could be incredibly useful. When I was learning the sword, my master always told me to steer clear of magic. Come to think of it, he never explained why. Both knights turned to me at the same time, their gazes resembling disciples seeking enlightenment from a sage. At this moment, to them, I probably seemed like a reclusive scholar or wizard who had just emerged from hiding. Having two cores in one body is possible only for a very rare few with unique constitutions. If not for this incident, Her Highness wouldn't have awakened this constitution either. I replied seriously, shaking my head at their naivete. Moreover, having two mana cores in one body disrupts physical balance. Chasing power recklessly might end up ruining your body. That's true. This is why people usually focus on mastering either the sword or magic, but not both. Sir Balzac, agreeing with me, added his own perspective. Then, what will happen to Her Highness? Isn't having two cores dangerous? Hearing our explanation, Eod and Carrot belatedly expressed concern for Irina's condition. The magic circle in her heart can simply be left alone. As long as she doesn't expand it further, it won't cause problems. The solution was straightforward. In fact, the few magic swordsmen who existed on the continent lived similarly, relying on one core as their main power source while using the other as a secondary aid. In any case, we should hurry. Her Highness needs someone who can examine her condition more closely. Is there something even you don't know? I don't know everything. When it comes to matters of the heart's magic circle, that's a mage's specialty. I spoke carefully while tending to Arena's body. Above all, the elixir I made was extremely crude and rudimentary. It's a half-finished product. Even if she seems healed now, we can't predict what side effects might arise later. We must hurry to the high tower. We need to have the Witch of Spring examine her. That seems like the best course of action. I'll tell Sir Rosie to increase our speed. I'll also stand guard on the roof of the carriage to ward off monsters or adventurers. I'll join you, Sir Balzac. Me too. The knights, now somewhat recovered, scrambled to climb out of the carriage and onto the roof. Aren't they trusting me a bit too much? And just like that, the knights left the carriage. Inside, only Arena, lying on the bed, and I, watching over her, remained. Phew, at least now I can finally breathe properly. Thankfully, with the knights gone, the air inside the carriage became somewhat bearable. Could it be because they left because of the smell too? The Golden Age, when humanity dared to challenge the authority of the gods, had fallen. After the Age of Divinity, the Dark Ages, and the Age of Savagery, a new era emerged, heralding the revival of civilization and culture. People compared this era to the ancient Golden Age and called it the Silver Age. And there was one nation leading this Silver Age. The largest and most powerful nation on the western continent of Arcadia, the Ragoid Empire. In the empire's capital, Goit. Failure? Are you certain? My deepest apologies, Your Highness. The preparations must have been flawless. Within the central palace of Goit, the imperial capital, a discreet report was delivered. I don't understand. We even recruited a Knight of the Frost Fangs. We mobilized black magicians from the demonic abyss. The barrier we used was meticulously designed by the Golden Tower itself. Is that all? The Sigma Knights involved in the operation were the creme de la creme, the elite among the elite personally nurtured by the Imperial Order. What about the magicians? They were future archmages who had honed the essence of combat magic from the Golden Tower. And yet, we failed. A middle-aged man with golden hair and red eyes, the Imperial Crown Prince, Canberman Lagoit, tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing the minister before him with an impassive gaze that revealed no emotion. The last report I received stated that the Grand Duke and the Frost Spectre were successfully trapped within the barrier. The final sentence was brimming with confidence, claiming success was only a matter of time. And now you say it failed. Though the prince's gaze appeared indifferent, Astra, the head of the Sigma Intelligence Division, who had to endure it alone, felt his lifespan shrink by the second. What is the reason? Well, there is one, but it's rather odd. Speak. They say a golden carriage appeared in the demonic abyss. A golden carriage. It's a carriage said to have been made by someone named Arod from Northern Haven. They claim he drove this golden carriage through the abyss, selling food and medical supplies. Eventually, it entered the depths of the barrier and seemed to have assisted the Grand Duke. A carriage can traverse the demonic abyss. In theory, yes. It's possible with a carriage pulled by top-grade magic beasts capable of withstanding the monster's fear. But such beasts are incredibly rare and expensive. Even the Empire doesn't have many of them. And yet, someone used such precious beasts to pull a carriage and sell food in the abyss. Crown Prince Canberman mulled over the name of the one who created this golden carriage, Arod, finding it strangely familiar at Novel bin Adat. Arod. Is he perhaps the same person who recently created arod salt, known as the Northern Spice? That is correct, Your Highness. The marriage proposal meant to subdue the North had fallen through. The Empire tried to pressure the North by controlling spices. But the North countered with a substance called arod salt, which seemingly fell from the heavens one day. Because of this, spices were now rarely used in the North. These days, the Empire is even buying and using arod salt instead. Word had spread, and now arod salt was quietly being sold within the Empire. Arod salt was produced from common weeds found only in the North and was far cheaper than spices from the eastern continent. Another reason why making the North a royal domain is a necessity. With magic stones and now spices, the complete annexation of the North had become an imperial and royal priority. Arod. Arod. Canberman repeatedly muttered the name. He then organized the events that had occurred in the North recently. So, let me summarize. A man named Arod suddenly appeared in the North, created something called arod salt, and then, not content with that, made a golden carriage to sell food in the abyss, ultimately entering the depths to save the Grand Duke trapped within the barrier. He thought that even the romance novels noble women read would sound more plausible than this. Arod salt, and now a golden carriage. Was it truly not a coincidence? As Canberman became lost in thought, Astra, the head of Sigma, cautiously spoke. Sigma suspects that he might be a secret weapon created by Ranlet. It seemed his thoughts aligned with the prince's. Do you believe Arod is a magician raised secretly in the North by Ranlet? Yes, Your Highness. Did Ranlet have that much magical capacity left? The last remaining witch coven resides in the North. But they've declined to the point where they're nothing more than farmers. You're not suggesting that the mighty Golden Tower was outdone by a handful of witches, are you? The conversation devolved into guesswork, yielding no definitive answers. This is exasperating. Crown Prince Canberman furrowed his brows. Just when everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, things became tangled. The north was located on the empire's border, connected solely to the empire by land. Its northern seas were blocked year-round by icebergs, rendering even small ships unusable. Bordering the demonic abyss, the extreme north, and the Manus mountain range, the north was a land of barbarity and relentless cold. It was rife with powerful monsters and roving barbarian tribes, yet it was also rich in magic stones, producing some of the finest grade stones. Additionally, the demonic abyss concealed numerous dungeons from the ancient Golden Age. Despite these treasures, the north was a dilemma for the empire until now. Indeed, the resources were valuable, and the ancient dungeons buried in the abyss were enticing, but the cost of stationing large armies and relocating citizens outweighed the profits. And the native northerners? They were notoriously fierce, making governance a nightmare. Thus, about 200 years ago, the empire bestowed the title of Northern Grand Duke upon Rune Rensselaer, a legendary sword master leading the native northerners, and established the Grand Duchy of the North. The arrangement was simple. You savage northerners hunt the monsters and mine the magic stones for us. We'll buy them from you at dirt cheap prices. Our imperial adventurers will roam the demonic abyss freely. Don't obstruct them. You northerners can serve as their porters if you wish. The empire had been leeching off the north ever since. The empire had been leeching off the north ever since. The relationship between the empire and the north, long stagnant, had undergone a dramatic shift due to the emergence of magi tech pioneered by the Golden Tower. While still an utmost secret, hidden from the world, the Imperial High Command unanimously felt it in their bones. A new era was approaching, one where magic stones of all grades would be used at an unprecedented scale. We must hurry and make the north fully ours. For this reason, the empire's core leadership instinctively realized that complete annexation of the north was no longer optional but imperative. I should have arranged Arena's marriage proposal with Julian, not myself. Crown Prince Canberman entertained this thought momentarily, considering other royal family members, such as the Crown Prince's nephew Julian, before shaking his head. No, that wouldn't work. He's too timid and would end up dominated by his wife. If they were to have a child in such a situation, the Northerners might use that child to manipulate the empire or even the royal family itself someday. He simply could not trust anyone else with the task. Not to mention that ominous superstition surrounding the Rensselaer ducal house. That's probably why they wouldn't agree to the marriage in the first place. That unsettling myth, always lingering at the back of his mind during negotiations for a marriage alliance with the North, also played a part in his decision. While Canberman personally dismissed such superstitions, weaker-willed sons or unreliable relatives might not. Forcing the matter could very well backfire. In any case, this recent assassination attempt has completely dashed any chance of a marriage alliance with the North. Or perhaps it was doomed from the moment the previous Grand Duke Baikal died. Even the Empire's future ruler found himself preoccupied with the conundrum of the North these days. Your Highness, the North currently has one of its legions away on a monster subjugation campaign. This is our chance. I propose we launch a northern expedition with 3 legions. That should be sufficient. As the Crown Prince pondered, a minister abruptly suggested a course of action. Prime Minister, the North's military strength is far greater than it appears. They are not to be underestimated simply because one legion is absent. Even so, the Empire vastly outnumbers them. Our Empire has many enemies. The Mongar orcs are already stirring in the east, where the Great Wall lies in ruins. And what of the Kingdom Alliance? But we cannot abandon the North. Between its magic stones and now arod salt, pacifying the North is essential to completing the 1,000-year empire. I know that, Prime Minister Carasso, better than anyone. However, the Imperial Prime Minister Carasso and Sigma's chief, Astra, held their breath as they listened intently to the Crown Prince's response. As I said before, the Empire has numerous enemies, both internal and external. If we lose too many soldiers and knights in the process of annexing the North, we will lose far greater territory and subjects than the North. In the worst-case scenario, the empire itself could collapse. If soldiers and knights are a concern, we can hire a large number of mercenaries. At their rebuttal, Canberman shook his head and continued. Consider the northern mercenaries currently active within the empire. If we declared all-out war on the North, how do you think they would respond? There are other capable mercenaries besides northerners. For the northern campaign, we can simply employ non-northern mercenaries. Carpe, the so-called mercenary queen, isn't she also a northerner? An all-out war is a last resort. We must exhaust every other option before considering it. Only when everything else fails, only then does war become a viable means. Your Highness's compassion for even the lowest soldiers and commoners is a blessing for the Empire. For the 1,000-year empire. Glory to the Golden Throne. Adat Novel bin Adat. Feigning realization, Astra and Carasso praised the Crown Prince with enthusiastic cries. He's clearly wary of raising an army, Carasso thought. His Highness's paranoia borders on excessive, Astra mused. If he personally leads the army, the palace will be empty. If he stays, there's no trustworthy commander to lead the legions. The trusted Duke Doom and Marchioness Havana are currently tied up with other affairs. And Viscount Ricard, the court steward, cannot leave the palace while guarding the imperial center. Though their true sentiments didn't align with the Crown Prince's words, they masked their thoughts behind expressions of admiration for the next ruler of the empire. So, what is Rensselaer's response? Surely they suspect that we orchestrated this trap. Surprisingly, they remain silent, as if nothing happened. Is that so? Could it be that the North also wishes to avoid a full-scale war? Considering the situation in the North, Canberman made his judgment. If they had made a fuss, I would have sent Astra's head to placate their anger and buy time. Nodding, the Crown Prince asked another question. What of the Northern Grand Duchess? According to an informant in the High Tower, the golden carriage entered the fortress 2 days ago. The Grand Duchess must be inside that carriage. Do we have news regarding her condition? It seems her condition is far from normal. She hasn't left her quarters for 2 days. More details. As soon as the golden carriage arrived at the High Tower, a large-scale purge began. Many of our informants were forced to take their own lives overnight. Tisk. The loss of the informants painstakingly embedded in the High Tower left the prince with a bitter taste. Is there a possibility that the Grand Duchess has suffered severe injuries? Unaware of Doyle's stab to Irina's abdomen, the Empire cautiously speculated about her injuries. We have accounted for such a scenario as well. Let's hope they were fatal. The Crown Prince recalled Irina Renslet, who had visited the Imperial capital 5 years ago. At the time, she had merely been a noblewoman from the backwoods of the north. Yet Canberman had sensed it immediately she was no ordinary figure. Just before falling ill, His Majesty dealt with the late Grand Duke by call and passed the task of handling his successor to me. This time, I must deal with the current Grand Duchess whether by taking her as my fourth wife or killing her. He turned toward the Sun Palace, the heart of the Imperial residence. What is His Majesty's current condition? Thinking of the Emperor, lying in the Sun Palace, he inquired. Although he had visited his father earlier that morning, he sought the perspective of others, perhaps for reassurance. He is gravely ill. Both the royal physician and the high priest have stated he has until early summer at most. A tragedy for the Empire. The Crown Prince sighed at Caruso's words. But Caruso and Astra had clearly seen it. The prince's narrowed eyes betrayed a smirk. Even the long, bitter winter of the north must come to an end eventually. Although the nights and early mornings still brought bone-chilling cold, the midday sun now shone warmly enough for northerners to shed their fur coats, if only briefly. Spring had begun in the north. Where am I? The scent of early spring and the warmth of sunlight seeped through the window bars. The softness of the bed and the comfort of the blanket, sensations she hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity, surrounded her. At the same time, a sense of uncleanliness, born of not having washed in days, made her furrow her brow. This was how Irina Renslet awakened. Sitting up, she looked around. The room was all too familiar. It was her own, a space she had desperately longed for during her time in the demonic abyss. Is this a dream? Unconsciously, she pinched her cheek. Now that I think about it, the last thing I remember is... Her thoughts drifted to the moments before she lost consciousness. The North? I hate this damned North with all my being. Her expression hardened as she recalled Doyle's betrayal. Then, how about making me your official consort? Because you're so beautiful. Her hardened expression softened, and her face flushed red as her mind replayed the conversation with Arod. You're awake. A warm voice called out from the corner of the room. Irina turned toward the sound and pouted, clearly displeased. Must you always hide your presence like that? Ho 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 ho, it's a habit, my lady. A plump, wrinkled woman in a simple tunic, who might have been mistaken for a village elder by anyone else, smiled gently as she approached. Old hag. Yes, yes, my dear lady. This time, it was so hard. Like a child seeking comfort, Irina buried her face in the embrace of Isabel, the Witch of Spring. Had any of Irina's knights or ministers, who held her in high regard, seen this, they might have fainted in shock. I know, you've been through so much. Irina's biological mother, the Grand Duchess of Renslet, had passed away when Irina was just a toddler. As a result, she had been raised by the witch Isabel. No matter how much her father, Baikal Renslet, cherished her, his duties as Grand Duke and the constant threat of external invasions left him little time to care for his daughter. To Irina, the Witch of Spring was a nanny, teacher, and headmaid all rolled into one. Are you feeling all right? Isabel scrutinized Irina carefully as she asked the question. No matter how closely she observed, only Irina herself could truly know her own body. I feel wonderful. Refreshed. More than anything, I'd like to bathe. I've already instructed the maids to prepare warm bathwater. And there's someone I must meet and thank. You mean Arod Jin? Yes. I owe him, and the entire North owes him a great debt. Irina's words were accompanied by an effort to ignore the memory of her last conversation with Arod before she lost consciousness. Arod Jin is doing well here at the High Tower. He's especially popular among the witches. The witches? Yes. After all, he's the famous creator of Arod salt. He's the North's benefactor. I hope they aren't bothering him too much. Of course not. I've made sure to give them a stern warning. Do witches even listen to you? Not really, no. But is it all right? Arod is a magician as well. If he gets too involved with the witches and stirs up their restrictions, it could cause trouble. They're all adults. They'll handle it sensibly. If you're so concerned, you should bathe, eat, and then meet with him. Isabel, after speaking, took a deep breath before continuing in a more serious tone. By the way, Your Grace. Your injury has left your lower dantian empty. While you've miraculously survived and even healed your core, you'll need to relearn the sword from scratch. I know. Even as she awoke feeling refreshed, Irina couldn't ignore the emptiness she felt inside. Though it saddened her to lose the core she had cultivated all her life, she did not despair. She was still young, and her mind and body vividly remembered the sword. Recovering her former skills would be no great challenge, she thought. Alternatively, there is another option. Isabel suddenly spoke in a grave tone, offering a suggestion. Another option. You could learn magic instead of the sword. At Isabel's unexpected proposal, Irina's eyebrows shot up. Your Grace, consider learning magic. There are even 2 circles embedded in your heart. This sudden suggestion from the Witch of Spring left Irina speechless. In my heart, there are circles. She hastily focused her senses on her heart. It seems that when your Danshan was destroyed, parts of your core transferred to your heart. Irina felt the 2 unfamiliar energies within her heart and asked for clarification. You're telling me to learn magic? Isabel nodded slowly. Of course, the decision is entirely yours. To learn both magic and the sword. No matter how exceptional you are, having achieved the rank of sword master at such a young age, mastering both is impossible. Your body wouldn't withstand it. Magic. Irina's thoughts drifted back to her experiences in the demonic abyss. If she had known magic instead of the sword, she might have avoided much of the suffering she endured. The North has plenty of knights, but its magical strength is woefully lacking. This moment felt almost like a sign, a turning point in her life. Irina's lips parted slightly, ready to speak. But then, Irina, my beloved daughter, the pride of Ranlet, you are a genius born once in a millennium. A voice echoed in her mind. You have the potential to reach the pinnacle of the sword, to become the legendary Grand Sword Master beyond even the Sword Master. The voice was one she dearly loved but could no longer hear. I want to see you achieve that height. The words her father spoke in life now resonated as his final legacy to her. Adat Novel bin Adat. After a long silence, Irina shook her head firmly. Irina touched her calloused, roughened hands before finally speaking with resolve. No, I will continue walking the path of the sword. No, I will continue walking the path of the sword. Her words carried unwavering determination. Isabel, the Witch of Spring, gazed quietly at her young liege. As I expected, that's what you'd say, Isabel replied, breaking into a broad smile. You expected that? Yes. This also concludes my check of your mental state and memory. Still, it wouldn't hurt for you to learn a few simple practical spells appropriate for a 2-circle magician. They're fun and useful. At Isabel's casual response, Irina furrowed her brow and asked, and if I had chosen the path of magic instead? Then I might have used every means at my disposal to cast a mental reformation spell on you. Let's stop there. Irina cut her off, scrutinizing Isabel closely. Why are you looking at me like that? Isabel tilted her head with a smile, puzzled by her liege's gaze. You smell of blood. There's blood on the hem of your skirt, too. The color and scent were utterly uncharacteristic of the Witch of Spring, who was usually surrounded by the smells of grass and earth. There was a purge, wasn't there? Irina spoke with a heavy tone, her eyes somber. Yes. Isabel nodded deeply, her expression serious. There were more rats than I expected, breeding unchecked. I suspected as much. Perhaps we've been too focused on Haven, overrun with Imperial adventurers, leaving other vulnerabilities exposed. The cost of complacency was high. It was a close call. I heard about Doyle from Sir Balzac. It was my failure to manage the Frost Knights. Please punish me. Adat Novel bin Adat. Pay for your mistakes by eradicating the Empire's vermin. Understood. Leaving the matter of the purge to Isabel, Irina stood from her bed. She swayed slightly, her legs unsteady after lying down for so long. By the way, Your Grace, Isabel said as she supported Irina. Speak, old woman. What do you truly know about this Arod Jinn? I don't know his exact identity. That's what I thought. He's too suspicious. But he saved not only me but the North as well. I won't tolerate any nonsense against him ever. Irina's unshakable trust in Arod Jinn startled Isabel, who stared at her liege in disbelief. And, I do have a theory about Arod Jinn's identity, Irina added cautiously, glancing at Isabel. Do tell, Isabel encouraged, her interest piqued as she helped Irina toward the bathroom. Clearing her throat, Irina glanced around. The aftermath of the Great Purge had left the corridors eerily empty. No maids, no attendants, no servants. Arod Jinn, might be. Leaning close to whisper into Isabel's ear, Irina said softly, an ancient. Pardon. The demonic abyss holds many dungeons created during the ancient Golden Age. He's likely a magician from that time, sealed away and recently awakened. The ancient Golden Age, a civilization that existed roughly 5,000 years ago, was shrouded in mystery. Having experienced the space-distorting barrier in the abyss firsthand, Irina believed it was entirely plausible. If such magic existed today, then surely the Golden Age, known for its magical prowess, would have wielded even greater powers. Well, Isabel faltered, unsure how to respond. But, contrary to legend, he was much kinder and more considerate than the magicians described in ancient texts. Isabel's face contorted into one of the most baffled expressions of her life. Irina's theory diverged wildly from the witch's conjecture, which painted Arod as a low-level magician who had stumbled upon Golden Age relics. Why do you think that, Your Grace? From what I've seen, Arod Jinn's mana measures between 1 and 2 circles. Exactly, Irina said confidently. Excuse me. Creating Arod salt, crafting the golden carriage, conjuring searing magic arrows, even brewing elixir, those aren't feats a mere 2-circle magician could achieve. That is true. He must be concealing his true strength for some reason. Or perhaps his long imprisonment left him weakened. Isabel was left utterly speechless, her mind reeling from Irina's assertions. Time-twisting seals spanning 5,000 years? Utilizing hyperspace or extreme gravity barriers might make such things theoretically possible, but as a seasoned magician, Isabel found Arena's theory lacking in credibility. To warp time across 5,000 years, you'd need the combined power of every dragon from legend. The magical energy required would increase exponentially with the time span. Even if such a miracle had occurred, it didn't explain why no other ancients had resurfaced alongside Arod. Honestly, the theory of Arod being a dragon would make more sense. Of course, Isabel didn't believe the dragon theory either. She held firmly to the idea that Arod was simply a low-level magician lucky enough to discover Golden Age relics. Watching her young mistress, so pure in her musings, Isabel hesitated. Should she challenge Arena's theory with the witch's more grounded speculations? Or should she let her mistress hold on to her romantic notions? It's problematic for a ruler like her to mistake a mere low-level magician for an ancient being. As North's sovereign, Arena couldn't afford such lapses in judgment. Your Grace, Isabel began, preparing to correct her. But, old woman, there's something I'm curious about, Arena interrupted. Yes. Before Isabel could speak further, Arena's next question caught her entirely off guard. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Would it be possible for someone from the Golden Age to have a child with someone from today? Arena's face was a mixture of nervousness and blush, an expression Isabel had never seen in all the years she had cared for her. Well, yes. It's possible. Humans from the Golden Age and today are the same species, Isabel replied, struggling to keep her composure. I see. Besides, Your Grace, you're a northerner, aren't you? Do you know that northerners share roots with the barbarian druids? I do. The distant ancestors of the druids who first settled this land were the ancients of the Golden Age, known as naturalists. I remember hearing that from my father when I was young. In any case, it's not an issue, then. That's a relief. That reaction? Could it be? Isabel screamed internally as she watched her mistress's unmistakable demeanor. So, it's finally springtime for my lady? Her mind raced. Between an ordinary low-level magician who stumbled upon relics and a 5,000-year-old ancient, the latter is definitely the more romantic choice. Let's observe for now. Isabel decided to let it go for the moment. After all, spring had come not only to the north but also to its Grand Duchess. The truth, Isabel thought, could wait until the relationship between the two deepened further. Even with my riding skills maxed out, I was just a layman compared to knights who had spent their entire lives fighting on horseback. Just as swimming in the army became combat swimming, riding for knights was essentially combat riding. In fact, the game even had a skill for it charging. Anyway, my golden carriage ended up crossing paths with these knights' combat riding skills. Che-arj. Woo-oh-a-ah. Nay. We recreated a scene straight out of Mad Max on the snowy plains of the demonic abyss. And in no time, we reached Haven. Hey, isn't that the golden carriage? I know that one. It's the carriage Arod took into the abyss. The driver and the knight riding on top, are they the ones from the high tower? Hey, I don't think they're stopping. What do we do? What do you mean, what? They're important people? Just open the gate. Thanks to the quick-wit guards of Haven, we breezed through and continued north without stopping. From Haven, we passed through Skoen, Narvik, and Rem, arriving at the high tower in no time. Stay in the guest rooms for now. Let us know immediately if anything happens. Just don't wander around carelessly. I hate to say this to guests, but things might feel tense for a few days. Balzac, Eot, Sir Rosie, and Carrot handed Arena over to Isabel, the Witch of Spring, and then began their grim work, swords in hand. Because of this, the atmosphere at Rensselaer Castle was chaotic and tense. Every time I wandered the castle, the scent of blood lingered in the air. Unwiped bloodstains marked many corners of the halls. 2 days after arriving at the high tower, as expected, knights whose brains are all muscle, calling me the savior of the north, and yet, leaving me here like this. While I debated whether to ditch the high tower without waiting for any rewards, a woman approached me. Greetings, Arod Jin, future honorary baron. I am Isabel, caretaker of the high tower. Thank you so much for saving our Grand Duchess. She introduced herself as Isabel, the Witch of Spring. Now, 2 more days have passed. Arod, what kind of dish can you make with these mandragora roots? Those. They're great if you boil them with chicken and various herbs. Really. Especially good for men's stamina. Ahaha, the knights are going to go wild over this. I was elbow-deep in dirt, farming with witches on the southern outskirts of the high tower. These witches, the last of their kind on the continent, had gathered here. Arod, what can we do with this root? That one's better suited for alchemy than cooking. Should I teach you the combination spell? No, it's fine. You don't have to. All right then. I had tried teaching them magical knowledge a few times, but their pride, or perhaps some other reason, always made them politely refuse at novel bin at. I respected their pride and acknowledged their magical expertise. It's hot here. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, marveling at the witch's magic. Incredible. A greenhouse farm. Despite the lingering chill of the north, this place was warm. The hot, humid air felt refreshing after being in the cold for so long. Greenhouses existed even in the Josian era, so this isn't strange. And this world has magic, after all. I surveyed the farmland. Still, the sheer scale of this greenhouse is astonishing. No wonder the north has survived without Imperial support. The greenhouse farm, fueled by magic, was enormous. The magical formations above regulated temperature and humidity, while elemental spirits flitted between the earth and sky. Though it wasn't as vast as a modern cornfield in the United States, the wheat, barley, potatoes, and fruits grown here were an oasis for the food-scarce north. It was enough to feed the residents of the high tower and the soldiers defending the Great Northern Wall. This didn't exist in the first iteration of the Silver Age. The Empire must have destroyed it after annexing the North. If this farm had survived, the North wouldn't have suffered so many deaths during the Great Famine that was to come. After the Grand Duke went missing, the witches joined the Northern Resistance under the Witch of the Snowfields. But where is Mary, the Witch of the Snowfields? I don't see anyone here who resembles her future self. As I pondered the original history of the North, a group of witches sidled closer to me. Arod, can we visit your golden carriage after work? Though they avoided learning magic from me out of pride, I could only guess, their curiosity about my magical creations was boundless. Of course. When I agreed, the young witches clung to my arms and squealed with delight. Yay, thank you. Arod, you're the best. The scent of earth and herbs wafted gently to my nose, carried by the spirits around them. The soft, squishy sensation of their bodies pressed against me added to the experience. Is this heaven? Yes, if I was in another world, I might as well enjoy this classic fantasy trope. I was particularly popular with the witches of the High Tower. My inventions, from Arod's salt to the golden carriage, had stirred their curiosity and admiration. From young witches to middle-aged ones and even elderly ones, they all treated me with warmth and kindness. Life in the High Tower was surprisingly pleasant. Hey, everyone! Breaking news! A witch ran toward us, her voice echoing across the fields. At that moment, a witch wearing a wide-brimmed pointed hat and a robe approached from the sky, shouting excitedly. She was riding a broomstick, flitting toward us with purposeful energy. Her Grace the Grand Duchess has awakened. The witch wore a triumphant expression, clearly proud to deliver the news first. Oh my! But as her eyes fell on me and the witches were still clinging to my arms, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Her face turned pale as her gaze shifted past me and the other witches to something behind us. Huh? I glanced over my shoulder and nearly froze. Ho 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 ho. Isabel was smiling, but her eyes were anything but cheerful. Next to her, Irina wore a gloomy expression, saying nothing as she stood in silence. Life in the North was synonymous with struggle. As a result, the elite soldiers of the High Tower were as skilled as the average knights of other kingdoms. The knights commanding these soldiers could rival the senior knights of most kingdoms. Above them, the High Knights of Ranlet were so formidable that even the Imperial household knights of the Empire would hesitate to face them. Yet even these proud knights had one figure they dared not cross. Your Grace. Is something the matter? Are your injuries troubling you? My injuries are fine. That figure was none other than Irina Ranlet, the Grand Duchess of the North. Even though betrayal and injuries had reset her dantian, not one of the High Knights gathered in the council room underestimated her. Hadn't Arod and Isabel themselves confirmed it? The monocore that would reform in her new dantian would be far stronger than the previous one. And who was Irina? A genius among geniuses. Although the Empire ensured it was kept quiet, she was unofficially the youngest swordmaster in the continent's history. She was the first swordmaster to emerge from the Ranlet lineage since Ranlet, the founder of the duchy and a swordmaster himself. This meant she might become the first grand swordmaster the continent had seen since the Golden Age. Then, who has displeased your grace? Your expression has been grim since earlier. The knight's loyalty had only grown stronger, to the point where even a slight shift in the duchess's mood prompted alarmed reactions. Just say the word. Who is it? I'll pull their head off immediately. No, it's nothing, Irina replied, shaking her head. Her reserved demeanor only made the knights interpret her words as an unspoken confirmation. Then, suddenly, Irina's eyes shifted to me, seated beside her. Our eyes met briefly before she quickly turned her head away. The High Knights, quick to notice, immediately realized that the source of Irina's discomfort was me. The eyes of the knights quivered. 4 of the High Knights present Balzac, Carrot, Eode, and Rosie owed their lives to me. The others had heard countless tales of my deeds in the demonic abyss. Sir, what exactly did you do to her grace? I didn't do anything. I'd rather not kill you, you know. The first to speak was the elder knight Balzac, who leaned in with a low voice, looking genuinely troubled. You didn't spy on her grace while she was bathing, did you? No way. If you did, even I couldn't help you out of that one. Whatever it is, settle it with her grace quickly, for all our sakes. Following Balzac, Eode, Rosie, and Carrot all offered sincere albeit unusual advice. It was only because it was me that they were this restrained. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been dragged out and punished immediately. Fortunately, the interrogation never escalated. Let's focus on the meeting. The person responsible for the tense atmosphere, Irina herself, spoke, redirecting the conversation. Her commanding tone made the knights and officials fall silent. Begin with a report on the purges. Yes, Your Grace. First, we've detained Doyle Bowden's family and associates for questioning. I will report the results shortly. If it's proven to be Doyle's personal betrayal, avoid extending blame to his entire family. The Bowden family has served Ranlet loyally for generations. Unfortunately. I see, so it's as I suspected. Hearing the report from the Frost Knights, Irina's expression darkened further. Please, allow us to execute them? Such betrayal within the Frost Knights is utterly unacceptable. Enough. I've already discussed this with Isabel. Their punishment will be carried out through responsibility and reparations. Your Grace is merciful. Now, let's hear about the rats nesting in the high tower. This part falls under my jurisdiction, Your Grace, said an official who appeared to be a civil servant. We've detained 2 attendants and 4 maids who are currently being interrogated in the dungeon. Additionally, we've apprehended 37 suspects among the servants, merchants, and officials for further investigation. It seems we were far too complacent. Please allow us to execute them as well. Enough. Responsibility and reparations will suffice for their punishment. The heavy topics weighed down the atmosphere from the start of the meeting. Attending this meeting for the first time, I felt out of place, shifting uncomfortably and rolling my eyes around in silence at Novel bin Adat. Arad's current position was precarious. While not officially noble yet, he was already being treated as one. The formal conferment ceremony had yet to take place, but there was a chance his achievements would be rewarded with a title higher than the promised honorary baron, a hereditary one, possibly with land or a manor. In a way, this is the ultimate parachute deployment. But if that parachute came with elite training and a chest full of medals earned from countless real battles, it would certainly be seen differently. For example, he was attending this meeting without anyone raising objections. Still, why am I sitting right next to the Grand Duchess? That was the real issue, his seat at the table. He was currently seated on Irina's immediate left, her closest side. Does this mean they acknowledge my value? From one perspective, it felt like he was her chief aide. Or, is it because of that consort joke I made back then? From another, it almost seemed like they were a couple. Wait, did she actually remember that? A cold shiver ran down Arad's spine as his thoughts wandered. If he were to suddenly blurt out, "Oh, that was just a joke to wake you up," he had the distinct feeling his head would soon meet the end of a blade. "Ho ho ho, you two look wonderful together," Isabel murmured from Irina's right, her smile warm and knowing. At the same time, Irina's ears turned faintly red. Clearly, she had heard Isabel's remark. Am I really becoming a consort? Nearly convinced by the implication, Arod felt sweat dripping down his back. But I need to get back to Earth. This was a dilemma, a massive one. Arod cursed his past self for the reckless flirting he had used to wake Irina. No matter how amazing this world is, it's still not Earth. Sure, a fantasy world with no pollution might seem idyllic from a monitor or during a brief adventure, but living here permanently was another story. Most importantly, Earth has gin industries, which I've poured my entire 20s into. What should he do? BZZT? 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 Warning sirens blared in his mind as countless scenarios flooded his thoughts. I need to slowly and carefully create some distance. Fortunately, she told me to come up with a different wish back then. Surely, she hasn't forgotten that part. While he was lost in uneasy contemplation, the recent events in the demonic abyss are undoubtedly the Empire's doing. The spoils we recovered from their corpses are more than enough evidence. Unlike the previous Grand Duke's death, this time we have undeniable proof. The ongoing meeting's discussions suddenly reached his ears. The topic, which had started with purges, had shifted to the Empire's provocations and how to respond. It's clear now we've crossed the point of no return with the Empire. Indeed, the Empire has overstepped its bounds. The justification is on our side. We must settle this grudge once and for all. As expected, the High Knights were shouting with fervor, ready to march on the Empire at a moment's notice. Your Grace? War? It's time for war. The knights and soldiers of the High Tower are prepared. The subject, long debated even before Irina woke, was now under formal discussion. As the ultimate decision-maker, the choice lay in her hands. No, if we go to war with the Empire now, the North will be ruined. We should first send envoys to demand an explanation and hold them accountable. The civil officials countered with firm opposition, making it clear they wished to avoid full-scale war at all costs. Enough weakness? The Empire has effectively declared war on us. Send envoys? They'll just pin the blame on a scapegoat again, like last time. Knights, regain your senses. The North is in no condition to fight a full-scale war against the Empire. Adat Novel bin Adat. We share your disdain for the Empire's treachery. But now is not the time. We need to build our strength and wait for the right moment. Opinions were divided. The North's administrative officers, led by Chancellor Haida, clashed with the High Knights, each side digging in their heels. All of you must be Imperial spies. Huh? And you're trying to ruin the North with your cowardice. What are you even saying? Do you think moving a single legion is easy? Last year, we already sent the Extreme North Expeditionary Force. The Expeditionary Force was just 1 legion. Do you know how hard it is to feed the soldiers we have left? Our supplies are already stretched thin. Then we'll take supplies from the enemy? Unlike orcs or barbarians, the Empire has plenty of food. Do you think this is the age of savagery? Do you think war is some paper-pushing exercise? Our ancestors waged war against the Empire under far worse conditions. Regardless, any military operation must wait until the Expeditionary Force returns. Wait, we don't even know when Commander Suan and the expedition will be back. Whoosh! Killing intent radiated from the knights, while the civil officials, unflinching in their northern pride, stood their ground. Do you think we'll back down just because you're trying to intimidate us? Despite their lack of combat training, the officials held firm, unshaken by the knight's menacing aura. Enough. The fierce debate was silenced by a single word from Irina. She shifted the tense atmosphere in a new direction. Sir Arod. Yes. She turned her attention to him. What is your opinion? What is your opinion? Me. Whoosh! In an instant, every eye in the room, including Arena's, was focused on him. Why is she suddenly asking me? Arod was deeply flustered but resolved to remain calm. If he faltered here, the capable and resourceful image he had built would crumble instantly. I've heard that the spirit of the North is to repay kindness twofold and enmity tenfold. However, if we fight the Empire now, we wouldn't even be able to repay the harm they caused us, let alone strike back tenfold. After a brief silence, Arod spoke. I am not suggesting we forgive the Empire, but going to war with them right now would be madness. Oh? The civil officials looked at him with approval, their expressions satisfied. The knights, on the other hand, were clearly displeased. However, considering Arod had saved 4 of their leaders and even the Grand Duchess herself, they refrained from glaring daggers at him as they might have otherwise. Moreover, her grace has not fully recovered yet. I'm perfectly fine, Arena interjected. Your skill hasn't fully returned, has it? Well, and while you may feel fine now, there's always the chance of after effects appearing later. This statement clinched it. For the sake of ensuring her grace's complete recovery, stability must be our top priority. The knights, who had been brimming with frustration, suddenly averted their gazes, focusing instead on distant mountains or empty corners of the room. For now, we should focus on fortifying our internal stability while her grace regains her strength and martial prowess. Starting with Arod Salt, we can develop various goods to draw money from the Empire and the rest of the continent. Wars are fought with wealth and supplies, after all. Arod continued, in my opinion, we should formally protest this incident to the Empire and demand financial reparations instead of immediate retaliation. Do you really think the Empire would even listen to our protests? A senior knight scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Sensing an opportunity to smooth things over with the knights, Arod quickly addressed their concerns. The Empire has many enemies. They can't afford a full-scale war with us either. That means we can do almost anything to them short of declaring war. Adat novel bin adat. The Empire can't go to war with us, so don't be intimidated. On top of that, I've heard that thanks to Arod Salt, the North's trade deficit has been alleviated. We're in an even stronger position now, but the North still relies heavily on the Empire for food, another knight pointed out. If the Empire tries to play games with food, we can simply raise concerns that starving Northerners might flood into the Empire's heartland. That threat alone would likely make them buy peace with money. Oh? This seemed to strike a chord with the knights, their expressions softening considerably. Yeah, that's right. Across the room, the officials nodded vigorously, their agreement even more pronounced. I believe Arod's suggestion has merit, Arena said, nodding. Wait. As Arod continued speaking, he began to sense something odd. Shouldn't these ideas have already occurred to them? Honestly, the people in the room, especially the officials, should have already considered these strategies. The same went for Arena. Could it be that I'm being used? It dawned on him, as a neutral third party who had saved the lives of 4 high knights, he was the perfect spokesperson to persuade the knights without offending them. Arena had likely orchestrated this, leveraging him as a buffer to avoid antagonizing the knights while advancing her own agenda. Arod decided to let it slide for now. The first council meeting since the Grand Duchess's recovery concluded. Thank you, Sir Arod. Thanks to you, we managed to calm those stubborn bulls, said a middle-aged man who approached Arod as soon as the meeting ended. It was Haida, the senior administrator who held a chancellor-like position in the north. Don't mention it. I'm sure the knights understood the need for restraint. Deep down they were just frustrated with the current situation. I understand their frustration. It's not as if I don't sympathize with them. I was born and raised in the north myself. But their behavior was a bit excessive. To think they'd radiate killing intent in front of her grace. It's surprising she let it slide. The knights still harbor suspicions that the late Grand Duke Baikal's death was connected to the Empire. Her grace likely tolerated their behavior because she understands their loyalty. Is that so? Arod's eyes widened in surprise. Baikal Rune Renslet, Arena's father and the former Grand Duke of the North, was officially said to have died in battle against the extreme North Orcs. But to suggest the Empire had a hand in it. For the record, even the officials, including myself, don't disagree with the knights on this matter. Even the most rational and pragmatic administrators in Renslet agreed on this point. Are you saying the Empire colluded with the extreme North Orcs, like they did with the black magicians from the demonic abyss? Not collusion, exactly. The Orcs aren't the kind to negotiate. But they could have been used. The Orcs' weaponry notably improved a few years ago. If that was true, the Empire's actions resembled covert operations carried out by intelligence agencies like the CIA back on Earth. People are the same no matter where you go. While there wasn't concrete evidence, the circumstantial case against the Empire was strong. Combined with the indisputable evidence of their involvement in the recent incidents, it was no wonder the knights were furious. It's not just the knights, the entire north is seething. Even Haida, the most level-headed figure in the north, was trembling with barely contained anger as his clenched fists quivered. Watching them, Arod felt he could finally grasp the source of the north's resilience in its century-long resistance. Ahem, pardon an old man's rambling, Haida said, attempting to compose himself. Not at all. It was enlightening. By the way, you should try to ease her grace's mood. For some reason, she's still acting a bit cold toward you, isn't she? Excuse me? Oh, yes. With that, Haida excused himself, leaving the room. When Arod looked around, he realized the room had emptied. Everyone else, knights, witches, and officials had quietly left, almost as if planned. Now, only Arod and Arena remained. Oh no. The Rensselaer Citadel, often called the High Tower, was not just the administrative center of the Northern Duchy but also its capital. The scale of the fortress surpassed that of most cities. At the heart of this vast stronghold lay the inner castle, where the North's highest-ranking figures resided. Within the inner castle was the Palace of Glory, a place where the Grand Duke of the North convened with their advisors to discuss matters of state. The Palace of Glory was at once the royal court, the administrative office, and the Grand Duke's residence. Currently, I was in one of the countless rooms within the Palace of Glory. The council chamber, where the day's meeting had just ended, was now occupied by only 2 people, the ruler of this land and me. Ahem. Well, that was your first meeting, wasn't it? You did well. Your input was good. We will seriously consider your suggestions regarding the Empire. Arena was the first to break the awkward silence. Her tone betrayed her discomfort with the situation. It was an honor, I replied, bowing my head at an appropriate angle. What kind of excuse do you think the Empire will offer if we press them? If I were them, I'd blame it on the actions of rogue elements under the influence of black magicians. Is that so? That makes sense. Arena fell silent after my brief response, and an awkward quiet filled the room once again. Well then, I'll take my leave. Seemingly unable to bear the tension, Arena abruptly exited the room. I was now the sole occupant of the chamber. She seemed to be in a better mood than when we met at the greenhouse earlier, but she's still a bit stiff. Left alone, I replayed our brief exchange in my head. Why is she upset? Could it be because of the witches clinging to me at the greenhouse? That seemed the most likely reason. As they say, judge a person not by their words but by their circumstances. Considering everything, this explanation fits. What should I do? Ignoring this could spell serious trouble. It was clear I needed to maintain some level of distance from Arena. Yet, cutting ties completely would be foolish, especially since her cooperation was crucial to my plans to safeguard the North. On top of that, the ceremony to bestow my title was approaching, along with whatever additional rewards she might grant me. I need to maintain just the right balance, keep it at the budding romance stage until I return to Earth. It was a selfish thought, but I rationalized it as the best option for both of us. I needed to return to Earth, and Arena had a realm to govern. The ideal scenario would be gaining the ability to travel freely between Earth and this world. The idea was borderline delusional, and I dismissed it as quickly as it came. If such a possibility existed, the entity that brought me here would have already offered it. Turning my attention back to the problem at hand, I pondered ways to lift Arena's spirits. Apologizing directly is out of the question. Acknowledging the incident at the greenhouse would only make things worse, potentially framing the situation as jealousy over the witches. So, what's left? After deliberating, I arrived at an age-old truth. I headed toward the golden carriage. There's nothing better than a surprise gift to appease an upset woman. What should I give her? As I made my way to the golden carriage, my thoughts turned to what kind of surprise gift would suit Arena. She seemed to enjoy the food last time. I could recreate the Komake's experience I had served her back in Haven. No, I shouldn't risk alienating the Hightower's chefs. I shook my head at the idea. Maybe I could make her some candy or a cake. Sweet desserts would be a rare treat in the North. Honey was the only sweetener readily available in this era, so a dessert made with sugar would indeed be a precious gift. The problem is, I don't have sugar. While I could theoretically create a fantasy world version of aspartame with alchemy, I quickly dismissed the thought. I lack the infrastructure, materials, and time to pull that off. The constraints of reality reared their head. What about making her a sword? As a knight, a sword would certainly suit her. Besides, her weapon had sustained significant damage during the battle in the demonic abyss. Though I had patched it up temporarily, full restoration would take time. But creating a sword that meets Arena's standards would take far too long. I don't have the means to forge mithril or adamantium yet. I rejected the idea. Besides, she's effectively starting over in terms of martial strength. Giving her a high-quality weapon now might encourage her to push herself too hard, which could lead to more trouble. Most of my ideas hit a wall due to lack of infrastructure, resources, or time. What good was having overwhelming expertise if I couldn't bring it to life? It felt like being a semiconductor engineer dropped into the 19th century. Lost in thought, I walked until the golden carriage came into view. That's it. I suddenly stopped, an idea striking me like a bolt of lightning. Something practical, swift to produce even with my limited resources, and certain to please Arena came to mind. Inside the golden carriage, the area that had once been a witch's playground was eerily quiet. Isabel must have given them strict orders to stay away. Thanks to the peace and quiet, I could begin my work without interruption. Let's see. The monster hides I got as payment instead of money in the demonic abyss. Ah, here they are. Adat novel bin adat. I opened a storage chest in the carriage and pulled out several hides. I'll make her a bag. Spreading the hides, I sketched designs inspired by famous Earth luxury brands. First, sharpening. After finalizing the blueprint, I sharpened the tools I'd use to cut the leather. Leathercraft requires constant cutting and thinning, so keeping the tools razor sharp is essential. Like hitting Ctrl+S to save your work, sharpening becomes second nature in leathercraft. Swish, swish. After sharpening, I began cutting the hides according to my blueprint. The blade, now honed to perfection, sliced through the material with ease. SRRRK, SRRRK. With the pieces cut, I moved on to thinning the leather. Thinning, or skiving, adjusts the leather's thickness, playing a critical role in determining the bag's texture, gloss, and overall quality. It's the hallmark of high-end leather goods. Hermes, for instance, owes much of its reputation to its skiving expertise. Thud, 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 thud. Once the skiving was complete, I began the equally crucial task of beveling the edges. This process strengthens the leather, ensuring it won't crack over time. It's tedious and time-consuming but indispensable for durability. Thud, thud, thud. With my maxed-out dexterity stats, everything was progressing smoothly. Every step of the process was executed with precision beyond measure, faster and more accurate than any machine. Repeatedly, I skived, beveled, and compressed layers of monster hide into a single, unified piece of leather. After what felt like hours of cutting and shaping, I pulled out a brazier and threw in a magic stone to create a makeshift furnace. Whoosh! This marked the start of the most critical stage, the process that would elevate this bag beyond an ordinary leather accessory, the magic stone coating. This part will require a fair bit of luck. And the stones I'm using now are mid-grade. It won't be as easy as it was with the golden carriage. This process was a delicate balance, with success reliant on a 70-30 split between skill and luck. Still, with my luck stat, the chances should be around 70 to 80%. I melted the magic stone and carefully applied it to the interior and exterior of the leather, layering it evenly. Swish, swish, thump, thump. Once the coating was applied, I etched mana circuits into the leather before the coating set. Will it succeed on the first try? Sweat formed on my brow as I focused on enchanting the mana circuits. Roughly 20 minutes later. Success? I instinctively felt the enchantment take hold. With the first round of enchanting complete, I moved on to stitching the bag together with linen thread. In between, I added punches for durability, attached buttons and embellishments, and reinforced the base with plates made from the magic stone. The liner was bonded to the outer leather, and every piece was assembled meticulously. The work continued uninterrupted until the early morning hours. Phew, is it already morning? Stretching, I gazed out at the northern sunrise. I don't even put this much effort into making my own spatial bag. Looking at the nearly completed leather bag, I muttered to myself in exhaustion. The bag's design resembled a Birkin bag from Earth but was smaller, about the size of two palms put together. It also lacked a handle, designed instead to be worn on a belt for ease of carrying. Just one final step to go. In the center of the bag was a socket, ready to hold a gemstone or some other focal piece. It just doesn't feel complete without something in that slot. Taking a deep breath, I pulled out a fingernail-sized top-grade magic stone of neutral attribute from my pouch. It was a trophy from the battle against the Empire's Sigma forces. Second enchantment. The final and most crucial step began. Using tools as fine as needles, I carved intricate mana circuits into the dazzling crystal. I wish I could add a shield spell enchantment too, but I lack the mithril or orichalcum to make that work. I decided to focus on quantity over quality for the mana circuits. Given my current resources, this will have to do. The top-grade magic stone allowed for 3 mid-tier enchantments: engraving, self-cleaning, and self-repair. To clarify, mid-tier magic here corresponds to magic standards from 100 years into the future. Creating an artifact of this level now would require someone of Yukon's caliber, the master of the Golden Tower. With the stone coating on the bag and this gemstone combined, this bag should last for 10,000 years, assuming I succeed. I allowed myself a small moment of pride. This bag could rival relics from the Golden Age, and in terms of practicality, it might even surpass them. Luck stats and beginner's grace have carried me so far without failure. This was a unique artifact, something only I could create. And even then, it required immense luck and skill. There's no way I could do this again. My body can't take this kind of intensive production process more than once. The limitations of my current infrastructure had forced me into inefficient, overly taxing methods. Still, I might be able to mass-produce simpler versions for profit. Maybe I'll discuss it with the Grand Duchess later. Even the proud witches would comply if given orders from above. With a deep breath, I steadied my trembling hands for the final step. I prayed to my luck stat as I inserted the neutral magic stone into the bag's socket. And then, flash, the bag radiated with an intense, dazzling light, the unmistakable glow of a resounding success. Meanwhile, Arena was unable to sleep that night. What if he's disappointed in me? She couldn't stop dwelling on her cold behavior toward Arod the previous day, a decision she now deeply regretted. Why am I acting like this? What's wrong with me? For the first time in her life, Arena grappled with emotions she couldn't name or understand. It was just the witches holding on to his arms. It's something I should have been happy about. She couldn't explain why she had been upset and sullen. Why did I ask that ridiculous question to Isabel? She cringed, recalling the question about whether a child could be born between an ancient and a modern human. She had asked it solely to keep Arod tied to the north, even if it meant pairing him with someone else at Novel bin Adat. But Isabel had clearly misinterpreted her intentions. Because you're so beautiful. The memory of Arod's sudden, heartfelt comment in the demonic abyss resurfaced, and her face burned. Arena had heard countless compliments about her beauty, but for some reason, his words lingered vividly in her mind. Ugh. Shaking her head violently, she tried to dispel the thoughts, clinging to logic and reason. Arod possesses knowledge from the Golden Age. He must be recruited for the North's sake, nothing more. Even during yesterday's meeting, she had sought his input only to see if he might have some groundbreaking solution as a supposed ancient. I rejected his confession back then, and when we met again, he seemed to have accepted it and moved on. Though she felt an inexplicable sense of regret and longing, Irina convinced herself that she had made the right choice. It's better for him this way. She knew the Empire had targeted her relentlessly. If Arod were to be associated with her, it would only invite more danger to him, someone already considered a high-risk figure by the Empire. Knock, knock. Your Grace, Sir Arod Jin has requested an audience. A maid's voice interrupted her thoughts, announcing the arrival of the very man who had dominated her mind. Tell him to wait a moment. Chapter 26. Northern Trends, 3. Welcoming an unrelated man into the bedroom was unthinkable, even in the practicality-driven North. Thus, Irina and Arod met in a space used as both an audience hall and a reception room. In the audience hall, the maids attending to the Grand Duchess and the knights temporarily assigned to her guard after her loss of strength were sparsely positioned around the room. I greet your highness, the Grand Duchess. Arod, looking slightly fatigued perhaps from staying up all night, paid his respects to the Lord of the Snowfields. Could it be? Arod lost sleep, plagued by thoughts similar to mine. The Grand Duchess felt her chest tighten as she observed the weary expression on Arod's face. No, you and I must not grow closer. For your safety, above all else. With a peculiar sense of melancholy, as if she were a tragic protagonist in a romance novel, Irina regarded Arod. What brings you here? And your complexion, you look exhausted. Is something wrong with your sleeping quarters? She gripped her hands tightly. No. I simply stayed up all night making something. I see. What were you making? This. Whether he understood the depth of her emotions or not, Arod casually held out a bag he had spent the night crafting. It's beautiful. Irina couldn't help but think this as she looked at the bag. It was a design she had never seen before, a completely novel style that was fresh and captivating. Even for someone like her, who had spent her life wielding a sword and roaming battlefields, the bag evoked an instinctive desire to possess it. I've never seen a bag like this. Could it be inspired by the Golden Age? Her attention was particularly drawn to the neutral element magic stone embedded at the center of the bag. At a glance, it seemed to be a top-tier stone, and upon closer inspection, she noticed a small and intricate magic circle finely engraved upon it. This bag is not just an ordinary bag. It has 4 different enchantments. But the elegant exterior of the bag was just the beginning. Magic? Enchantments. As Arod's explanation continued, Irina recalled the golden carriage he had arrived in. That's right. It's easier to demonstrate than to explain. Opening the bag he had completed overnight, Arod began to demonstrate its various features. The first enchantment is a spatial magic. This small bag can hold items as large as a storage chest. To retrieve an item, you simply imagine its image. She was utterly captivated as she listened to Arod's explanation. While he spoke, Arod continued placing large objects far too big to fit in the bag inside it. Incredible. He truly is a mage. A bag with a spatial enchantment? Is this a reproduction of an artifact from the Golden Age? The maids serving Irina and the knights standing guard also looked on, mouths agape, as they listened to the explanation. The bag Arod had spent the night making was truly extraordinary. Once the demonstration of the first feature, the spatial enchantment, was over. May I borrow a dagger? Oh, of course. Lend him a dagger. Yes, your highness. Thank you. Arod proceeded to showcase the bag's other features. Even if it gets scratched like this. Without hesitation, Arod drew the dagger he had borrowed from a knight and slashed the bag. The maids let out involuntary cries of dismay, and Irina's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, the knights focused their full attention on the dagger in Arod's hand. Their focus, however, didn't last long. Over time, the bag repairs itself automatically. Of course, the necessary materials and tools must be inside the bag for this to work. Even the knights, who had been concentrating on the dagger in Arod's hand, were left stunned by the activation of the bag's self-repair magic. It also has a cleaning enchantment. If dirt gets on it, it's immediately washed away. It doesn't stain either. Next, Arod demonstrated the bag's cleanliness feature. This time, he poured ink from an inkwell in the audience hall onto the bag. After the self-repair magic demonstration, there were no longer any cries of distress from the maids. Wow, it's completely clean. Instead of dismay, the room was now filled with sounds of admiration. And lastly, the bag allows for ownership registration. Once the user's signature is imprinted, no one else can open it. With that, Arod concluded his demonstration of the bag he had crafted through an all-night effort. The moment the demonstration ended, a shadow of greed flickered in the eyes of everyone in the audience hall. Not only the maids but even the knights on guard duty. Naturally, Irina was no exception. A bag that rivals the artifacts of the Golden Age. It's priceless. No, Irina thought, even artifacts from the Golden Age couldn't compare to this. Could it be? Is this bag something you plan to sell after the Arod salt? Her voice trembled as she asked. The desire to possess the bag had now been overtaken by her curiosity as a ruler how it could benefit the North's finances. How much could they gain if they sold a bag like this to the Empire? Even just putting it up for auction would attract all the gold coins on the continent. Unfortunately, it's not an item that can be easily mass-produced. First of all, the magic stone embedded in the bag is a top-tier one. Is that so? Well, using a top-tier magic stone for a single bag is indeed extravagant. The bright visions Arena had been entertaining of endless riches were dashed by Arod's explanation. But there would surely be demand. The wealthy nobles and royalty of the empire would certainly buy it. And this is the north, the place where the continent's largest supply of magic stones is produced. There are even top-tier magic stones stored in the high tower. In a cautious tone, Arena made another suggestion to Arod. Well, the conditions to create it aren't something I can meet every time. Crafting it consumes an enormous amount of mental energy, and that's not something I can recover quickly. Even with Arena's appeal, Arod shook his head with a serious expression at novel bin at. Luck also played a big part. This time, beginner's luck was particularly on my side, which is why I was able to complete it in one night. I see, so there's no helping it. Arena understood the implications of Arod's words. She thought of the master blacksmiths of the north who had created legendary swords. Those blacksmiths, after forging one of the finest swords with northern iron, would often look as if they had aged 10 years overnight. However, I could produce bags with lower performance. Using mid to low tier magic stones, I could create bags with only a spatial. However, I could produce bags with lower performance. Using mid to low tier magic stones, I could create bags with only a spatial enchantment. Those could be made in decent numbers. Noticing Arena's slight disappointment, Arod offered a suggestion. Really? I'll provide any support you need. What materials are required? Her face brightened at his words. However, I'd like to work with witches and northern craftsmen rather than doing it alone. If I do this by myself, it will consume too much of my time. I can't spend an entire year just making these bags. So you mean to pass on your knowledge to them? However, Arod's next words caused Arena's expression to grow somewhat serious. Yes, that's correct. Arod responded, puzzled by her change in demeanor. Now that I think about it, there are more complications to consider than I initially thought. Complications? I'm sorry, but let's postpone mass production for now. The high tower and the north are still crawling with rats, which could be troublesome. Then there's also the matter of the witches. I understand. Arod nodded immediately, accepting her reasoning. The only area where the north was currently ahead of the empire was Arod's knowledge and magical engineering. If even a fraction of that knowledge leaked to the empire, it could spell real danger. But what does she mean by the witches' circumstances? It doesn't seem like just a matter of pride. Arod's curiosity didn't last long, as Arena continued speaking. Then, this bag will be the only one of its kind for the time being, won't it? That's correct. I wouldn't make such a labor-intensive bag again. I see. So, what do you intend to do with it? Considering its value, it could fetch a fortune. No, Your Highness. I'm not going to sell it. What? Is it because you're worried about reverse engineering? Now that I think about it, even if we did sell it, we couldn't allow just anyone to own it. There's no need to worry about reverse engineering. The bag is equipped with a safeguard that destroys all magical circuits if unauthorized disassembly is attempted. If he wasn't going to sell it, why had he shown it in the first place? Arena's gaze lingered on Arod as she silently pondered the question. She decided to wait until he finished explaining to resolve her doubts. Now, Your Highness, please imprint your signature on it. Smiling, Arod held the bag out to her. Here, just place your finger on the white magic stone. Me. Arena's eyes widened as she finally grasped Arod's intention. No, to be precise, she had vaguely suspected it ever since Arod first introduced the bag. But she had pushed the thought aside, not wanting to get her hopes up only to be disappointed. Is this mine? Yes, it's a gift, Your Highness. A gift? Why? As the beautiful, elegant, and miraculous bag became a reality before her eyes, Arena felt both joy and bewilderment. No particular reason. I just wanted to. Now, please place your hand here. Just because. Yes. May I have your hand for a moment? Without waiting, he gently grasped her right wrist. Ugh. As a flustered Arena stammered, Arod guided her index finger to the bag's magic stone. For reference, this bag's name is Arod's Devotion. Devotion. Hearing the whispered name of the bag while having her wrist held by Arod, Arena's face turned red, right up to her ears. Oh my, is this a dream? Or reality? I must tell Lady Isabel about this. Spring has come. True spring has finally come to the north. Even if Arod was the benefactor of the north, grabbing the Grand Duchess's wrist so boldly was unthinkable. Yet, neither the maids nor the knights nor even Arena herself dared to intervene in this fateful moment. Commonly referred to as the High Tower, Ranlet Castle stood at the heart of the Great Northern Wall, serving as the guardian of the north. The name Northern Grand Duchy originally referred to this very castle. That was the distinction between the north and the Northern Grand Duchy. From the polar orcs crossing glaciers and ice fields to the countless monsters and barbarian tribes descending from the edge of the Manus mountain range, the High Tower and the Great Northern Wall had always been a steadfast shield against these savage foes. Ranlet Castle and its adjoining wall were the lifeline of the northern people, the roof of the empire, and the helmet of the Arcadian continent. A letter from Zune has arrived. Standing atop one of the towering spires of the Great Northern Wall, Arena spoke as she perched a white hawk on her left shoulder. The hawk, a winter messenger used for communication in the north, bore a brief report tied to its ankle. It was from Zune, the leader of the Frost Shield Legion currently hunting polar orcs. Judging by the white ribbon on the message, the news isn't bad. As Arena read the letter, the high-ranking knights and officials gathered on the spire showed interest. It says we won't have to deal with their invasions as much for the next 3 years. Arena nodded with a faint, soft smile after reading the report. That's great news. Ha ha ha, truly a relief. The atmosphere on the spire and the wall became noticeably lighter. Paper and a quill. Having finished reading the letter, Arena burned it in the spire's torch and requested writing tools to draft a reply. As the administrative officer, I can handle this task for you, Your Highness. No, Zune recognizes my handwriting. Understood. Administrator Haida quickly handed over a quill dipped in ink and a sheet of white paper clipped to a small board. Arena wrote a brief reply. All is well with me and the North. Focus on your return, but do not overexert yourself and minimize the soldiers' sacrifices. I wish you a safe return and will prepare a grand feast in your honor. Notably, Zune was unaware of Arena's recent ordeals at Novel Bin Adat. If he found out, he would likely push himself to the limit to return to the High Tower as quickly as possible. Off you go. After attaching the letter to the hawk's ankle, the trained winter bird let out a shrill cry and soared powerfully into the sky. Having completed the exchange, Arena resumed her inspection. It feels good to go on an inspection like this after so long. Please don't overexert yourself, Your Highness. Of course not. Let's head down now. I need to check on the commoners' lives as well. As Arena walked along the wall, a peculiar bag hung at her waist like an extension of herself. The palm-sized bag, its unique design unmistakable, stood out even against her northern-style coat and armor. She often ran her fingers over its surface as if confirming its presence. The Grand Duchess seems quite fond of the bag Arod gifted her. Well, it's certainly a masterpiece. It even boasts 4 miraculous enchantments. I'd carry it everywhere, too. If we could make just 5 more of those bags, we wouldn't have to worry about funding the North for at least 2 years. The officials watched their liege's subtle changes with keen eyes. Since receiving the bag from Arod, Arena had rarely parted with it. Whether eating, wielding her sword, or attending to her duties, the bag remained at her side. Rumor even had it that she kept Arod's devotion close by while bathing, and some claimed she even slept with it. TL note, rate us on novel updates. NDS naturally flow from the top down. With Arena carrying the bag Arod made so fondly, it was inevitable that those around her would be influenced. Starting with Arena, the maids and noble women of the High Tower began wearing or carrying bags of a similar design at their waists. In no time, this trend spread across the entire North. Of course, these bags only resembled the original in appearance and lacked any magical functionality. Still, the simple design was enough to captivate the hearts of the Northerners. Arod's devotion is becoming a common sight. During one of her inspections, Arena casually remarked as she glanced around. As she observed, even the officials and knights accompanying her now wore bags resembling hers, hanging from their waists. Moreover, commoners walking through the High Tower had also begun wearing roughly imitated versions of the design. While the replicas only mimicked the external appearance, they fell far short of the original in quality. The texture and sheen of the leather, the craftsmanship, and the polished finish were leagues apart. Most importantly, only Arena's bag possessed magical effects. The leather craftsman of the North must be having a field day for the first time in a while. Following Arod's salt, the North, once defined solely by survival and battle, was now adding a new layer of vibrancy, fashion. If this displeases you, we can issue a prohibition order, a cautious official asked, gauging Arena's mood. The official himself had a knockoff bag resembling Arod's devotion hanging from his waist. No, it's fine. It's heartening to see even this small spark of life brighten our land. Arena shook her head with a faint smile. But where is Arod Jin right now? Instead of worrying about the trend, she inquired about Arod, the talent who had sparked it. He's at the southwestern outskirts with the witches, answered Yulkanes, a senior knight, with a slightly hesitant tone. The witches. As expected, Arena's fine brows knit momentarily at the mention of witches before relaxing again. Now that I think about it, Isabel hasn't been around today either. Is Isabel with them as well? Yes, Your Highness. Hearing that Isabel was present eased her mind somewhat. And do you know what they're doing? I heard they are measuring the land's magical energy. Lead the way. Arena promptly decided to make the southwestern outskirts, where Arod and the witches were, her next inspection destination. The North is cold. Its conditions are among the worst for farming. Wheat could only be grown in the greenhouses at the High Tower or in a few patches of land near the Empire's borders. Even hardier crops like potatoes could only be cultivated in small quantities on limited plots of land. Most of the remaining land was overrun with wild weeds. Arod, thanks to you, the North is coming back to life. That seems to be the case. Oh, ho ho ho, I like your confidence. Ha ha ha, excessive modesty isn't always a virtue. A little farther southwest of Ranslet Castle, the spring witch Isabel and several northern witches strolled through fields overrun with white weeds, laughing as they went. You're right, Arod. The salt you've created is a true blessing. It's become the lifeline for so many wandering commoners of the North. I'm glad my recipe has been of such great help, I replied calmly to yet another round of Isabel's praise. By the way, the witches all had bags resembling the one I had gifted Arena hanging from their waists. They're quite skilled, aren't they? Of course, these weren't bags I had made, the witches had crafted them themselves. The craftsmanship and finish were excellent, enough to make me nod in approval. I'd love to teach them magic stone theory and magical circuit design soon. However, the bags they made showed no signs of any spatial magic enchantments. This lack of progress felt like a wasted opportunity to me. Couldn't I start passing down knowledge to the witches while maintaining security? They have nowhere else to go besides this land. I don't understand why they shy away every time I try to share even a little information. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but question the witch's overly cautious attitude. Look over there at the people picking weeds in the fields. Without arod salt, they would have been starving vagabonds under the guise of low-tier adventurers. While I was lost in thought, Isabel continued, drawing my attention to the commoners gathering weeds in the field. Their tattered clothing and rugged appearances reflected lives of hardship and poverty, but their faces were bright with hope. Do you think Her Highness foresaw this when she freely shared the recipe for arod salt? Breathing life into this land has always been a dream of the first Grand Duke. In the north, primogeniture was the rule at Novel bin at. This was unavoidable. With limited arable land and no widespread contraception, the medieval tendency to produce many children persisted. While daughters could be married off, younger sons faced the grim reality of having to fend for themselves as they approached adolescence. By the time they were 14 or 15, most were effectively forced to leave home and become independent. If they were lucky, they might find work as soldiers, servants to noble families, or laborers for merchants. But most ended up as low-tier adventurers, practically indistinguishable from vagrants. Those who couldn't even manage that often became mercenaries, enduring scorn and discrimination in the empire. Ironically, this lifestyle suited the northerners. Though diluted, the blood of druids ran through their veins, granting them resilience to cold and strong survival instincts. Since the recipe was bound to leak eventually, it was better to distribute it freely to provide food for the people sooner. That was Her Highness's intent. With the advent of arod salt, their fates had changed overnight. The entire Arcadia continent, including the Empire, now desires arod salt. It's becoming comparable to the spices of the Eastern continent or perhaps even surpassing them. Isabel's voice was high-pitched, her excitement unmistakable. I played along with the witch's words, nodding. Exactly. Thanks to that, I hear northern merchants are now standing tall when dealing with Imperial traders. With few other sources of income, northerners scoured the forests, snowy fields, and mountains for the key weeds that went into making arod salt. The local merchant guilds bought these harvested weeds, processed them into arod salt, and sold the product not only to the empire but across the entire continent. Still, don't you think we've essentially given arod salt away for free? I couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. While I understood the Grand Duchess's intent, it felt like too much had been handed out for nothing. When arod salt sells well, the merchant guilds earn more, and the taxes they pay to the Hightower increase. We gain both public goodwill and increased revenue. It's not a loss. To my concern, Isabel responded with unwavering confidence. Do these guilds really pay their taxes without complaint? This was a world without centralized record-keeping. After all, tax evasion and bribery were surely rampant. It seemed more practical to impose a one-time salt tax instead. Tax evasion in the north is punished by death. Even so, would merchants willingly pay? Surely some would try to cheat the system. The north is cold and dangerous. Bandits, wild beasts, or monsters could strike at any time. Therefore, most trade caravans hire northern knights, mercenaries, or adventurers for protection. And they can only hire them if they've paid their taxes. It seemed the protection fee essentially doubled as a tax. Moreover, the northern tax rate isn't as high as in the empire or other kingdoms. For merchants, paying a small amount to trade safely is a much better option. Now that I think about it, I don't know much about the tax system in this world. As the conversation shifted to tax rates, my curiosity piqued. I couldn't help it was an instinct from my previous life as a businessman. What's the tax rate for merchant guilds? Guilds typically pay 10% of their final profits as taxes. Farmers or blacksmiths, on the other hand, pay 20%. 20%? Does that include territorial taxes? That depends on where the income is earned. If it's within a territory governed by a northern noble, they pay territorial taxes. If it's from the Hightower, the ducal domain, or outside the north, they pay taxes directly to Her Highness. Are there no other taxes? No, the law strictly prohibits it. Isabel, despite her advanced age, answered my questions with a respectful tone. That's insane. A corporate tax rate of 20% in a medieval setting. Hearing her explanation, I was taken aback. In the era of Silver Eye, merchants were bled dry with endless taxes. Sometimes they lost half their earnings, and in the worst cases, up to 70%. In the game, merchants rarely paid such exorbitant taxes. They always found ways to evade them through bribes and other schemes. I, too, had only paid the full amount the first couple of times before turning to bribery. As far as I know, the North is the only place with such low tax rates. Even the merchant-led Fiji Republic isn't this lenient. Noticing my rare reaction of surprise, Isabel seemed delighted and elaborated further. It's a wise system. At such a low rate, there's no need to risk bribery to evade taxes. In fact, the cost and danger of evasion outweigh the benefits. Exactly. That's why the tax rate remains low. But if someone does evade taxes, the punishment is severe. This is remarkably pragmatic for a medieval society. When I thought of Earth's history with its window taxes, brick taxes, first floor taxes, divorce taxes, death taxes, and so on, this system seemed even more innovative. Well, this is probably necessary to encourage guilds to settle in the north. It keeps prices lower despite the scarcity of goods and helps prevent the populace from leaving. The reasoning was clear enough. Regardless, this tax policy had become a vital lifeline for the North's survival. Oh, There is one guild that doesn't pay even the 10% tax. There's a guild that pays no tax at all. Isabel's next statement made my ears perk up. Yes, it's possible if the guild becomes a ranlet-sanctioned guild. Moreover, such guilds are even allowed to hire the High Tower senior knights. Zero corporate tax and the ability to hire ranlet senior knights? That essentially made them untouchable in the north. A guild? I have to start a guild? My wish could be to establish a sanctioned guild. I had already been considering it, but Isabel's words solidified my resolve. Tax-free trade, every businessman's ultimate fantasy. Even though this was another world, it felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, there must be conditions. Nothing in the world is truly free. What are the requirements for becoming a sanctioned guild? There are, of course. Formally, the guild's owner must be the Grand Duchess. Beyond that, there are stringent qualifications. Despite our age difference, Isabel maintained her polite demeanor as she explained. Moreover, a sanctioned guild essentially serves as Her Highness's personal treasury. Whenever she requires funds or supplies, the guild must provide them unconditionally and without question. I see. As expected, there was no such thing as a free lunch. But for someone like me, who would eventually leave this world, it didn't seem like a bad deal. Knowing Irina's personality, she wouldn't demand money recklessly. Let's wrap up this idle chatter. At novel bin at. Having satisfied my curiosity, I decided to steer the conversation toward the main topic. So, why did you summon me here? Can we finally get to the point? From Arod's salt to the North's tax system, we had covered a wide range of topics, yet we hadn't even touched on the main issue. So far, it all felt like preliminary small talk to gauge my reactions. By Northern standards, which value practicality above all, this approach was puzzling. Could it be that she wants another bag like the one I made for Irina? At my direct question, Isabel responded with a knowing smile. Have you truly not noticed, even after all this walking and talking? What are you supposed to feel while walking? Isabel's sudden question left me tilting my head in confusion. Pardon. No, it's nothing. It's perfectly normal for an ordinary person. In a way, that's a relief. She nodded to herself, saying something cryptic. An ordinary person? Does she still think I'm some undercover Imperial spy pretending to be weak? It seems she had been testing me during our brief conversation. The reason I called Sir Arod here is to show you something. Isabel didn't stall any longer and got straight to the point. Girls. Yes. Tap, tap, tap. At her signal, the witches, who had been walking at a slight distance, tapped their brooms on the ground. Hoo. Earth spirits under the witches' control let out eerie chuckles as they began to dig into the soil. Rumble. The ground, about the size of a small yard, cracked open, revealing soil from deep underground. Take a look at this soil. Before Isabel even finished speaking, I bent down to inspect it. The knowledge and instincts of my max-level farming skill kicked in. It didn't take long for me to understand why the witches had gone to the trouble of unearthing this soil for me. The fertility is poor. Even though the north was harshly cold, its soil was typically enriched by the influence of magic stone mines, which allowed weeds to flourish despite the extreme conditions. Is it just this area? So far, only the land around the High Tower is like this. So far, yes, but it's worsening every year, spreading further. However, the soil around the High Tower was now in poor condition. For the time being, it was still fertile enough to allow weeds to grow, giving the locals something to harvest. But in about 50 years, this area would likely turn into a barren wasteland where not even weeds could thrive. What do the spirits say about this? They refuse to explain. Or rather, they seem reluctant to talk about it. Could it be the work of dark sorcerers from the demon's realm? We suspect the Empire is behind it. Empire or demon's realm, it's all the same, isn't it? Precisely. Especially after the recent events in the magic abyss. I'll need to research this further, I said as I scooped up some soil at novel bin at. In the back of my mind, I was already connecting this to a catastrophic event from the original timeline. The Great Northern Famine. This is the warning sign. The timing matched almost perfectly. Still, I couldn't immediately pin this on an Imperial scheme. For now, I chose to remain neutral. Does Her Highness know about this? As I filled a wooden box with soil, I asked Isabel. Of course. It's one of our biggest concerns. Surprisingly, the answer didn't come from Isabel but from a familiar voice behind me. Turning, I saw Irina, the Grand Duchess of the North, approaching with her entourage of maids, knights, and officials in tow. Meanwhile, in Goit, capital of the Raygroid Empire, an emissary delegation from the Northern Grand Duchy of Ranlet had arrived after a long hiatus. Despite their visit, the Ranlet delegation met with the Crown Prince, Canberman, in great secrecy. What a shame, the Grand Duchess was almost in grave danger, wasn't she? Indeed, Your Highness. How unfortunate. Is the Empire uninvolved in this matter? Of course, Count Guard. It was merely the folly of some unruly Imperial adventurers. Canberman's calm response echoed through the audience chamber. Grit. The grinding of teeth from the Ranlet delegation was loud enough to be heard. Whistle. Whistle. Though their reaction was incredibly rude, Canberman, burdened by a guilty conscience, pretended not to notice. The audience proceeded exactly as both sides had expected. The level of Imperial adventurers must be quite high these days. Maintaining a space-twisting barrier for nearly 2 weeks would cost the annual budget of an average marquisate. The Northern delegation subtly jabbed at the Empire. But as direct and practical as Northerners were known to be, their remarks bordered on outright accusations. It seems those rogues conspired with dark sorcerers from the demon's realm to perform some forbidden magic. I'll make sure the Imperial adventurers are given a stern warning. The Crown Prince maintained his feigned ignorance, well aware of the Northerners' straightforward nature. But what's with those bags at their waists? I've never seen that design before. The entire delegation has similar ones. As the conversation continued, Canberman's attention was drawn to the bags the Northern delegation carried. The unfamiliar yet captivating design stood out, even in the Imperial court. Is this really something that came out of the North, a land known only for survival and battle? By the way, are Imperial adventurers now carrying top-tier potions usually reserved for the royal family? Oblivious to Canberman's interest in their bags, Count Guard continued his pointed remarks. In the North, potions are incredibly rare due to the lack of official church presence. Unfortunately, the clergy can't be dispatched because they fear the witches in the North. Ah, I see. Truly unfortunate. While the royal family has no involvement in the recent incidents, as the Empire's rulers, we feel some moral responsibility. How long this exchange of veiled threats and accusations lasted was anyone's guess. To express our sympathies, we will send 2 chests of gold coins along with some top-tier potions to the Grand Duchess. May she recover quickly from her injuries. Growing weary, Canberman offered a monetary settlement to end the conversation. Our Grand Duchess also desires reduced prices for wheat, rye, silk, and fabrics at least 30% below the current market rate. Additionally, she wishes to increase the price of magic stones from the North by 20%. Frankly, they've been far too cheap. The Ranlet delegation's eyes gleamed as they added their own demands. Canberman's crimson eyes turned cold at their boldness. That's a bit excessive. Excessive? What will happen if news of this unfortunate incident spreads across the North? The enraged Northerners might flood into the Empire's mid-northern territories, causing widespread chaos. The Grand Duchess and I are deeply concerned about such an outcome. Surely feeding them well would help calm their spirits, wouldn't it? Count Guard's thinly veiled threat hinted at large-scale raids rather than outright war. How dare you? Unable to contain his anger, a court noble reached for his sword. How dare you? Unable to contain his anger, a court noble reached for his sword. No, let it go. Canberman stopped him with a gesture. For now, Canberman refrained from pushing back. For now, the Crown Prince, Canberman, needed to placate the Northern delegation and, by extension, the North itself. If I reject this now, the relationship between the Empire and the North will be irrevocably severed. The Empire, and especially the Imperial family, desperately wanted the North. If circumstances allowed, they would bleed profusely to claim it. But the Empire's current situation was precarious. Spilling that much blood would only weaken the already fragile Imperial authority, leaving it vulnerable to the many wolves, both within and beyond its borders, waiting to pounce. Her Highness, the Grand Duchess, wants to believe in the sincerity and innocence of the Imperial family. Guard, the leader of the delegation, pressed further, delivering the final blow as Canberman mulled over his decision. The marriage proposal I previously suggested to the Grand Duchess, if she sends me an official letter indicating she's seriously considering it, I might give this further thought. Breaking his silence, Canberman offered a counter-proposal, an unexpected one. Snap. Your Highness, unlike before, the North now has arod salt. Guard, his temple veins bulging, met the Crown Prince's proposition with equal force. I hear Imperial merchants have been humming tunes these days, selling arod salt at high prices, not just within the Empire but to neighboring kingdoms as well. Guard's words carried a pointed warning: don't threaten the North's trade with the Empire, as you once did. Just as the North needed the Empire's food and fabric, the Empire now desperately craved the North's arod salt. The audience chamber fell silent, heavy with tension and a chilling sense of hostility. These cursed Northern savages. They've become insufferable just because we indulged them a little too much. The Crown Prince and the Imperial Knights glared at the Northern delegation with such ferocity it seemed as if they might draw their swords. What? Stare all you like. See if we care. At novel bin at. The Northerners, embodying their homeland's unyielding spirit, returned their glares just as fiercely. A reluctant agreement. After what felt like an eternity, Canberman finally broke the silence. Fine. We are deeply grateful for your grace, your Highness. The Crown Prince, his expression twisted with frustration, gave a begrudging nod. Thus, the audience came to an end. Although it was brief, the Northern delegation had successfully secured economic benefits and redefined their relationship with the Empire. With a victorious air, the Ranlet envoys left the chamber. Unhappy with the outcome, the Empire didn't even bother offering them a farewell banquet. Cariso, Astra. Instead, the Crown Prince's voice thundered through the hall as he summoned the Empire's Chancellor and the head of the intelligence agency. You called, Your Highness. The 2 figures, who had been waiting in the wings, immediately stepped forward. Damn that arod salt. Damn those Northern weeds. This has to be dealt with. Canberman's tone bordered on a roar as he vented his anger at the 2 officials. It may be a bit early, but there is a way. However, we'll need the tower's power again, specifically the Tower Master's assistance. Cariso and Astra exchanged a meaningful glance before replying. At Ranlet Castle, also known as the High Tower, the audience hall known as the Hall of Glory was filled with a rare sense of spring. That spring signified the arrival of my long-awaited ennoblement ceremony. Has it already been half a year since I came to this world? I had arrived in November, and now it was April. A new year had begun. As I walked into the hall, emotions swirled within me. To my left and right, knights, officials, witches, and noble women stood in attendance. Vium. The deep, resonant note of a massive horn carved from the tusk of a glacial mammoth reverberated through the chamber, one of Renslet's traditional instruments. A crimson carpet stretched down the center of the hall, while white petals, resembling the cherry blossoms unique to the north, drifted down like snowflakes from the ceiling. In this grand setting, I walked forward in accordance with tradition. Step, step, step. When my steps brought me to the predetermined spot, I stopped. Arod Jin, receive the Grand Duchess's grace. The ceremony's master of ceremonies administrative officer Haida announced in a solemn voice. Renslet, Rune Renslet, Renslet, Rune Renslet, Renslet, Rune Renslet. The rallying cry of the north echoed throughout the hall. Arod Jin, a descendant of the Jin family, whose roots lie in the eastern continent, is of noble blood. He has never forgotten his noble heritage or spirit as he wandered Arcadia and has now established his roots in Renslet. Haida's solemn voice continued to echo in the hall, where silence reigned. Arena, seated on her white throne, I, kneeling before her, and everyone else listened in silence. By creating Arod's salt, comparable to the spices of the East, he has brought immense joy to our land's people, knights, witches, nobles, and rulers alike. Haida detailed my achievements in this new world, from my innovations to my exploits. In recognition of these contributions, Her Highness the Grand Duchess of the High Tower confers upon Arod Jin the title of a count, a rank fitting for his deeds. The initial plan to grant me a minor barony had skyrocketed to a hereditary countship. In honor of his unwavering connection to his roots, he will retain the family name of Jin. A countship was the highest rank the Grand Duchess could bestow without imperial approval. The county of Jin will be based in Shinria, located 5 days west of the High Tower by horseback. From now on, the region will be officially named Jin. A hereditary title and a land of my own. It was the ultimate reward for any human in this world. Of course, for someone like me, who planned to eventually return to Earth, it was a reward of little practical value. Shinria, that coastal area. I recall it being practically uninhabited. Shinria, now officially Jin County, was a barren land with little to offer. Surrounded by icy seas, it was home to only a few small fishing villages. I suppose they gave me such meager territory to placate the other northern nobles who might object to my sudden elevation. Given the recent instability caused by large-scale purges, the decision made sense as a political compromise. But a coastal territory, if I play my cards right. For me, however, the barren land represented an opportunity of a very different kind. Several ideas about what could be done with that seemingly useless land crossed my mind. I wanted to spread out a map and draft all sorts of plans, but this was the royal court. It's hard to act on this now, but once I have some leeway, I'll have to give it a shot. Setting those thoughts aside, I focused on the figure seated on the white throne before me. Your Highness, I am deeply honored by your grace. Despite receiving a land of ice and frost, I expressed my gratitude without showing a hint of disappointment. To Arod Jin, I bestow the title of Count along with 200 gold coins. The voice of Haida continued. 200 gold? That's decent. I slightly curved my lips upward while keeping my head lowered. If you give me cheap land, you'd better at least compensate with money. Considering the perpetually strained finances of the High Tower, this was a bold and generous decision. This must mean they've gained a bit of financial breathing room. I could roughly guess why such an extravagant gesture was possible. The purge had left some vacant territories in the north. Turning those into directly governed lands would increase the High Tower's tax revenue. And above all, thanks to the recent profits from Arod's salt, income from the empire had been flowing in steadily. However, the 200 gold will not be paid all at once but will be distributed over 3 years. Twice at 70 gold, and the final payment at 60 gold. Amid Haida's solemn officiation, the title ceremony proceeded without interruption. Arod Jin. Then came the grand finale. Arena, the Grand Duchess of the North, stood up from the throne with a ceremonial sword in hand and walked toward me with deliberate steps. She was dressed in a noble tunic made of silk and Ryan cloth, with a leather cape draped over her shoulders like a robe. At her waist, she carried the bag I had crafted and presented to her without fail. Back then, in the demonic realm, I made a promise to you. Standing before me as I knelt, she began to speak in a low voice. It was the first time I'd heard her voice since the ceremony began. I said I would grant you a wish. If it's something within my power, I promise to grant it. Her voice seemed to tremble slightly. Your wish. Speak your wish. Her cheeks and the tips of her ears appeared faintly red. I shall state my wish, Your Highness. Why yes. Unfazed by Arena's reaction, I calmly voiced my prepared wish. I wish to establish a trading company. Not just any trading company but an official one authorized by the crown. So that's your wish again? There's no avoiding it. Oh, pardon. Something seemed amiss in our communication. A trading company? Establishing an official trading company is, truly your wish. Yes, Your Highness. For some reason, Arena's ears and face turned even redder than before. Why yes. A wish like that is easy to grant. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Arena's face betrayed a mix of embarrassment and relief, coupled with an odd tinge of regret that flashed in her blue eyes as she avoided my gaze. What's going on? I relayed my wish through Isabel ahead of time. On the other hand, I tilted my head, puzzled by Irina's visible fluster. The morning before the title ceremony. So his wish is to establish an official trading company. Irina had already heard of Arod's wish through Isabel. It might have seemed simpler to hear it directly, but Irina didn't dare to do so at Novel bin Adat. If she had to face him and hear something about marriage proposals or imperial edicts again, she feared she wouldn't be able to make a sound decision. Yes, my lady. His wish is to establish an official trading company. He's a merchant at heart. He sold food using arod salt back in Haven, and he even traded in the demonic realm with his golden carriage. Isn't it just like him? Even Isabel's rare compliment didn't fully convince Irina. If it's an official trading company, taxes will decrease, but ownership will belong to me. Even so, he wants an official trading company. Well, everything in the north technically belongs to you anyway. Nominally, yes, but who really believes that? In any case, it's a good thing. The Rune Trading Company, the only official one under Ranlet, is already struggling to manage arod salt. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to establish another one now. Irina only half listened to Isabel's words, preoccupied with deciphering Arod's true intent behind his wish. Could it be, he's lulling me into complacency only to propose during the ceremony? Her imagination spiraled into conjectures that left her face burning. Ugh. Caught between baseless expectations and concerns, she agonized to the point of losing sleep and appetite. The day of the ceremony. I shall state my wish, Your Highness. Why yes. At last, Arod voiced his wish. I wish to establish a trading company. Not just any trading company but an official one authorized by the crown. So that's your wish again? There's no avoiding it. Oh, pardon. The wish she'd spent all night agonizing over remained unchanged. A trading company? Establishing an official trading company is, truly your wish. Yes, Your Highness. Why yes. A wish like that is easy to grant. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Despite the unbearable embarrassment, Irina couldn't help feeling a strange mix of regret and frustration. By chance. Is there another wish? I would grant you one more, just this once. What I have already received is more than enough. To ask for more would be unfair. Well thought out. Her tone, unmistakably deflated, escaped her lips. Yes, this is how it should be. If I asked for another wish, this is the right response. Feeling regret now is absurd. This is right. Her hand holding the ceremonial sword trembled slightly. Perhaps, he's heard about it. That's why he's hesitant. For a moment, the ominous jinx about the short lives of past Ranlet Grand Dukes and Grand Duchesses crossed her mind. Yes, this is how it should be. Arod, for your safety and longevity. Suppressing her regret and lingering sense of loss, Irina concluded the ceremony by lightly tapping Arod's head and shoulders with the ceremonial sword. The north was vast compared to its population. For comparison, it was about the size of the Korean peninsula, and its location and terrain were similar to that of Denmark in Europe. Of course, the entire land wasn't governed by the Grand Duke alone. The Northern Grand Duchy referred to the Ranlet stronghold, known as the High Tower, the Great Northern Wall, and a few directly controlled territories. The rest of the north was ruled by noble families made up of northern people loyal to the Grand Duke of Ranlet. In line with the feudal norms of the continent, a Grand Duke, a high-ranking noble, could grant or revoke titles up to the rank of Count. In this northern land, a new Count, a high-ranking noble, had been created. TL note, rate us on novel UPDATESV. Looking at the building and the sign before me, I couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia, as if reliving the emotions of launching my first startup back on Earth. Starting a new business is always exciting, thrilling, fresh. This time, though, it was a business venture in a fantasy world where magic existed. If this were a virtual reality game, it might have been the very definition of a life game. For the first product, that would be ideal, wouldn't it? It won't require much advanced magi-tech knowledge, so security risks would be minimal. Plus, it's challenging enough to make copying it difficult. The only issue is finding enough skilled hands to craft it. As I stood there for a while, brainstorming the first product for Arod Company, a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. Sir Arod. Lady Isabel. Adat Novel bin Adat. Behind me, the voice of the Spring Witch, Isabel, called out unexpectedly. What brings you here? I was just passing by. I see. The Spring Witch Isabel looked as ordinary as ever, appearing more like an elderly northern woman than the witch she truly was. So, the Arod Trading Company is finally opening. Yes. When's the grand opening? Probably next week. We'll start operations simultaneously with the opening ceremony. Isabel, despite her appearance as an old woman, was much older than she looked. According to what I'd heard, she'd been around since the Northern Grand Duchy was first established. Part of this was due to her status as an archwitch, a classification of transcendent beings, but it was also because witch blood faintly carried the traits of elves. Will you also unveil a new product at the opening? Something as impactful as arod salt. Yes, you can look forward to it. I will. Ha ha ha. After exchanging pleasantries with the Spring Witch, I cautiously asked something that had been on my mind. By the way, how is Her Highness these days? I couldn't help but be concerned about the Grand Duchess, who seemed to have been avoiding me since the title ceremony. She hadn't included me in recent meetings, either. Is she feeling unwell? She's feeling a bit unwell. Isabel's words came with a subtle glance that seemed to size me up, making my heart sink for a moment. She's unwell? Where? For a brief second, the thought that something might have gone wrong with the elixir from the demonic realm struck me with terror. Is this a delayed side effect of the elixir? The elixir I'd concocted hastily back then was primitive and unstable, even if it had miraculously healed her injuries and restored her broken mana core. Who knew when its side effects might surface? I'm joking. She's fine. She's just been busy and hasn't had the time. There are her duties as a ruler to consider, and more importantly, she needs to focus on replenishing her empty mana core. I see. Even though Isabel called it a joke, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. There was definitely something. Her reactions when I was with the younger witches, her behavior at the meetings when I sat beside her, and even her flustered demeanor at the title ceremony. Could it be embarrassing? I had a hunch as to why. This is exactly how awkward things get when two people fumble through a half-hearted flirtation that doesn't end well. I clicked my tongue inwardly. There was nothing I could do about it, after all. In fact, I thought it was better this way. It meant I wouldn't have to wander around the north unnecessarily, and it would naturally create some distance between Arena and me. By the way, has there been any progress on that matter, Sir Arod? Unaware of my thoughts and possibly willing to burn me at the stake for trifling with her liege's feelings, Isabel suddenly changed the subject with a cryptic smile. Ah, you mean the research regarding intelligence? Yes, that. Realizing what she was referring to, I swallowed hard. So, the time has finally come. I had already identified the cause of the intelligence-related issue, but I'd been putting off explaining it because it wasn't an easy topic to broach. However, I couldn't avoid it forever. For now, let me show you inside. Steeling myself, I led Isabel into the Arod Company building. The interior was sparse, as neither staff nor infrastructure had been fully arranged yet. Still, the basement already housed a modest magi-tech workshop of my own making. This is peculiar. Despite the lack of torches or candles, the underground space was bright. Small, light-attributed magic stones were embedded in the walls and ceiling as a magical lighting system. Wow, no matter how many times I see it, it's always impressive. Isabel's eyes gleamed as she inspected the glowing magic stones. She still doesn't ask me to share knowledge about magi-tech or stonework, does she? Watching Isabel's reaction, I tilted my head. Since coming to the High Tower, I'd had numerous conversations with witches, but none of them ever asked about the principles or secrets behind my creations. They only showed interest in the finished products. It was as if inquiring about such things was considered impolite or even taboo. Why is that? I glanced at Isabel, who was examining the various magical tools in the basement with sparkling eyes. The witches haven't pried into my past, so I haven't felt comfortable asking about theirs. But I resolved to change that this time. Sooner or later, the intelligence-related issue would make things awkward between the witches and me. It was better to uncover what I could beforehand. Lady Isabel. Yes? What is it, Sir Arod? Or should I call you Count Jin? Sir Arod is fine. I'm not an official knight, after all. The time when only knights were addressed as Sir is long past. So, what is it you wish to ask? Is it about intelligence matter? Before that, there's something I've been curious about. Ask me anything. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Before that, there's something I've been curious about. Ask me anything. I understand the importance of security and the pride of witches, but I find it puzzling that sharing my magical knowledge with the witches is completely off limits. I finally voiced the question that had been bothering me for so long. Why did they avoid me whenever I tried to share even a fraction of what I knew? The Archwitch of the Snowfield is intriguing, but that's something to explore later. There were other mysteries I was curious about, but I decided to shelve them for now, wary of inadvertently influencing that particular witch's fate. The reason is simple. An uninitiated witch who hasn't achieved independence can only learn magic from her master. Isabel answered my question casually, as if it were common knowledge. Had I known it was this straightforward, I would have asked sooner. How foolish of me to have misunderstood. Is it some kind of tradition? It's a tradition, but not a harmful one. It's closely tied to the fact that witchcraft is passed down as a one-to-one legacy. Isabel continued explaining. Each witch trains in vastly different ways due to the complexity of spirit summoning and esoteric rituals. That's why they can't recklessly learn magic from anyone other than their master. It could disrupt the circle within their heart. As expected, there was a legitimate reason behind it. Come to think of it, even Arena, when I gave her the bag, had mentioned the ways of witches. Learning or practicing different magic becomes possible only after they've achieved independence from their master. Then why don't independent witches ask me to teach them directly? In fact, they seem to avoid me whenever I try to share something. That's because of respect for their masters. They don't casually ask others to teach them magic. If an independent witch wants to learn a different kind of magic, they usually procure grimoires or research and develop it themselves. That includes me. Hearing this, I began to understand why the number of witches was so small. It felt like a miracle they were managing to sustain their lineage at all. So that's why they're so obsessed with examining my golden carriage and magi-tech tools. They're studying and learning through observation. Even so, I had the sense that magi-tech would gradually flourish in the north within the next decade. But for someone like me, who needed to return to Earth as soon as possible, even that pace felt far too slow. There has to be more to this. Can respect for one's master really suppress a wizard's insatiable thirst for knowledge to this extent? I still felt uneasy, as if there was another layer to this mystery. Well, it's not like they'll tell me if I ask directly. I'll have to find another way. If that's how things stood, I'd have to raise the level of magi tech in the north on my own quickly. Then, if I were to write a book on magic stone studies or magi tech principles, would you read it? If I couldn't teach them directly due to the witches' peculiar customs, I could always write a book. Something like the fundamentals of magi tech sounded like a fitting title. That's surprising. You're willing to share your knowledge and expertise so openly. Isabel looked genuinely astonished by my suggestion. Why go to such lengths? I can't explain in detail. Just think of it as my personal way of repaying a great debt I owe to the North, to Ranlet in particular. Isabel stared at me with a curious expression, as though trying to discern how much of my explanation was sincere. No, but then, shaking her head, she rejected my proposal. As tempting as it is, not right now. Don't distribute any grimoires yet. If you're already writing one, put it on hold for now. May I know the reason? Because that grimoire could fall into the hands of the Empire. Her reasoning mirrored the warning Arena had once given me. Do you think there are Imperial spies in the Witches' Assembly? The Assembly isn't composed solely of witches. There are those who've lost their masters to accidents or lacked the talent to continue as witches and now work as clerks or alchemists. It's better to be cautious. What if I engrave the grimoire with protective magic so that only its intended reader can access it, like the barrier on the golden carriage? Unlike the golden carriage, grimoires are small and light. If I were an Imperial Sigma operative, I'd kidnap the witch along with the book. For example, by abducting that witch's apprentice. Hearing her reasoning, I nodded reluctantly. Then, when do you think it might be safe to share knowledge? It won't take long. At most a year. Once we've completely eradicated the Empire's rats from the high tower, that's when we'll be the ones asking for your knowledge instead. With a confident smile, Isabel suddenly glanced at me with an almost playful expression. But Sir Arod, I get the sense you've been stalling the conversation about intelligence from earlier. Well, here it comes. Judging by your tone, the results aren't good, are they? No. At novel bin at. Sighing deeply, I finally decided to come clean. There's no point in delaying any longer. I'll explain now. Feeling a weight settle over me, I opened the desk drawer and retrieved a sample of the depleted soil I had collected earlier. I placed it on the desk and spoke to Isabel. Using mana detection, I recently confirmed where the drained intelligence from the soil is being funneled. Don't tell me, the greenhouse farms. Isabel asked cautiously, her tone apprehensive. That's right. The greenhouse farms at the high tower are siphoning the North's magical energy. If this continues, the entire region will face a massive famine within decades. Why didn't the spirits say anything about this? Because it's the spirits themselves that are draining the magic. The greenhouse farms were flawed from the very beginning. Telling a mage or a witch, your magic is fundamentally flawed, is a daunting and provocative statement. It's not just an insult to the mage but also to their master and their entire school of magic. And in this case, the person responsible for the greenhouse farms was none other than the Spring Archwitch. In the worst scenario, I might find myself the target of a curse, essentially this world's equivalent of assassination. Still, I pressed on. The spirits were commanded to make the greenhouse climate warm and fertile to maximize crop yields. And this command presented a golden opportunity for the spirits themselves. Spirits, by Earth standards, were akin to natural AI entities bound by contracts to accomplish their given tasks, often disregarding the methods used to achieve them. Every time a spirit fulfills a summoner's request, their spiritual energy grows stronger. Isabel listened to my explanation with a hardened expression. Without needing to fight or struggle, the spirits realized they could grow stronger just by farming in the greenhouses every year. For them, these high tower greenhouses were a treasure trove beyond measure. In that process, competition among spirits likely intensified, with some overstepping their bounds and pulling in magical energy from the surrounding lands. As a result, the North's magical reserves were rapidly depleted, creating the foundation for a future regional famine. And if the summoner were to discover why the region's magical reserves are weakening, they'd lose this precious gold mine. Spirits are both pure and cunning. At times, their actions approach pure malice. You're right. That's nature for you. Isabel murmured bitterly as she fully grasped my explanation. We'll need to shut down the greenhouses. The voice of the old witch was resolute. We can temporarily shut them down and rebuild them. I'll help. But, for the year or two it takes to reconstruct the greenhouses, the food supply will be tight. Food was scarce in the north. The harsh winters left little arable land, and livestock farming was risky due to monsters and wild predators. Limited farmland, hesitant ranching, dangerous hunting, and imported goods sold by Imperial merchants were the North's primary food sources. We've quietly stockpiled some food, and I hear the delegation recently negotiated significantly lower prices for wheat and rye from the Empire. We should manage somehow. Isabel shrugged in response to my concerns. I'll need to report to Her Highness before heading to the greenhouses. I'll also look for additional ways to secure food supplies. Sir Arod, you should focus on the trading company. Producing more items like arod salt is far more critical. I'll help as much as I can without neglecting my primary duties. Really, Sir Arod, you're truly a blessing to the North. Her words brought a deep sense of relief to my heart. Looks like I won't be cursed after all. Isabel's truly magnanimous. She didn't become an archwitch for nothing. Thankfully, Isabel showed no signs of displeasure toward my report. Oh, by the way, Sir Arod, are you looking to hire staff for the trading company? Surprisingly, Isabel seemed grateful for my findings and tried to help in any way she could. Staff? Yes, I definitely need to hire some. She offered to recommend someone, a much appreciated gesture. Given the high illiteracy rate in this world, finding employees who could read, write, and handle calculations had been a challenge. Security concerns only added to the difficulty. The Grand Duchess will assign senior knights for protection, so what you need are clerical staff and manufacturing assistants. At novel bin at. Yes? The problem is finding someone with both competence and trustworthiness. I thought as much. Her Highness can be so thoughtless sometimes. What if you collapse from overwork? Ha ha ha. For manufacturing assistants, you mean those helping with magi-tech tools? What level of magic proficiency are you looking for? 2-circle mages will suffice. I'm 2-circle myself. Oh, that's wonderful. I happen to know someone who's skilled in both clerical work and assisting with manufacturing. Would you like to hire them? I'd be delighted. But, is this person a witch by any chance? I fidgeted with my collar as I asked. Memories of the frostbite I received from Arena after mingling with younger witches made me wary. They're not a witch, so don't worry. They're a low-tier adventurer with 2-circle proficiency, quick at calculations, and skilled in administrative tasks. Her assurance put me at ease. A non-witch employee meant I'd likely be hiring a man. Even in the predominantly female witch assembly, there didn't seem to be gender restrictions on handling miscellaneous tasks. And since the spring archwitch herself was vouching for this person, I assumed they might also double as a means to monitor me. Oh, I see. I'd like to hire them right away. Having no reason to refuse, I accepted Isabel's offer. However, they do have another primary job. Another job? Yes, but having them is better than not having anyone at all. All right. I'm not in a position to be picky right now, though the fact that they had another job concerned me. I brushed it off, assuming it was something like an occasional quest. As spring unfolded outside, the atmosphere within the high tower grew warmer and cozier, as though the bloody purges had never occurred. It can't be helped. At least we discovered it sooner rather than later. Upon hearing Isabel's report, Arena nodded and stamped her seal on the documents before her. Really? I'm so ashamed, my lady. No, your highness? Please, punish me. Despite her advanced age and status as an archwitch, Isabel humbly lowered herself. Usually, she treated the Grand Duchess like a kind mother, but in moments like this, her demeanor turned serious and submissive. It was a trait likely ingrained in witches, who had endured centuries of persecution. It's fine. Even if the greenhouse wasn't perfect, it's thanks to it that the North has survived countless crises. If anything, you deserve a reward, not punishment. Arena dismissed the old witch's plea without hesitation. Is he doing well? Instead, she swiftly shifted to another topic. He just put up a sign for the official trading company in the high tower. The opening ceremony is coming soon. Isabel replied with a brightened expression, as if she had anticipated this turn in the conversation. Has he asked about me? Of course he has. What did he say? Arena's face noticeably lit up. He said he hasn't seen you lately and misses you. Oh. Arena's expression froze completely at Isabel's teasing words. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Arena's expression froze completely at Isabel's teasing words. Don't tease me. Speak properly. If you keep joking, even if you're an old woman, I'll impose a strict punishment. A few seconds later, realizing Isabel's playful tone, Arena pursed her lips, her cheeks and ears flushing red. But it's true that he's worried about not seeing you lately, my lady. Why not call him over yourself? Keep him by your side. Now that he's a count, granting him the status of a court noble wouldn't be unreasonable. No, if he stays connected to the ducal house, it'll endanger him. Your Highness? Arod is already in danger. It'd be safer if he became a royal consort and received official protection sooner rather than later. That's not it. If he gets tied to the ducal house and dies young, how many times must I tell you that's just superstition? If even the Imperial family doesn't believe in it, why should you? I know, but still, it's just that. I already. Flustered by Isabel's remarks, Arena stumbled over her words, unable to form a coherent argument. Cluck, cluck. The archwitch clicked her tongue silently, shaking her head as she observed her flustered young liege. For all her titles, unofficially the youngest sword master and the Grand Duchess of Ranlet, the current Arena seemed no different from any other young noblewoman. It was amusing at first. The first spring of Arena's life had arrived, but the endless stagnation was beginning to frustrate even Isabel. Of all times, she had to push him away back then. Isabel had a general idea of what had transpired between Arena and Arod. Between the details Arena had let slip during consultations and testimonies from the senior knights who had accompanied them in the demonic realm, Isabel pieced together the story. Arod had confessed first, and Arena had rejected him, something she now deeply regretted. For his safety, you should elevate him to royal consort status as soon as possible. But I already turned him down back then. And now it feels like he's avoiding me. Are you sure? Are you certain Arod doesn't want to marry you? I am not sure. It's just a feeling. Then why not confess to him instead? Me? No, absolutely not. Impossible? How could I? You old hag, are you trying to embarrass me to death? I'd rather face 100,000 Imperial soldiers alone. Arena reacted with such violent resistance that it almost seemed like she was having a fit. Well, confessing to someone you've already rejected is no easy feat, even for someone as iron-willed as her. In a society as conservative as this one, the very idea of a woman confessing first was almost non-existent. Moreover, Irina wasn't just any noblewoman, she was the Grand Duchess of a border territory, and she had previously rejected his confession. For her to now confess in return? Ugh. Just imagining it seemed to make Irina dizzy, and she swayed on her feet. Besides, it has to be certain, doesn't it? You were the one who said that I must marry someone who truly loves me to have a proper heir. There was, perhaps, an even more decisive reason holding her back. To truly know his feelings, I need Arod to confess to me first. That's true. Isabel, who had been dismissing superstitions and advocating for a confession just moments ago, now nodded in agreement. Truthfully, even Isabel privately acknowledged the so-called curse of the Ranlet ducal house. She merely tried to mask it as superstition for the sake of the house's dignity. I'm glad I laid some groundwork with Arod earlier. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she addressed Irina. Then, if Arod proposes again, what will you do? Will you accept him? You'll say yes, won't you? I'll take your silence as a yes. Is there even a way to make that happen? He seems to have completely given up on me since then. Of course there is. Incidentally, I've developed a transformation spell inspired by one of Sir Arod's Magitech tools. A transformation spell? Yes. Isabel grinned slyly before asking her young liege in a suggestive tone. Your Highness, would you consider disguising yourself and working at his trading company? It took Irina several seconds to process the sheer absurdity of Isabel's suggestion. You want me to work at Arod's trading company? With him? Yes. Hag, I'm the Grand Duchess of the North. Irina declared with a stern expression. Performing various tasks under different identities may have its value, but as a Grand Duchess, my duty is to govern the North. Her words reflected not her status, but her sense of responsibility. Oh, please? Since when have you been so diligent about governance? It's always been Haida and me handling things, hasn't it? Your Highness just stops by the High Tower occasionally to sign documents. Isabel's tone was sharp, her exasperation evident. It seemed she'd been holding this in for some time at novel bin at. That's. Your predecessors were the same, and so were their predecessors, and their predecessors before them. If neglecting state affairs is a Ranlet tradition, then so be it. Irina had no response to that. Indeed, before and after becoming the Grand Duchess, she had frequently wandered the north under the guise of secret inspections. This had been possible only because such a system had been in place for generations. It's truly remarkable when you think about it. How has the North managed to survive all this time? That's because the Grand Duchesses have always handled domestic affairs. The North, a land plagued by constant wars and invasions, naturally prioritized martial prowess and charisma over administrative skills in its rulers. Swinging swords on the battlefield was far more effective for maintaining public morale than poring over documents in a castle. As a result, governance had traditionally fallen to the duchesses, witches, and bureaucrats. Yes, exactly. The duchesses have always assisted with governance. Which is why you, my lady, should settle down with a royal consort soon. Irina's shoulders slumped. Chapter 32. Northern Agriculture, 2. The scales tipped further toward Irina disguising herself to work at Arod's trading company. Oh, right. I've already told Sir Arod about it. I said I'd be sending him a new employee soon. What? Isabel seized the moment to deliver the final blow. Don't worry too much. I told him it would be someone who knows how to read, write, and do basic arithmetic, with a low-level magical ability at about 2 circle. I also have 2 circle magic. Even if I disguise myself, someone will grow suspicious. There's no way I can fully hide my mannerisms or speech. My lady, I may look like this, but I am an archwitch. Of course, I've thought of everything. With that, Isabel produced a necklace. This isn't just for changing your appearance. It also has mental magic enchantments. Mental magic. If Sir Arod or anyone else begins to suspect your true identity, this necklace will activate a mental interference spell. She continued with a sly smile. No one below 6 circle will be able to see through it. But Arod is an ancient one. He might be a 6 circle mage or higher. He isn't. I'm certain Arod's actual magical skill is not that advanced. The room held only the Grand Duchess and the Spring Archwitch, but their conversation remained in hushed tones as if wary of eavesdroppers. Anyway, officially, as a disguised employee, you'll be assisting with clerical work at the trading company. While part of Isabel's plan was to monitor Arod and uncover his true identity and motives, she refrained from mentioning this outright. She knew Irina would handle it without needing to be told. And you'll also assist Arod as he creates Magitech tools. Making Magitech tools? Me. You've read magic theory books for leisure, haven't you? It won't be too difficult for you. I only read those to prepare for combat against mages. Irina protested against the witch's reasoning. And all of that is just surface-level work. The real purpose is something else entirely. But Isabel, now thoroughly immersed in her plans, ignored Irina's protests and pressed on. The real purpose. Half resigned, Irina decided to listen for now. To win him over, of course. Sir Arod won't confess to you again after being rejected once. It's too daunting, especially since you're not just any lady, but the Grand Duchess. That's why you need to maintain contact with him under a different identity. Over time, he'll open up again. And you'll also be able to keep other women at bay. Keep them at bay. When the moment is right, you'll reveal your true identity. Show him, look, Even without my title as Grand Duchess, I'm a woman worthy of your affection. Ugh. Arena swayed, her expression one of utter turmoil. Having always built walls of steel around herself, she had no experience with romance, making this conversation incredibly overwhelming. Isabel ignored her flustered liege and continued. Besides, Arod's trading company headquarters is here in the High Tower. It won't disrupt your official duties or training much. Arod is a merchant. He'll frequently leave for trade expeditions. And I haven't fully regained my strength yet. Arena made a final attempt at a counter-argument. Don't worry, my lady. You can accompany him on some of his expeditions. Just not all of them. What? You're going to conduct secret inspections anyway, aren't you? This way, it's far safer. As an official trading company, he'll have senior knights and frost knights as escorts. Isabel knew Arena all too well, and with this argument, she effortlessly dismantled every objection. For the record, only Haida, Sir Balzac, and I will know about your work at the trading company. As Arena hesitated one last time, Isabel observed her closely and delivered her final blow. But if you truly dislike the idea, I can send one of the young witches from the assembly instead. Though, if a man and woman work closely together every day, it's only natural for feelings to develop, isn't it? That sealed the deal. A moment of silence followed before Arena finally opened her mouth. The transformation spell. It's safe and undetectable, right? Of course. I've even accounted for the bag you always carry. In the end, Arena had no choice but to accept. Then, I'll take that as a yes. Oh, by the way, what alias will you use? Mary. I'll go by Mary. That's the nickname of the late Grand Duchess, isn't it? Yes. Though her expression and tone were carefully managed, Arena's inner thoughts were already blooming with anticipation and excitement. The next morning, at the Arod Trading Company headquarters, located in the middle-class district of the High Tower, knock, 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 knock. A soft yet persistent knocking sounded at the front door early in the morning. Who could it be at this hour? I set down what I was working on and headed for the front door. Yes, who is it? At novel bin at. As the door creaked open, I found myself face to face with a woman I'd never seen before. She had striking white hair and deep gray eyes that immediately caught my attention. She was quite beautiful, and her attire was simple, a plain tunic common among women in the north. At her waist, she carried a derivative of the bag I had made, its design subtly enhanced with leather accents. White hair and gray eyes. For some reason, her hair and eyes nagged at my memory. An awkward silence lingered between us for a moment. The Archwitch told me to come, as a new employee. Finally, the woman spoke, her husky voice trembling slightly. AHH. In that instant, I realized who she was. She's not a witch, yet, a woman? How does Isabel plan to handle this? Or, has the Grand Duchess given up on me after all? Come on in for now. Certain that she was the employee Isabel had mentioned, I nodded and guided her inside. I'll speak casually. You see, I am a count. Oh, of course. I mean, yes, sir. The woman seated at the table on the first floor seemed nervous, stumbling over her words. Naturally, as someone from modern Earth and a relatively laid-back manager, I decided to overlook it. What's your name? Mary? My name is Mary. Mary. Yes. Mary, you say. Yes. Is there a problem? As I conversed with Mary, a strong sense of déjà vu hit me. A woman with white hair, gray eyes, and the name Mary. Even if she's at 2 circle. Considering her age in the original story, it dawned on me that the déjà vu wasn't just from life but from the text and 2D art of the source material. No way. Could she be the Archwitch of the Snowfield? The idea seemed far-fetched, almost ridiculous, but my unusually high luck stat made me wonder if it was possible. No, nothing. It's a very pretty name. Oh, thank you. At this, silence fell between us again. Things are still a bit disorganized since the trading company was just established. Wait here and have some tea while I step down to the basement for a moment. Yes, sir. I awkwardly excused myself and headed down to the basement. Behind me, I could hear the quiet slurping sound of Mary drinking the tea I'd prepared. It seemed she found it delicious. Once I reached the basement, I took a deep breath and muttered under my breath. Phew, could she really be the Archwitch of the Snowfield? Then again, there's no way they'd send an ordinary person to work beside me. Could she be a disguised member of the Frost Knights? My voice trembled slightly as I spoke. They do have another primary job. Isabel's words from the previous day echoed in my mind. Not a witch, my foot. That 2-circle magic level must be a cover. She wouldn't be the future Archwitch otherwise. Putting together the clues and my own deductions, I was now convinced of her identity. It also explained why I hadn't encountered a witch resembling the Archwitch of the Snowfield thus far. If she were with the Frost Knights, it made sense. So they've sent a Frost Knight witch in disguise to both protect and monitor me. The thought was oddly comforting. To be honest, I'd felt a little uneasy relying solely on the Frost Knight escorts assigned to me by the High Tower. But with the future Archwitch by my side, I felt a newfound sense of security. Still, I have to consider the possibility of a honey trap. Of course, I was destined to return to Earth someday. No matter how beautiful the bait, I would never fall for such a scheme. Good. This means I can focus on business without worry. After organizing my thoughts and calming my nerves, I made my way back upstairs. Mary had finished her tea and was now sitting quietly, waiting. Let's get started with work today. Yes, sir. What should I do first? We'll be heading to the greenhouse farm. Understood. There was something peculiar about Mary's way of speaking. Her tone sounds almost like that of a knight. In all my interactions with Isabel and the other witches, none of them had spoken like this. This particular witch, or at least I believed her to be one, didn't seem witch-like at all. Well, with a demeanor this rigid and cold, it makes sense she'd excel in ice magic. Of course, I didn't dwell too much on this observation. The world was full of diverse personalities, and not every witch spoke in a dramatic oh-ho-ho manner. Soon, the two of us left the trading company building and headed to the adjacent stable. The stable housed 2 horses, the same ones that had previously pulled the golden carriage at Novel Bin at. We could take broomsticks if that's more convenient, I suggested cautiously as I prepared to mount one of the horses. I have low circle magic, so I can't ride a broomstick. Besides, I'm not a witch. Is that so? What about horses? I can ride a horse just fine. Right. If she's going to conceal her strength and identity, she has to be thorough. Her answer made sense, and I found myself nodding in agreement. Isabel had mentioned that Frost Knight escorts secretly followed me within the high tower. When I went on trade expeditions, senior knights disguised as mercenaries would join the escort team. It was a level of protection far exceeding what was typical for a noble of my rank, let alone the head of an official trading company. Even Grand Duchess Arena likely didn't receive such treatment. This must mean Ranlet values me highly. Thanks to this, I'd never experienced any unpleasant incidents while operating within the high tower. The generally high level of security in the city also played a role. Mounted on our horses, we quickly arrived at the greenhouse farm. There, nearly every witch from the witch assembly was busily working on something. You're here. Sir Arod, Count Jin of Arod is here. Count Jin? Is it true you're getting rid of the golden carriage? The witches paused their work and greeted me enthusiastically. Oh, who's that next to you? A young witch, her eyes wide with curiosity, tilted her head as she looked at Mary. Mary? You've started already. Isabel stepped in hastily, addressing Mary with a slightly rushed tone. Why yes. Thank you for introducing me to such a wonderful job. Mary might seem unfamiliar to you all, right? For the record, she's not a witch but a low-tier adventurer. I once owed her a favor, so we've kept in touch. She's helped supply goods requested by the witch assembly in the past. Though the exchange between Isabel and Mary felt conspicuously awkward, and the two women sent each other not so subtle signals with their eyes, neither I nor the witches made much of it. Their acting isn't exactly stellar. Of course, I had already concluded that Mary was a disguised member of the Frost Knights and the Archwitch of the Snowfield. The witches, meanwhile, appeared to be concocting their own theories. She's probably from the Frost Knights. Not a witch, but perhaps genuinely an adventurer sent as protection. She's gorgeous. Maybe she's here for honey trap purposes. Honey trap? After what happened with the Grand Duchess last time. SHH. Word is he was rejected. Again? But they seemed so close. Didn't she give him a bag as a gift? She's still carrying it around everywhere. Her Highness does have high standards, doesn't she? Actually, I heard it was the other way around this time. What? Count Jin rejected her. That's why he didn't propose at the title ceremony, apparently. And they've been avoiding each other ever since. Then, the woman next to him now. Exactly. That must be it. But I heard Her Highness still has feelings for him. Why else would she keep his seat beside hers at the meetings? Oh my. The scandal. The longer this went on, the more the witch's speculative stares at me and Mary began to feel like something out of a daytime drama. Their sparkling eyes practically radiated gossip. Doing my best to ignore their curiosity-filled gazes, I got to work on helping dismantle the greenhouse farm. You haven't started tearing it down yet, have you? Not yet. A wide area magic barrier like this is as difficult to dismantle as it is to set up. What about the spirits? They're unusually quiet. We'll need to finish this before they react. Mary and I rode our horses through the vast farm, accompanied by witches flying on their broomsticks. We inspected the many stone monuments embedded around the greenhouse farm. The farm was dotted with these white stone pillars, each the size of an adult man's torso. Their surfaces were intricately inscribed with runes and ritual spells at Novel Bin at. Over the next month, we'll need to erase the runes and spells carved into these stones. When removing spells like these, it's critical not to use ice magic right from the start. Instead, we'll need to slowly dissolve them with the help of water spirits. I explained as I examined one of the monuments. To an outside observer, I probably looked like someone loudly talking to themselves. Most of the witches, including Isabel, seemed only half listening to my explanation. It was that cursed tradition of theirs, something frustrating enough to explain why witches had long been overshadowed by the mages of the magic towers. Once the north stabilizes, I should consider establishing an academy to train magi-tech engineers. It was clear that relying solely on the witches wouldn't be enough to foster the north's economic and magi-tech growth. What should I do then? Oh, let me take notes. I was caught off guard when Mary spoke up behind me. What's this? Even Isabel, the most open-minded of the witches, refrained from directly learning from me due to their traditions. But Mary, despite being a Frost Knight and supposedly bound by the same customs, boldly asked to learn from me. Of course. It's her forward-thinking mindset that makes her destined to become the Archwitch of the Snowfield. Her eagerness didn't strike me as odd or suspicious. Having even one enthusiastic student among the witches was refreshing and energizing. Well, first, we'll need to use water attribute magic stones and ice attribute magic stones. This prompted me to dive deeper into my explanation. While the other witches pretended not to pay attention, they still listened intently over their shoulders. Meanwhile, the younger witches who had yet to achieve independence from their masters covered their ears and scurried away, unwilling to break tradition. Just as we were about to dismantle the first monument. What's happening? Why are the spirits acting like this? Even though we hadn't yet begun dismantling the farm, panic erupted. The spirits? All the spirits in the north are going berserk. Suddenly, witches were screaming and running around in confusion. Whoom! At the same time, the stone monuments embedded in the greenhouse began glowing brightly. It was a completely unforeseen phenomenon. There was no way to intervene in time. What's going on? The magic reserves? The mana reserves outside the high tower are converging here. Calm them down. Do something to calm the spirits. The magical energy that had sustained the fields and farms across the north rapidly disappeared, all of it channeled through the spirits to the greenhouse farm. As a result, the greenhouse was now overflowing with an excess of magical energy. The crops in the greenhouse are behaving strangely. They're oozing sap and dying. The soil has turned completely black. The excess magical energy is overwhelming them, they can't handle it. And the situation was worsening by the second. Count Jin. Please call me boss, Mary. Boss? I'm so sorry, but I need to leave early. Mary was the first to react to the chaos, immediately requesting to leave. Leave? In this situation? I'm terribly sorry, but it's urgent. On her very first day, and amidst this emergency, she was asking to leave early. Even as someone who had dealt with countless MZ generation employees on Earth, this was a first for me. Well, the Frost Knights must be in turmoil by now. I had a pretty good idea of why she was acting this way. So much for hiding your identity. How sloppy. Tisk. I watched Mary squirm like a puppy, desperate to go outside before sighing and nodding. Very well. Go. I didn't even ask for an explanation before granting her permission. If we were on Earth, this story would have gone viral on employee forums, with countless workers praising me and my company for our understanding. Thank you. Mary hesitated briefly, as if surprised by how easily I agreed, then quickly mounted her horse and galloped off toward the inner fortress. That must be where the Frost Knights' headquarters is. As I watched her leave, my thoughts turned back to the chaos in the greenhouse farm. The spirits going berserk like this, someone must have caused this deliberately. Turning my attention back to the glowing monuments, I began analyzing the situation. Stop the spirits? Stop them. They won't calm down. What is this? What's happening? The air was filled with the panicked cries of witches as chaos unfolded above and below the greenhouse farm. She's not an archwitch for nothing. As someone well versed in magi tech, I couldn't help but admire the sheer complexity of the magic circle she was crafting. Reveal. Her incantation resonated across the greenhouse farm, spreading throughout the entire high tower. Rumble. Creak. Cackle. Cackle. But the spirits' rampage didn't stop. The mana flow surging toward the greenhouse farm slowed slightly but continued unabated. I see them. 26 spots. Each of those places, something terrible is buried there. Of course, the spell Isabel cast wasn't meant to stop the chaos outright. Its purpose was to diagnose the problem and reveal hidden truths. 1 hour later, emergency meeting at the Palace of Glory. A crisis meeting was convened with the Grand Duchess at its center. Is my seat permanently next to hers or something? Once again, my spot was right next to Arena's. While this was awkward, I had bigger concerns at the moment. The spirits are rampaging. Amid the heavy, tense atmosphere, Arena asked with a grave expression. They're not rampaging per se. It would be more accurate to say they're being controlled. Isabel, her face far more serious than usual, delivered her report to the room. What do the afflicted areas have in common? At Arena's question, the officials responsible for the investigation began their report. All the affected areas are North's main farmlands and fields. Lands like Shwini and Narvik, which are particularly fertile, have been hit the hardest. The troubling part is that this phenomenon is spreading rapidly. If this continues, not only food production but also the manufacturing of arod salt will be disrupted. The magic circle Isabel had cast earlier served as a diagnostic tool, akin to a magical map hack. Thanks to it, we had pinpointed where the phenomenon was occurring and how far its effects were reaching. If this continues, the North will face a massive famine. It may already be too late. Reports from nearby farms say the leaves on crops are already wilting. The insights we had gained painted a grim picture. In the worst-case scenario, there could even be witch hunts in the North. Isabel and the other witches looked as though they'd just been sentenced to death. This isn't the witches' fault. I decided to speak up to break the oppressive atmosphere. Not because I was worried I might get blamed for this. Definitely not. It just so happened this crisis erupted right as we were about to dismantle the farm. Arena's sharp gaze turned toward me, filled with hope that bordered on desperation. Do you have a solution? Oh, yes. Sir Arod might know a way. All eyes in the room, including Arena's and the high-ranking officials, fixed on me. The North's survival depends on you, Sir Arod. I'm counting on you. Arena's gaze brimmed with expectation, her composure as a ruler seemingly suppressing any personal emotions she might have had. The spell cast by the Spring Archwitch revealed dangerous spots buried under the afflicted land. I hear you plan to send senior knights and witches to investigate those areas. That's correct. The witches said something terrible is buried there. But how long will it take to uncover those hidden dangers? They're likely cloaked under layers of magic and traps. The witches will use detection spells. With the spirits in their current state, that won't be easy. Shaking my head, I continued, I propose we expedite the process. By tomorrow morning, I'll have crafted a detection device. Using it, you'll be able to uncover and destroy whatever's hidden in those areas. Though I spoke confidently, the atmosphere in the room made it clear everyone had been waiting for me to say something like this. Of course, I'm the resident magical gadget factory. Just call me Doraemon. I'll help with the production. Suddenly, Arena spoke up, her eyes lighting up. Pardon. I mean, I'll help by providing resources or personnel if you need them. This is something I can handle alone for now. It's just time consuming. I see. There is, however, one request I'd like to make. Name it. The assistant I hired today, Mary, appears to have another job. I'd like her sent back to the trading company. Having her assist me would make this task easier. HRRRRK? Oh ho ho, ahem. The room was immediately filled with awkward coughs. The culprits were Haida, Frostblade Balzac, and Isabel. These people are too easy to read. I knew exactly why they were suddenly pretending to cough. It was all too transparent. I'm doing this on purpose, you know. Bringing up another woman was my way of subtly creating distance between myself and Arena. It wasn't malicious, it was necessary. Besides, if Mary really is the future Archwitch of the Snowfield, she might be genuinely helpful for crafting this device. Why is everyone suddenly coughing? Feigning confusion, I looked around at the room at Novel Bin Adat. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Arena granted my request. Her visible discomfort stirred a pang of guilt within me, but I knew this was the best course of action for both of us. Even so, I couldn't help but wish the seating arrangement would change. Sitting in the consort's seat right next to her and making such proposals was enough to make my legs tremble. Today was one of the busiest days in Arena's life. Juggling her duties as both the Grand Duchess of the North and an employee of Arod's trading company left her in complete disarray, especially during this emergency. After returning her horse to the stables, Arena took a moment to compose herself, checking her appearance carefully. First, she inspected the enchanted necklace around her neck. The magical necklace emitted a soft glow, altering her appearance, voice, and even body shape. Next, she checked the spatial bag always strapped to her waist, a meticulously crafted gift from Arod. Over it was a larger bag Isabel had prepared to help conceal her identity further. She adjusted her clothes, took a deep breath, and swallowed nervously. Knock, knock, knock. Like a guilty child, she rapped softly on the door of Arod's trading company building. But even after knocking several times, there was no response from inside. Excuse me, boss, she called cautiously before opening the door and stepping in. The first floor was empty. However, faint noises from the basement hinted that someone was there. Arena headed down toward the basement, deliberately making loud footsteps to avoid startling Arod. Boss. You're here, came Arod's voice. I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly earlier, she apologized. No need. It's not like it was your choice. The basement workshop was in complete disarray, filled with Magitech components of indeterminate purpose. Piles of dark soil, likely from the greenhouse farm, were stacked in a corner. You came at the perfect time. From now on, Mary, you'll be making this. Without hesitation, Arod handed her a detection device he had just completed. Make this. It's not as hard as it looks. Once you follow along a few times, you'll get the hang of it. Now, watch closely. Why yes, sir. And so began her unexpected crash course in assembly line production. After demonstrating the process a few times, Arod handed her the tools. Before long, Arena found herself fumbling through the motions of cutting, shaping, and assembling parts made of leather, wood, and bone. Surprisingly, she found the process enjoyable, similar yet different from wielding a sword all day. Just as Arod had said, the work wasn't particularly difficult. It was, however, incredibly labor-intensive. You're quite skilled with your hands. Yes, that's it, just follow the pattern. Thank you, sir. The occasional compliments from Arod filled her with an odd sense of joy, and she struggled to hide the smile creeping across her face. What incredible precision! Meanwhile, she couldn't help but marvel at Arod's extraordinary speed and accuracy as he engraved magical circuits into the components. Unlike her own clumsy efforts, Arod's work was intricate and flawless. Watching him etch magical circuits into leather and wood with a silver awl, using magic stones coated onto the materials, was almost a holy experience. Lost in admiration, Arena was startled when Arod spoke. How's it going? Manageable. Why yes. Then pick up the pace. There's no time to zone out. Perhaps because she had been caught staring, Arod gave her a mild scolding. Yes, sir. Unused to being reprimanded, Arena felt her heart flutter in an unfamiliar way. We need to make 60 of these by tonight. 60? But there are only 26 locations to send them to. We need extras for emergencies, 2 per team, and to account for defects and failed prototypes. I see. The sheer workload surprised her, and she quickened her pace at Novel Bin Adat. But, shouldn't you hire more staff for this? As she worked, Arena couldn't help but wonder why Arod hadn't hired more employees. Even after gaining approval to establish an official trading company, he hadn't recruited anyone beyond herself. Of course, I'd like to, but I can't hire just anyone. Her Highness was clear that my knowledge mustn't leak to the Empire. Arod responded casually, but his answer made Arena internally wince. Right. She recalled the conversation they'd had long ago when he'd gifted her the enchanted bag. Do you intend to share your knowledge with others? For now, I'll hold off. The High Tower and the North are still riddled with rats, and there's also the witch's situation to consider. It struck her that her own words had likely been misunderstood and exaggerated. I didn't mean for him to take it this far. Realizing that she might bear some responsibility for his current predicament, a wave of guilt washed over her. And Her Highness is right. Hiring recklessly is dangerous. Industrial espionage is a real risk. Industrial espionage. Yes, there are people who'll go to extraordinary lengths to steal critical information. Arod spoke with a grim expression, as though recalling bitter experiences from his past. He must be thinking of his time during the Golden Age. He likely ran a trading company or workshop back then. Watching his expression, Arena simply nodded in quiet understanding. What do you look for in an employee, then? I look for character, Arod replied matter-of-factly. Character. Yes. Things like responsibility, a sense of duty, and loyalty. Skills can be taught over time if the person is willing to learn, but character and trust, no amount of money or time can instill those. He continued, you can't force someone to be trustworthy. No matter how much you pay them, how long you work with them, or how sincerely you treat them, trust has to come naturally. How can you tell if someone is trustworthy? Arena listened intently, captivated by Arod's philosophy. This topic of conversation captivated Arena, not just because of her current role, but because her true identity as the Grand Duchess made it profoundly meaningful. Over time, you develop a gut instinct, Arod explained, his tone matter of fact. It's not perfect, but it works more often than not. Gut instinct. Yeah, talk to someone a few times, and you'll get a sense for them. Some people just give you this cold, prickly feeling. Filtering out those types solves half the problem. Pausing her work, Arena gazed at Arod intently. Though his appearance suggested he wasn't much older than her, his skills and wisdom seemed far beyond his years. Is it because he's one of the ancient people from the Golden Age? Do they age more slowly? Even in this world, mastering swordsmanship and magic to a high degree could significantly slow the aging process. At first, I thought if I treated people sincerely, they'd reciprocate. But that's not how it works. As Arod continued, his voice carried a faint bitterness. Those bastards? I helped them out so much. One guy was on the verge of bankruptcy because of a rental scam, so I used company funds to bail him out. Then, when things got tough and I froze salaries for a year, what did he do? Jump ship to a competitor. Grind? Arod ground his teeth, clearly recalling the memory. Heya. Moments later, he exhaled and regained his composure. Arena didn't understand half of what he'd just said, but his frustration was palpable. Then, do you think I'm trustworthy? Adat novel bin adat. That was the question lingering in her mind. Oh, of course, I trust you, Arod replied without hesitation. What? Based on what? Just a feeling. That's why I hired you on the spot. His straightforward answer struck a chord deep in her chest. So, don't betray my gut, all right? Oh, of course, sir. Arena's heart swelled at his words, while Arod thought to himself. Honestly, if I didn't know the original timeline, I'd have doubted her and kicked her out immediately. Even if Isabel recommended her because my gut says something's off about her. Despite what he'd said, his actual opinion of Mary was cautious at best. Sometimes, a well-placed white lie was necessary. Still, she's sharp, probably why she's destined to become the Archwitch of the Snowfield. Watching Mary's rapid improvement, Arod smirked to himself. That necklace and bag she's wearing aren't ordinary either. Clearly, she has a knack for magi tech. His keen observational skills had already analyzed Mary's enchanted accessories when they first met. That necklace must be hiding her power and abilities. With eyes as precise as a magical scanner, Arod had picked up on the layers of enchantments on her gear. The bag is similarly enchanted, though the leather overlay is a bit crude. I'll have to refine that later. He'd made the request to bring Mary from the Frost Knights not just out of whimsy. She's diligent. Her calloused hands prove it. The more he thought about it, the more Arod's evaluation of Mary improved aside from that lingering sense of unease. On paper, her potential was flawless. Boss. His train of thought was interrupted when Mary called out to him. I'm done. Huh. She had completed everything he'd instructed her to do. Wow, you really are done. Arod examined her work, checking for defects. Everything was flawless. The finish was clean, and there was virtually no margin for error. Thump. His heart skipped a beat as he reviewed her work. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a piece of his destiny. If she'd been on Earth, she'd have been fast-tracked to a full-time position on the spot. Not bad. Pretty decent work. But outwardly, Arod remained reserved. Overpraising someone could inflate their ego, making them complacent or demanding. Too often, talented employees turned into competitors after being nurtured. Want to try your hand at this next? Arena made a fatal mistake in response. If she can handle this, I can delegate the magical circuit engraving. Unaware of the dangers of standing out in a company run by a corporate-savvy boss from a harshly competitive world, Arena eagerly agreed. She's a witch, pushing her a bit harder will only help her grow. She has the skill and potential. Suppressing his excitement, Arod decided to pass on the intricate work of engraving magical circuits to Mary, or rather, teach it to her as a valuable skill. She seems thrilled to learn. Seeing Mary's enthusiasm made Arod all the more eager to share his knowledge. It's a good thing I've been reading magic theory books. Arena's habit of studying magic theory as a knight had turned out to be unexpectedly useful in this new context. This is how you do it, right? Exactly. Perfect execution. This is surprisingly simple. Hehe. Mary, you're a genius. A prodigy. Arena threw herself into the task with the same fervor and focus she brought to her sword training. And yet, some time later, Arena began to sense something was off. What's going on? He's praising my abilities, recognizing my talent, but why? Why does this feel harder? By the time she realized something was amiss, it was already too late. At first, it was wonderful. Even if she was hiding her true identity, Arena felt elated receiving compliments and recognition from the man she admired. The work itself was fun and rewarding. She poured herself into her tasks, eager for more praise. Well done. Not bad at all. Would you like to try this next? I think your skills are more than up to the task. Before long, she was assigned the most complex and demanding job, engraving magical circuits. Impressive? This task requires incredible focus, and you nailed it on your first try. Thank you. The recognition felt good. But there was a problem. The more she excelled, the more work she was given. This one's for a dispelling enchantment, and this one's for detection. The circuit allows particles similar to muons to penetrate obscured barriers. Why yes, sir. And here's another. Also, this one. You should give these a go as well. Alright. By the time she realized what was happening, the situation had completely changed. Thanks to you, we can tackle these ahead of schedule. The basement workspace now had a clear division of labor. Arena hunched over her station, tirelessly working, while Arod hummed a cheerful tune, preparing something entirely different. No one told me why my heart's a mystery. Arena didn't recognize the song. It was likely from the Golden Age, but it was oddly distracting. Meanwhile, Arod had set up 7 large jars, carefully mixing the dark soil from the greenhouse with powdered magic stones, weeds, liquids, and various alchemical ingredients. What is he doing? Though she was exhausted, the seriousness in Arod's expression made her hesitant to interrupt. Instead, she focused on her task, keeping as quiet as possible to avoid breaking his concentration. As the saying goes, misfortune can sometimes bring unexpected blessings. The greenhouse soil, saturated with mana to the point of killing every crop, had turned into a unique resource, black earth. The abundance of mana in the soil, combined with the North's magic stone-rich terrain and the various spells and rituals cast over the farm, had transformed the earth itself. The crops died because the mana levels were too high, but this soil is priceless. Where others saw despair, Arod saw opportunity. Without my max-level alchemy, farming skills, and modern earth knowledge, even I might have missed this. Thanks to Mary's help with the detectors, Arod had the freedom to experiment. With careful precision, he combined the black earth, magic stone powder, and other components in large silver cauldrons. Beneath each cauldron, faintly glowing magic circles generated gentle heat, akin to induction stovetops. The mixing ratios and temperature control are crucial. He adjusted the attributes of mana and materials as he went, a process that required repeated trials and subtle refinements. The heating stones seemed to work better with shadow-aligned mana. Unexpected, but fascinating. Although modern AI could have simulated this process in an instant, this medieval fantasy world demanded meticulous, hands-on experimentation. After hours of trial and error, Arod finally created a satisfying result. Perfect. Inside the cauldron was a fine, dark brown powder with a warm, earthy aroma, a solid-state form of ammonia fertilizer, uniquely adapted to this world. Meanwhile, Arena had completed her task as dawn approached. All done. Around her were 62 perfectly crafted detection devices, 2 more than the original target. Her entire body ached, from her neck and wrists to her back and eyes. Sleep-deprived and sore, she felt both exhaustion and pride. Phew. Success, I think. From across the room, Arod's voice broke the silence. Done here too. At that moment, Arena's stomach betrayed her with a loud gurgle. Girl. Her face turned red as she quickly tried to deflect attention at novel bin at. What exactly have you been making? The question came out sharper than intended, a desperate attempt to steer the conversation away from her embarrassing stomach noises. This. Thankfully, Arod either didn't notice or chose not to comment. Instead, he grinned and held up the dark brown powder he'd been working on. This stuff is as valuable as Arod salt. What an amazing smell. The powder gave off an aroma that was both comforting and rich. This world is unbelievable. Even with mana and magic stone enhancements, who would have thought ammonia fertilizer could smell this good? Arod murmured, seemingly to himself. As valuable as Arod salt. Arena barely registered his muttering, her shock focused entirely on his earlier declaration. That's right. As you know, even if this crisis is resolved, the affected farmlands won't recover their mana for at least a decade. I was worried about that as well. Worried? Why? No. I mean, because of, the people I'm associated with, I suppose. She stumbled over her words, trying to maintain her cover. Arena froze after her slip of the tongue. Her mind went blank, realizing the possible consequences of her careless words. Well, that's understandable. Yet, to her astonishment, Arod brushed it off with surprising indifference. Wait, what? He's letting it go just like that? Is it because of the mental magic in this necklace? Neither realized they were caught in parallel tracks of misunderstanding. Anyway, this powder is a type of fertilizer. Fertilizer? You mean, manure. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Chapter 36. Northern Faith, 1. Arena's biological mother and the former Grand Duchess Mary was said to have died of illness when Arena was very young, and the former Northern Grand Duke Baikal never remarried until the day he died. His deep love for the late Grand Duchess Mary played a significant role in this, as well as several political and superstitious reasons. But behind the scenes, what couldn't he have done? A high-ranking nobleman losing his wife early and living in solitude? That's unbelievable. At a glance, the age difference between Mary and Arena didn't seem very significant. At most, 2 years? An illegitimate child? She was an illegitimate child? The Grand Witch of the Snowfield, Mary, was an illegitimate child of the Rensselaer Grand Duchy. At last, everything felt like pieces of a puzzle snapping into place. Come to think of it, the former Grand Duke Baikal was quite remarkable. Not only did he have a daughter first, but he managed to have 2 children. This was something I only learned after arriving at the High Tower. The Rensselaer Grand Duchy had long been known for having very few descendants, to the point where one might wonder if it was cursed. The lineage had consistently produced only single sons for generations, and not one of the past Grand Dukes or Grand Duchesses lived long lives. Looks like it wasn't a curse after all, just a terrible jinx that the former Grand Duke Baikal managed to break. I couldn't help but nod in agreement. That explains why Mary was relatively free from the witch's rules. Still, it was odd. To give an illegitimate child a name based on his late wife's nickname? The former Grand Duke Baikal seemed to have quite an eccentric streak. So, that's how the Grand Witch of the Snowfield, Mary, became a unifying figure for the Northern Resistance. In the original timeline, the Grand Witch of the Snowfield, Mary, didn't appear in the North until much later. That was 20 years after Arena and the high-ranking knights went missing in the demonic realm. Why she stayed quiet for 20 years, why she didn't reveal her true identity, that mystery remains unsolved. Well, it didn't matter now that history had completely changed. Wait a minute. Doesn't Arena have a second circle on her heart? Hold on, could it be that Mary and Arena are? Nah, that's absurd. For a moment, I wondered if Arena and Mary might be the same person, but that thought quickly sank to the bottom of my list of possibilities. No matter how unique Arena was, imagining a Grand Duchess lowering herself to join as a low-level employee was far-fetched. This wasn't some reality TV show like Undercover Boss. But I do understand the boss's intentions. While I was lost in thought about the original timeline, Mary suddenly cleared her throat as if to regain her composure and spoke. If we spread this fertilizer, the land's fertility will recover, and crops will grow abundantly, correct? That's right. They'll grow well even in harsh climates. It'll allow farming on more land than ever before. Really, I guarantee it. Arena became excited, as if this were her personal accomplishment. It further confirmed my suspicions about her being an illegitimate child of the Grand Duchy. If that's true, the name of the late Grand Duchess will resonate even more deeply with the people. Grand Duchess Marina is already remembered as the Mother of the North, beloved by the people. Does she really remember that fondly? Oh, you don't seem to know. She's the one who implemented the current low tax rates. She also restricted estate taxes for northern nobles and abolished toll fees. That's why it would be a shame to let her legacy go to waste. We could evoke the people's nostalgia and admiration, boosting loyalty at the same time, if only it weren't just fertilizer. She seemed genuinely regretful as she said this. Hearing that, it really does seem like a missed opportunity. I felt the same. As someone tasked with developing the North to protect it from the Empire, I knew winning the hearts of the Northerners was crucial. Isn't there some way to make the most of this? Let's see, a solution, there it is. After a brief moment of thought, I recalled a marketing example from Earth and, with a spark of inspiration, turned to Mary. Then how about this? Do you have a solution? In cases like this, we typically add a narrative or storytelling element to the product to promote it. It's called going viral. Viral, what? I'll draft a more detailed plan and explain later. I think we'll need the Grand Duchess's permission too. Understood. For now, I didn't want to get ahead of myself. Not only was I still cautious about fully trusting Mary, but I also needed Arena's approval as the Grand Duchess. Let's take the completed detector and this fertilizer outside. Instead, we decided to carry the detector and fertilizer, both completed sooner than expected, out for testing. By the way, aren't you hungry? Just then, it occurred to me that we hadn't had a proper meal yet. Since the work had wrapped up early, we had some time to spare for a quick meal and break. Yes, I am hungry. Mary's eyes lit up with anticipation as she nodded eagerly at my question. I feel a bit guilty. I should have let her take breaks and provided snacks while she was working. Her enthusiastic response made me feel like a ruthless employer, weighed down by an unearned sense of guilt. Well, I need to eat too. Let's eat together. Yes. Gulp. The sound of her swallowing her saliva echoed as if she had been waiting for this moment. What should I cook this time? Her eager reaction ignited my culinary instincts. Thanks to Arod salt, my name's already famous. Expectations will be high. Providing good meals is a fundamental part of worker welfare. I had never seen a well-run company skimp on that. I need to prepare a special dish to reward her hard work. What should it be? My mind began racing at novel bin at. Time's tight, and we can't prepare anything too elaborate. The dining room and kitchen were located on the second floor of the building. And on the second floor, there was an otherworldly version of a refrigerator that used isotribute magic stones. I mentally reviewed the ingredients stored there. Perfect. This'll do nicely. With the menu decided, I told Mary to wait on the first floor before heading upstairs. Roughly 40 minutes later. What on earth is he making? Roughly 40 minutes later. What on earth is he making? Irina found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. The delicious aroma, something she had never encountered before, filled the building from earlier on. Irina resisted the urge to run upstairs and see what was being cooked, as she hadn't been specifically invited up yet. It's been quite a while since I last tasted Arod's cooking. Since eating his stew deep within the abyss of the demonic realm, she hadn't had the opportunity to enjoy his cooking. Of course, she dined daily on exquisite meals prepared by the palace chef using Arod's salt, but something always felt missing. That didn't mean she could just summon Arod and ask him to cook for her. After all, Arod was a noble, outranking even a count, and had far more important matters to attend to than cooking. All done? Come on up. It was then that Arod's voice called from the second floor. Yes. Irina practically bounded up the stairs. Wow. On the table before her was a golden dish, its warm and inviting aroma filling the air. This smell, it's absolutely divine. The appearance was stunning, but it was the scent that made her head spin. Go ahead and eat. I bet this is your first time having it. That's true. It looks like a chicken dish. Irina's eyes sparkled as she observed the dish before her. It wasn't something she had ever seen, even at Haven's finest restaurants. The golden, crispy coated chicken was paired with a radish-based dish. You're right. Here, have some beer with it. To top it off, Arod placed a beer in front of her. What is this dish called? It's called chicken. Chicken. Was this one of those dishes from the Golden Age? As she stared dreamily at the chicken, Irina realized there were no forks or knives in sight. Dig in. Arod grabbed a chicken drumstick with his hand and bit into it. It appeared to be a dish eaten with one's hands. Eating indoors with this kind of rugged vibe. Feeling oddly amused, she grabbed a drumstick and took a bite. The savory, slightly salty, and mildly spicy flavor overwhelmed her senses. And the texture? The exterior was astonishingly crispy, while the interior was tender and juicy to the point of tears. Her palate, which she thought had been refined after Arod's salt, was now elevated to an entirely new level. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Before she knew it, one hand held chicken, the other beer, as she ate without pause. That old lady was right. I'm so glad I went undercover. Absolutely the best decision. She resolved to report to Arod Company daily, no matter what. Meanwhile, outside Arod's building. What the heck is that smell? I'm starving. Arod Jin must be cooking. It's insane, really. The three high-ranking knights, Eode, Carrot, and Sir Rosie, newly reassigned from enforcers to Frost Knights, hid nearby, enduring their torment. I swear, I'll have to visit Arod Jin privately later. I heard even Balzac seems to miss Arod Jin's cooking. Let's go with him. We must. Their stomachs growled, and drool refused to stop. But as knights, professionals among professionals, they maintained their composure. Gold and silver just came out of the building. They must have finished eating. Lucky them. Despite the torturous aroma, they continued their mission with silent hand signals. Gold and silver were code names for the two individuals they were secretly guarding. Gold referred to Arod Jin, the newly risen northern noble. Silver was the VIP who had been added to the list just yesterday, carrying a massive sack of soil with ease. Isn't silver supposed to know magic? Quite strong, too. Well, even an illegitimate child has noble blood. Looking closely, doesn't silver resemble the former Grand Duke? There's something about the air around them, kind of like Irina, too. And the former Grand Duke, he must have been something else. When did he sow such seeds? The greatest accomplishment of the former Grand Duke has to be having 2 children, the first in Rensselaer's history. Could this finally break the long-standing jinx of scarce heirs and short lives in the Grand Duchy? A special escort target was added suddenly, bearing a resemblance to the Northern Grand Duke. A woman of childbearing age allowed near Arod, with the Grand Duchess and Isabel's approval. Human minds tend to arrive at similar conclusions. It seemed that others, besides Arod, had their own wild guesses about Mary's identity. The only ones oblivious to these suspicions were the masterminds Isabel and Irina themselves. Completely unaware that the Frost Knights were watching, Irina and Arod carried their completed items outside and conversed. Well then, I'll take my leave now, sir. Also, that dish called chicken, it was truly amazing. Adat novel bin adat. Glad you enjoyed it. You'll be having it more often. Really? Sure, it's not a particularly hard dish to make. Heh. Now wipe your mouth. But wow, you devoured 5 chickens in one sitting. Ahem, I do eat quite a lot. Clearly. I'll prepare more food in the future. Ha ha ha, thank you so much. Even from a distance, the Frost Knights could sense how much closer the two had grown overnight. So it was a charm strategy, after all. Wasn't Arod Jin close with the Grand Duchess? Is this even okay? SHH, the Grand Duchess and Isabel must have their reasons. That's probably why they assigned Lady Mary here. Human thoughts, as always, seemed to align in similar ways. There was no need to resort to mental manipulation spells on these knights. Chapter 37. Northern Faith, 2. Whether Irina and Arod were aware of how the Frost Knights viewed them or not, they continued their warm conversation. Anyway, you've really worked hard on your first day. You must be tired, so go rest. Actually, why not take 3 days off? 3 days? No, that's not necessary. I can keep coming to work. No, rest is important. Did I do something wrong? Wrong? Not at all. This is a reward for your hard work. This is what we call a flexible work arrangement. Flex, what? Something like that. In any case, go and rest. If your other job gives you trouble for this, let me know. I'll take it up directly with Her Highness. Why yes. By the way, where's your home? Shall I escort you there? No, it's really fine. I can manage on my own. Is that so? Security is important, after all. All right then, off you go. Yes. Can I visit the company even on my days off? Why would you come to work on your days off? I'm not that kind of tyrant. No, that's not what I meant. Rest well. Yes. Flexible? Primary job? The Frost Knights Eode, Rosie, and Carrot, listening from their hidden positions, struggled to make sense of the conversation. They whispered silently among themselves, exchanging confused glances and hand signals. He's telling her to rest, but why does she look like she doesn't want to? Exactly. Some of us can't rest even when we want to. Is it because she won't get to eat that chicken again? Was it really that amazing? Come on, it's just a day off. That can't be it. True, especially since arod salt is common now. More than anything, Mary's lack of joy at being given a 3-day leave left the knights puzzled. Whatever this flexibility is, getting 3 days off sounds enviable. When was the last time we truly rested? Should we quit being knights and apply to Arod's company instead? Let's hold out until this mission ends. Once we're off emergency duty and get more reinforcements, we might be able to rest in shifts. Still, there wasn't much need for them to understand. The trio's mission was singular and clear: ensure the safety of their targets. Well then, I'll take my leave for now. Take care, and great work today. Thank you. And so, with a dazed expression, Mary left after receiving what was, arguably, Arod's act of kindness. Sir Rosie, follow and guard Silver. Stay with her until she reaches the Rensselaer main estate. Eode, the leader of their team, watched Arena walking toward the inner city and gave Rosie his orders. Should we only guard her up there? What about her on her days off? Isabel and Balzac will handle things at the main estate. Understood. She must definitely be another descendant of the former Grand Duke. Rosie, the youngest of their group, nodded at Eode's explanation and discreetly followed after Arena. We'll continue guarding gold in secret. The remaining two focused their attention back on Arod and the equipment he had made. A short while later, the officials and witches emerging from the high tower marveled endlessly at the detector Arod had created. Then, they cheered again upon hearing about the fertilizer he had introduced. Finally, when they heard the fertilizer's name, they were astonished. There was once a farmer who lived in a small village in the north, growing rye on land passed down for generations. The farmer had 10 siblings, but 6 of them died before reaching adulthood. 2 passed away before they could even walk, succumbing to illness and the harsh cold. 4 others were eaten by monsters and beasts just as they reached adolescence. The farmer's parents also died when he was on the cusp of adulthood, caught in an avalanche while gathering firewood. Though he was the third born, the farmer became the eldest and head of the household simply by surviving. He worked tirelessly to fulfill his responsibilities, raising the 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister left behind by their parents until they were adults. His efforts bore fruit. His sister grew into a fine woman and married a blacksmith in the neighboring village. His brothers chose independence, setting off to become adventurers. The farmer couldn't offer them much as they left for the city, except 2 silver coins each. 10 years passed. The farmer had since married late and fathered 5 children. But his joy ended there. His sister, married in the neighboring village, died giving birth to her 3rd child. The 2 brothers who had set off as adventurers hadn't sent word in over a decade. They were likely dead. The farmer's unyielding efforts and sacrifices ultimately led to bitter results. Now, at this very moment, the farmer stood staring at his field, murmuring in despair. Ancestors, is it my turn now? Beside him stood his 3 surviving children and his heavily pregnant wife. Originally, he had 5 children, but 2 hadn't survived the harsh northern winters and were buried before they could even be named. The leaves in the field have all wilted. Daddy, I'm hungry. What do we do now, dear? His children's cries of hunger and his wife's anxious voice didn't register. All he could do was silently gaze at the dead soil. What now? He had heard that the Lord would provide food supplies. But it wouldn't be free. The land would have to be collateral at novel bin at. Even with his lack of education, he understood too well what that meant. Then, the sound of a broomstick broke the silence. A witch was flying through the village sky, something rarely seen. Had it not been for this disaster, the farmer might never have encountered such a being in his lifetime. They say the spirits suddenly went berserk, causing all of this. According to rumors, an evil person had incited the spirits, and their rampage was rapidly draining the land of its vitality. The witches had supposedly come down from the high tower to stop the rampaging spirits. CRRRRRKKK. But seeing the witch only made the farmer clench his teeth in anger. Those witches. He didn't believe the rumors. Not when another whisper had been spreading through the village. The farm is managed directly by the Hightower witches. It's become far more fertile. Rage boiled within him. The farm is managed directly by the Hightower witches. It's become far more fertile. Rage boiled within him. What had he done to deserve this? Why not simply raise the taxes instead? May the ancestors never forgive them. The reverence and loyalty he had once held for the Hightower fractured. In its place arose resentment, doubt, despair, and frustration. One day, as discontent rapidly spread through the north, a high-ranking official descended upon the village of Schwinn, one of the few lands still capable of farming even in the harsh northern climate. An enforcer from the high tower had arrived. The enforcers, an organization composed solely of elite knights, acted as walking embodiments of the law. Even if the entire village were to rise against them, they wouldn't manage to leave so much as a scratch on these iron-willed individuals. The imposing presence of the enforcer was overwhelming, almost otherworldly, making it difficult to believe they were human at all. To the villagers, they seemed like beings from an entirely different plane, truly carrying blue blood in their veins. Even from a distance, the mere sight of the enforcer caused the dissatisfaction and resentment that had swelled in their hearts to subside. I will patrol the village and its surroundings for a while. Leave only 5 people to assist me, the rest should return to their work. Those who help will be compensated with silver coins. I'll do it? Pick me. No, me? I was here first. Silence, you fools. Chief. Yes, sir. Hey, you idiots, shut up and listen. The enforcer sent by the high tower was somewhat unusual. In their hands was a magic device roughly the size of 2 adult fists combined. It was a circular frame crafted from leather and wood, with a flat magic stone, cut to resemble a mirror, embedded within. The surface of the stone emitted a faint magical glow. Careful, careful. The enforcer, despite their lofty status, handled the device with reverence, as if it were a sacred relic. The 5 villagers, chosen through fierce competition, followed closely behind the enforcer, and the farmer was lucky enough to join their ranks. They patrolled the village for what felt like hours. When the sun had descended about a third of the way from its peak, the enforcer exclaimed with the joy of someone striking gold. Here, this is it. I've found it. What do you mean? Wait just a moment. The middle-aged witch, who had been accompanying the enforcer, reacted immediately to their excited cry. Planting her broomstick into the ground, she closed her eyes and focused her mind. After about 3 minutes, the witch opened her eyes slowly. What do you think? Wow, to think the barrier was this cleverly hidden. No wonder no one noticed it. You've found it, then? The source of the problem. Yes, I'll break the barrier right away. Without another word, the witch began chanting incantations, pulling strange powders and liquids from a small, intricately designed bag at her waist. Adat novel bin adat. The enforcer stood silently by her side, their expression fierce and intimidating, as if daring anyone to approach. The farmer and the villagers, though uneasy and mistrusting of the witch's actions, didn't dare intervene. It's done. Now we just need to dig. The incantation was shorter than expected, and the intricately set barrier was swiftly broken. Dig here, now. At the enforcer's command, the villagers with shovels began digging furiously. When they had dug down to about thigh depth. Huh? What is that? It's real? It's actually there. Something emerged from the earth, a small black obelisk, ominous and foreboding just to look at. This is the ritual of the Imperial Golden Tower. The witch's brows furrowed as she examined the object. Imperials? Those Imperial scum planted this here. Upon hearing her words, the enforcer drew their sword and shattered the obelisk in a single blow. Scree! A bone-chilling wail echoed through the entire village like a reverberating curse. It's the Empire? Those vile Imperial bastards colluded with black sorcerers to destroy the North. In an instant, the sentiments of the villagers turned completely. The Empire? Those wretched Imperial fiends. May our ancestors punish you. The naive farmer, who had harbored resentment and anger in his heart, now directed all of it toward the Empire. And this was not limited to his village alone. Across the North, similar discoveries were made simultaneously. But, what do we do now? It'll take years for the land to recover its fertility. How are we supposed to survive until then? Damn those Imperial bastards. Is that why they were so willing to lower the price of food? Ancestors, please have mercy on this pitiful descendant. The cause had been identified and eradicated, but the problem remained unsolved. Around this time, rumors began to spread rapidly throughout the North. Have you heard? Heard what? Her Highness the Grand Duchess has been fasting and praying to the ancestors of the Ranlet family. Praying? For what? For blessings and salvation for the lands that have lost their fertility. The news brought immense emotional relief to the disheartened Northerners, especially the farmers. We should pray too. Let's offer our prayers. The wave of emotion swept across the North like a tidal wave. If Her Highness is fasting and praying, we should do something as well. Let's gather at the village square every morning to hold prayer meetings. Haven will hold prayers as well. If Haven's doing it, our city can't lag behind. Her Highness has decreed that while prayer is important, we are not to fast. Oh, to think I once blamed such a merciful ruler. Still, Your Highness, even if I don't want to fast, I have no food to eat. Shut up and start praying anyway. The entire North erupted in a wave of prayer. But, who are we praying to? Should we hold ancestral rites instead? No, this time we should direct our prayers to the ancestors of the Ranlet family. It's better to focus our devotion in one place. Agreed? Let's build an altar in the village to honor the Ranlet ancestors. Ranlet? Rune Ranlet. What was once a rallying cry only heard from the loyal knights and soldiers of the High Tower now became a chant echoed by all Northerners. May the ancestors of Ranlet take pity on this land. May they grant us something to revive the dead soil. Thus began the North's first PR campaign and viral movement. And in time, this event marked the beginning of what would become the official religion of the North, the Church of Ranlet. TL note, rate us on novel updates. The North had long worshipped its ancestral spirits. Exactly when this indigenous faith began was unclear. In the distant past, when Northerners were barbarian druids, they worshipped ancestral spirits alongside the forces of nature. It was thought that this practice might have evolved from reverence for the naturalists of the Golden Age, the ancient forebears of the Druids. Even when the Northerners split from the Druids and abandoned their corrupted faith in the White Serpent, they held on to their ancestral spirit worship. This belief silently but firmly took root in the hearts of the Northern people, like an ancient tree. Through the fanatical Holy Era, the self-destructive Dark Era, the brutal age of barbarism, and into today's Silver Era, this indigenous faith endured. However, the faith of the North had a peculiarity: it did not manifest divine power. From the priests of the Papal State of the United Kingdom, who wielded holy power since the Holy Era, to the Imperial Church clergy now regarded as heretics, they all employed divine power. Even in the civilizations of the southern and eastern continents, holy power was manifested through various faiths. And it wasn't limited to humans. Orc shamans and druid priests, who worshipped the White Serpent, also used divine power. This suggested that divine power was merely a form of magic, one that transformed faith and belief into mana. Yet, strangely, Northern ancestral worship did not produce this divine power. Even so, the Northerners stubbornly continued to worship their ancestors. They prayed for bountiful harvests and fortune during household rituals. Before battles or hunts, they prayed to their ancestors in their hearts. They did all this without divine power, blessings, or any tangible reward. Because of this, the Empire scornfully regarded the Northerners as a people abandoned by the gods. Even orcs and other barbarian tribes looked down on the Northerners. Yet the inherently defiant North clung to its faith in ancestral spirits. It's just a lack of fervent belief. And I had a pretty good idea why the Northern faith failed to manifest divine power. The Northern faith is too scattered. There's no cohesive doctrine to unify it. The Northerners' faith was profound, but the issue lay in its direction. The concept of household-specific ancestral spirits caused their belief to diverge in depth and focus. To manifest divine power, a unified doctrine like the Imperial Church or the Papal State or a singular idol, like the White Serpent, was necessary. But the North lacked such unification. Now, however, this aimless faith was coming to an end. At this moment, the scattered faith of the North was converging into one focus. Let us all pray together. To the revered ancestors of Ranlet. Ranlet? Rune Ranlet. As I rode through northern villages in Arod Company's yellow-painted carriage, I saw villagers gathering to pray everywhere I went. To think a religion would arise because of fertilizer. This place takes the butterfly effect to a whole new level. Initially, I just wanted to maximize the utility of this otherworldly chemical fertilizer. Since it was already made, I figured some PR wouldn't hurt. Then the nickname of the late Grand Duchess Mary entered the equation, and the scale grew far beyond my expectations. The ripple effects were so overwhelming that even I couldn't help but think, what is happening? This is terrifying. It's a relief the High Tower is cooperating. Of course, they have no reason to oppose the creation of a new religion. Currently, officials from the High Tower were diligently compiling northern myths, legends, and superstitions to craft the doctrines of the Ranlet Church. If things progressed as planned, the North might see priests wielding divine power within a decade. That spot seems good. Ask the village chief to gather the residents. After making a full round of one of the few villages in the North capable of growing wheat, I ordered my entourage to stop the carriage. Let's distribute it here. Yes, sir. Stop the carriage. Unload the blessing of Mary. 4 carriages had come to this village. 3 were loaded with fertilizer, while the 4th carried supplies for the High Tower Knights disguised as Arod Company staff and myself. Arod's golden carriages are finally making their mark. Sir Eod, the senior knight disguised as an employee, remarked as he helped unload the fertilizer sacks. Golden carriages? It's just yellow paint, I replied with a chuckle. Eod and I now addressed each other formally. After all, I was the head of a merchant company and a noble above the rank of count. Boss? You should speak informally to me. Ah, right. My mistake. I haven't been a formal noble for long. For now, in our roles as merchant and employee, I needed to address him informally. By the way, are you done making actual golden carriages? The maintenance costs are too high. Instead of making 1, I could operate 20 regular carriages. It was only worth it because of the special circumstances in the demonic realm. So it wasn't cost-effective. Exactly. Even with food selling at 10 to 20 times the price, the maintenance wasn't worth it. Still, it's a shame you retired it. Adat novel bin adat. I didn't scrap it, just left it in the High Tower for display. The witches study it like a giant magic tome, so in a way, it's the world's largest spell book. Knowing the witches' tendencies, I turned the golden carriage into an implicit teaching aid. It would provide them with foundational knowledge for future knowledge transfer, all under strict security. Only authorized witches could access it, thanks to a barrier created with the Archwitch. When we launch another large-scale expedition to the demonic realm, we might need it again. By then, I'll make an even better one. Eod and I exchanged casual remarks as we unloaded the fertilizer. Around us, knights and elite soldiers from the High Tower continued unloading sacks. By the way, where are the other 2? You mean Sir Rosie and Sir Carrot? They were with us at the start but seem to have disappeared. They're probably at the Lord's Castle by now. The Lord's Castle? Ah, I see. Eod's cryptic response made me nod slowly. It seemed likely this area would soon become a direct territory of the Grand Duchy. After setting up all the fertilizer sacks, I glanced around and muttered, "This is the first distribution of Mary's blessing. It's a shame Mary isn't here." Villagers, half disorganized, began gathering around the carriages at the chief's instruction. Well, it couldn't be helped, could it? Eod shrugged upon hearing my comment. "I'll have to tell Mary how delighted everyone was when I returned to the high tower. She'd appreciate that. Illegitimate or not, status is status." Both Eod and I silently agreed on why Mary hadn't accompanied us. "My lord, the villagers are all here," the village chief said politely. Judging by his attitude, he didn't realize that I, the merchant, was a count-level noble. To him, I was just a moderately important person sent by the high tower to distribute aid. Good. Hearing the chief's report, I climbed onto a makeshift platform made of stacked boxes. Tuck tuck tuck. I tapped a magic tool shaped like a megaphone and brought it to my mouth. The device, enchanted with sound amplification magic, carried my voice far and wide. Praise the revered ancestors of Ranlet. My voice, amplified as though spoken from right next to them, reached even the farthest villagers. Oh my, what a voice. What a voice. The villagers' eyes widened in astonishment at the use of the megaphone, something they had never seen before. Those standing nearby were so startled that a few stumbled and sat down on the spot. Like a herald or a missionary from a religious order, I began delivering the speech I had meticulously prepared. The noble and compassionate Grand Duchess, Arena Rune Ranlet, has had her prayers answered. Of course, the prayers of you, who joined her in prayer, also played a significant role. By now, similar speeches were likely being delivered by officials and enforcers in other villages across the north. Do you remember her? The former Grand Duchess, who has now become part of the snowfields. The one lovingly known as Mary, the mother of Lady Arena. Thanks to the max-level skill I possessed, eloquence, the villagers listened to my words as if entranced. Mary? Does he mean Grand Duchess Marina? Oh, the late Grand Duchess. She was the mother of the North. The mention of the former Grand Duchess's name stirred nostalgic emotions in the villagers. She has heard our desperate prayers and answered them. Recently, I had come to realize that in the North, Arena's mother was more beloved than the former Grand Duke Baikal. While Baikal ruled the North with reverence and charisma, Marina governed with love and compassion. The current low tax rates were her work. She had also been the first to provide standard-issue weapons and armor to even the lowest-ranking soldiers. Policies offering monthly provisions and stipends to injured veterans began during her time as well. Indeed, what you see before you is the blessing, the grace, and the miracle brought about by the prayers of the Grand Duchess and her people. The speech resonated powerfully with the crowd. When deciding on the name for the fertilizer, I had debated using Mary, but now I completely understood why it would have been a waste to name it anything else. Now, under the name of Ranlet, the North, too, can create miracles imbued with divine power. All thanks to the prayers of the Grand Duchess and our people, although the villagers had yet to see this miracle with their own eyes. Ranlet, Rune Ranlet, Ranlet, Rune Ranlet, Ranlet, Rune Ranlet. They cried out in tears, chanting Ranlet's name over and over like fervent believers. Similar scenes unfolded not only in this village but in others throughout the north. The deeper people sink into despair, the more they turn to superstition and religion. This applies to both the educated and the uneducated. It is a primal response, stemming not from intellect but from the instinctive fear of the unknown. The farmer, driven by desperation, joined the daily morning prayers at the village square alongside the other villagers. His pregnant wife and their growing children also participated in the prayers. With the rye fields utterly ruined, there was nothing else they could do. Prayer was their only option. How long had they been praying? One day, yellow-painted carriages from the high tower arrived at the village. An official stepped out confidently and declared, in a loud voice, that the prayers of the Grand Duchess and the people had been answered. They had received a blessing to revive the land. The blessing was called Mary's Blessing, named after the late Grand Duchess Marina, the Grand Duchess's mother. Fertilizer. At first, the farmer tilted his head at the thought, but he quickly clamped his hand over his mouth and dismissed the idea. What was I thinking? Ranlet? Rune Ranlet. Chanting the name of Ranlet to refocus his faith was an instinctive afterthought. The farmer, along with his family, lugged the large sacks distributed from the so-called golden carriage though it looked yellow to their home. The sacks bore an illustration of a golden carriage, beneath which an elegant script was written. When the farmer asked someone who could read, they said the name was Arod Company. Arod Company, is that the same Arod from the salt? Though illiterate, the farmer knew the name Arod. It was the salt that had brightened the tables of poor farmers, and he held a great deal of gratitude for it. But he didn't dwell on the name. For now, restarting his halted farming was his priority. This is Mary's Blessing. Opening the sack at home, the farmer found the dark brown powder labeled as Mary's Blessing. They even gave us wheat seeds. Thank you, noble and compassionate Grand Duchess. Along with the fertilizer was a pouch containing wheat seeds. This smells wonderful, dear. Yes, it doesn't smell like regular manure. Mary's Blessing exuded a rich, earthy aroma, convincing the farmer that it wasn't just fertilizer but truly a blessing from Ranlet. What kind of manure smelled this good? Let's plow the field immediately. Yes, dear. You should rest at home. You haven't been eating well lately. But don't worry, Mom. We'll help Dad. The farmer left his pregnant wife at home and went to the fields with his children, who eagerly helped with the work. Though their small hands were slow and clumsy, their effort was far better than none. How long has it been since I last farmed? Despite the physical strain, the farmer felt joy and peace in his heart. After plowing the field, he sowed the wheat seeds and spread Mary's blessing over them. Then he covered the seeds with soil and watered them with water drawn by his children. According to the official at the square, tests conducted by the Hightower had shown this method to yield the best results. Will it really grow well? The planting season has long passed. Doubt lingered in the farmer's heart as he finished. Mary's blessing was said to accelerate growth significantly and produce an abundant harvest. But he had yet to witness this with his own eyes. It wasn't so much faith as desperation that drove him to act. And so, a day passed. Then 2. And then a week at Novelbin at. Oh my. The farmer's family stared at the field in awe and disbelief, tears welling in their eyes. Wow. Dear, we're saved. Ranlet? Rune Ranlet. Not only had the seeds sprouted in record time, but the field was now covered with lush green wheat, already knee-high. Within a week, the farmer could no longer deny it. Mary's blessing was indeed a sacred miracle. Deep within the outer walls of the Hightower, screams echoed through the dimly lit underground chamber. This place, which had been relatively quiet for some time, was once again filled with familiar cries of agony. 41 adult men and women were being interrogated there. Among them were 6 lords who directly participated in the plot and 35 others, merchants, officials, knights, and adventurers who were indirectly involved. All were implicated in the recent loss of soil fertility and the installation of the obelisks. Please, just kill me. I'm begging you. I told you everything? Everything. Yet, the method of interrogation was unusual. 41 chairs were arranged neatly in the basement, each occupied by a naked prisoner. Beneath each chair, a sinister purple magic circle blazed ominously. That was the extent of the torture. Even so, blood poured relentlessly from their eyes, ears, noses, mouths, and other orifices. Just a bit more, all right? You never know, there might still be something left to say, cooed a witch with a mocking smile at Novelbin at. Each of these violet magic circles was powered by 3 to 4 witches from the Hightower, pouring their mana into the spells. Utterly foolish. This is why even wrongdoing requires some intelligence, said a figure observing the scene. The one overseeing this gruesome spectacle was none other than Isabel, the Archwitch of Spring. She managed the affairs of the Hightower and served as the head maid to Grand Duchess Arena Rune Ranlet. What could have possessed them to plant those obelisks on their own lands? Isabel sat on a platform, dressed in her usual plain elderly attire. However, her demeanor was icy, her gaze sharp, and her usual warmth nowhere to be found. Had Arod seen her in this moment, he might not have recognized her. At first, it seemed so obvious that I suspected a trap. But no, they openly extorted their tenants through usury, she muttered, her voice cold and detached. The prisoner's screams wove a macabre symphony with Isabel's musings. Or perhaps they didn't even think they needed to hide it. Were they expecting a massive famine and rebellion to engulf the north? Isabel's expression remained bored as she listened to the wails. 6 masks lay discarded beside her chair, the ones used by the traitors during their secret meetings. After some time, one of the witches participating in the torture approached Isabel. Lady Isabel, we've learned everything. Hearing this, Isabel opened her previously closed eyes and nodded. It was the Empire, wasn't it? Yes. Apparently, the leader of Sigma, Astra, came in person this time. Utterly audacious, Isabel replied with a sharp click of her tongue. It's infuriating, the witch added. They know perfectly well that neither we nor they can afford a full-scale war, so they pull stunts like this, Isabel remarked, her gaze falling on the bloodied testimonies before her. And the motive for the rebellion? As expected, dissatisfaction with the Hightower's strict limits on estate taxes and interference in local governance. They also lamented that their children studying in the Empire weren't treated as proper nobles. Fools. Did they really think the Imperial nobility would respect them if they were more extravagant? Isabel let out a derisive chuckle. No amount of extravagance would change the Imperial perspective. To the Empire, a poor northerner was a filthy barbarian, while a wealthy northerner was merely a barbarian with riches to plunder. What do we do with them? The witches assisting in the torture turned to Isabel for guidance. First, let me thank you all. You've been immensely helpful, even following my instructions without question. Truly admirable. Hihi. Well, we rarely get opportunities to use black magic, so we were eager to help. I thought as much, Isabel replied, her tone unusually light, bringing a brief warmth to the grim setting. In any case, I believe we've caught all the rats in the north, and perhaps even those within the Hightower. Isabel stood, carefully lifting the hem of her dress to avoid letting it touch the blood-stained floor. Inform the knights outside to execute all 41 of them, and their families. For nobles, demotion to commoners will suffice. Their descendants will be barred from holding major positions for 3 generations. The Frost Knights are already handling this, so there's no need for further intervention. W.H. Watt. Even for treason, is that really enough punishment? Miss, no, it's Her Highness's decree. If we shed any more blood, the knights and officials of the Hightower might get tangled in the retribution. The witches seemed conflicted, their expressions tinged with confusion. The North was known for its harsh motto, 2-fold mercy, 10-fold vengeance. But this response to treason seemed unusually lenient. Come to think of it, didn't the last rebellion end similarly? Back then, it was mostly commoners involved, so I thought that was why, but this feels the same. It doesn't feel very northern. Isabel responded to their murmurs with a sly smile. I feel the same way. Revenge only begets more revenge. And I cannot ignore my own failures that led to their discontent. Arena's words, spoken before Isabel descended into the depths, floated back to her mind. Where is Her Highness now? Isabel asked, suddenly curious. She's at the training grounds, replied one of the maids stationed at the basement entrance. Let's go there. Yes, ma'am. As the Archwitch of Spring and headmaid departed, the prisoners' voices trailed after her. Thank you, for granting us death. Most of all, thank you for sparing our innocent families. Isabel paused briefly, her tone icy as she replied, thank Her Highness, not me. With that, she exited the torture chamber. Ranlet, rune Ranlet, Ranlet, rune Ranlet. The eerie echoes of praise for the Grand Duchess's mercy reverberated hauntingly through the underground. Meanwhile, Arena. Recently, Arena's life had been akin to a roller coaster, a whirlwind of events, a tumultuous mix of betrayal, despair, and triumph. Now, as the storm settled, the sky is so blue, she felt a peace and satisfaction that few could ever dream of. The betrayal of trusted vassals had scarred her deeply, but a new bond with Arod had come to soothe those wounds. Arod, 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 Arod. Arena silently repeated the name of the man who had saved both herself and the North, granting them the peace they now enjoyed. Perhaps he truly was an apostle sent by the revered ancestors of Ranlet. Why am I thinking about this? My focus must be slipping. Breaking out of her thoughts of Arod, Arena wiped her sweat with one of the linen towels provided in the training grounds and lowered her sword. She closed her eyes, placing both hands over her lower abdomen where her core resided. Not long ago, that space had been empty, but now she could feel a newly formed mana core. Though it was small, no bigger than a grain of millet, and its roots were thin and fragile, its presence brought her immense satisfaction. Compared to her previous core, this one was like a child taking its first steps, underdeveloped and growing slowly. Still, she couldn't suppress the smile that spread across her face. The aura, shape, and clarity of this mana core were on an entirely different level from her previous one. Arod. She realized this, too, was thanks to him. Who was he, really? What drove him to help her and the North so devotedly? With his talents and skills, he could easily obtain a noble title equivalent to a court count in the Empire. She shuddered at the thought of a North without Arod, as though recalling a terrible nightmare. Wheo! To shake off her distracting thoughts, Arena raised her sword again and focused her mana into the blade. SSSHHHRRR. A white aura began to envelop the blade. My mana's color changed after my core was rebuilt. Arena gazed absently at the snowy white aura, its hue reminiscent of Mary's hair. Her old mana and aura had been sapphire blue, but now they were as pure and bright as freshly fallen snow. Miss, are you finished with your training? Isabel's voice broke through Arena's focus. Yes, ma'am. I think I'll stop here for today, Arena said, hastily withdrawing her mana. The change in the Grand Duchess's mana and aura colors was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few in the High Tower. There was no reason to reveal it unnecessarily. I'll instruct the maids to prepare bathwater, Isabel said. Please do. And, has it ended? Arena asked cautiously, glancing at Isabel's robes. This time, Isabel had taken care to keep her clothes pristine, but the faint scent of blood still lingered. Yes. They revealed nothing beyond what we learned in the initial interrogation. Is that so? Naturally, Arena herself had been present during the first interrogation of the traitors. She had listened to their raw, unfiltered resentment words from those who had lost everything. If this was the plan, why didn't you just rule alone? You've sent enforcers time and again to strip us of our dignity as lords. How can we feed, clothe, and train our soldiers on a 20% estate tax? And what about me? My family? It wasn't enough that you interfered with taxes, you meddled with tolls too. You've gone too far. At novel bin at. Tell me, Grand Duchess, are we nobles? Are we blue blood at all? I was afraid that my children, my grandchildren, studying in the Empire, would endure the same humiliations I did. Grand Duchess of the North? We resent you deeply. Arena understood their grievances, but she could never respect them. After that first day, she refrained from participating in the interrogations. Instead, she took to the training grounds, wielding her sword to calm her turbulent emotions. The memory cast a heavy silence over Arena and Isabel. That reminds me, the preliminary draft for the doctrines of the Church of Ranlet has been completed, Isabel said, breaking the somber mood and steering the conversation in a new direction. Oh, already? Let me see it. Thankfully, Arena showed interest, prompting Isabel to gesture to one of the maids. A waiting maid quietly approached and handed over the neatly compiled manuscript. To think, after all the efforts to establish a unified religion in the North, it came about so easily, it feels almost anticlimactic, Arena said with a faint, wistful smile as she accepted the book. It's all thanks to you, my lady, and the legacy of the ancestors of Ranlet, Isabel replied. Me? No, this is also because of Arod, all thanks to him. Even if Sir Arod played a major role, it wouldn't have been possible without the groundwork we've laid. You should take pride in that, my lady. Do you think so? Absolutely. I suppose you're right. If nothing else, the chance of Ranlet, rune Ranlet, could count as preparation. Though she spoke with a hint of self-deprecation, Arena's expression softened. She didn't mind Isabel's words, they were oddly comforting. In truth, the North's leadership had, for generations, grasped the secret of religions and divine power to some degree. Efforts to establish a unified religion had been ongoing since the time of Irina's grandfather, but it never worked. Telling the defiant Northerners, armed with their ancestral pride, to abandon their household gods was akin to saying, "Do you think you're special?" That all changed with the advent of Mary's blessing, bolstered by Arod's PR or viral marketing, whatever it was called. As she walked to the bath, Irina read the revised doctrines of the Church of Ranlet. Though such behavior was technically improper for a ruler, she paid it no mind. Balancing her dual roles and rigorous training left her constantly short on time. What's this? 3 strange principles at the very front. Pausing, she pointed to the seemingly out-of-place doctrines. Sir Arod included those, Isabel explained. Arod did. Yes. I see. Though they seemed odd, Irina trusted that Arod had his reasons. What's Arod doing now? Since returning from the trade route, he's been in the greenhouse farm all day. All right. After her bath, Irina decided to visit him immediately. Of course, she wouldn't go as herself, but as Mary. These days, she found it more comfortable and enjoyable to approach Arod in her alternate identity. Being Mary allowed her to see more of his true thoughts and actions up close. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Fantasy worlds are really something. Just a bit of fertilizer, and this happens. The Northern magical fertilizer the sacred Mary's blessing had shown its miraculous effects in less than a week. From the rapid growth of crops to their exceptional health, every aspect surpassed imagination. Especially the potatoes. With this fertilizer, it's possible to grow potatoes in most of the North. Mary's blessing shone brightest in addressing the North's most persistent issue, the cold. Potatoes, in particular, stood out. Even in regions previously too cold to cultivate them, they now grew successfully. The yields and growth speed weren't as high as in milder areas, but the mere possibility of cultivation where none existed before was groundbreaking. Get to digging over there. Load those sacks onto the carriages. Womenfolk, help the witches mix the blessing over there. The air buzzed with the sound of lively labor. At the Hightower's greenhouse farm, hundreds of carefully selected residents and adventurers toiled away, shoveling fertile black soil. The soil was transported to an adjacent processing area where it was refined into fertilizer. Every witch in the Hightower was involved in this task, along with officials, adventurers, and even local women eager to earn a side income. Their daily wage? A sack of Mary's blessing. Demand had skyrocketed, and the fertilizer had become so valuable it was nearly impossible to buy with money alone. The bustling scene, filled with shouts and the scent of sweat, was strangely satisfying to watch. Using site supervision as an excuse, I often wandered around the area despite having little to do. It reminded me of the businesses I managed back on Earth and gave me a sense of nostalgia for home. And no one found it odd that the developer of the fertilizer spent so much time here. So, the obelisk stays after all. As I strolled through the greenhouse farm, my eyes caught sight of a white obelisk, and I stopped in front of it. This obelisk resembles the 26 black obelisks found elsewhere. They bore the Imperial Tower's runes, confirming this was the Empire's doing. Expected, but still frustrating. My thoughts turned to the culprits behind this recent crisis. A good number of northern nobles sided with the Empire. Their justification? Discontent with the Hightower's tight control over estate and toll taxes. Fools. Those policies are the reason this land can still sustain itself. The Empire's plot to manipulate northern nobles into rebellion had inadvertently presented the Frost Knights with a chance to prove their loyalty after Doyle's betrayal. Like rabid dogs, the Frost Knights had relentlessly pursued and dismantled the holdings of lords who had obelisks on their lands. At this rate, industrial espionage won't be a concern much longer. This also meant the North was nearing the day when it could establish factories and magical engineering academies. The prospect was exhilarating, but it also brought to mind the original timeline, specifically, the Great Northern Famine that wiped out a third of the North's population. Could the famine in the original timeline also have been the Empire's doing? If that's true, they're beyond reprehensible. Though my suspicion was only a theory, I was already 70% convinced the Empire had orchestrated the famine. In the original story, they would have occupied the Hightower's greenhouse farm, likely using the witches' obelisks to unleash devastating consequences. The famine's horrifying results spoke for themselves. If the Empire wanted to weaken the rebellious and resourceful Northerners, starving them into submission would have been the perfect tactic. Boss, there you are. Lost in thought, I was startled by Mary's voice at Novel bin at. I hadn't noticed her approach. She wore a bright smile, seemingly in high spirits. Mary, feeling motivated to come to work today? Yes, I'm always grateful for your consideration. Right. Very grateful, I'm sure. Mary had taken to our flexible work system like a fish to water, to the point that her sudden disappearances and reappearances were now treated as routine. In truth, it felt like the boss was being manipulated by an employee. I have to treat my staff like royalty, though in her case, that's not far off. Despite being an illegitimate child, Mary carried the blue blood of the Grand Duchy and had the potential to become a future archwitch. Without you, boss, the North might truly have collapsed. Where's this coming from? What do you mean? From Arod's salt to the detector, to Mary's blessing, none of it was sudden. That's not quite what I meant, but, fine, if you insist. It's mostly luck. Mary's cheerful demeanor was infectious, and I found myself smiling as well. But, boss, she began, tilting her head. Yes. If we keep extracting this black soil, won't it eventually run out? Oh, you don't need to worry about that, I replied with a chuckle. This black soil extends deep into the earth, but it must have limits. See those old obelisks from the greenhouse? Why do you think we left them untouched even after this crisis ended? I gestured toward the obelisks, explaining further. Instead of removing them, I modified their runes and spell arrays. Now, instead of raising the temperature, they draw fertility and magical energy exclusively from the eternal permafrost beyond the Great Wall. The greenhouse farm had been transformed. The mana previously used to heat the area was redirected into enriching the soil, while the modified arrays summoned both vitality and mana from the permafrost. If the soil ever depletes, we can just add any regular dirt. Within 5 years, it'll transform into the same black soil. In essence, the farm had become a near-permanent resource reservoir. Understanding dawned on Mary, and her face lit up. That means Ranlet will never have to worry about food again. No more relying on the Empire for imports. Her joy was palpable, as if Ranlet's bright future was a personal triumph. Her joy was palpable, as if Ranlet's bright future was a personal triumph. Despite being an illegitimate child, Mary seemed to have grown up with a fair amount of affection. Her deep loyalty to the Ranlet family was a clear indicator. Well, Irina doesn't seem the type to act like some scheming noblewoman. And besides, Mary is the second child in the Ranlet line. If anything, Irina likely only hid Mary's existence to preserve her father's honor and secure her own position as Grand Duchess. Still, even if Mary is illegitimate, she's the second child. People would likely accept her. Why go to such lengths to keep her hidden? There were probably complexities I wasn't privy to. Shrugging, I shook off the idle speculation and returned my focus to Mary's earlier question. Worried about food, are you? Well, we'll have less to worry about, for a while at least. Mary tilted her head, curious about the implication. For a while. Yes. With abundant food, the population will start to grow. Ah, I see. Her expression turned serious, considering the ramifications. Speaking of which, I heard one of the most important doctrines in the Ranlet Church promotes fertility. They say it's one of the few doctrines you personally insisted on, boss. Mary brought up the Ranlet doctrines as if the thought had just occurred to her. As a witch tied to the Frost Knights, she likely had access to the latest updates. That's right. Washing hands, bathing, literacy, and fertility, these are all vital. I spoke without hesitation about the doctrines I had pushed for. But is it necessary to enshrine fertility as doctrine? People here already have a lot of children. In Ranlet, population was a double-edged sword. Too few people posed challenges, but so did too many. Feeding and employing a large population wasn't easy, especially given the region's harsh environment. Before arod salt, the North's largest export had been its people, a fact that had been a source of scorn. Even now, many Northerners worked in the Empire as mercenaries or laborers. While cultivating new farmland would ease the burden for a time, it wasn't a permanent solution. For Ranlet to become more than a frontier of the Empire and establish itself as a true kingdom, a larger population is essential. Making it part of the doctrine isn't just necessary, it's critical. I agree that population growth is important, but the speed at which it happens worries me. Mary, born and raised in the North, expressed her concerns firmly. Did Irina ask Mary to raise this on her behalf? Why not ask me directly? Come to think of it, I haven't seen much of the Grand Duchess lately. Will it be such an issue? I can assure you, in the future, even the children being born now won't be enough. We'll eventually need to bring people in from outside. Having lived on Earth, I knew well how to manage and sustain a growing population. The forthcoming magical revolution, a fantastical version of the Industrial Revolution, would demand a tremendous workforce. And this world didn't have child labor laws. Here, it was normal for farming families to put children to work as soon as they could walk. Do you know the current population of the North? I mean, the entire region was influenced by the High Tower. The entire North? Roughly 1 million, Mary replied. 1 million. Depending on perspective, it was either a lot or too little. Actually, that's a lot. I corrected myself. Given the North's harsh environment, a population of 1 million was remarkably high. For reference, the population of the Grand Duchy under the High Tower is just under 50,000, including the soldiers stationed at the Great Wall. Mary elaborated, adding context. The Grand Duchy, located in the farthest, coldest, and most dangerous part of the North, also had a significant population. Though small for a duchy, it was a miracle given the harsh conditions at Novel bin Adat. It also explained why the High Tower prioritized the greenhouse farm. It was vital for feeding its population of 50,000. By the way, how many children does the average Northern woman have in her lifetime? Clearing my scattered thoughts, I returned to the topic and posed the question to Mary. On average, about 6. And that's considering the women who die in childbirth. The actual number is likely higher. So, an average fertility rate of 6.0. Fertility rate. Nothing important. 6 was an astonishing number. To someone from Earth, where low birth rates threatened population stability, it seemed almost fantastical. But most of those children don't survive, do they? No, they don't. 30% die before they're even named, and many more succumb to hunger, cold, attacks, or disease. Among commoners, very few live long enough to grow old. Mary continued. And even this survival rate is thanks to the druidic vitality inherited by Northerners. Otherwise, it would be much worse. True enough. If the North's salvation isn't complete independence from the Empire, then what? I had no time to wonder why Mary, supposedly an illegitimate child, seemed so knowledgeable about estate management. My thoughts were already elsewhere. Saving the North. This might be an even longer-term project than I thought. I had a sinking feeling that my journey back to Earth would take much longer than anticipated. The Imperial Palace, the heart of the Ragoid Empire, was enveloped in an icy silence. You initially claimed that the northern weeds, a key ingredient for arod salt, would see a dramatic decrease in yield. Broke the silence, the voice of Crown Prince Canverman at Novel bin Adat. You even assured me that the northern farmlands would be devastated and that public sentiment in the north would collapse. The Crown Prince continued, his tone sharp. And yet, what are the results now? Despite the Crown Prince's interrogation, a cold stillness persisted in the room. Do you have any idea how much gold was spent on this operation? Truthfully, considering the scale of the operation, the expenditure wasn't excessive. However, neither Chancellor Caruso nor the head of Sigma, Astra, dared to voice this fact. Even Duke Yulkanes, the Tower Master, halted his research to lend a hand with this endeavor. Indeed, the largest resource the Empire had poured into this scheme was likely the labor costs of Duke Yulkanes. Of course, Caruso and Astra dared not utter a single word in response to this observation. That's not all, is it? Astra, head of Sigma, why don't you tell me? Pardon. You went all the way to the north yourself, didn't you, wearing that ridiculous mask? Why yes, Your Highness. That is correct. Astra, whose name had now been mentioned directly, began to sweat profusely, his knees weakening. How, then, is it possible that an operation involving the Empire's core resources has resulted in a situation even worse than before? Sure enough, the Crown Prince's searing gaze was now fixed squarely on Astra. That is, it was entirely unforeseen due to something called Mary's Blessing. Mary's Blessing? How could such a fertilizer possibly be created overnight? And through mere prayer, no less. It's undoubtedly a fraud, Your Highness. There's no way it's due to prayer. At the Crown Prince's words, Astra shouted desperately. Fraud, you say? Are you certain? Yes, Your Highness. The fertilizer we managed to obtain contained no trace of divine power. Then why, in the name of all the gods, are crops thriving on land that has completely lost its fertility? And what is this Rensselaer faith about? How has a unified religion, something that should never arise in the north, suddenly come into existence? At last, the inevitable outburst came. The Crown Prince's pent-up frustration and fury erupted all at once, like a volcanic explosion. I am beginning to suspect. The Crown Prince's voice, now somewhat calmer after his outburst, pressed down on the assembly hall. Suspect. As he said this, he made a gesture with his hand. Step, 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 step. At his signal, the royal chief butler and palace guards approached, dragging the trembling Astra out of his seat. Why, Your Highness? I'm innocent. Innocent? I did my utmost, Your Highness. Astra's desperate pleas echoed in the hall, gradually fading into the distance. The position of head of Sigma will be temporarily filled by Chief Butler Ricard. Yes, Your Highness. When Ricard, who had dragged Astra away, returned to the chamber, the Crown Prince gave him a curt order. As for Astra's family, it would be wise to leave them untouched, wouldn't it? Thank you for Your Highness's profound generosity. In truth, Canberman knew full well that Astra was not to blame for the failure of this operation. But politics demanded scapegoats and exemplary punishments. Astra's purge would send different messages both inside and outside the Empire. Internally, it served as a cautionary tale. Externally, it was a mere act of trimming the tail. And the external recipient of that message? Naturally, it was the North. It was a precaution against any emissary from the North seeking to raise grievances over the matter. How has it come to this, that the Empire is walking on eggshells? Were my bedridden father to see this, he would have slapped me across the face. To Canberman, this absurd situation felt like nothing but a bad dream. The Empire, with its population, territory, economic strength, technology, and magic all superior by hundreds or even thousands of times, was reduced to tiptoeing around a mere frontier duchy. Of course, an impartial observer would only shake their head, calling it the Empire's just deserts. The meeting in the Great Hall resumed shortly, as if nothing had just occurred. So, is it Arod again this time? That seems most likely, Your Highness. The next topic of discussion was, quite predictably, the man known as Arod Jin, a mysterious genius who had appeared like a comet in the north one day, a commoner who, in the blink of an eye, rose to the rank of Count. Above all, a man with knowledge and talents so vast and unfathomable that neither his origins nor his limits could be discerned. Who exactly is this man? Could he truly be a secret weapon developed by the Rensselaer family? I do not believe he is a secret weapon from Rensselaer. At the Crown Prince's query, Ricard, the newly appointed head of Sigma, responded. Then what? A low-ranking adventurer who happened upon a new Golden Age dungeon, perhaps. That would be my assessment. In that case, is it possible to recruit this Arod? Regrettably, even making contact with him is difficult at the moment. Due to recent events, all northern nobles colluding with us have been purged. Not only the High Tower but the entirety of our intelligence network in the north has been obliterated. Are there no Imperial merchants or adventurers in the north? Or Sigma agents in disguise? After the recent events, their movements are also heavily restricted. No Imperial individual can currently operate freely in the north. What about Haven? The city of Haven, too, seems subdued at the moment. It appears that almost all Imperial citizens are under surveillance. For a fleeting moment, Crown Prince Canberman was seized by the urge to order the annihilation of Astra's family as well. It will take time for things to settle down. We are honored by your highness's wisdom. Suppressing his emotions, his brow furrowed deeply, Canberman posed another question. If contact with him becomes possible, can we recruit him? That would be difficult, your highness. And why is that? From what I can discern, Count Arod Jin seems to be aiding the north with a specific purpose in mind. Couldn't we simply fulfill that purpose for him, more grandeur and spectacle? Once the trio of Isabel, Haida, and Balzac had successfully diverted attention from the topic of Mary, Arena shifted the conversation somewhat awkwardly to the size and venue of the opening ceremony. You insisted on keeping it small, so I let it slide. But you must remember, as an official company, you also represent the face of Ranlet. Indeed, for a company with such a name, influence, and achievements, the opening was remarkably humble. The venue was simply the interior of the Arod Company's building. Despite the Duchess's attendance, there was no grand banquet. Only a modest buffet, staffed by chefs, servants, and maids provided by the duchy's main castle. Of course, the dishes were outstanding, thanks to my base sauces, brining, and recipes, which elevated the flavors beyond expectation. I understand, your highness. I assure you, I will never bring shame to your highness or to Renslet's name. I bowed my head with the proper etiquette in response to her advice. Arena, however, looked at me silently, her expression suggesting dissatisfaction with my overly formal reaction. Oh no. Seeing her reaction, alarm bells blared in my mind. For a businessman, the third dumbest thing to do is pick a fight with the government. The second is alienating the citizens and consumers. And the absolute dumbest? Taking on both at the same time. I had my reasons for keeping the opening ceremony modest. I hurried to explain, even if my reasoning might sound like a predictable excuse. Go on. First, a smaller event ensures greater safety and security. The Arod Company is currently under heavy surveillance and scrutiny from the Empire. And the second, budget constraints. Between crafting detection devices and distributing Mary's blessing to the people for free, most of the gold I received along with my title was spent. I could have provided funds for the ceremony. But your highness, aren't your finances already stretched? I am well aware of the personal funds you secretly provided for the fertilizer production and distribution. I pressed on. And more importantly, I heard that the Northern Expeditionary Army is returning soon. A grand banquet for them will also require a considerable amount of money. Thanks to your recipes, Arod, the burden for that feast has been significantly reduced. Nonetheless, I don't want to interfere with the grand celebration planned for their return. Hearing this, the two individuals standing by Arena Haida, in charge of the North's finances, and Isabel, responsible for household management, looked at me with admiration. In all my years, I've never met someone like you. Very well. In the end, Arena had no choice but to relent. Each reason I provided was commendable enough to warrant a reward rather than criticism. But, by the way, of course, this was the perfect moment to make a small request. By the way, is there something you need? Arena predictably responded with enthusiasm. May I use the black soil from the greenhouse farms free of charge until next year? Free. Hearing my request, Arena glanced at Isabel and Haida. Shake, shake, shake. Both vigorously shook their heads in vehement disagreement. These people. I nearly let out a curse. If not for the witches and officials pouring their personal funds into supporting the fertilizer production and the establishment of the Ranlet Church, I would have yelled at them on the spot. That's something we'll have to discuss and review later. Ultimately, Arena caved to the adamant opposition from the two and gave me the polite equivalent of a refusal. Tisk. What's the point of no taxes if the country's too poor to cover its expenses anyway? I couldn't blame them entirely. And I knew all too well that Arena was far from a corrupt or extravagant ruler. For now, I could only yield once again. Is this how I become a loyal patriot? To sustain a profitable partnership, I'd have to continue investing in and nurturing this region. Then, in return, I ask for just one thing. After countless concessions, I finally took a firm stance, addressing Arena, Isabel, and Haida with a decisive expression, as though issuing a declaration. Starting next year, Mary's blessing will be sold for a price. Of course. As long as you don't price gouge, I'd even encourage it. That way, the High Tower can sell black soil and earn revenue as well. Until the end of this year, Mary's blessing would continue to be distributed to farmers free of charge. The High Tower bore some responsibility for the ruined soil, and no matter how effective a fertilizer was, its efficacy needed to be proven through use. In essence, this was all part of the marketing budget. Starting next year, aside from the small amounts given free by the Ranlet Church, Mary's blessing will only be available for purchase through the official company. Indeed, that sounds perfectly reasonable. On this point, Arena, Isabel, and Haida were all in unanimous agreement, nodding firmly at Novel bin at. By the way, Sir Arod. Yes, Sir Balzac. At that moment, Sir Balzac, who had been quiet until now, suddenly addressed me. Do you intend to hire more employees aside from Lady Mary? After the recent incident, we've probably eradicated most of the hidden spies in the north and the High Tower. I'll have to hire more eventually. I gave a vague answer, more out of a general sense than any concrete plan. Employees? Sure, I'd hire some, someday. Yet, You don't seem to be making any effort to recruit anyone. Balzac's piercing gaze and dry remark caught me off guard. Ha ha ha. People's hearts are indeed fickle things. People's hearts are indeed fickle things. To be honest, I didn't feel much urgency about hiring new employees right now. The biggest expense in running a business is, without question, labor costs. Why else do companies lay off employees first during restructuring? However, so far, the Arod company has incurred almost no labor costs. At least in this regard, being an official trading company had its perks. Is this their way of subtly telling me not to use High Tower personnel so freely anymore? Security and protection? High-ranking Knights of the High Tower and the Frost Fangs handled that. Administrative tasks? High Tower officials managed them for me. Even manufacturing? The witches offered direct or indirect assistance. With all this help, I had naturally grown indifferent to the idea of hiring staff. It's a shame, really. A legitimate operation running on 99% outsourcing, with labor costs and fees close to zero. It was practically the ultimate form of cronyism, a perfect business state system. But now, it seemed my secret was out. I'll start hiring staff in earnest after the opening ceremony. Good. When you recruit, let us know. There may still be some rats we haven't weeded out. Of course, Sir Balzac. Apparently, I had misunderstood his earlier remark. His concerns seemed to lie elsewhere, and I sighed in relief. Fine. I might as well get it over with now. The sooner I wrap this up, the sooner I can figure out a way back to Earth. I never planned to stay here forever. Expanding operations and building factories would inevitably require a large-scale hiring process. And once hired, those workers would need steady work, too. Looks like the laid-back days are over. In hindsight, my procrastination might have stemmed from growing too comfortable in this world, succumbing to laziness and complacency. By the way, Balzac began again, his curiosity seemingly sated. When do you plan to visit the land granted with your title? It's now officially Jin County. Well, I'll check it out when I have time. Fair enough. That place may be called a coast, but it's really just blocked by an ice sea and practically worthless. There's barely anyone living there. The extreme northern orcs don't even bother with it, there's nothing to eat. Even so, it's the land granted to me. I should at least take a look. Who knows? It might be more useful than it seems. Useful? Hardly. Why not request a better territory instead? You've earned plenty of merit, and several lands seized from traders in Schwen and Narvik are available. I'm sure Her Highness would agree. As Balzac spoke, he threw a subtle glance at Irina. Indeed, I've been meaning to reward you for your achievements. If there's any land you want, just say the word. I'll grant it. Irina, as if she'd been waiting for this, affirmed his suggestion enthusiastically. That won't be necessary. I'm not particularly interested in land. In fact, I'd prefer Your Highness to govern all northern territories directly. What? Your Highness, I suggest appointing nobles with titles in the north but refraining from granting them land. Even if land must be given, ensure that taxation, personnel, and judicial rights remain firmly under Your Highness's control. Irina stared at me blankly, her expression utterly baffled. The same went for Isabel, Haida, and Balzac, who all looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Well, how could they possibly understand? This was the indifference of a man determined to return to Earth someday. In return, I have just one request. Please allow Lady Mary to work at the Arod Company frequently and for as long as possible. That's all I ask. Having no particular desire for land or riches, though I did have my eye on a few things impossible under the current northern circumstances, I instead made a request I genuinely found practical. This wasn't simply because Mary was rumored to be the future Grand Witch of the Snowfields or the illegitimate child of the Duchess. She was extraordinarily skilled with her hands and adept at administrative tasks. Regardless of trust or affinity, finding such talent in a world where literacy rates were abysmal was incredibly difficult. Ahem. Oh ho 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 ho. At my request, the expressions of the four including Irina turned awkward once more. Especially Irina's face, which looked unusual. Her pale complexion now wore a complicated, awkward, and confused expression, as though she were grappling with some internal dilemma. Very well. I will do my utmost to make it happen. After a moment of silence, Irina finally responded, her tone heavy at novel bin at. Her answer felt slightly off, but I brushed it aside, guessing she had her reasons. Milady, it's about time for us to leave. Is it? Has it grown so late already? Isabel's voice prompted Irina to prepare for her departure. Ahem. I should be off as well. May your business prosper, Count Jin. Oh, and the food was absolutely delightful. You truly live up to your reputation as the creator of Arod salt. Balzac and Haida also began making their way out. It was a tremendous honor to have such esteemed guests visit this humble venue, I said, hurrying to see them off in proper form. With that, their carriages, brooms, and escort units disappeared into the distance. I forgot to introduce my new business venture. I clapped my hands as the realization struck me. What business venture? A familiar and dearly missed voice spoke from directly behind me. Turning around, I saw her. A young woman with striking white hair and gray eyes. Her pretty face and demeanor seemed more fitting for a knight than a witch, and her perpetually sullen expression remained unchanged. Mary had finally shown up, albeit late. Mary. Seeing Mary, I couldn't help but break into a wide smile, glad to see her. Welcome. I heard you were looking for me so much, she replied, finally softening her usual stern expression with a faint smile. That's right. No matter how busy you are or what personal matters you have, it's our company's opening day. You should at least show your face. I apologize. I was delayed by some personal matters. It's fine. The important thing is that you're here now. So, what's this business item? I recall you saying there'd be a product to unveil alongside the opening ceremony. Mary's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her interest piqued by the words I had murmured earlier. I decided to share with her the product I hadn't had the chance to introduce to the Duchess earlier. Of course. It's. Just then. They're coming. The expeditionary force is returning. Messengers, carrying blue flags, rode through the streets of the High Tower, shouting the announcement. It looks like the Northern Ice Wall Division and the Frost Shield Corps will arrive within 3 days, Mary said, her eyes bright with joy at the news. Well, I timed the opening date perfectly, didn't I? Any later, and this ceremony would have been overshadowed by the celebrations for their return. I had already heard about the Sun Expedition and Frost Shield Corps returning victoriously after defeating the barbarians and orcs. It was no secret in the High Tower. News like this was always sent via carrier pigeons before the heralds arrived. Everyone had expected them to arrive around this time. Well, looks like my first business item will have to wait, I said, sighing as I watched the bustling streets of the High Tower. The accuracy of the timing set the entire city into a flurry of activity. This was the return of heroes. The city had to prepare its best welcome, limited though its resources were. And I had my part to play in this as well. The North was still a land steeped in danger. While mutated monsters of the demonic zones were somewhat kept in check by Empire-sponsored adventurers and their northern counterparts, other threats weren't so easily managed. There were the druids of the Manus Mountains, barbarians who were monsters in human skin, carrying out acts no different from beasts. Then there were the Arctic orcs, who ceaselessly launched invasions from the never-melting frozen seas. The presence of these two groups constantly threatened the peace of the North, gnawing away at its potential for growth. For this reason, the large-scale expeditions conducted every 3 years were a matter of survival for the North. If left unchecked, the barbarian tribes would breed and eventually dare to assault the Great Wall. The North was already plagued by monsters. If those tribes crossed the wall, it would truly be hell on earth. In a way, these expeditions were a form of pruning. The Northerners called them the Extreme North Expedition or the Preventative War. Just a little further. We're almost at the High Tower. A grand banquet awaits us there. Sir Theo, a knight of the Frost Shield Corps, shouted, rallying his weary soldiers. Yet the shout was as much for himself as it was for them, a desperate attempt to ward off the creeping fatigue and despair that clawed at his mind. It was a shout he'd been repeating since this morning, or perhaps since last evening, or even the morning before. In truth, his voice was already hoarse. Well done, everyone. The Duchess herself, and the ancestors, will remember your sacrifice and dedication. In the distance, the faint silhouette of the High Tower, the fortress of hope and longing, came into view. Below it stretched the endless expanse of the extreme North Great Wall, the North's final line of defense. At the forefront of the procession, messengers sent from the High Tower were already guiding the column at Novel bin at. The blood, sweat, and tears we shed on this expedition have spared our families from having to shed theirs. Theo bellowed. As he spoke, an empty sleeve on his right side flapped in the wind, but he paid it no mind. Renslet, rune renslet, renslet, rune renslet, renslet, rune renslet. His call was echoed by the soldiers, their pace quickening as if spurred on by some newfound energy. Ha! Finally, some of the tension within him began to dissipate. Sir Theo was only 18 years old, barely 2 years into adulthood by this world's standards. He was also a newly minted knight, having received his title just before departing on the expedition. To think I've survived to return, it feels like a dream. This had been his first extreme north expedition. While he had faced monsters and barbarians who attacked the Great Wall before, this was his first time crossing the wall and venturing deep into enemy territory. The next expedition will be in 3 years. Though the expedition had been grueling and painful, Theo knew he would volunteer again without hesitation. It was terrifying, but it was a duty that someone had to fulfill. He believed it was the only way to honor the blood price paid by the comrades who had gone to the ancestors before him. Still, I probably won't be part of the next one. His gaze drifted to the loose, empty sleeve of his right arm, and his expression turned bitter. During this expedition, Theo had lost his right arm. Even now, it felt surreal. It was as if he could still clench his hand into a fist and grip a sword. And I'm not the only one. His eyes scanned the procession, falling on the carts carrying the wounded. Unlike Theo, who could still walk, the carts were reserved for those who had lost legs or sustained injuries so severe they couldn't move. Sir Theo, thank you for everything. TL note, Sir Theo, thank you for everything. As Theo's gaze lingered, his eyes met those of a soldier riding in one of the carts. The soldier, Bill, spoke first. Well done, Bill. You've worked hard. Will you return to your hometown after the banquet at the High Tower? Bill was a seasoned soldier Theo had befriended during the expedition. I suppose I'll have to. There's no place for someone like me in the army anymore. But I wonder if my hometown will welcome me back. I only joined the army because there weren't enough mouths to feed. How am I supposed to live now, crippled like this? Bill's legs were gone, both of them. His left leg was missing below the knee, lost to frostbite. His right leg had been amputated above the thigh after an orc's spear caused a festering wound. Be grateful you're alive. Theo's words were tinged with bitterness as he looked at Bill. In truth, Bill's survival was a miracle. 99 times out of 100, injuries like his resulted in death, whether from blood loss, infection, or frostbite. But for some reason, the gods, or perhaps his ancestors, had spared this grizzled, bearded 28-year-old bachelor. Among the wounded, Bill's survival was likely a unique case. Yes, but sometimes. I wonder if it wouldn't have been better to die. What was that? Oh, nothing. Haha, Bill forced a laugh, brushing off his remark. If Theo had been whole, Bill would have lashed out with a string of profanities the moment he heard Theo's well-meaning, "Be grateful you're alive." And if he had been executed for insulting his superior or committing insubordination, Bill might have thought it a mercy. Yes, you're absolutely right, sir. They say the later you go to meet your ancestors, the better, don't they? Ha ha ha. Bill forced a laugh, brushing it off, but Theo understood what he was feeling. If losing just one arm was enough to make Theo feel this way, how hopeless must it be for Bill, who had lost both legs? I'm sorry. Sorry? For what, sir? No reason. Forget I said anything. Yes, sir. Theo could already see the bleak road ahead for Bill. The small stipend and rations provided by the Hightower each month would never be enough. In his impoverished hometown, Bill's presence would become a growing burden. Eventually, he would leave, forced to beg for survival. And when winter came, he would likely find himself freezing in the streets, starving, consumed by resentment and regret until the end. You're good with your hands, though. You're talented at carving and painting. I still have the portrait you painted of me. Well, that's true. Perhaps Bill's future wouldn't be entirely hopeless. His knack for crafting and artistry might allow him to scrape by, selling paintings or wooden crafts in the streets. And what about you, sir? At Bill's question, Theo instinctively glanced at his empty sleeve, flapping in the wind. Me? The thought hadn't crossed his mind until now. What a fool I am. Who am I to worry about someone else? I have nowhere to go, either. Theo was of noble blood, but only halfway. He was the illegitimate child of a concubine. Even so, his talents had been recognized, allowing him to train as a knight, which eventually led to his current position. But that was as far as his prospects went. Why did it have to be my right arm? Theo was right-handed. He could retrain his left hand, wield a sword again, and perhaps find a role. But he would never be allowed to participate in dangerous expeditions again. Not just expeditions, he'd be excluded from all critical missions reserved for knights. At best, I'll end up as an instructor for soldiers in the rear, or maybe a wandering adventurer. Theo's future was bleak, a position somewhere between knight and soldier, without prestige or real purpose. Come to think of it, I'm in just as much trouble. My swordsmanship wasn't exceptional to begin with, so becoming a one-armed swordsman seems pointless. Ha ha ha. Theo laughed awkwardly, his expression tinged with bitterness. You're good with words, sir, and you write well. You're also quite good with numbers. Anyone can pick that up with some effort. Really? Yes. If I had any real talent in that area, I'd have become a bureaucrat or a merchant long ago. Then why not become one now? No, thank you. Bureaucrats and merchants read far more books and deal with far more complex calculations than I can handle. I wouldn't dare. Theo dismissed the idea and fell into quiet contemplation about his future. What am I going to do? If I go back to my family, they'll treat me like dead weight. Can I even survive as a one-armed adventurer? Until now, his focus had been on enduring and returning alive. But as the tension began to fade, the uncertainty of his future loomed large, filling him with dread. What's this? You two seem to be having an interesting conversation. At novel bin at. The voice was deep and commanding, causing Theo and Bill to flinch in surprise. No way. They spun around to find the source. Commander. The ice wall of the north greets you, sir. Standing at the rear of the procession was Sun, the ice wall of the north, who had been keeping watch over the soldiers. Sun towered over them, his height exceeding 2 meters with ease, his massive frame reminiscent of a polar bear. On his back was a kite shield, its size 1.5 times that of his enormous build. Forged entirely from northern cold steel, the shield gleamed with a blue hue, emanating a chilling aura. Every time he moved, the air seemed to grow colder, as if his very presence carried an icy wind. Sun silently observed his wounded subordinates, who had sacrificed so much. His gaze lingered on the young knight missing an arm and the soldier missing both legs. Sir Theo, you've done well. After a long moment of silence, Sun finally spoke. Why yes, sir. Hearing the high-ranking commander personally call his name, Theo felt a surge of emotion. And Sergeant Bill, you've also done well. That landscape painting of the Hightower you made, my wife loved it. Sun didn't forget Bill's name either, and his words of gratitude brought tears to Bill's eyes. She liked it? I'm honored, sir. By the way, Bjorn, how's your leg? Was it your left or right foot you injured this time? Haha, my left, sir. And it's just 2 toes lost to frostbite. My foot's otherwise fine. This was only the beginning. Soldier Baron, how's your condition? Are your wounds healing? Yes, sir. Thanks to the medicine you gave me, there's no infection. At the very rear of the procession, Sun meticulously checked on his men one by one, calling each by name and inquiring about their injuries. Even in the harsh cold and grueling march, the ice wall of the north never neglected his soldiers, offering each of them a moment of care and reassurance. Commander Sun continued his rounds of encouragement. Even as he marched tirelessly toward the Hightower with weary steps, he made time to visit the wounded, asking each one their names and personal stories. Where is Sir Zeke? I wanted to check on his injuries. Ah, well. Sir Zeke passed away this morning, joining his ancestors. I see. Did he go peacefully? Thanks to the herbs you personally prepared, he didn't suffer in his final moments. At Novel bin at. I see, that's good, then. You there, soldier page? Yes, Commander. I see you've survived against the odds. It feels like just yesterday you were bawling after losing your left hand. Ha ha ha. After enduring a few fevers, I've gotten much better, sir. Thanks to this side of the commander, both soldiers and knights managed to momentarily forget their despair and even smiled despite their injuries. Sir Tillin, how's your groin injury from before? Yes, Commander. Fortunately, it's only slightly bent. It seems the ancestors protected me from losing my lineage. That's a relief. Make sure to honor them with proper rituals. Of course, sir. Commander Sun spent a long time among the wounded ranks, dismounting from his horse to walk alongside them and engaging in casual conversations. To an outsider overhearing, it would have sounded more like the banter of a group of low-ranking soldiers than the words of a legion commander. As the conversations went on and the mood lightened, Commander Sun finally stood before the soldiers and bowed deeply, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. You've all worked so hard. On behalf of the North? On behalf of His Grace, the Grand Duke? I thank you all. For the soldiers and knights who had participated in previous expeditions to the far north, this was not the first time they had seen the commander like this. And yet, there was an inexplicable warmth that stirred their hearts once again. Ranlet? Rune Ranlet. Ranlet? Rune Ranlet. Ranlet? Rune Ranlet. In that moment, they didn't invoke their ancestors but instead chanted Ranlet with unified voices and purpose. This marked the completion of one cycle of the northern expeditions, a duty fulfilled by grandfathers, fathers, uncles, and older brothers, only to be carried on by younger brothers, sons, nephews, and grandsons. Now, for the next 3 years, they would rest and prepare for another grueling campaign. With the mindset of farmers preparing for the next season, Commander Sun and the Frost Shield Legion's knights and soldiers made their way to the High Tower. As they passed through the Great Wall enclosing their homeland. Something seems really different. Everyone looks so bright. They seem relaxed. What in the world? Potato fields on the outskirts of the High Tower? How? No way, they're farming here. It doesn't look like greenhouse agriculture, either. The returnees were greeted with a home vastly changed from what they remembered. Only a year and a half, 18 months. That was how long they had been away, venturing into the frozen seas of the far north to fend off barbarian threats. Yet, in that time, their homeland seemed to have leaped forward as if a decade had passed. Heroes, you've returned? Your efforts were extraordinary. The grand welcome began at the entrance to the Great Wall, much like before. Every citizen of the High Tower lined the streets, cheering and showering the returning expedition with white flower petals. This much was familiar. Everyone's wearing similar pouches on their belts. They all look so healthy. Even the children seem plumper. Still, within the familiar sights, the returning soldiers and knights began to notice unfamiliar changes. And above all, Ranlet, Rune Ranlet. May the fervent ancestors of Ranlet bless you. The people of the High Tower were chanting the name Ranlet with unmistakable sincerity. What had once been a slogan reserved for soldiers, knights, and officials of the High Tower had now spread among the general populace. Fervent ancestors of Ranlet, guide the fallen heroes of this expedition to Valkera. In the name of Saint Mary, may blessings fill the future of all who took part in this expedition. Ranlet, Rune Ranlet. It didn't end with mere chants. Throughout the High Tower, people dressed like clerics came forth, offering words of blessing to the returning troops. What in the world is this? Are we under some witch's spell? Confusion spread rapidly. From the lowliest foot soldier to the leading knights, the returning expeditionaries marched in a daze, utterly bewildered. They had faced less confusion in the heart of enemy territory than they did here. Even Commander Sun, known for his unshakable composure, could not hide his astonishment. I have a lot of questions to ask. At the very forefront of the column, he rode in silence, trying to maintain his calm. As the column advanced further into the High Tower, their bewilderment only grew. The northern outskirts, once barren, were now dotted with fields, each one lush with potato crops. From the fields wafted a warm, earthy scent, comforting and wholesome, the kind that could make one's mouth water. They're farming here? In this frozen land? That's not a greenhouse, is it? To the soldiers, this sight was the most shocking of all. If farming was possible in the northernmost regions of the Northern Grand Duchy, it meant that any land in the north could be cleared and planted with potatoes. Did they develop a new farming technique while we were gone? It must be something from the greenhouses? The High Tower's greenhouses must have come up with something. Perhaps a winter potato that thrives in extreme cold. That warm, earthy smell, it's coming from the fields? No wonder I'm suddenly hungry. For many of the returning soldiers, this revelation carried significant implications. It meant that even for those wounded and contemplating retirement, there was now a clear path to survival and prosperity. Should I retire and take up farming too? Should I retire and take up farming too? There must still be some vacant land near the villages or towns. Even soldiers in good physical and mental condition were openly tempted. Contrary to the general perception on the continent, being a farmer was considered the best job for commoners in the north at Novel bin at. Farming didn't require risking one's life. Jobs like hunting, lumbering, mining, or herding always carried the danger of avalanches or monster attacks. In contrast, farming near villages or towns was relatively safe. Moreover, the North had low taxes. What's going on here, Sir Theo? I don't know, Bill. But one thing's for sure, it all looks pretty good. Bill, a soldier who had lost both legs, and Sir Theo, a knight who had lost an arm, wore similarly bewildered expressions. Bill rode in a wagon, while Theo walked on his 2 legs, constantly turning his head to take in the surroundings. The countless cheering crowds, flower petals, and strange but pleasant blessings were overwhelming. But what truly set their hearts racing were the potato fields scattered everywhere. But with my legs like this, I can't even farm, Bill muttered bitterly at one point. What was that? Theo asked. Nothing, haha, Bill laughed awkwardly, his voice drowned out by the thunderous cheers. As he smiled sadly, Bill's hand brushed the dagger hidden in his pocket. He resolved silently to eat his fill at tonight's banquet before slitting his throat. Even the most tenacious life would end with a slit neck. Bill thought this to himself as he tried to savor what might be his final parade. The expeditionary force that had marched north for a preemptive war reached the gates of Rensselaer Castle, stopping just before the inner fortress. The cheers, chants, and flower petals that had followed them all the way from the Great Wall began to fade as they entered the inner city. Is that Son? He's enormous. That poor horse looks like it's struggling. Standing atop the castle wall, I gazed at the Legion commander of this expedition, known as the Northern Ice Wall Commander Son. He's got a very different vibe compared to Sir Balzac. As I stood there, observing Son and the expeditionary force, my eyes met Son's for a brief moment. Son looked up at me without a word. His rough, imposing features made it feel like he was glaring at me, even though he was simply looking. Our eye contact lasted only a few seconds before it ended. It wasn't that either of us turned away, the marching soldiers simply carried Son forward, breaking the connection naturally. How do you find it, boss? Seeing another northern powerhouse, Son, in person. Next to me, Sir Eot spoke up. He was serving as my escort for this welcome event, though these days, he felt more like a semi-official employee of Arod Company. His presence feels even more intimidating than Sir Balzac's. Given our professional relationship, I naturally spoke to him informally. Haha, they both have distinct personalities, Eot replied, agreeing with my assessment. What kind of person is the Northern Ice Wall? He's a good man. He cares deeply for his subordinates. He remembers the names and faces of most of the soldiers under his command. That's impressive. Is his main weapon a shield? I didn't see him carrying anything other than that huge shield earlier. Yes, that's correct. That's why he isn't listed among the sword masters. However, both Her Highness and Sir Balzac recognize his abilities as equal to those of a sword master. I'd like to see him in combat someday. You'll acknowledge his prowess when you do, boss. There's a reason Her Highness entrusted this expedition entirely to him. Now that you mention it, that's surprising. Given her temperament, I would have expected her to join the expedition herself. Typically, monarchs would accompany large armies to prevent commanders from harboring rebellious ambitions. Son's loyalty, however, was evident, as was Irina's bold decision to entrust the Legion entirely to him. When Her Highness insisted on avenging the late Grand Duke, it took considerable effort to dissuade her, Eot explained, his answer veering slightly from the typical concerns of rebellion or loyalty. Instead, it focused on avenging the late Grand Duke's death during a previous expedition. Whoever convinced her made the right call. If she had joined, it would have likely ended up like the Labyrinth incident. The previous Grand Duke, by Rune Rensselaer, had died about 3 years ago during an expedition. I'd heard he fell in battle against a heavily armed orc unit clad in steel and magic, a force unlike anything the North had faced before. The North's advantage against the extreme northern orcs had always been their advanced weapons, forged from northern steel. But that balance of power was shattered. Even a child could tell the Empire was behind the orcs' sudden acquisition of steel comparable to northern steel. The steel they used is suspected to be Imperial steel, rivaling northern steel in quality. This latest expedition had begun only a short time after Baikal's death, barely giving the North time to regroup. Given their luck in not encountering the fully armed white orcs this time, their return is nothing short of miraculous. The fact that this expedition returned safely after just 18 months despite typically taking 3 years spoke to how hastily it had been launched, driven by the need to resume the campaign halted by the Grand Duke's death. Revenge was undoubtedly the primary goal. I heard they avoided encountering the white orcs, which is why they survived. The soldiers and knights outwardly expressed frustration at missing their target but were likely relieved deep down. Let's head inside. As the organizer of this banquet, I should see the reactions firsthand, don't you think? I'll lead the way. By the way, Mary's not attending, is she? Just as I prepared to head to the inner fortress, I found myself once again wondering about Mary's absence. She mentioned something important she had to handle and took a week's leave. Right, she did. What a complicated young woman. We'll have to understand and accept it. Both Eot and I had similar suspicions about Mary's background, so our conversation flowed smoothly without misunderstanding. Now that I think about it, I've never seen Mary and Irina together. A fleeting but unsettling thought crossed my mind. Even if Mary is an illegitimate child, knowing Irina's character, she wouldn't treat her harshly. If anything, Irina seemed more likely to cherish her. Pondering this, I proceeded into the inner fortress. The banquet for the returning expeditionary force was held both inside and outside the inner castle. Even though the Northern military's organization differed significantly from other nations, it was impossible to accommodate thousands of people inside the Hall of Glory alone. Thus, many soldiers had to eat outside in the cold wind. However, no one complained. In fact, they preferred the relaxed atmosphere of dining outdoors. For soldiers, entering the palace where the Grand Duke resided was more of a stomach-churning ordeal than a privilege. Having to eat in the presence of high-ranking knights, nobles, officials, the legion commander, and especially the Grand Duke herself would have been nothing short of psychological torture. To the soldiers, the only things that mattered were the taste and quantity of the food. And this banquet exceeded their expectations by 200%. This is insane. Truly insane. It's like food from heaven. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The soldiers were ecstatic. Their long-anticipated banquet far surpassed their imaginations. The taste, aroma, and portions were beyond anything they had ever experienced. Spices? This has to be spices. To think Her Highness provided us with dishes seasoned with spices. For people like us. Now I can die with no regrets. If only my brother Hans were alive to taste this. These soldiers had departed on their expedition before the introduction of arod salt. Throughout their campaign, they had barely eaten properly. The dishes seasoned with arod salt, from stews to meat and even vegetables, were a shocking revelation. To the soldiers, this was more than just delicious food, it was a glimpse into an entirely new world. Who invented this thing called chicken? And frying potatoes? Who knew they could taste this good? How does the meat smell so amazing? No foul odor at all. How did they prepare it? Even Arod himself had contributed to the feast. Of course, he hadn't personally cooked every dish. Instead, Arod had designed the menu, shared recipes, and provided his signature Arod sauce to the palace chefs, servants, and maids. What part of the chicken is this? It seems new, but it's definitely from a chicken. It's so chewy. Especially with this sauce, delicious. What kind of plant is this? Is it edible? I don't know what it is, but coat it in spices and fry it, and it's all amazing. Arod's recipes were crafted with an eye for maximizing quantity while staying budget conscious. Dishes made from parts of animals and plants that had previously been discarded were unveiled for the first time at this banquet. They're going wild. Well, of course it's the handiwork of Sir Arod, after all. Sir Rosie, one of the senior knights escorting Arod and Eot, roamed the outdoor banquet area with a satisfied smile. He was reminded of the first time he tasted Arod's stew back in Haven. Seeing the soldiers tearfully enjoying their meals, Rosie couldn't help but empathize deeply. Eat to your heart's content, drink as much as you like, but don't cause any trouble. Especially no harassment of maids or attendants. Anyone caught doing so will face the lash. Rosie patrolled the outer castle grounds, repeating his warnings for the umpteenth time. Don't even waste time making unnecessary conversation. Focus on eating, drinking, and resting. Although it was technically his day off, Rosie chose to volunteer for duty. After all, a celebration for the returning expedition was in full swing across the high tower. Skipping out as a knight would have left him with lingering guilt. Moreover, many of the knights in the expedition were familiar to him. Thus, Rosie welcomed the soldiers in his own way through voluntary patrols around the castle. If you're lacking anything or feel uncomfortable, speak up immediately. If the servants are too busy, tell me directly. If you're curious about something, ask me, I'll answer. Wherever there was a crowd, trouble was bound to follow. The combination of battle-weary soldiers, abundant food, and alcohol was a recipe for incidents. Even the knights, bound by codes of chivalry, were not immune. Hey, you there? It's obvious she's uncomfortable. If you're looking to satisfy your urges, head to the brothels later. Spotting a common knight bothering a serving maid, Rosie quickly intervened. Who are you, SIO? My apologies? I must have had too much to drink. The knight, realizing Rosie was a senior knight by his armor, immediately quieted down and returned to his food. High-ranking knights like Rosie were crucial for maintaining order and discipline. Sir Rosie. At novel bin at. While on his rounds, Rosie heard someone call out to him. Huh? Theo? Theo? You're alive. Recognizing the knight who had called him, Rosie's face lit up with genuine joy as he welcomed his half-brother. Although Theo was the son of a concubine, Rosie treated him like a full sibling. So you've finally become a senior knight, brother. That's fantastic. The two brothers were thrilled to reunite after so long. But, your arm. Haha, yeah, well, it happened. Rosie couldn't keep smiling, though. Theo's empty right sleeve tugged painfully at his heart. Theo led his half-brother to a quiet corner of the inner castle. This was the medical ward where the wounded were being treated. Northern healers and witches worked tirelessly to care for the injured soldiers. Aik. Stop whining? Just endure a little longer. The witch is trying to turn me into a rat. Should I actually turn you into one? Eek. Just get your treatment done and then go eat some of that delicious food over there. Yes? Why yes, ma'am. Quietly lift your shirt already. Healer? Are the herbs ground yet? Yes, witches. The scent of medicinal herbs and the screams of the injured filled the air. Yet, in stark contrast, some of the soldiers who had just had their bandages changed sat in the corner, devouring their meals with gusto. It seemed that Theo, who had lost his right arm, was also dining with his comrades in the medical ward. Let me introduce you all. This is my half-brother, Sir Rosie. He's only 5 years older than me, but he's already a senior knight of the High Tower. Theo proudly introduced Rosie to the soldiers around him, who appeared to be his subordinates. It's an honor to meet you, sir. I'm Bill, a soldier. My name's Bjorn. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. To think Sir Theo had such connections? If we'd known, we would have worked harder to impress him. Haha. Rosie couldn't help but feel a mix of shock and bitterness as he met Theo's companions. Like his half-brother, most of them were disabled soldiers, missing arms, legs, or even eyes. Bill, could you peel this for me? My hand's like this, you see. Of course. Could you grab some wine for me, though? My L. Of course. Could you grab some wine for me, though? My legs are like this. They ate while helping one another. Those who had hands fed those who didn't, and those who could walk fetched food for those who couldn't. Brother, does this mean you're also an executor now? Wait a second. Judging by your attire, are you with the Frost Knights? Oh, by the way, what happened while we were gone? I heard from the witches that this food isn't seasoned with spices but with something called arod salt. Is that true? And what's with Mary's blessing and the potato fields all over the high tower? I've heard bits and pieces from the healers and witches, but I still can't believe it. Theo's chatter filled the air, but Rosie wasn't listening. His focus was solely on the disabled soldiers, including his brother. Arod. Count Arod Jin might have a solution, don't you think? A certain someone popped into Rosie's mind. Inside the Hall of Glory, the grandest room of the palace, the banquet continued. The hall, typically reserved for high-ranking officials and knights, was no stranger to such events, having hosted similar feasts over the years. Even the banquets for the expeditionary forces, held every few years, were considered nothing more than occasional large gatherings. I wasn't able to exact revenge. We searched every inch of the frozen seas beyond the far north for those white orcs, but we couldn't find them. Commander Sun, seated before Arena, spoke in a low, somber tone, despite the delectable dishes arguably better than any spice-seasoned food laid out before him. Though the expedition had set out with vengeance in mind, the results were unsatisfactory. They had only managed to deal with some far northern orcs, sea monsters, and barbarian tribes before having to retreat. While even this clean-up effort deserved praise, Sun saw it as a mission failure. If I'd gone, they would have shown themselves. Arena, wiping fried crumbs from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, responded to Sun's report. That would have been unacceptable. Why not? I'm an adult now. Things are different than before. At novel bin at. It's still unacceptable. Humph. The two shared a brief but tense exchange. Ha ha ha. Come now, Sun. Can't this discussion wait until after the banquet? We've already received the major reports via messenger falcon. Balzac, holding a chicken leg in each hand, interjected with a hearty laugh. My apologies. I didn't mean to bring up such matters during the meal. At Balzac's remark, Sun bowed his head toward Arena. It's fine. Truly, you've done well. Arena's soft smile, as if the tension had never existed, calmed the atmosphere. Don't brood over it, enjoy the food instead. Much has changed in this land during your absence, and food has changed the most. At Arena's urging, Sun grabbed a ladle-sized spoon to accommodate his massive hand and scooped up some stew. The stew was delicious, enough to draw an audible murmur of appreciation from the typically stoic Sun. However, concern soon followed. Aren't we indulging too much? Using so many spices like this? Still unaware of arod salt, Sun voiced his unease. That's right. We haven't told Sun about arod salt yet. Oh ho ho ho. Now it makes sense why he looks so worried despite eating this fantastic food. Certainly, the peculiarities must have stood out to you as you approached the high tower, right? Commander Sun, allow us to explain everything. Feel free to ask anything. Isabel, Balzac, and Haida chuckled in turn, addressing Sun's concerns. I should have included some details in the messenger falcon's reports. As I recall, our dear Grand Witch insisted on keeping it secret to surprise him, didn't she? Oh my, how my words have been twisted. I merely suggested not distracting the soldiers on the front lines. Once it's in the reports, news has a way of spreading, you know. Sun still looked perplexed as the others continued their banter. Don't worry, Commander. I'm always frugal. These dishes contain no spices as you know them. Their flavors and aromas come solely from weeds native to the north and salt extracted from local rocks. Arena reassured him with a gentle smile. Is that so? It is. This might be a good time, Your Highness, to share what's happened here with Commander Sun and the knights of the expedition. It seems fitting for a banquet conversation. An excellent idea. Let's do so. Now then, where shall we begin? Ask anything, my friend. Balzac, ever the veteran knight, turned to his longtime comrade and mentee with a warm smile. In that case, I'd like to start by asking about Your Highness. Your presence feels lighter, almost cleaner, but also weaker somehow. What has changed? To everyone's surprise, Sun chose to ask about something entirely unexpected. Sir Arod. It's Lord Arod. Several soldiers called out excitedly upon spotting me. The witches, who had been intently focused on treating the wounded, noticed me belatedly and greeted me with warm smiles. Even as they turned their gazes toward me, their hands never stopped moving. They continued cleaning wounds, applying ointments, and performing simple healing spells without pause. Allow me to introduce someone, sir. This is my younger brother, Theo, Rosie said. I waved lightly at the witches and then turned my attention back to Rosie and the knight he had just introduced. Brother, is this the one? The one who made arod salt? Theo asked, his eyes wide with excitement. Yes, and he personally developed the dishes being served at this banquet, Rosie replied. Thankfully, Rosie refrained from mentioning that I had also created Mary's blessing. That fertilizer needed to remain a historical record of the fervent prayers of the Northerners, not my own invention. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Theo Shapiro, a knight of the Frost Shield Legion, Theo said, bowing deeply. Pleased to meet you. I'm Arod Jin, I replied. I instinctively extended my hand for a handshake but froze mid-gesture. Theo was missing his right arm. Anyway, good to meet you, I said awkwardly, withdrawing my hand. Haha, no need to worry about it, Theo said cheerfully, taking the initiative to dispel my discomfort. He's more positive and considerate than I expected. As a knight, he's likely well-read and familiar with strategy. He should also be capable of calculations, I thought, my internal radar for talent acquisition sparking to life. But, sir, what brings you here? Rosie finally asked, curious about my unexpected visit. On a day off, there's no need to call me sir. You're a senior knight, you can speak more casually with me, I suggested. This is more comfortable. Consistency in addressing you helps prevent mistakes in critical moments, Rosie replied. As you wish. You, Sir Eod here, and even Sir Carrot, who isn't present, are beyond my persuasion at this point, I said, letting out a resigned chuckle. After a brief exchange with Rosie, I looked around to address the reason I had come here. By the way, where is Miss Mary? Miss Mary? Why are you looking for her here? Rosie asked, puzzled. What do you mean? I saw her enter here not long ago, Sir Eod, and I came here because of that, I explained. Pardon? I've been here the whole time, but I haven't seen her, Rosie said firmly. What? Eod and I exchanged bewildered looks. Did we both imagine the same thing? I glanced at the witches for confirmation, but they were wholly engrossed in tending to their patients, seemingly oblivious to anyone entering. Even if Mary had come in, they wouldn't have noticed. Excuse me, sir? There are other soldiers here. May I introduce them to you? Rosie asked, redirecting the conversation. He naturally guided me toward a group of soldiers who were eating their meals. The soldiers sitting there were mostly veterans who had lost limbs. Their bandages and clothing were clean, likely thanks to the diligent care of the witches and healers. Everyone, stop eating for a moment and look here. This is Count Arod Jin, the man who developed the food you're eating, Theo announced proudly, taking the lead in introducing me. Looking closer, I noticed not only soldiers but also a few knights among the group. Most of them bore scars of grievous injuries, with missing arms or legs. Count, thank you so much. I've never eaten such delicious food in my life. Ha ha ha, one soldier said, laughing heartily. I apologize for not standing to greet you properly. My legs, another said apologetically, gesturing to his injury. Don't worry about it. Just continue eating, I replied with a smile, nodding toward them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I discreetly observed their expressions and eyes. Most of them lack vitality. Their faces seemed to force happiness, resembling people savoring a last meal. If their souls were like candle flames, each one appeared to waver precariously in a strong wind. Living with such incapacitated bodies in the harsh northern environment was tantamount to a death sentence. Could she have led me here deliberately, using magic to guide me? I cautiously pondered the situation. Excuse me, sir, Rosie interrupted gently, his expression tentative. You're asking if there's a way to help them. How did you know? Rosie asked, startled. Call it intuition. Is there a solution? Please, I beg you, Rosie implored, bowing his head earnestly. I fell into thought. At this moment, I wasn't acting as a business-minded CEO but as a creator, analyzing the situation from a craftsman's perspective. Given this fantasy world setting, if I propose something as mundane as prosthetic limbs, everyone will be disappointed. Automail is the way to go. In a world where magic existed, some fields far surpassed Earth's technology. The golden carriage and subspace bags I had introduced earlier were prime examples. Similarly, automail that could move according to the user's will was feasible. But the current infrastructure and casting techniques can't produce alloys suitable for automail. The problem was that creating automail like those from Age of Silver I was impossible with the North's current technology and resources. There has to be another way. To transmit magic signals to the user's brain or enable voluntary movement, a special magical alloy was essential. Even if I crudely coat existing metals and engrave magic circuits, it'd be too heavy to use. It'd also break easily with the slightest mistake. The design also needed to be lightweight, durable enough for daily wear, and water-resistant at novel bin at. The materials required for magic alloys, that's out of the question for now. Crafting such an alloy required materials like mithril, orichalcum, and ether, none of which were readily available in the north without significant time and budget. And we don't even have rubber? Without a direct trade route to the southern continent, getting rubber is impossible. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became that the current situation was near impossible. Is there no other option? I briefly considered designing simple prosthetics inspired by Earth's models, but wait, who says automail have to be made of metal and rubber? An idea struck me like lightning. Does the expedition force have any monster byproducts among the loot they brought back? Specifically, humanoid monsters like orcs? I asked Rosie, a new solution forming in my mind. TL note, rate us on novel UPDATES. The day after the banquet, Arena received the report she had secretly hoped for the most from Haida, the chief administrator. Arod requested access to the war spoils warehouse. Yes, your highness, Haida confirmed. Grant him access. Tell him he may take anything he needs. If anyone questions him, let them know it's under my authority. A thrill of anticipation coursed through her, making it impossible to sit still. What will he make this time? And what else? Her curiosity burned. She even considered disguising herself as Mary to stay by his side and watch his process. But there was no time for such indulgence. Arena had duties to fulfill no matter how relatively free a Grand Duchess of the North might seem. The recently returned expeditionary force needed care, the distribution of rewards and promotions awaited, and plans for the next campaign had to be drawn. I personally hope it's something to help the injured soldiers and knights, Hayden mused. It likely is. He wouldn't have requested access to the warehouse after leaving the field hospital otherwise, Arena replied, recalling the events of the previous day with Isabel. So this is how things turned out, unintentionally. Still, it's a welcome development, something I'd have asked him to do myself. Recently, Arena realized she needed to refine the alibi surrounding Mary and herself. Miss, even though the transformation magic includes mental interference, you mustn't be too careless. Why not? If someone gathers enough evidence or makes strong enough inferences, the magic won't hold. Isabel, the creator of the transformation magic necklace, had warned her. It already feels like Mary is overshadowing Arena, but anyway, if we're found out now, things will get even messy. Exactly? I don't know how it came to this, but being exposed now would complicate everything. I'm counting on you, old woman. Trust me, I've got a brand new spell ready for this situation. With Isabel's help, they had created an illusion of Mary during the banquet. It worked splendidly. Arod, upon spotting Mary, had left his seat, and Arena had gladly allowed it. Thus began the chase between Arod and the illusion of Mary. However, even Isabel, a grand witch, had her limits. The longer the chase continued, the quicker the illusion's range and duration reached their threshold. Coincidentally, the illusion had faded near the field hospital. Could the fervent spirits of the Renslets and the North truly be watching over us? Arena wondered, gazing at the ceiling of her office. The ceiling featured a carving depicting Rune Renslet, the first Grand Duke of Renslet, in battle. It portrayed him facing legendary enemies, the White Serpent Hormungandra of the Demon Realm, the Druidic barbarians of the Manus Mountains, and the northernmost orcs of the Frozen Sea, all trembling before his shining blade. Oh, fervent ancestors of Renslet, I pray for another miracle. Please grant hope to our injured soldiers and knights at Novel bin Adat. The north was a land frequently ravaged by barbaric hordes. For every death, there were many more who were left crippled. Arena had long been troubled by the plight of injured soldiers and knights. She had implemented policies to support them, such as providing monthly food supplies and stipends, a program that had been in place since her mother's reign. Recently, she had even initiated a program to help them find employment. It was an unprecedented effort across the continent. But the results were meager. Even able-bodied people struggled to find work in the north. Jobs for those who were crippled were practically non-existent. The stipends themselves were woefully insufficient. The Renslet Grand Duchy couldn't afford more. Over 70% of its budget went to military expenses, and taxes were kept deliberately low. As a result, most injured soldiers faced miserable ends within a few years or resorted to desperate measures. Please let another miracle happen on this land. Ancestors of Renslet, Rune Renslet. I owe them too much. This burden had weighed on Arena for a long time. Mary still had 5 days left in her vacation. Yet, even during those 5 days, the company needed to function, especially now that a new project had emerged. Are you sure about hiring me? I'm missing an arm, Theo asked hesitantly. It's fine. I don't plan on having you wield a sword, I replied. It had become clear that I needed to hire another permanent employee. Mary, despite being a future Grand Witch of the Snowfields, a Renslet illegitimate child, and exceptionally skilled in craftsmanship, calculations, and administration, was far too frequently absent to be reliable. Truthfully, the only reason I kept her on was to maintain a connection with a future Grand Witch. You're now the head of operations support, I announced. The head of what? You'll handle recruiting staff, procuring materials, finding venues, managing documents, and keeping the books in order. You don't need to worry about taxes, we're a sanctioned trade group. Ha ha ha. But I've spent my life swinging a sword. While I can do basic math, I'm no merchant or bureaucrat. Large, complex calculations are beyond me, Theo protested. I hired Theo, a one-armed former knight, as a temporary employee. He seemed smart, had a good attitude, and, as Rosie's younger brother, he came with a bonus of trustworthiness. I didn't hesitate to make him my second employee. Take this, I said, handing Theo a rectangular wooden object filled with round beads. What's this? It's called an abacus. It's more efficient than the clunky calculators used here. An abacus. Let me show you how to use it. I spent the entire morning teaching Theo how to use the abacus. He picked it up quickly, thanks to his intelligence, and soon began applying what he'd learned. This is incredible. I can calculate numbers in the thousands so easily, Theo exclaimed, genuinely impressed. What remained was teaching him to write with his left hand. But that wasn't urgent. Soon, he'd be able to write with his right hand again. You seem to have gotten the hang of the abacus. I'll assign you some tasks, I said. Yes, sir. Leave it to me, Theo replied, his voice filled with newfound confidence, likely from mastering the abacus. Start by recruiting people. We need skilled hands to join us, I instructed. You're hiring. That's right. Look for people who are good with their hands and others who can read, write, and calculate. How many should I recruit? How many should I recruit? Bring as many as you can find. Oh, and it doesn't matter if they're disabled. Theo's eyes shifted upward, as if recalling specific individuals. He's probably thinking of his injured comrades. It was easy to read Theo's thoughts from his expression. Once you've recruited the people, find a large plot of land on the outskirts of the high tower. We'll build a factory there. I continued speaking to Theo, answering his curious question. What is a factory? Think of it as a very, very large workshop. I see. But, to purchase land in the high tower, you will need permission from Her Highness, the Grand Duchess. Don't worry about that. Do you think the Arod company became a sanctioned trade group for nothing? Here, take this. I handed him a token bearing the seal of an official trade group. Show this, and no one will raise any objections. I understand. I'll see it through without fail. At novel bin at. One more thing, I added, trying to temper Theo's fiery enthusiasm. Don't try to finish everything today. Take your time. Even if you hire people immediately, there's nothing for them to do yet. We'll need a few days to prepare. Theo, burning with resolve, nodded vigorously and left the workshop with purpose. He became a knight of the high towers standing through sheer effort. He'll manage just fine. Besides, Sir Rosie will probably help him discreetly. The tasks I'd assigned Theo, recruiting workers and securing land, might have seemed daunting, but they were surprisingly straightforward in this world. Unlike Earth, where complex permits and paperwork could drag on for ages, the era we were in lacked such hurdles. As a sanctioned trade group, even the minimal bureaucracy that existed here was no obstacle. Let's trust him for now. Truthfully, I could have handled the recruitment and land acquisition myself. Hiring workers, in particular, was something I would normally insist on doing directly. However, I had a good reason for delegating it to Theo. He'll likely bring in injured soldiers and knights. Northerners live by the credo, repay kindness twofold and grudges tenfold. First, the people Theo recruited would have a low likelihood of betrayal. If I'm going to recruit, I may as well choose trustworthy individuals. Given the sensitive nature of my work, people with unwavering loyalty were ideal for both me and the Renslets. Alright, let's get started. The second reason for delegating was simple. I was incredibly busy. There was a mountain of production and research demanding my attention. When am I going to cut and test all this? The underground workshop was cluttered with materials I'd taken from the spoils warehouse: monster hides, bones, tendons, muscles, corpses, and mid-tier magic stones. These were the substitutes I had chosen for magic alloys in creating automail. Gulp. The sight of the materials made me swallow dryly. I couldn't help but feel nervous. Had this not been the North, where the church and mage tower's influence was weak, I wouldn't have even dared attempt such a thing. I never thought I'd end up using black magic this way. The automail I envisioned involved life magic, a branch of black magic often labeled as chimera magic, forbidden for its creation of grotesque hybrids. However, black magic, like any tool, could yield different outcomes depending on its use. Didn't Earth have something similar? Nuclear power, for instance. Scritch, scritch, scritch. I began by working on the magic stones. The automail I envisioned required 3 types of magic stones, all mid-tier, to keep production costs reasonable. Each would be enchanted with circuits for electricity, telekinesis, and life. For the electric circuit, brain attribute stones will work. Telekinesis pairs best with neutral stones. The issue is the life circuit. The life circuit was the tricky part. It used black magic despite its name. The magic involved bore more resemblance to necromancy or chimera spells. For the life circuit, let's test compatibility with light, fire, wood, dark, water, and earth attributes. Slowly and meticulously, I engraved the circuits onto the stones, exercising extreme concentration, especially with the life circuits. Time passed quickly or slowly, depending on perspective, and the initial tests concluded. Dark and wood attributes have the best compatibility with life magic. I successfully identified stones that harmonized well with life circuits. So far, so good. Everything was progressing smoothly. Now it was time for the next step. Theo's physique is about this size, right? Probably. I began cutting the monster materials. Scritch, scritch, crunch. Using a saw more suited for logging, I sliced through muscles, bones, and tendons. Though it looked like I was haphazardly cutting, every stroke was calculated with precision. These parts would soon replace a human's body. Their shape needed to mimic human anatomy as closely as possible. Muscles, hides, and tendons had to be cut along their natural grain. Bones, being larger than human ones, required careful resizing. This might be the most physically and mentally demanding work I've done. Monster materials were incredibly dense and durable. Sweat poured down my face as I sawed through them. Finally, after much toil, I had processed enough materials to assemble a prototype. The next step was alchemy, the fantasy equivalent of chemistry. Even after cutting and shaping them, monster tissues remained vastly different from human ones. Alchemical treatments were essential to make their properties similar. Plop, plop, dunk. I immersed the processed materials, bones, muscles, hides, and tendons into prepared alchemical solutions. VRRRRRRMMM. The liquids began to glow, signaling successful enhancement. Out of 10 containers, 7 produced a radiant light, indicating success. Yet, even as I observed the glowing solutions, my expression remained grim. Even with my luck stat, this is the success rate? For anyone else, it'd have to be at least 30%. Should I refine the manufacturing process? Obviously, I couldn't keep doing this work alone indefinitely. There was a reason I'd instructed Theo to recruit skilled artisans. Alongside creating the automail, I was also planning for mass production. By the time night fell, my work was far from over. The lights in the underground workshop remained on, burning steadily into the small hours of the morning. The next morning, Sir. Theo cautiously knocked on the door of his new workplace, the Arod Company. When no response came from inside, he hesitated, unsure whether to enter. It's fine. You can go in, a familiar voice called out behind him. Brother. Theo turned, startled to see Rosie. What are you doing here? Didn't you know? I work here too, Rosie replied with a grin. Wait, what? Well, technically, I'm assigned to guard Count Jin. At novel bin at. Frost Knights do this kind of thing. Count Jin is one of the North's greatest assets, far more than you realize. Originally, Rosie had been tasked with guarding Arod from the shadows, but after assisting with distributing Mary's blessing throughout the North, he'd officially joined the company in disguise. It had simply become impractical and inefficient to guard Arod covertly. I'm so lucky to work for someone so extraordinary, Theo muttered in awe. That's right. So do your best. My primary role is still as a Frost Knight, but this is now your main job. Of course. But don't push yourself too hard. Push myself? No matter how tough it gets, it won't compare to fighting those orcs in the frozen sea. Theo felt both surprised and happy to learn this new information. Unlike his other half-siblings, Rosie had always been someone he respected and looked up to since they were young. Theo had worked hard to become a Knight of the High Tower in part because he wanted to stand alongside his brother on missions someday. Let's head in, Rosie said. All right. By the way, how did the task Count Jin give you go? I spoke with the people I could find right away. None of them seemed inclined to refuse. As expected, the two entered the Arod Company building, chatting along the way. The first floor appeared as it always did, but those in the know understood the real heart of the Arod Company was underground. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, may we come in? Rosie called out as he knocked on the basement door. Come in. Arod's voice replied from within a few seconds later. Creak. Rosie opened the door slowly, and the distinct smell of herbs and something more pungent wafted out, assaulting their noses. What kind of concoction is he working on? Rosie wondered. The smell was faintly herbal but sharper and more unpleasant, enough to make them slightly dizzy and their skin crawl. Perfect timing. The prototype is just finished, Arod said, greeting them with tired eyes but an excited smile. Director Theo, he said, turning to Theo. Director. Theo? Me, sir. Who else? Is there another Theo here? My surname is Shapiro, sir, Theo replied, confused. In here, you're Director Theo. Get used to it. All right. Now come here. Take off your shirt while you're at it. Arod beckoned Theo forward without further explanation. Go ahead, Rosie said, encouraging his hesitant brother. It won't be anything bad. Reluctantly, Theo stepped closer to Arod. This is a bioprosthetic I made for you, Arod said, pulling something out of a jar filled with a pungent liquid. This. Though it reeked and dripped with solution, the object Arod held commanded attention. The prosthetic arm was gray-skinned, with faintly glowing magic stones embedded at the wrist, elbow, and shoulder. Along the contact point at the shoulder, where it would attach to a body, a network of tendrils writhed like living whiskers, accompanied by intricate magic circles. I was worried about the size since I eyeballed it, but it looks like it'll fit, Arod muttered. Without waiting for Theo's consent, he pressed the prosthetic against Theo's shoulder. Slurp. The prosthetic fused to Theo's body with a sound like liquid being hungrily absorbed. The connection was seamless. Ayah. Theo stared at his new arm in shock and disbelief. Try moving it slowly at first, Arod instructed, as if hypnotizing him. It's moving? It moves. Theo exclaimed, his voice shaking with amazement. Pinch the new arm with your left hand, Arod directed. I can feel it. The sensation is a bit dull, but I can feel it. Theo cried. It's a success, Arod declared calmly. How is this even possible? Keep in mind, while it's functional, this arm is limited to everyday activities. The movements and sensations are too dull for you to wield a sword as skillfully as before, Arod cautioned. But Theo was too overwhelmed with gratitude to care. Thank you so much, sir. I can't thank you enough, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. This is wonderful, Theo, truly wonderful. Rosie, who had been watching, couldn't hide his emotions and broke into a bright smile, celebrating his brother's recovery. Thank you too, brother. Thank you so much. Theo replied, embracing Rosie as tears of joy continued to flow. Overwhelmed with joy, hope, and gratitude, Theo couldn't stop thinking about his fellow knights and soldiers who were similarly disabled. He also thought of the countless injured veterans of the North, barely scraping by. Count Jin. Call me sir, I corrected him. Yes sir. What is it, Director Theo? Forgive me, this may be an outrageous and selfish request, but, could you make more arms and legs like this for others? I understand what you're asking, and I sympathize with your thoughts, Director Theo. But no matter how skilled I am, I can't possibly create limbs for hundreds of people all on my own. That's precisely why I told you to recruit skilled workers. Oh, of course. I'll get right on it. I'll scour not just the High Tower but all of the North to find anyone with the skills we need. If necessary, I'll even kidnap them. No kidnappings. Yes, no kidnappings. No kidnappings. Yes, no kidnappings. And if you find promising candidates, don't hire them immediately. Report them to your brother first. The Frost Knights and High Tower guards need to vet them to ensure they're not suspicious. Understood? Of course, sir. Then get moving. There's much to be done. Yes, I'll leave immediately. Brother, take good care of the boss. Don't worry. I'll protect him with my life if need be. With those words, Theo threw on his shirt and dashed out of the building without a backward glance. This isn't a dream, is it? It's real, right? As he ran, Theo kept pinching his cheeks and glancing at his gray, newly acquired right arm every 10 seconds. He was afraid it might fall off or that he'd wake up to find it had been just a dream. At last, Theo understood why the High Tower had assigned even a senior Frost Knight to guard Count Arod. Arod's abilities went far beyond crafting salt or inventing recipes. The barracks? My comrades are in the barracks? He couldn't wait another second. He had to show his comrades his new arm and spread the news. Many of them had seemed dangerously close to making drastic decisions. The news that Theo, the one-armed knight, had been given a new arm spread like wildfire. Before I could even finish making additional prototypes, Grand Duchess arena and a delegation of witches from the High Tower showed up at the Arod company in droves. Behind the Duchess stood high-ranking officials like Haida, senior knights led by Balzac and Son, and other dignitaries. The area around the Arod company was swarming with guards and onlookers, as if it were an official opening ceremony. These are the magic stones used in prosthetics, I began. Interesting. This is muscle and tendon harvested from orcs, carefully processed and combined. The bones are from young orcs. Adult orc bones are too large and heavy. Remarkable. To think that you could craft new arms and legs from monster remains, one official marveled. Dragged upstairs from my basement workshop, I found myself presenting my work to the Duchess and her entourage. The 3 magic stones serve distinct purposes. Electric magic transmits sensory signals to the brain, telekinetic magic regulates the movement of muscles and tendons, and life magic prevents corrosion and ensures seamless fusion with the user's body. Despite my confident presentation, I couldn't help sneaking glances at Isabel and the witches. Technically, life magic is just a sanitized name. It's basically black magic. The fact that I'd used monster corpses was unsettling enough, but layering black magic on top of it? I felt uneasy. At novel bin at. Fascinating. To my surprise, the witches didn't seem particularly bothered. They were amusingly busy blocking their ears with magical earplugs while inspecting the exposed enchantments on the magic stones. Since I hadn't applied any concealment spells, the magical circuits engraved on the stones were plain to see. Miss, by the way, that life magic, Isabel began, whispering something about the subject to Arena. She was likely explaining the black magic components. Isabel herself had also plugged her ears while I was presenting. Is that so? Then we can't sell it to the Empire, Arena said matter-of-factly. We can sell it under the table, Isabel suggested. Yes, after all, those hypocrites have secret dealings with demon cults anyway. Arena's reaction to my black magic enhancements was calm and pragmatic. So they distinguish between black magic and black magicians. Perhaps this tolerance stems from the North's independence from the Church and Mage Tower. With the most nerve-wracking issue resolved, I felt a wave of relief. Now that they've seen this, I should be able to outsource the production of magic stones separately. As I calculated the logistics for mass-producing Chimera automail, I watched the witches. In the North, they were the only ones with the knowledge and skill to handle magical circuits and thaumaturgical engineering. I'll outsource the magic stone crafting and circuit engraving to them. The other components muscle, bone, tendon, and skin could be processed by the skilled artisans Theo was recruiting. However, engraving the magic circuits required at least a basic understanding of magic and the mana capacity of a second circle mage. The problem is, how long can I keep spoon-feeding this knowledge piecemeal? As arcane technology begins to take off, the demand for thaumaturgical engineers will skyrocket. Even if I write a detailed magic textbook like Earth Study Guides, there's a limit to what people can achieve through self-study, especially at advanced levels. Continuing to teach this way, bit by bit, wasn't sustainable. There's definitely some secretive restriction or issue tying the witches' hands. Even after the recent purge of the rebellion, which greatly improved security, the witches remained unusually cautious. Their behavior couldn't be dismissed as mere tradition, it was downright peculiar. Whatever this restriction is, I can't keep relying on such an inconvenient outsourcing system. The witches' insular culture didn't help either. Even if someone learned magic independently, they'd likely be ignored unless they became an apprentice. At this rate, mass-producing automail or even subspace bags will be impossible. This realization prompted another idea. When I write the magic textbooks, I should also establish an academy specializing in thaumaturgical engineering. If I ask Arena, she can quickly gather talented students from across the North. Though it would take time and effort, it was a necessary step. Forget it, I'll just do it all myself. Expansion in any business often begins with frustration over inefficiency or exploitation. Just like Apple's M1 chips, Amazon's logistics, and Korea's semiconductor independence, it seemed this otherworldly endeavor was no exception. Arod, thanks to you, a burden that has long weighed on me and the Renslets has been eased, if only a little, Arena said sincerely. I merely did what needed to be done, Your Highness, I replied, bowing slightly. Truly, you are a blessing and a savior to me and the North. Thank you, truly, thank you. As I was mulling over plans for expanding the business and establishing an academy, Arena suddenly stood and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Her words were unusually effusive, even excessive. Why does Arena feel so familiar all of a sudden? Yet, oddly enough, her closeness didn't feel unnatural. But, is this okay? The real problem was the people present, bureaucrats, witches, and senior knights. Among them, Sun, whom I had only recently met, wore a peculiar expression as he observed my interaction with Arena. This is dangerous. My instincts sounded in alarm. In any setting, there are always individuals who might misinterpret or act rashly. I couldn't shake the worry that overly loyal individuals might witness this scene and cause problems later. Quickly, I adopted an overly humble tone, bowing deeply as I spoke. Your Highness, a sovereign should not express such gratitude to a mere subject. Please retract your words. But it seems these prosthetic arms and legs require mid-tier magic stones, don't they? Arena interrupted before I could finish. Well, yes. They're rather costly to produce, and I can't craft many on my own, I admitted, my expression awkward as I straightened up. If mid-tier stones can help our injured soldiers and knights, that's a price we can bear. The real issue is that you can't produce them all by yourself. Exactly, Your Highness. However, with the witches and skilled workers I plan to hire, we can begin producing prosthetics of similar quality within a month. I heard you're already recruiting people through Serthio and searching for land to build this factory of yours. That's correct, Your Highness. With security concerns largely resolved, the path forward seems smooth except for one looming obstacle. However, Your Highness, as you mentioned earlier, these prosthetics also require expensive potions and monster byproducts, in addition to mid-tier magic stones. Hiring employees will also incur significant labor costs. The obstacle, of course, was money. After the recent banquet, the High Tower's budget wouldn't be in great shape. Add to that the catastrophic mana wave from earlier, and the situation looked even grimmer. I wasn't exactly flush with cash myself. The 70 gold I received with my title had long been exhausted on research, experiments, and production. This time, I can't do it for free. I can barely afford to pay the new employees. Besides, I need to start the long-postponed projects soon. At this rate, I'd rather pay steep taxes than operate as a sanctioned trade group with no tangible benefits. All it offered were downsides. It wasn't like the High Tower, strapped for funds, could suddenly lend me money either. Concepts like government bonds didn't even exist here. Your Highness, I must apologize, but would it be possible to receive next year's 70 gold stipend in advance? I asked firmly, determined not to yield on this matter. Though I had phrased it delicately, Arena would surely understand the implication. Don't worry about it, she said with unexpected confidence. Her assured demeanor puzzled me. Does she have a secret source of funds? Normally so cautious about finances, Arena's newfound boldness was baffling. In the Ragoid Empire. So, they've come again. It didn't take long for them to return. I wondered why they hadn't shown up sooner. The thoughts of the ministers gathered in the Imperial Palace were strikingly similar as they eyed the northern delegation. The Crown Prince, Canberman, sitting in the regent's chair just below the empty Imperial throne, also regarded the delegation with barely concealed disdain. So, we meet again, envoys of the North, he said, his tone cold and distinctly unwelcoming. The North and the Empire, once bound in vassalage, were now estranged to the point of enmity. On paper, the North was still a vassal state. But they no longer paid tribute or taxes, functioning as an independent domain instead. Yet to Canberman, the North was land that must someday be reabsorbed by the Empire at Novel bin Adat. Once again, we bring grave news. We apologize for the trouble, Your Highness, the envoy leader, Guard, began. Is that so? A pity. So, what is it this time? Canberman asked, feigning ignorance. Surely, Your Highness has heard of the recent catastrophic mana disturbance in the North, Guard continued. Ah, yes, quite the close call, wasn't it? Despite Canberman's dismissive tone, Guard remained composed. We have evidence and testimony linking Astra, the former head of Sigma, to the incident. Guard presented a black stone tablet as proof. Though the mana within had been drained, any knowledgeable mage would recognize the intricate spells and inscriptions hallmarks of the Empire's Golden Tower. This is most unfortunate. I offer my sincerest regrets. However, this was clearly the act of a rogue individual, Canberman replied smoothly. Once again, Guard pressed, his voice tinged with irritation. What else can I say? I admit my governance has been less than perfect, the Crown Prince said, gesturing subtly toward the empty Imperial throne. But fear not. Astra's crimes were indeed severe, and I dealt with him the moment I learned of them, he added. But fear not. Astra's crimes were indeed severe, and I dealt with him the moment I learned of them, he added. Canberman's response was calculated and unflinching. Unlike other royals who might cling to pride and deny any wrongdoing, he admitted fault with disarming frankness. Not only that, he had already punished Astra before the northern delegation even arrived. Even if this goes against the Imperial will, even if His Majesty is unwell, and even if Your Highness's rule is inexperienced, this cannot simply be overlooked, Guard said, his frustration barely concealed. Those barbaric northerners. The ministers' faces twisted with anger at the envoy's audacity. Already tense, their expressions now suggested they might execute the delegation and launch an invasion at any moment. If it cannot be overlooked, what then? Do you plan to wage war? Or will you raid the Empire's central and northern regions? Canberman asked, his tone eerily calm as he stared down the delegation. Envoy Guard, sensing the tension in the room, suppressed a sigh and spoke cautiously. Of course not, Your Highness. Her Highness, the Grand Duchess, values peace above all else. However, resolving this matter has cost us a considerable amount of gold. But thanks to this Mary's blessing you've been touting, your recovery should more than compensate by next year, shouldn't it? The issue is making it through this year. On top of that, the recent return of the Northern Expeditionary Force required us to host a grand banquet to honor their service, further straining our already limited finances. Guard trailed off deliberately, making his point clear. Just give us the money already. The Empire would undoubtedly appreciate the North's subtle plea for financial aid. Indeed, the atmosphere in the Imperial chamber softened slightly. Although disdain, annoyance, and contempt remained etched on the faces of the Imperial ministers, the undercurrent of fear, hostility, and suspicion had noticeably dissipated. Is that all you want? No requests for trade agreements or anything else? That is correct, Guard affirmed. Well, I suppose we do bear some responsibility in this matter, Canberman said, his tone lightening at the realization that mere gold could resolve this troublesome affair. What a shame, Guard thought bitterly. If the Imperial family had been more shameless, or if Astro were present in this room, he might have leveraged the situation to negotiate better terms. But the Crown Prince had preemptively neutralized such possibilities, leaving the North with little choice but to pursue their minimum goal. Very well, we'll do as you ask. I'll discuss the exact amount with the ministers later. Your grace and generosity humble us, Your Highness. Ah, now that I think of it, the North doesn't use Eastern porcelain, does it? Porcelain? You mean the white ceramics from the East? I've heard of them but never seen them, Guard replied cautiously, thrown off by the sudden shift in topic. Is that so? I was considering sending some as a gift along with the gold. Would you accept? Guard frowned slightly, unsure of Canberman's intentions. Lately, Eastern porcelain has become all the rage across the Empire and every other kingdom on the continent, Canberman said, gesturing toward the chamber ceiling. Here in the Imperial Palace, and even in Bardenheim, the capital of the Confederacy, nobles who lack porcelain at their banquets are looked down upon. His words subtly pricked at the pride of the northern nobles. As you know, the eastern sea routes are treacherous. Between raging storms, sea monsters, and pirates, few vessels return unscathed. Porcelain, being so fragile, rarely makes it here intact. 9 out of every 10 pieces break during the journey. Guard and the other envoys followed Canberman's gesture, their gazes rising to the chamber's ornate ceiling. However, 2 years ago, the Golden Tower developed a magical container that keeps items perfectly secure. Thanks to this innovation, much more porcelain now arrives safely in Arcadia. Attached to the ceiling were intricately decorated white ceramics from the East, displayed like exquisite sculptures. Compared to the rough, earthy pottery of Arcadia, they radiated an unparalleled elegance. What do you think? Wouldn't the Grand Duchess appreciate such a gift? Thank you, but no, Your Highness. We would prefer gold, Guard replied firmly without hesitation. Why? Do you suspect we've tampered with the porcelain? Of course not, Your Highness, Guard assured him. The reasons for his refusal were twofold. First, as Canberman had said, the proposal was suspicious. Second, the introduction of porcelain to the north would likely lead to problems similar to those caused by spices and silk in the past. Spices and silk, like porcelain, started as rare luxuries but quickly became insatiable drains on resources once they gained popularity. If porcelain became a trend in the north, it would create yet another dependency on the empire. Perhaps that's exactly what they intend. Convinced of Canberman's ulterior motive, Guard spoke plainly. If I were to bring porcelain back instead of gold, Her Highness would see it as a grave misstep on our part. The North, which was just beginning to recover economically, could not afford such indulgences. While some northern nobles might secretly use porcelain, it was imperative to keep such extravagance out of the high tower. Even the magical bag the Grand Duchess carried had spread like wildfire through the north in no time. Very well. You'll receive your payment in gold and silver, Canberman said, nodding as though satisfied with Guard's response. He seemed to understand that introducing porcelain to the north would harm its fragile economy. I'll have to report this to Her Highness once I return, Guard thought. If the empire were true to form, merchants would soon begin selling porcelain to the north indirectly. The north needed to prepare for that eventuality. Then, with thanks for the kindness of His Majesty and Your Highness, we shall take our leave, Guard said, preparing to depart. Very well. We'll host a banquet this evening. Don't leave without attending this time, Canberman said with a sly smile. Of course, Your Highness. We look forward to it at Novel Bin at. Wait, Your Highness, a voice interrupted. Turning toward the speaker, Canberman's expression grew tense. Archbishop Teresia, do you have something to say? He asked, his tone laced with unease. May I ask the Northerners a few questions? Archbishop Teresia, head of the Imperial Church, stepped forward. Dressed in a white robe embroidered with gold thread, she appeared to be in her 40s, but her aura and position suggested she was far older. Proceed, Canberman said reluctantly, closing his eyes for a moment as if bracing himself. Thank you. May the gods bless Your Highness, Teresia said, offering a customary benediction. As head of the Imperial Church, Teresia was a figure even the Crown Prince couldn't easily overrule Northerners. I am Teresia, Archbishop of the Imperial Church and the first servant of the gods. I have questions for you. Answer only with the truth. As soon as Crown Prince Canbraman granted permission, Archbishop Teresia launched into her interrogation. What is this new unified faith of yours, the Ranlet Order? Her tone was more accusatory than inquisitive. It is a sacred and noble faith, born from the union of the ancestral spirits of the north and the fervent spirit of the Ranlet ancestors, Guard replied calmly, as if he had anticipated this line of questioning at Novel bin Adat. Huh? That's nothing more than a heretical, barbaric cult. You've always thought of us that way, haven't you? Guard countered with a wry smile. The relationship between the Imperial Church and the North was as fraught as that between the Imperial family and the North. If you expel the witches, the Imperial Church will bring divine blessings to your lands at once, Teresia declared. No need. We're quite content with the blessings of the Ranlet ancestors, Guard replied, his smile growing sharper. Do you really think that heresy of yours will grant you divine power? It already has. Mary's blessing is proof enough, is it not? Fools? Gullible fools? That fraud will be exposed soon enough. Your words are unnecessarily harsh, Archbishop. Renounce your heresy at once. Burn the witches alive. I will send the Church's paladins and inquisitors to assist you. Her fiery words bordered on fanaticism, her demand escalating from a sermon to outright threats. Oh, our Father in the heavens, please do not descend to this world. Woe to us, our Savior has come. The northern envoys, unbothered by her outburst, responded with equally pointed sarcasm. How dare you? Heathens forsaken by the gods? Cursed barbarians who worship mere ancestors. Guards, bind these insolent savages to the wheel. Escort the Archbishop out. Canbraman, unable to bear it any longer, ordered her removal. Unhand me, Your Highness? These heretics must be burned at the stake. Ignoring the echoes of her protests, Canbraman turned to the northern delegation with a look of exasperation. I extend my deepest regrets. And as you are aware, this matter has no connection to the Empire or its imperial family, he added. We understand. But perhaps you might add a little more gold to compensate, Guard replied with a grin. This was precisely why they had endured Teresia's tirade without escalating the situation. Fine, Canbraman said with a weary sigh, pressing his fingers to his temples as he mentally calculated how much to charge the Church for this debacle. You're dismissed. Enjoy the banquet this evening. I insist you stay this time. Understood, Your Highness. Thus, what had nearly escalated into a full-blown confrontation ended with relative civility. After the northern envoys departed, Canbraman's expression grew icy as he summoned his ministers. Chancellor, Ricard, he called. Yes, Your Highness. Begin selling Eastern porcelain to the north cheaply. At low prices. Yes. And raise the prices once it becomes popular. As you command. Remember, we cannot allow the north to grow prosperous. They must be kept impoverished just enough to survive, never enough to thrive. We will ensure your orders are carried out, Your Highness. As the Crown Prince issued his commands, his thoughts raced. That so-called blessing of theirs, it's already increasing their arable land. That means their population will grow. The idea of the northerners expanding their population of them becoming stronger was intolerable. At the very least, this had to be delayed until he ascended to the throne and gained full control of the empire. Until he could stand unchallenged as the emperor. And, most importantly, until he could face Marquis Havana with pride. Contact the Demon's Maw again, Canbraman ordered abruptly. The Demon's Maw? The Church won't like that, Chancellor Caruso cautioned. Oh, are you so sure? Canbraman smirked as he spotted Teresia returning to the chamber, her eyes glinting with unbridled fanaticism. Very well, I'll make the arrangements immediately, Caruso replied, understanding the prince's intent. The Empire's machinations against the north were underway once more. Daisy's father was a retired soldier, a survivor of the ill-fated northern expedition led by the late Grand Duke by Rune Ranlet. He had lost both arms in that campaign, becoming a disabled veteran. Dad, look, I made this one last night. You've worked so hard, Daisy. It looks wonderful, he replied with a warm smile. Daisy, her small hands still dusty from carving, proudly displayed her latest wooden figurine to her father. All right, sweetie, help me remove the prosthetics. It's time to get to work. Okay, but don't sell them for less than 3 coppers each, okay, I promise. Who made them, after all? Her father chuckled as Daisy carefully removed his makeshift prosthetic arms. Should I carry the box for you? No. If I carry it, more people will notice. Go ahead and hang it around my neck. All right. Daisy helped her father fasten a wooden box filled with her handcrafted figurines. Inside were 14 pieces, each meticulously carved. She was a talented child, her skill evident even at a young age. Even the prosthetic arms her father wore were creations of her tiny, dexterous hands. Let's go. Okay. They smiled at each other as they prepared to leave. Wait, let's say goodbye to Mom first. Right, Mom? We're heading out. Before departing, they bowed their heads to a small box in the corner of the room. Inside were the hair and keepsakes of Daisy's late mother. Has it been 3 months already? 3 months earlier, Daisy's mother had been killed by a monster outside the city while foraging for weeds to use in arod salt. Goodbye, my love, Mark said, paying his respects before stepping outside with his daughter. Goodbye, my love, Mark said, paying his respects before stepping outside with his daughter. Daisy and her father lived in a territory directly under the Grand Duchess. It had once been a small fief ruled by a baron under Narvik, but after the rebellion, it was now administered by an official dispatched from the High Tower. Though modest in size, the estate supported a decent population, with well-paved streets and sturdy buildings. Handcrafted birds for sale. Beautiful wooden knights too. Daisy's voice rang out in the bustling market as she tried to sell her carvings. The fact that they had a market where they could sell figurines spoke volumes about the estate's relative stability. Kind sirs, please spare a coin. Mark used a carved helmet with the white shield emblem of the expeditionary force to collect donations. No guards or officials interfered, they even offered discreet assistance from time to time. Even if you don't buy anything, please take a look. Daisy called out brightly. The sight of a disabled veteran and his cheerful daughter selling wooden crafts naturally drew the sympathy of passers-by. How much for this little dog? 3 coppers, sir. I'll take 1. Thank you so much. Blessings of the ancestors upon you. By lunchtime, they had sold 4 figurines. Hungry, sweetie? Let's go get something to eat, Mark suggested. Okay, Daisy replied, her face lighting up with joy. The pair's smiles radiated hope and happiness as they made their way to lunch. Today, Daisy and her father hoped for a small indulgence, a stew with actual meat, a rarity for them. As they packed up their wares, ready to leave for lunch, a group of thugs appeared, blocking their path. Hey, who said you could beg here? One of the men sneered. What seems to be the problem, gentlemen? Mark asked cautiously. The problem? You're begging in our territory without permission, the thug growled. Oh, my apologies? I didn't realize. We'll leave immediately. Mark stammered, trying to defuse the situation. Sorry? You think an apology cuts it after you've already done it? Thud. Oof. One of the thugs kicked Mark, sending him sprawling to the ground. They showed no sympathy for the armless veteran, seeing him only as easy prey. They snatched the helmet he used to collect coins, rifling through it. No, please, leave that money. Daisy cried out, stepping forward. Don't worry, we've got some morals. We'll just take a service fee, the thug said mockingly, leaving a single copper in the helmet after pocketing the rest. Sniff, heek. Tears welled in Daisy's eyes as she watched helplessly, a mix of fear, despair, and frustration building in her young heart. Where are the guards? Someone, please report this? Mark scanned the area, hoping for help. But passers-by averted their eyes, unwilling to get involved. The thugs laughed at Mark's futile search. Looking for the guards? You think we don't know when they're on break? Go ahead, report us. Let's see who arrives faster, the guards or our blades, one of them jeered before they finally walked away. Father and daughter stood in stunned silence, gazing at the single copper coin left on the ground. Their hope for a hearty stew shattered, they slowly trudged home, carrying the weight of humiliation and despair. Thankfully, the wooden crafts they had been selling were untouched. We'll try Foulton Street tomorrow, Mark suggested after a long silence. The guards patrol there more often. Okay, Daisy whispered, forcing a faint smile in response to her father's brave attempt at optimism. Knock, knock, knock. That night, the sound of a heavy knock broke the silence of their small home. I know you're in there, came a cold, formal voice. Mark and Daisy froze, hearts pounding. This time, the fear was even greater than what they had felt with the thugs. Dad, Daisy whimpered. Open the door, sweetie, and get the emergency money. The emergency money. Yes, the last stipend I received. Okay, Daisy hesitated but complied, retrieving a small pouch from its hiding place. When the door opened, the creditor stepped inside. So, how are things? Well, not great, Mark admitted. I see. I'm not unsympathetic to your situation, the man said, his voice heavy with condescension. But your interest is 3 months overdue. This puts me in a difficult position. I'm not asking for the principal, just enough to show you're making an effort. Mark clenched his jaw, his mind replaying the day he had incurred the debt. 3 months ago, when his wife had died, he had desperately hired adventurers to recover what remained of her body from a monster's lair so he could give her a proper burial. The small, humble funeral had left him in debt. If this continues, I'll have no choice but to claim this house as collateral. It's small and lacks farmland, but I could rent it out. I'll pay it back. Please, just give me a little more time, Mark pleaded. You don't think I'm a fool, do you? The creditor sneered. The man's tone grew harsher as his patience wore thin. Here, take this. Please consider it for now, Daisy cried, handing over the pouch of emergency money. The man's face darkened as he took the money. So, you had money all along? Now that I think about it, doesn't the High Tower send you monthly stipends and supplies? Adat novel bin adat. That's not, Mark began, ready to explain that the payments had stopped 2 months ago. Spare me your excuses. I expect the overdue interest by next month, the creditor snapped, slamming the door as he left. Mark and Daisy sat in silence, the storm of humiliation and despair still hanging over them. Hungry, Daisy? Mark asked, forcing a smile. Not really, Daisy replied, her voice barely audible. Well, we need our strength. Let's dig into the emergency rations, Mark said, trying to sound upbeat. They shared a meager portion of jerky, savoring it as though it were a feast. Then, they turned in early, hoping sleep might dull their hunger. That night, Mark wrestled with nightmares and phantom pain, his groans filling the small room. Daisy, used to the sounds of her father's suffering, closed her eyes and pretended not to hear. The next day, carrying their wooden crafts, Mark and Daisy headed to a different part of the city, as far from yesterday's incident as they could manage. But fate seemed intent on testing them. Well, look who it is. You think we wouldn't find you here? Mark and Daisy froze, their paths once again blocked by the same thugs from the day before.